Yeah, you gotta realize we're trying to argue with people that think if you see a straight line next to a curved line, it doesn't, you wouldn't see convergence and divergence. So, I mean, I honestly, I think I'm not arguing this with these guys. It's absolute silliness. Uh, well, yesterday I was saying something doesn't exist. Somebody in the chat told me to show me it not existing, not existing. Show me it not happening, not happening. Like this argument can't get dumber, I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah. I was on Iron Realm Media this morning talking about the Star Trails again, and it just continues to clarify for me, this whole argument. There's absolutely, like, if you were to have a conversation with someone at the school, Jeremy, a science teacher, say, you know what I was thinking about the Star Trails, and you know how it's all
I'm breaking up a little bit. I should talk to a science teacher though and record it.
my right there, so that you can look back over your shoulder and see that, like the celestial equator and the star trails. It
Bro,
follows
you
you. That,
just caught up. Were you talking that whole time?
yeah.
Why you roboted out or something? Say
I'm
it
sorry.
again. Say it again.
In the same way that the sun,
Bro, you're in a bad spot right now. You're roboting or lagging or something.
Yo, 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 anyone out there? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, we're here. What's up?
Yo, why is it so quiet, bro?
I don't know. People are just getting up.
Nah, heads don't sleep in here, bro.
Yeah, I sleep.
Bro, you was up chatting past your bedtime. I saw. I caught you in text chat.
Yeah, no, I was trying to negotiate with the Demented. If I'm telling people things, this thing doesn't happen, and they want me to show it not happening, not happening. Ridiculous, bro.
But
I'm done. I'm
I
done
mean,
debating now.
why make that claim though? What is that claim based on?
Before you get going, I'm done arguing with people over that are just totally ridiculous.
I
You
ain't
think?
even try, I ain't even trying to argue, bro. I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
I hear you.
understand.
I hear you. I'm just letting you know, like this whole debate thing we do with people. Like I
Uh-huh.
can't debate with people that think if you see a straight line next to a curved line, that there wouldn't be convergence or divergence. Like I can't debate with someone like that. That's that. Uh, I don't want to insult people, so we'll just leave it at that.
You could
But
just
do
say
you get the
diluted.
point? Do you get the point they're making? Or like what is their argument?
The people that say gas pressure exists without a container, the weight of gas exists without a container.
I thought we were talking about so which one are we talking about now?
Dude,
Gas having weight without a container or the divergent line thing?
gas, I don't know. I've never seen gas have weight without a container.
So because you've never seen it, oh, that's your basis for making the claim gas can't have weight without a container because you've never apparently seen it.
Thing you're saying exists that I've never seen. Maybe it's on me to prove it to you that it doesn't exist. How do I show that to you?
Okay, no, no, I mean, not, I have
Non-existent.
clarity. Like you don't have to prove anything. I have clarity now. I guess I was confused as to why you made that claim, but I understand now. The reason you feel gas doesn't have weight outside of a container is because you've apparently never seen gas having weight outside of a container. It's cool.
Cool, or should I show you it not happening, not happening?
Yeah, it's already
I don't
started
care.
there.
I don't really care, Jeremy. If you want to show me, if you don't want to show me, it's whatever, bro. I just wanted to understand why you were making that claim. I now
I show you
understand
it
why you're
not
making.
happening. Show you it not
Yeah,
happening, dude.
he
This is
hasn't
Like
answered the
I said,
question yet.
Jeremy, I don't care if you do want to show it not happening or if
yeah.
you don't wanna. I'm not asking you to show me anything.
He
I
I
know,
didn't
just
but
ask
want
you that. He asked you
that
how. How, even if it ain't to you, how would he show someone that something isn't happening? Maybe you missed the question.
that's what I mean. That's they were
well,
arguing
if it
with
was
this with me
me,
last
I
night.
would show them that there's no situations in reality where it's possible, or for this to be possible, it would need to violate, known laws of physics,
I was
But I
telling him
wouldn't
last
just
night
go
that
around saying that because I've
my
never
bad.
seen it happen, it can't be possible. But if Jeremy wants to do that, that's fine. I don't really have an issue with that.
So that's why I was telling him last night that it's fallacious to make someone prove non-exist or to prove non-existence because I can't show you all situations on Earth ever right now. Like if I say a unicorn doesn't exist and somebody else thinks a unicorn does exist, I can't show you a unicorn not existing. Like that doesn't even make sense. If you think a unicorn
Right.
does exist, you should probably show me a unicorn.
Uh-huh. But I gave you two options, right? You could either show how it's not possible in reality, how they aren't situations where this is possible, or you could show how for this to happen, you would need to
Ah,
violate laws of physics. So you could go with the second option, how if gas pressure, how if gas, sorry, had weight outside of a container, this would violate some other known law of physics. You could take that route.
yeah. Or
But
I could
it's
show
it's
the
it's not
situation,
that deep, Jeremy.
or I could show that. My bad. I thought you were done.
I'm done. Sorry, go ahead.
Show the situation of it not happening thing.
That never left my mouth. I don't even know what that means.
Thing you
But if
said,
that's the
yeah.
route you want to go down, go for it. But that's not what I
Thing
said
you
at all.
said. What was the first thing you said?
So you're going to ask me to repeat myself for the third time? All right. So you could show how this isn't apparent in any known situations in reality, or you could show how for this to happen, such as
Hold, hold,
gas having a weight
hold on
outside
one
of a
second.
container. It would violate
That's
known
the
laws
first
of
thing.
physics.
Oh, Jesus Christ! So you want me
Jeremy,
to
no,
show you a
I'm not going to repeat
situation?
myself because you ain't listening. This is the fourth time I'm gonna
Go
say
over
it, and
the
you're not
first
listening.
thing. Yeah, I'm trying to go
I'm
over the
not
first
doing
Yes,
this.
thing
No,
first.
yes, he
I
is.
said
He
it,
is
and you didn't
listening.
listen. So
Yes,
just
he
go
is
ahead
And I'm
and listen
trying
listening.
to
to.
go over the first thing before
I
you drone on about the second
hang
thing
on.
that's
He
irrelevant.
asked me to say it. I said it, and then he stops me to say it again. He's clearly not listening,
Going
Travis.
on
What do
to
you
the
mean?
second thing, I'm trying to go over the first thing. You want to go to the second thing again?
All
How's he
right.
not
What
listening
was
if
the
he wants
first
to
thing
go
I
over your
said?
first point? How is he not
All right,
listening
cool.
to you?
We can go over the
Uh,
first point, but
no,
Jeremy needs
yeah,
to
well,
tell me
how?
what the first point
No,
is. What
I
was the
asked you
first
a
thing you said?
question. I asked you a question. You don't seem to like answering questions. How is
I
Jeremy not
answered.
listening? And you seem to be talking through everyone
All right, go ahead.
already. That's what I said. It started already, Jeremy. How is
Go. Well,
Jeremy
you
not
cut me off,
listening
but
as you
go ahead.
talk through me again?
You
How is
did cut me
Jeremy
off.
not as you talk through me again? How is Jeremy not listening if he heard your first point and wants to go through it with you?
Because Jeremy asked me to repeat the first point 4 times now.
No, he did.
No,
He asked you to
because
go
I
through it.
misspoke.
All right.
Because
Okay.
I didn't hear verbatim what you said, and I got it a little
Mm,
wrong. One little tiny word,
all right.
debunked
Jeremy,
or
what was the
something, and I
first
was trying to
point
go over
I
it with
made?
you before we forgot it. And now we've been on this 5 minute long thing, and I don't remember the exact words you said. And I know you're a nitpicky little. I gotta go. I'm gonna just
What?
back up
Bitch,
and mod. I'm gonna just back
bitch.
up and mod. I don't know why I'm done debating you people, Nate. It's fucking
Yeah,
ridiculous. Have
that's what I
fun.
said.
Have
You
fun, bud.
said I'm not going to debate him. He led you right into a debate where he didn't answer
Have
any of your
fun, Nate.
questions. He avoided your first question and asked you several questions and then led you into the debate and then
So,
proceeded to
firstly,
talk through everyone.
okay, so firstly, I don't want to have a debate. I just asked Jeremy to clarify something. He clarified it, and I told him it's cool. Then he
Yeah, you
asked me a
started arguing
question.
with him.
I didn't. I haven't argued with Jeremy about nothing. We haven't argued. Jeremy asked me a question. I answered it. He asked me to repeat the question. I answered it again. He asked me to repeat the question. I answered it again. He's
If
now
that's
asked me to
what you
repeat the
heard, you're
question, and
psycho.
I refuse to answer a question I've already answered 3 times.
Yeah, if that's
Clearly
what you
just
heard,
tells
you are
me he,
psycho. I
yeah,
pointed
whatever.
out where
Clearly,
you didn't
Don't
answer his
call me.
now
question.
you're the one cutting me off.
Okay,
Now you're the
Well,
one
don't
interrupting.
personally attack me.
Practice
yeah.
what you preach, Rocky.
Yeah, so
All right?
this is it,
Yeah,
right?
I'm
Yeah,
still
so
talking. I'm
it
not done
seems like we're
talking.
in the
So
same
you
script. Who gives a
practice
shit if you're
what
still
you preach.
talking? You psycho!
Jeremy,
All right, I
You
got
were
Jeremy,
you,
can you
over
please
Rocky.
talking
stop
people the
arguing?
whole time.
Yeah,
Please,
I know, Rocky.
can
Nate, I'm muting you
you
too
please-
because you're talking the whole way through them.
He's not going to like that. Can I clarify the position here? Jeremy
Just
seems to be
talking the
looking for
whole
a
way through each other.
scientific.
Even if the other guy's interrupting you, you still can't just ramble right through them and power through them.
Let's bring it back on track here. I think Jeremy's looking for a scientific, physical basis for further extrapolation, and Nate, you seem to be dealing more in the philosophy of science. If something can't be demonstrated according to Jeremy, you have no right to be expected to go along with it. Whereas you're saying the laws of science are already established. So if Jeremy's questions conform with the laws of science, then you don't see any reason why you can't continue to explore.
This ain't got nothing. This ain't got
That
nothing to do with
Yeah,
science. It's a
sorry.
measurement of weight. It's a measurement of weight. That's all we need is a
Yeah, so
measurement.
sorry, Jeremy. You take long pauses, man. So Pete, I think you late to the story. So Jeremy
No, he
was making
didn't.
the
He was
claim.
in a sentence.
All right, let's take it easy.
So Pete, oh yeah, so Pete, Jeremy made the claim earlier last night, or like really late in the evening, or early in the morning, whenever. I just forgot what time it was. That gas pressure can't have weight outside of gas, sorry, can't have weight outside of a container. And I just wanted clarity as to what the basis for that claim was. And he's provided me with that clarity now. He told me the reason he makes that claim is because he's never seen gas have weight outside of a container. And I'm fine with that. Now, Jeremy wants to know if someone did want him to provide evidence for that statement, how would you, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jeremy, but for you, it's how would someone provide evidence for a negative, right? Like the example you gave, how would you provide evidence that unicorns don't exist, right?
Yeah. In other words, if I tell you unicorns don't exist and you say
Mhm.
unicorns do exist, the burden of proof is on you because obviously I can't show you everywhere on Earth unicorns not existing. That's fucking ridiculous, and it's fallacious to ask someone to prove a claim of non-existence.
Did someone ask you to show? Okay, if someone's asking
Yeah,
that,
Nate,
I
you
don't
did.
know. Well, yeah, because I didn't understand what the basis was for your claim. Now I do. So I won't
Yeah.
ask you anymore to show me to provide evidence for something if the basis for you making that claim is you've never seen that happen before. Then there's no point in me asking you for evidence against it. You know, I accept your claim. I accept the basis for your claim, and it's cool. We don't have to get into an argument with it. But you then ask me a follow-up question, which I've answered 3 times now. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you asked me to show you something not happening, or a situation. I forgot now your exact words. I know you're very nitpicky, so I'm not going to say it again. But something about a situation and where it couldn't happen or something weird. So yeah, if someone says unicorns don't exist or something doesn't exist, they can't show you it not existing. That's really dumb. Want to show
Yeah,
someone not
Jeremy, I
existing.
wasn't. Oh,
They
sorry.
were doing it
I
to me
was
last night. Yeah, I know. You were doing it to me in the chat. They were doing it to me in the
in
VC
chat,
last night.
in text chat,
Show me
definitely.
it not
But
existing.
yeah, in text chat,
So,
definitely. I was asking you to provide evidence for your
so
claim, but that's because I didn't understand what the basis was for your claim. Now that I
okay.
understand what the basis is, I rescind that request. You ain't got to show me nothing. It's just that you then asked me hypothetically, how would somebody provide evidence for something they're claiming doesn't exist? And I just gave you 2 hypothetical scenarios. That's all.
Yeah, one of them was a situation in which it couldn't exist or something. I forgot your exact words because you had a big thing there, but
It doesn't
one of
matter.
them was
It
a
really doesn't.
situation. No, I'm not. I can't debate you guys anyways. Like I said, I can't debate people that think if you have a straight line next to a curved line, there would be no
Mhm.
Yeah.
divergence or convergence. That's just fucking. It's crazy.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Different
Now
language
my
has been
question.
spoken.
I'm sorry, Pete.
Oh, you're good. Different language just been spoken, Nate, and I said that from the start. Can you give Jeremy an example of a gas with weight outside of container? That would be a good place to start, wouldn't it? He's simply asking for a demonstration of that on Earth. Then we can extrapolate all we like in terms of gas and space. But can you give an example of that the way we know we're on solid footing, scientific footing?
I've given Jeremy examples. Do you remember the examples I gave you, Jeremy?
No,
Why
I
would
never
you
did.
ask Jeremy a question when the
Yeah,
Pete just
why?
asked
Yeah,
you something?
Well, I'm
exactly.
What
not
the
debating.
fuck is
Exactly.
going on here, man?
What's
I'm
your
just
Because
nodding
Pete
my
has
head.
malfunction?
asked me to give Jeremy examples, and I'm telling Pete I
No,
have
No,
given
Pete
Jeremy.
wants an
he's
example.
asking you to give Pete an example.
No, that wasn't Pete's question. Pete was, could I give Jeremy examples so that we're on equal footing here?
No,
That's
I don't
what
need
Pete
it.
said verbally.
That's
I
And
don't
okay.
I've
need it.
given Jeremy.
They tried
Give
last
us
night
again.
to give an example. They can't give examples. Their examples suck. You know
Yeah,
what they
but
tried
I don't
using?
really
They tried.
want to talk about that. What I want to know is, Jeremy, when you had the whole debate about curved lines next to straight lines, whatever, what was the argument that the Globers gave? I'm just curious.
I don't.
Are
You
we
want to
going to
walk
hear
through?
the examples outside the container that Pete asked for?
No, I don't really want to talk about that. I've
You're not
already
going to
given
answer a
Jeremy.
question. All right, cool. Yeah, but we're here. It's an audience. It's a VC. This is called, what is this called again? Where did you click a button and come into to have a conversation? When another man asked you a question, now you, I don't want to answer that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it's your,
don't. It
Yeah,
is.
simple.
yeah, I
It's my
get it. It's
prerogative
your
of right.
feeling.
Show it. It's because they can't show
You're
it,
setting
Rocker.
a
They can't.
record. You haven't answered a question yet. And you'll turn around and say, I did answer the question.
Yeah, whatever.
The
You know,
thing is,
if
they
I don't
can't.
want to answer the
Sophistry,
question,
man.
no, I have every right to not want to answer the question. You guys aren't going to force
A
me to
tough
make.
question. Right?
Yeah, you
It's
have
You don't
every
have to
right to
answer it.
be a jerk in VC.
Cool.
All right,
Yeah,
relax.
whatever. I
Relax.
don't really care.
The
I
thing
know
is,
you don't
they can't.
care.
They
It's
can't.
very
Yeah.
evident you don't care.
Yep. I don't.
It's very evident that you're here
Very.
just to do what
Should
you're
care,
doing
Nate.
right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Listen to you. Why are you
Yeah,
clipping
listen.
me, sir? Why are you clipping me with your yep,
Yeah,
yep?
let's relax
You,
and get back to the conversation, whatever you guys want to talk about.
Yeah, I'll answer your question, Nate. I can't even begin to give an explanation because it is not reality. I can't imagine how to explain how you cannot have converging and diverging lines with a curve next to a straight line. I can't even begin to imagine how to tell you how that can't happen. So don't ask me to explain something only an insane person would think. I can't make any sense of it.
Yeah, so number one, I never asked you, Travis. Number two, you answering a question I never asked. So Jeremy,
Yes, you
when
did.
I never
Yes,
asked
you
you,
did.
and that isn't the question I
I
asked.
know.
So
Jeremy
Jeremy,
said he made it clear he wasn't going to answer that question. So I started off and said, "Hey, Nate, I can answer the question."
what was the question, Travis?
Jeremy said that he can't have conversations with people who can't understand how you would have diverging and converging lines next to a straight line. You said, well, maybe it's because you didn't understand their answer. Jeremy
That's
wouldn't
not
address it
true.
with
I never
you.
said that. Now you lying. Those words never left
Wow.
my mouth.
Okay. Hold on
it's
now.
not lying when they don't get your sentences word for word. You psycho.
I
Okay,
never
listen.
said that.
It's
Yo,
What
not
was
Okay,
the
hold on.
question
lying.
I asked Jeremy, Travis?
Hold on, Rakia. Hold on.
Rocky,
Nate,
please, man.
in
Yeah, I'm
good
gonna
faith.
drill this dude every day, man.
All right,
He's my new target.
Okay.
Yeah,
Nate,
cool.
in
Yeah.
good faith, do you believe I was trying to misrepresent you?
I don't know, Travis. I don't know
He just
what your
has to stay
intentions are.
lying.
I just want to know what is the question I asked Jeremy.
I just tried to express it, and I thought that I thought I represented what you asked him fairly, and you seem to
Yeah.
be
Okay, since it's
excuse me.
wrong, repeat your question
So,
so,
Travis,
so
when I
Travis can
asked
answer.
you to tell me what is the question I asked Jeremy, instead of
Repeat the
saying
question.
I'm talking to Travis, please,
Yeah,
Rocky.
instead of
Instead of
arguing about what your
oh
question
my
was, just
God.
repeat it.
So, Travis, instead
Hold
of
up.
telling
You
me what the
psycho. Repeat the question.
Yo, Rocky, you can't do that, bro. You can't do it. I know what this is, but you can't say it out loud. Sorry.
So, Travis, instead of telling me what the question was that I asked Jeremy, you proceeded to make the claim that I said the words, Jeremy, maybe you don't understand what the question or what the argument was. That's not even a question. That's you claiming I said something that I never said. My question to Jeremy was, Jeremy, what is the argument the Globers had when you brought up the whole straight lines next to diverging lines thing? I'm just curious to hear what the Globers' argument was.
Yeah, you did say that, but if since now you're being a dick, I'm telling you that if I go back, I will find a place where you actually said to Jeremy, maybe you didn't understand their argument, and then you proceeded to say to Jeremy, what was their argument? So if you
Go
want to
for it.
if you want to be pedantic and nitpicky, I can
Go
do
for
that
it.
because I will because I've done it twice, and each time I did it, I proved that you guys were wrong. You said what you said, even though you denied I didn't say that. So I'm going to do it for you, Nate, and you're going to find out that you said maybe you didn't understand their argument, and then you said, what was their argument, Jeremy?
Yeah, go for it, Travis. Go for
Okay, here's the
Very good,
argument.
Travis.
You're standing at the here's the argument. You're standing at the equator. You see the celestial equator form a straight. You know the path of the stars forms a straight line above your head. All right. There's stars on the north side of you that are clearly doing concentric circles. That's a curved path. So now you have a straight line next to a curved line. Now there's people arguing that straight lines and curved lines, there's no convergence or divergence in them. Fucking weird, bro. It's fucking weird.
But all right, yeah. I mean, I fully understand your argument, Jeremy. I've heard it more than once. But when you presented that proposition. I'm assuming now Globus didn't agree with you. They must have rebutted and pushed back. What
Yeah, oh
was the
yeah,
pushback they gave you?
they agree with everything.
Hmm.
They agree with everything. We see the equatorial go straight. We see the stars in the north go in concentric circles. They're all curving north of the equator. So now we have a straight line next to a curved line. And this is the point where they tell me they don't converge and diverge. The straight line and the
Why?
curved line.
Why?
I don't
Why do
know,
they?
dude. I don't know because I don't know why they say that. It's weird that they would say that. I don't know why anyone would say a straight line and a curved line doesn't converge and diverge. That's why I'm pulling out of this whole debate thing. I can't do it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like I don't know if people are fucking with me or just trolling me or what. Like I don't know. I feel like this is all a big game or something to get me fucking frustrated or I
Yep.
don't know.
Told you that. Or they're just psycho. I mean, those are the two options. They're either trolling you or they're just screwed in the head, man. It's an easy choice.
Do you remember who the Globus were that gave you pushback, Jeremy? So I can just ask
Who,
them
what,
what
when,
they are.
where.
Yeah, it was all of them. All of them.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kosho might
Nidhug.
halfway agree with me. I don't know, but all the rest of them are fighting it.
Yeah,
all
it
right.
doesn't matter who it was, but it was Nidhug, and then we even had a flat earther last night do it. She was denying that the celestial rotations practically even existed.
What?
Yeah,
Bro, I
That's
brought this shit to Gems. They're telling me no, the stars aren't spinning in opposite directions. They're all going in the same direction, east to west. They said counterclockwise and clock. Dude, I swear to God, this argument has got the flat earthers making sounding like Globers did 3 years ago, and the Globers sound like flat earthers do 3 years ago. That's what this argument has done. I'm
How do
not
you
even
argue?
joking.
How do you argue how something you don't know what it is would act from a distance you don't know through a medium you have no clue what it is? How do you argue that? Because there's still debates, even in the science community, of what these lights are, what medium they're in, and the distances thereof. So how does Joe Blow Smo, like you and I and this other guy here, argue that? This is ridiculous. It's a waste of time. It is fun to listen to, though. I have to
So,
give y'all
so
that.
Nate, is it your opinion that if you have a curved line next to a straight line, the curved line will not diverge and converge from the straight line?
No, if you have a straight line next to a curved line, there will be convergence and divergence.
All right, well, that's good so far. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm very curious as to why Globers would disagree with that. I really want to know what their arguments or their pushback was. If that's the claim Jeremy's making, it baffles me that they would give pushback to that. So either that isn't Jeremy's full claim, or there's something weird going on.
Now you see why we're saying they're either being disingenuous by trolling him or us as an audience, or they're just messed up in the mind, right? That's why we said that.
Yep.
Even
It's either
you
one or the
agree. It's
Yeah,
weird.
it's either one or the other, right? Like you right now just affirmed it. You said, I can't imagine. So guess what you should do, Nate? You should go into Gems and say, hey, I just heard a really good argument. The star trails rotate and see what they say and then try to understand why they're denying it. You should do that. Absolutely.
I'll do whatever I want to do, man. Anywho,
Man,
Jeremy,
fucking
what's
A, man.
happening?
I
What's happening
know,
for the
I
weekend?
know, I know that you'll do whatever you want to do. You don't got to
Yeah.
pull this card, man. I
This
wasn't like
has to
telling you.
be like that.
I just suggested in
Yeah.
order to understand where we're coming from when we talk about reality and someone denies that reality and we're thinking to ourselves, how is this person denying reality? And we're like A, B, C, and they're like, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. And then we go D, and they go, G. And you're like, how did you get to G from here? It doesn't make any sense. So the only response is, sir, are you stupid or are you trolling me? Because it's either one or the other.
I'm pretty sure I heard the ballers say to Jeremy that, yeah, a straight line and a curved line do converge, etc. But they were saying it just looks like that, but that's not actually happening due to perspective.
Yeah, that's what
That
some of them said. And then some of them said it was due to lenses. Yeah, but he's talking about the ones who didn't say that.
The guy with the squeaky voice, I forgot his name. He said that. He said it just appears that way, but that's not what is actually happening. It's perspective.
But then those same people, when you point out that that's an optical illusion, that's an illusion, they deny that. They argue that. No, no, I know that's the very definition of an illusion, but this isn't an illusion. This is this.
Yeah, they've turned it opposite. They've flipped it upside down, and now they're claiming perspective when they used to deny that. Can't have it both ways.
You can't claim science and start off something. You can't claim science and start off with something unscientific, unprovable. I think this ultimately. Well, I know you're getting back to the lines again, but getting back to the gas weighing something outside of a container. Nature is always starting off with the laws of science, which apply universally, which tell you that nature not only does not abhor a volume, nature embraces a volume. Or a vacuum, not a volume, a vacuum, because yeah, it's vacuumous everywhere in nature. So yeah, we're starting off, and Travis is right, and I said it years ago. We're speaking a different language. Our ABCs are not coinciding, and no progress is possible. Yeah, they're stupid or they're trolls. I think you know where I stand, Travis, on that one.
Well, when someone comes into a conversation, opens up the conversation, and then says, when asked questions, I'm not going to answer, I don't care, and as previous in the past said that they're just here for entertainment, it makes you feel like they're trolling you, trying to get a response for entertainment, not here for the conversation. That's irritating to me. A
Well,
troll would know that.
Yes, it is.
A
also
troll
that
would
guy,
know it's
yeah,
irritating
what's his
to me.
name? The guy Smooth yesterday, he basically conceded to Whitsit by ending his and giving in and saying, "Okay, you take the floor, Whitsit. You just tell us all about it." You know that allowed Whitsit to go on his rant and just basically spill the beans on how he thinks everything works. And now he's going to take that information away. He's probably clipped it, and he's going to take that information away and analyze it and break it down and see if he can poke holes in it. That's the only reason why he did that.
Yeah, we've been saying that for years while they come in the Bez. They're just there to sharpen their points on the argument. So when it comes up again, they can argue it, you know what I'm saying, and obfuscate it. And, we've been seeing that for years.
I mean, it's good for us because we get the information and we can build on it. But for them, for the ballers, they just want to see how they can pick it to bits. That's all, and how they can come up with other excuses.
They do have the advantage, I will say, because they are willing, more than willing, to just blatantly say anything, right? To either obfuscate or just, confuse the point or to aggravate their opponent, whoever they're debating against. The willingness to say anything is amazing to me.
Ideally, I think in future computers for Kia, ideally everyone should make a declaration to be honest and above board at all times in their dealings with everyone else, especially on here. Maybe in the future computers we'll have a little pin prick coming up from the bottom, and you'll have to press it to make a contract in blood or something that you're going to be dealing honestly with people in these type of forums with these type of weighty topics. You know, because they certainly are. A lot. Flat Earth has changed a lot of our lives. And if you allow known deceivers, liars, time wasters into your group, nothing's going to happen. There's no progress going to be possible. You just be brought back to square one at every new day. And I think, in fairness, that's what's happened. The only advantage, what I would say, is personal. The personal pathway that we're on. You never know where you're going to get your next clues, and the next person who will oppose you and consistently oppose you, they might spark something in your brain and allow you to follow on in your own thinking. But other than that, yeah, there has to be some sort of forfeit. And the problem is there's no forfeit for the likes of Kosho, not to name any names, but we all know the names. No forfeit. They can just come back in the next day and do exactly the same thing again.
Well, maybe in the future someone might invent Discord virtual reality where you have to plug your helmet into your brain somehow, and everything is done via this chat with lie detector, and everybody will be able to see on the panel who's lying and who's not.
Something like that would be we call for, because if you're going to come in and participate here, you have to understand that it is very near and dear to the heart to lots of us. Flat Earth is almost just the beginning, you know what I mean? The real story has just been exposed to us somewhat, and we know that there's a different history attached to Earth and there's a different nature attached to us. So it is so severe. Yeah, so maybe that will happen. Maybe that will happen. And should it happen? I think it's not illegal to lie. But when there's an organized lying, when there's a conspiracy, then this is detrimental, or can be detrimental, you know what I mean? And just for any of us here who heard this long term, information age, right? This is all about information and control of that. If you don't suspect any governments would have their people in play controlling the information, well, you're crazy. Especially when there's so much at stake, like for instance, just space travel, or just look at all the employees of the state, of the globe Earth, that rely on the information associated with globe Earth, which is nonsense. So,
So that whole gas you can't have gas doesn't have weight without a container. They use this argument of gas having weight as an argument for a rebuttal for when we say you need gas pressure without a container. How's the gas stay on Earth if there's no container or whatever? Well, the gas has weight. It does it now. Does the gas have weight without outside of a container? Does it? Has anyone ever seen it? I haven't.
So I mean,
weigh it, Jeremy.
yeah, Jeremy, how does a container give gas weight?
I don't know. That's a good question. How does it? Does it have weight outside of the container? I don't know.
That is what your claim is. A gas can have weight outside of a container. And let's just say I agree with you. I would then need to know, how does a container give gas weight?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
So the claim then is only based on the fact you've never seen a gas have weight outside of a container, nothing else.
Yeah, the thing doesn't exist. Yeah, no one's seen it. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Oh, you've seen gas have weight without a container?
Yeah.
How much did it weigh? How much did it weigh?
It depends how much gas it is and what type of gas it is. Like what is the element?
Which type of gas was it that you saw?
It was gas that I exhaled. So it would have been CO2 mixed with other gases or RNA.
Yeah, no doubt. How much did the scale weigh? What was the weight
I didn't weigh it. I didn't weigh it. I just know it had weight because gas is made of matter. So anything with matter has weight.
But you've never seen the weight. That's a good. That sounds reasonable to assume that. But you know what happens when you assume, you make an ass out of me and you. So I mean, also you know that if you when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. You know what I'm saying?
You want to touch his ass?
That's funny.
To touch ass?
You never heard that saying before?
No, I've never heard that saying.
I heard that when I was about
Before.
4 years of age in school, for goodness sake.
That was funny. Yeah, sorry, man. You were saying.
I don't know. It doesn't matter, dude. Show me what gas.
Yeah,
If
but
you want to use that as an argument, gas has weight. You know, we're gonna need to see it without having weight outside of a container. That means we want to see numbers, right? Weight is a number thing. We know how to measure it. There's numbers involved. It's a quantification.
okay. Well, I guess we're stuck then, because on your side, you don't know how a container gives gas weight, but you believe a gas can have weight outside of a container because you've never seen it before. And on my side, because I believe gases are made of matter, the same way solids and liquids are, and gases are just a different state of matter. As long as a gas is made of matter, it has weight. So we kind of stuck, and maybe we should just leave it there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, next time someone uses the the gas has weight thing is why it stays on Earth. You know, we're gonna fall right back on this. And now you can't prove that it has weight outside of the container.
Who knows? You might find somebody that's willing to go through all that time and effort to actually give you the figures. I know Blue Marble has a video where he's done it. I just don't care enough to actually look for it.
Yeah,
But
I hear you.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure you could find it.
Yeah. Well, Blue Marble said he had gas pressure without a container, and then you know what he showed us?
What?
This is gonna be crazy. You might think this is silly, Nate. His
Mhm.
proof of having gas pressure without a container was showing us gas pressure inside a container. I know. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Blue.
I'll be right back.
Oh, all right. Okay. Crazy, bro. If somebody said, "Show me gas pressure without a container," and then I showed you gas pressure and you'd get laughed off the stage. Like you'd get laughed out of the room.
Jeremy, while you're waiting for what's his name?
Bro, I ain't waiting for no Pete. Go ahead. I'm never waiting for these guys. I'm done debating these guys.
Okay.
Go ahead, though. Go ahead. What do you got?
You'll be back. You'll be back. But this is
I'm
an
not
interesting.
going back.
You've heard the expression adage, nature abhors a vacuum, right?
Yeah, nature abhors a vacuum. Yep.
Okay. Now the problem is, though, that's why Nathan or any ball earther would be interested to get their point of view. The problem is what we experience. Yes, what we experience here on Earth. Yes, that's true. We can't create a vacuum without some sort of rush to fill it. But they claim at the exact same time that this isn't a universal law. The universal law is opposite, where the most of nature, which is encompassing the entire universe, is actually a vacuum. And if that law stood in the entirety of the universe or nature, then no what do you call it? No planet would have an atmosphere, Earth especially. So I think, do you understand where I think that they're kind of caught in terms of did they cling to the adage or did they reject the adage? Do you know what I mean?
You said what? No planet would have an atmosphere? What was that last
Yeah,
part you said?
because no, our Earth. Let's just take our Earth for instance. If they stand by, nature abhors a vacuum, and they admit that nature encompasses mostly vacuum. There's this tiny amount of matter in the universe. It's mostly vacuum. Then if the rule applies, there would be no atmosphere on Earth because it would be sucked off into the vacuum because nature abhors a vacuum.
Yeah, but Pete, gas has weight outside of a container, though. You forgot about that one.
See, that's what they have
That's
to
why it all
say, though.
falls down.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's why I thought about the adage itself is along those lines. Yeah, that's what they have to say. And as usual, in order to paint their overall complete picture, they have to go at variance to our sense experience.
I had
Well,
Kosho trying to drop CO2 on a scale to show me I had weight before. But we all know when you drop something or throw something at a scale, that's not the weight of it.
hmm.
Kosho and Babs trying to drop CO2 on it. I think when you drop something or throw something at a scale, that's the weight of it.
You think Kosho would knows that? Oh, Jeremy.
He should know that. Kosho should know that. Yes, I feel like he
I
does
mean,
know that.
one of the smartest guys. I mean, he knows everything about every topic we bring up. So you think he was maybe doing that, you know, to deceive?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on there anymore. I know I seriously can't not debate these guys.
Maybe reach saturation point. I don't take it too seriously in terms of spinning ball earths anymore. I know it's fantasy from the start. My greater focus would be in the decoding of it rather than debating these people. I do understand what Travis said and frustrated a long time ago by what you're saying, the same things. But yeah, you're speaking a different language. What's up is down. What's in is out. What's curved is straight. You know, it's a completely different language. There's no hope of reaching any progress. Just when the basic words and concepts are in such complete opposition.
Have you seen that ball cartoon I posted earlier on about how they're explaining to kids these days how gravity works between the Earth and the Moon?
Oh,
I'll post that clip. It's like a 1 minute clip. It's just unbelievable what they're teaching kids these days.
Jesus. Corrupt the children, you're better off if a millstone is tied around your neck and thrown into the depths. And this is absolutely pure corruption, isn't it? The only way I can justify it in terms of a creator is that because we're born into the lie, we have to be immersed in the lie only to come out of it to be born again. But I am horrified by it. I never lied to children. Never tried to lie to my own son, even when it comes to stuff like Santa Claus or something like that. I always just didn't say anything. So I do hate that more than anything else. But can I just say, while I'll take a look at the video in a second, can I just say this is what I think? I blame the parents, though. I blame the parents that, okay, we're born into a society, but there's an onus on us to question everything at every stage because our children are so precious. But so often they're just handed off to education systems, now more so than ever when the mother and father both have to go working to pay the mortgage. The children are off from a very early age. You will see children going around now with their own iPads and only 1 or 2 years of age. So yeah, they've been educated by a different force, voluntarily put into that situation. So in that sense, I do blame the parents, and maybe at the end of the day, the controllers will be our saviors. Will be our saviors by they told us the truth and we just looked at it wrong. Our eyes developed incorrectly according to the influence we had around us, especially our parents, and we were just misguided along the way. And ultimately growing again, getting out, being born again in a sense, coming to the truth of matters. To the truth of matters. That's why we have to be born again and leave the mother behind, the material. That's what that's about. So many ways to look at it. But we should all hate and abhor the lying to of the children. Absolutely. When I think of kosher now, I can't stop thinking of Osho. If you've never heard of Osho, there's Osho, and that just reminded me when Rekia said that kosher knows everything about everything. But he does have a K before his name, and I wonder if Kosher was here when he comes back. Was he inspired to create the name K Osho in light of the character here presented?
I did post that. I just posted it
Okay,
for you,
lovely.
Pete,
Okay, well,
since you said you were interested.
okay, here we go. I saw that posted earlier on. Actually, I thought it was just okay. I'll have a look at that. One second, I'll go mute.
If nobody's talking about anything specific, I have a quick I have a quick question. If anybody knows the best way to combat the transit of Venus, what are the most easiest ways to what's the word?
What are you trying to record it?
No, trying to, someone's like, oh, no, the transit of Venus absolutely definitively proves X, Y, Z. Distance to the sun being one of them.
Yeah,
Are
that
you,
whole
are you
thing's
talking
gonna end up
about
being circular.
how Venus should never be visible at night?
Well, that's, yeah, right. But I
So
guess
if
the
they
whole idea is that, yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jay.
Venus proves the transit of the sun.
No,
If the Venus transit of the sun proves the distance to the sun,
yeah,
I mean that argument could go a lot of ways. They're gonna end up sending radio signals or something, or maybe do parallax or something. I don't know what. It
yeah, no,
depends on where they go.
parallax. Like the idea that you're seeing the sun from or you're seeing the transit from two different sides of the Earth, and based on the angle of difference, they're determining the distance.
Yeah, but you have to have gotten a size for Venus.
You have a known distance on Earth from one side to the other. Like, say I'm viewing it from California, you're viewing it from New York. There's your parallax. That's a known distance, and then you extrapolate everything else.
I'll tell you right now, if that's a known distance, you could just stop right there and Earth's a globe.
No, I mean, I agree. I'm just trying to find the most efficient way to pull it apart.
Yeah, I mean, so that you have somebody on either side of Earth transit, and now they know what distance to the sun.
Right.
You just have
how
to
how
say
do they
that
know?
Venus isn't supposed to be visible at night on a ball model. But
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it's transit. It's the black circle going across the sun.
That doesn't matter. You shouldn't be able to see it at night because of its position in the solar system in
No,
conjunction with the Earth and the Sun.
no, what you're seeing, you're not seeing Venus. You're seeing just like the outline of Venus. All you're seeing is a black dot going across the sun. It's like eclipsing. Like it's not. You're not seeing any detail of Venus. You're just seeing a black dot.
Well, first they are presupposing the distance from the Earth to the Sun. So the only way they can claim that is if they've measured the distance from the Earth to the Sun.
No, they're using this measurement, this observation as the known distance to the sun because of math.
So
So it's not,
they
they're not
don't
presupposing
know the
that they're
distance.
using,
Yeah,
sorry,
they
no,
don't
they're
know the
presupposing.
size of Venus. I know they're using this to get the distance to the sun. They don't know the size of Venus. They've presupposed that.
Well, I don't know that you need, well, because then now you're still just using the observation of what you're seeing for Venus. I guess the real, what's it called? Assumption is the orbits.
Or how do you think they're getting the distance to the sun out of watching Venus transit it? They presuppose the size of Venus. That's how this works.
Yeah, but you're also, no, they're using the known distance on Earth to see where, and then they're using that parallax of where the difference is to determine this. They're using this to also determine the size of Venus, I believe, too, and the sun at the same time.
Yeah, but if I had an airplane flying in the sky replacing Venus, I could use that airplane and do the same trick.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. It forces. Yeah. Exactly. It forces you to determine a certain size or distance, or assume that it is a certain size or distance. Because you're right, an airplane would take up roughly the same amount of space per. Yeah. On the. Yeah.
Just want to clear up one thing real quick. Nobody says Venus shouldn't be visible before the sun comes up except flat earthers. Just want to make that clear.
How are you reflecting on something? How are you seeing the light of something that is on the other side of the thing you're able to see?
Right. So Venus is in orbit around the sun. We'll just accept the globe model just for a second for the sake
Allegedly,
of argument.
yeah.
Right. So Venus is in orbit around the sun, so it has some amount of separation from the sun, which means Venus can rise over the horizon before the sun can. And so you should be able to see Venus before the sun comes up.
It should only
Except
be
you shouldn't be able to see it, right? Does Venus admit its own light? Omit its own light?
No,
So how the fuck can you see it if the sun's
the
behind it?
sunlight reflects off of it.
If
that
the
would
sun
only
is
be certain parts of the day or year when it's on the other side of the Earth, not in between the Earth and the sun, right?
There are days where Venus is slightly behind the sun, yes.
Well,
So it'd give it a
behind-
better angle in order to see more light coming off of Venus.
yeah, but then it would be the daytime, not the nighttime.
No, because Venus has a separation. It's not at the same position as the sun. Venus is away from the sun some amount. So that amount, Venus can rise above the horizon before the sun can. Just want to make clear that the glow model doesn't say you shouldn't be able to see Venus before the sun comes up.
Yeah, well, anyway, it wasn't used. That line wasn't used as a flat Earth proof. Anyway, that was just used as another hole in the globe. Yeah, okay. If you can see it over the horizon, what does that mean? Globe?
No, it just means that it doesn't. Just to be very clear, the only point I'm addressing is nobody says the globe model says you shouldn't be able to see Venus before the sun comes up. Nobody says that. It's just one of those weird things that some people say that the globe model says you shouldn't be able to see Venus. That's not true. But I guess if we're trying to stay on topic, the other method for determining the distance to the sun is using an EME bounce to get the distance to the moon and using the angle between the moon and the sun to figure out a rough estimate for the distance to the sun. That's another method you might want to look into.
An EME bounce.
Yeah. Yeah, if you just Google EME bounce, you'll find Earth, Moon, Earth communication articles.
And that's bouncing off the sun,
No, the moon.
off the moon, bouncing
Yeah,
off the
it's
moon.
way more practical for general civilians to have radio equipment that's capable of bouncing a signal off of the moon than any other object in the solar system. So it's more practical for somebody at home to verify the distance to the moon than anything else.
What if in the entire model, the only one correct assumption that you can claim is the distance to the moon? Does that make it a globe? What if it is actually that distance, but only the moon?
The angle between the moon and the sun, as you observe from a point on Earth, shows you how far away the sun would have to be at a minimum.
That's if you say the size of the sun is the size that you say it is. What if it's not that size?
No, it has nothing to do with the size of the sun. It's the position of the sun, the angle between the moon and the sun as you're located on Earth. Because you're using the
And that's
Terminator. You're using the Terminator line on the moon to determine which direction the sun is in. Then you're using the angle between the moon and the sun in order to determine one of the angles in the triangle. The other angles from the Terminator line. The distance is the one you got from the EME bounce. So you got two angles and one distance. and then you can figure out the other parts of the triangle.
That terminator line doesn't match up perfectly, though, does it?
It does. What do you mean it doesn't?
Well, I saw it today, and it didn't match up in the sky when the sun and the moon were in the sky at the same time.
It didn't match up. What do you
Didn't
mean?
match up. The angles didn't match up for the bottom half of the moon to be dark, where in conjunction to the position where the sun was in the sky.
I mean, you'd be the first person to discover it.
No, I'm not.
Every time I've looked at the moon, the terminator line is perpendicular to the direction of the location of the sun. Every single
Yeah,
time.
it's close, but I think it's off.
Okay, you would be the first person to discover that.
I'm not.
Okay.
If I was, I should be famous, but I'm not.
Okay, publish your findings. Use your, actually have the measurements on hand first, of course. That would be prudent.
Yeah. So this device, this thing that can bounce signals off the moon, is what's it powered by? Like a AA battery, or?
It's a ham radio, civilian traffic ham radio. Come on, man.
That's a pretty powerful ham radio.
Doesn't have to be super powerful. Just the general usage ham radio will work.
That can fire a signal to the moon.
Yep. It'll be weak by the time it comes back, but you'll be able to determine what it was that you sent.
And you're pretty sure
that's really the key point in doing this is you have to send a signal that's easily intelligible by the time it comes back, so you know that you got back your signal, because other people do this too, and sometimes you'll hear that stuff coming off the moon too.
Right, so you have to put a signature on it, yeah?
Yeah, it's your signal. Yep.
And they've got pretty good aim, I suppose.
Doesn't really need to be. You're just using a directional antenna, sure, but I mean, you're just pointing in the general direction of the moon. There's not enough directionality on one of those antennas to require you be more than, say, 5 degrees accurate, and the moon's only half a degree wide, so you're just pointing in the general direction.
So you were breaking up. I didn't hear anything you said. Yeah.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
I kind of missed all that you said because you were breaking up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the antennas have only enough directionality to where you just need to point in the general vicinity. Like it has a 5 degree wide. I mean, that's pretty narrow even for these antennas. And then you're pointing it at something that's only half a degree wide. But really, you're just pointing in the general direction. It only takes 2.5 seconds for it to come back. So the movement of the moon is generally not a concern.
So are you saying that the moon takes up half a degree of our sky?
Well, yeah.
That seems like a bit too much, doesn't it?
Half a degree? No, it's.
Is that a constant? Is that a constant? That degree of the moon in our sky? Is it a constant?
Well, it has apogee and perigee. There are times when it's a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller. A very small difference. But it's usually right around half a degree.
Have you seen in Africa those wildlife documentaries, and they show the moon on the horizon, and it's taking up half of the horizon. It's so big. Is that just trick photography, or?
Well, they zoomed in. I mean, The moon is half a degree all the time, about half a degree. I don't say it is exactly half a degree, not all the time. But anyway, it's about half a degree all of the time. So whenever you see it and it appears big to you, you take out something and you'll measure the angular size of the moon with, and you'll find out it's still about half a degree all the time, every time.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting concept. You haven't seen anyone do it. Have you done it?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to reply to this guy. Check.
Take your time, man. I wonder if Pete has seen that little video of what they're teaching kids these days.
All right. Sorry. What was your question while I was trying to get that out there?
I even forgot. Oh, no, I was just wondering if you've done it yourself.
Oh, yeah. No, this was long ago and I wasn't recording it. So, I mean, I don't have anything to present to you, obviously. But, yeah. I mean, if you can find yourself a amateur radio operator, most of them are pretty chill about it. They'll let you use your equipment for a little bit. I don't know.
Well, all I can say is that's interesting.
Is Jeremy around? Jeremy, you here?
They've all gone to bed. Just you and the Kiwi.
Right. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
see if
what do
there's
you
any check-in
what do you
people
want?
around. There's one trying to get in.
Somebody's trying to get checked in. All right.
Hey everyone.
Oh, hey, that worked. All right.
I watched that video about the moon and the sun. Sorry, the moon and the Earth relationship from the point of view of Jupiter is very good. And as I left in the comment there, yeah, the wonder and the complexity has to baffle children at an early age. Then, as you make your way through the educational system, you sort of understand that all of these basics are known by smarter people, smarter men, and you can move on to deeper considerations like the entropy at the center of a black hole or something, things that modern man is working on now that the rest is established. But yeah, typical, isn't it? Not sure what Manfred would have to say about that and the possible programming of the young children at a very early age sets the pathway for life's thinking, I guess. What do you think, Manfred?
Yeah, well, maybe for simplicity, the way that they represented the scale, but and not just the scale. If they had represented it in reality of what it's supposed to be, they'd have to have a really wide screen, and also how they were talking about the Earth stretches.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's a joke on all levels. Every part of that we as flat earthers can pick apart. But even in terms, as you say, of their model, they have everything wrong. But this is what cartoon visual representations, and they're aimed at audience. I assume that's for younger children, maybe growing up. I don't know, whoever. I assume it's for younger enough children, 9, 10-year-olds. But yeah, that's what catches them in the net then. And as I say, I think this is fundamental. Especially, I've been to university. It's like, why didn't I ever question any of this stuff in university? Because it was already accepted, it was already established. We're moving on to now is the deeper theoretical aspects, astrophysical aspects, cosmological considerations. These are the things you need to focus on. You know what I mean? That's the focus and the purpose of further education, as far as I can tell. Not to question the basics, because of course when we do question the basics, well, then it falls apart. It absolutely falls apart completely, and that's why the likes of all the bowlers here, who are very, very intelligent, very, very capable people, but they must defend the spinning bowlers to the end of days. Because once you break apart one of the things, like Travis talks about, why are you talking about tertiary layers when already the first layer of our thinking has yet to be confirmed, and indeed further goes against our sense and sensibilities? Yeah, I think it is
Well, I
about.
thought if anyone was going to go to university and do some art on a very long wall inside the university grounds, something that would make the students start thinking about their heliocentric bullshit lie would be to do a scale model of the Earth and the distance from the sun on an extremely long wall. So you do a pinpoint size dot on one end of the wall, and then you do to scale the distance on that wall and the sun at the other end, and ask them to think how this can possibly have
Yeah.
any interaction with each other.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That would soon awaken minds. Can I say that I think Rumpus laid claim to this actually, that he was the first. And this is going back about 5 years ago in Earth discussions, I think, but he actually did this on paper. He did it to the exact scale and exactly what you said. The sun and the moon were there, or sorry, the moon and the earth were there, and he had to stretch out the paper. It was so long. He was scrolling from side to side, empty space, and then you see this tiny little dot that's the sun, at the far, far, far end of his scripted paper or whatever electronic paper. So yeah, very good. Rumpus did lay claim to do that, though he did scale it out appropriately because he was asked to do it. He did it in paper, whereas to do it on a wall, just like you're talking about, would definitely be an eye opener. Absolutely, absolutely. If only there wasn't so many distractions, and if only universities weren't structured the way they are. Damn it. My son is going to university. Actually, I haven't seen my son in 7 years. He's going to university in Galway studying physics. Next
You know,
time I see
maybe
him,
if they had a wall, Pete, that was long enough that it would take you exactly at walking speed, 5 kilometers an hour, to
mm,
walk from one end of the wall to the other would take you exactly 8 minutes, the speed of light. Yeah. So
mm,
then that would be a more accurate representation of time as well for the distance to the supposed sun
yeah,
and Earth on the heliocentric model. Your son, how old is he?
he's 20 now. 20 now, but
Oh,
the sort
time's
of point of
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He'll be drinking beer and smoking marijuana in the green room at university,
Uh,
wouldn't he?
well, I can only hope.
Because we've got that in Auckland University. We have a green room where you're allowed to smoke marijuana legally.
No way,
No,
no way.
yeah, no one
That's
can stop it. Yeah,
pretty liberal.
it's kind of like walking into an embassy in a foreign country. You're safe in there, you know.
Huh. And is there relaxed laws regarding cannabis smoking? Is there any legal outlets you can get cannabis
No,
in?
it's not legalized, and it's not even decriminalized yet. We have a very uh, got a phone call. Will be back.
Regimental structure. I'm thinking you're going to say it. Maybe you broke up. So that seems strange then I assume it's not just one campus. There's lots of different green rooms in different campuses where you can't be arrested or you can't be kicked off or kicked out of school or yeah, reprimanded in some way for it. That's strange. It's just another example of fucking stupid life, stupid rules. Everyone smokes cannabis anyway, especially all the younger people, and not to mind cannabis. There's so much drugs available that that's the least of their worries. But that's interesting now that you can have a green room. Is the green room illegal within the university structure grounds? That'd be interesting. I think maybe you got cut off, but
Well, as long as you consent to the system, you must abide by their rules.
not so sure about that. You can agree to cooperate with the system, but knowing that your own true power, your own true standing within the system itself. Someone came in the other day talking about it's illegal to use the legal name. It is, because it's not yours. It's your property. You think it is yours, but it's not your property. And I guess that's the whole confusion about all of this is ultimately our relationship to society or to the system, ultimately to the higher power, if you want. So,
Well,
yeah.
let's imagine I invited you over to my home, and I said, if you want to come in, you must take off your shoes. If you say yes, you consented to that rule. And if you later down the line, you're upset or you're extremely unpleasant by this rule, you can't scream and shout anymore because you've already given your consent.
Sure.
So if you have any objections to the system, well, you've given your consent to be part of it.
Do I have to consent to go outside in the air and take part in this society? You know,
You've consented.
Is me being born me consenting?
Right.
Or do I have to hide in a cave?
I was going to talk about that.
Yeah, I can get to that. So there's actually an age limit where you are it's a window of opportunity where you're given a choice as to whether or not you want to participate in the system. And if you don't respond within that window of opportunity, silence is consent, and the system is going to assume that you consent to the system.
But the problem is with the revelation of the legal name fraud, there was fraud from the start, intent to deceive from the start. Full disclosure was not made, and our true relationship with society, with ourselves, with the Creator was not revealed. So all contracts become null and void, now and then before the Creator, and that has to be true as well. Flatty was talking about, are we part of society? Are we greater than society? Is the individual?
No.
Or not?
You're not. So basically, because you've given your consent over, and you said, look, to the system, I consent. I want to give up all of my natural rights, and I want to participate in the system. You've consented to participate in the system, and as a result, you are given a governmental identity. And these governmental identities can span from citizen to driver to police officer. There's an array of governmental identities, and you're given one of those, or even possibly all of them, depending on which areas of society you choose to be a part of. But so basically what you've done is, because you've consented to the system, you've basically said, look, I give up my natural rights. I'm going to be a driver. I'm going to be one of these government entities. I'm going to be a driver, I'm going to be a citizen, and as a result, you must abide by the system's laws. And if you're upset about it, if you don't like it, tough luck, you've already signed on the dotted line and you've consented to it.
But like Pete said, it's fraudulent from the start, so it's invalid.
It's not fraudulent because you consented to it.
No, it is fraudulent.
No,
from
but
the start.
the whole system is fraudulent. Yeah, it's based on a fraudulent thing. So
it's not.
Whether
It's not. It's based on. It's entirely based on consent. And the problem is that people don't understand consent. They think consent is me signing a piece of paper. Consent can come in many different forms. Consent can be silent. So if you remain silent, then you're basically saying I give consent. consent can be oral. It doesn't necessarily have to be written. So there are many forms of consent. And for you to sit there and say the system is fraudulent is not true. If the system were fraudulent, it wouldn't exist. The fact that it still exists means that it's not fraudulent, which means that
You a ball earther, bud?
no, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, so the ball earth, if it didn't exist, the system and society wouldn't be built around it, so therefore we live in a ball earth. See, it doesn't work quite that way, does it?
No, I just told you that this system is built on consent. The foundation of the system is consent. That's why you have so many contracts and this and that, and you know, everything is a contract, right? Because this system is built on consent.
It goes back to the birth certificate, bud, and you know that. And all money is a debt currency as well. Fundamentally, I owe you, promissory to pay, all based on the trust, legal name trust fund. It's already been exposed, and you cannot be expected to operate under a system. There are so many things wrong with this system. Are you saying that if we leave society, that my rights as a man just end?
If I said, like, I already gave you an example. You know, if you come to my home and I give you, and I say to you, hey,
Yes.
look, you must abide by these rules, and then you say, yes, I will abide by them, and then later down the line you come to me and say, you know what, I don't like these rules, you are oppressing me, this is a fraudulent system. You can't say that anymore because you've consented.
Yes, but is society my home as well? So if I come into my home and you say you can't put your feet
Not
up
your
on
home.
the table like that, well, whose home is it?
It's not your home.
Whose
Because
home is
once you've
society then? You're
consented,
saying that we're guests in society?
yes, you are a guest. You are essentially, we
Guests
are
of
all
who? Who are we guests
the
of?
government.
The government to represent me? The government to represent me, right?
No,
The government to take an oath to serve me, right?
No, they
Do
don't
not.
represent you. Because
No,
what
they
the
don't.
government has put up, what the government has established is this: they've established government entities, and you are. Can I ask you something? Are you a citizen?
Living man, I know what you're talking about, but I have a social security number. I would be classed as a citizen, but I have, not that I have taken my consent away as such, because I still use the legal name on a very limited basis, but I have voiced my objections officially and in person as well. So yeah. So yeah, I'm not. These are all names, titles. I'm a living man, right? That's what I am.
Yeah. The problem I have with you saying I voice my opinion or I express my opinion. Your opinion doesn't matter. You've already consented. This is why whenever I see people protesting, I find it quite funny because you've consented to the system. Your protest is meaningless. It's you can't go back. You already consented, and you can sit there and whine and say, "Oh well, it's fraudulent and they tricked me."
Whining,
No, they
bud.
didn't. No, they didn't.
No one
They
whining.
gave you a window of opportunity to object and say, you know what? No, I want to remain a sovereign. You refused. You continued to exist within the system, and therefore that is considered consent.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It is a difficult one. It is how can you function outside of established society without leaving everything behind? I guess it's not. It's for the brave-hearted, isn't it, to go and separate yourself completely. Yes, I get that, but at the same time, though, the foundation structure of the system is based on deceit, on intent
No, it
to
isn't.
deceive.
It
Yes,
is.
it is. Now,
It
actually, I
isn't.
get you in a sense. I get you in a sense. But let me just say this: I get you in a sense because I said it earlier on that in fact I think it's the parents that lie to the children. They send us through and set us up within a system without greater forethought themselves. So they put us into a system, and there we're molded and shaped then. Yeah, we have to take the appropriate steps, and those steps are available for us, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. So I agree and I disagree at the same time, though. This is our home. If we've only one life, you want to fucking live your life under a tyrannous, veiled tyranny, or at the root of it all, a massive deception. And of course, as a flat earther, there's so much massive deception going on, not just in this legal name sense or societal sense, just in pretty much every level.
Okay, there's deception and fraudulence and then there's you giving consent to those deceptions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If
Can I
I
ask you a
happen to
question, man?
if I happen to deceive you and you consent to the deception, then it doesn't really matter if it's a deception or not. You consented to it. So at the end of the
State,
day, like you can
can I ask you,
cry and
can I ask
whine.
you, sorry to
Sure,
interrupt, man. Can I ask you a question?
sure, go ahead.
Are you deceiving us now?
Not at all.
So when you came into 24/7 a couple of days ago and pretended you were an astrophysicist, was that a deception?
When did I say that?
You came into the 24/7 Flat Earth server a few days ago.
Oh,
And pretended
did
to
you
be
do that,
an
Bud?
astrophysicist.
I'm not sure. Maybe that's somebody else.
Must
Same
have. Well, you're not.
name,
You're either sure it wasn't you.
same
Or you're
name,
not.
same picture.
But anyways,
No.
Flatty,
Can you deal with
you
that, please?
agree
Was that you or
with
not?
everything I'm saying, right? You agree with the idea of a government entity.
I can't agree with anything you're saying because you're a
Yeah,
deceiver.
because we don't know now if you're telling. Was that you or not? Did you pretend to be an astrophysicist and 24/7 Satan worship?
Wait, why would you say I'm a deceiver?
Just asked you a question. That was either you or it wasn't. If it had the same voice as you, the same name as you, and the same avatar as you, the chances were it was you. So that guy said he was an astrophysicist. I wasn't there. Just going what was said here. Was that guy you or not? Yes or no? Yeah. Because if it was you, then you're already after being caught out in the deception. So what you say now, even though it might be true to some degree, it'll still be tainted, right, based on new information that you didn't divulge.
Okay, tell me one thing I said that was tainted.
No, I'm saying based on if it was you in 24/7 pretending to be a spinning ball earth astrophysicist and talking the talk and walking the walk, what you have to say now
No,
will
forget
be
about the
tainted. Even if it is
past.
true, it will still be tainted because you're just
This
after
was
shown to be a deceiver.
this is like
No,
3
forget
days.
about the past.
This
We're
was
talking
3
about
days
today,
ago.
right now. What's going on right now? Tell
So
me anything I said
character
right
is
now
this
was
you're
wrong.
playing?
Tell me anything I said
What
wrong.
character is this you're playing today, though? Because you pretended to be an astrophysicist, and any question you were reading the first thing that came up on Wikipedia.
Okay, but we're talking about today. Let's not talk about yesterday.
Why should we listen to every Wikipedia live?
You were a flat earther.
Exposed.
It's just, what is the point, man?
There's no
We're a
point.
flat
No,
earther.
let's stop. You're too caught up in the past. Let's talk about right now.
That's why I asked
3
you, are
days
you a
ago.
flat earther? That's why I engaged with you. If you were a ball earther, I wouldn't engage with you at all, but in that sense, in the legal name, fraud.
No, but like you agree with everything I said today, right?
I agree with some of it. Ultimately, the power is in our own hands with new information, though. But the thing is, as a living man, we have to revolve and negotiate our lives around the deception, rather than the deception being brought down.
All right.
Yeah.
You don't have power. You just said you're a citizen.
No, I never said I was a citizen. You asked me, was I? I said I do use the legal name at a minimum, but
Okay,
I'm not a citizen in that sense.
Okay, do you have a passport?
I had a passport. It's out of date now, and I don't think I'll be renewing it. That's for the transfer of goods. I know what it is ultimately about.
Okay. Do you have a credit card or a debit card or a bank account?
No, I don't.
Do you have a social security
card? I have a social.
Do you have a social security number?
Hey, Pete, Dodo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello, bud.
Give me a second. Hey, dude, you just say you were a flat earther. You're a flat earther or over?
Me?
Dodo here. I'm.
Not you, Dodo. I know you're a flat earther.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a flat earther.
But just the
The
other
flat
day
earther here. He's an
24/7.
astrophysicist elsewhere.
You were global over there because you were a flat earther, and then you took astrophysics, and then you realized the truth. So are you? How can you say you're a flat earther here, but not a few days ago you say you were a glober over there?
Yeah, because I realized the truth.
That was quick. We must be doing something right.
You gotta give props to Miggy then, he's the one that converted him so quickly.
Yeah, I realized I was just following a program. I wasn't really thinking for myself.
Like in a few days, because you said you were a flat earther, then you to globe earther, and then you just flip flop in like 2 days, few days.
No, I never flip flop.
Wait. According to Miggy, you were a flat earther back in the day. Then you took some astrophysicist class. Then you became a globe earther again because you realized the truth. And now you're saying you realize the truth again?
Yes.
Revelation.
That's full of revelations.
Anyways, to Dodo, you mentioned that you had power. What power exactly do you have?
Oh, no, I had another question to follow up, man. What made you realize that you were a flat earther and you were spilling a lie?
Speaking with people like you.
Well, what did I say to speak with people like me? I mean, I haven't said anything other than ask a few questions.
There are many things. I believe that the images were true, but I guess they're not.
Yeah. No, come on, go into detail, bud, because you're so.
Yeah,
Sorry, are you a flat earther?
he was a flat earther first, then he became a globe earther. He took some astrophysics class, and now Miggy, talking to Miggy a few days ago, now he says he's a flat earther.
All right.
It was 2 days ago on the 5th.
Come on, man. Let's go back to topic now.
Yeah, the topic is right now you.
That's not good. That's not
I
good
really
for
want to
Satan.
know about Dodo and his power because he thinks he has power.
I want to know about you and your LARPing.
So
Or your
Dodo, do you have
characters you
power?
play.
Tell me about your power.
Do you have power, Satan I worship?
No, I'm saying if you consent to the system, you have zero power.
I know you have the power to lie. Because you've been exposed.
I'm not a liar. I think it's impossible for a human to lie.
That's a lie.
No, I mean, think about it. Like every time you've ever said a lie, your body reacted in some way that basically indicated that you were lying.
Yeah, so you either go towards Satan then or go towards God. In that sense, you either continue on with your lies for the sake of profit, or else you face up to what you're doing and you understand that it's hurting you more than it is hurting the person you're lying to or any profit you're trying to get from it. I think that's the ultimate purpose here. We are born into the lie, or the lie of life, if you want. So yeah.
Well, the problem I have with your statement is you mentioned Satan and God. Based on my research, I think they're exactly the same person.
I agree. I think I agree. But split up. So we have the choice then to follow. And as you say, we have a physiological reaction when we lie. We all know the truth is in our hearts, so we have that benchmark to set for. Of course, there are liars in this world, and there are liars who've made an absolute excellent career out of it. But yes, they all know that they're lying. We all feel it in some way or another. I actually think that the more dishonest you are, the more you can see it through a person's eyes, through their eyes. You can detect it, the windows of the soul. So yes, there is a price to pay. But as the individual, that's our power, maybe, to choose between God and the devil, good or evil. So that's our true power. That's our true sovereignty expressed under the Creator. But that's a different complication than if you think about the Creator and the devil being one and the same, or in cahoots in some way. Yeah, I think that's where the book of Job sort of gives us some insight. And 9/11 was an inside Job.
Are you a Christian by any chance?
No. wouldn't put it like that. No, I don't believe in the literal Bible. I believe the Bible is a book given to us which contains the truth, but it has to be decoded. So it's a story of our lives, B-I-B, to be or not to be. So no, not in that sense. No, I wouldn't say that. And not any religion in that sense. But I do hold that there is a higher power, even if it's just encompassing all of us alone, all of life alone, you know, without any, figurehead in the sky.
Yeah, I was reading the Old Testament recently, and I realized that there were two characters. There was God, and then there was Lord God.
Yes, me too. I realize that. And Lord God comes into it, Genesis 2. So there isn't a clear divide between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, but suddenly Lord God takes over and this whole new setting is presented. So I think that's Lord God over the material world, which is ultimately the devil. God then is in Genesis 1, where we are still ultimately at in our true form. And here we are entered into a divided state externally and internally, possibly surely for the purposes of reunification, coming back to God of Genesis 1 and their true natures.
Yes.
I do agree with you, Bud. And actually I have more to say about that. Suddenly we hear about all of these precious stones and precious metals in Genesis 2, and Lord God is God, creator over all of these things. I say that's from the destruction. That's like taking a bicycle, and a brand new bicycle, taking it all apart and going, look at my lovely handlebars I have for sale here. Look at my lovely saddle and my chain. It's just been dismantled, and now the owner, the stealer of the bike, if you want, the dismantler of the bike, is claiming power over all these different parts, whereas the parts themselves come from the whole. And I actually think that these come from the tree of life. So the tree is being cut, felled, and all of these precious stones and metals then stem from the detritus. So capital letters as well, Lord God appears in the Bible, doesn't he? In Genesis 2.
So you agree
Anyway,
with me that God created man and woman, and Lord God created Adam?
yes, I think so. God created man and woman in one, I think, in Genesis 1 and on day 6, if we look at it. In the image of man, God created he, them. Male and female created he, them, in brackets, in one, I think should be said. But it's left unsaid because God doesn't have a sex, neither male nor female, with the amalgamation of the two. And yeah, Genesis 2, then we have this division. So I do
So
agree
you
with
believe
that.
that there's God and there's a Lord God,
Yes.
and so that means you believe in humans and hybrids?
No, I don't. In terms of the story, I believe that God, if God is the devil, God is divided to become the devil in this realm. In Lord God in Genesis 2, but ultimately it's a construct. It's like a fucking holodeck playing out or something. That's the way I look at it.
No, the way I look at it is literal.
Okay.
Like, I think that God created, because if you actually read it, it says that he created man and woman in his image, and then he says, I made them so that they would multiply. But then
Okay.
Lord God
That's
says,
Genesis 2, isn't it?
okay, yeah. And then Lord God says, I created Adam, and then we couldn't find a companion from among the animals, so then we created Eve.
Yeah.
That's very different. You have one person saying, I created man and woman, and I purposely made them to multiply. And then the other one is saying, well, I created Adam, and then, he got bored, and so we just created, Eve. That to me is like two different perspectives.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It's actually this is Genesis 1. So 26, then God said, let us make man in our image and our likeness, and let them, right? So I think when he says, let us make man, if he's male and female in one, that's sort of communal language. Okay, and then he said, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. And then God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful, and he's getting to the point, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the birds of the air and over every living thing that moves upon
Okay,
the earth. Okay,
Do you
done.
know what? Do you know what Dominion, that passage where it talks about Dominion?
Yeah.
I interpret that as like, be ruthless and just take over and take land, destroy. That's how I would interpret that.
Yeah. Dominate.
Because I believe that whoever created the humans, they intended us to be guardians, not dominion over anything and try to destroy and harm the environment and take, which you actually see in the world today. There's a group of people in the world today who practice that, who
Right.
practice taking over people, raping, killing, murdering,
Yeah.
taking stuff from the ground, destroying environments, selfish, ego. You see that unfolding, and then you also see another group of people who
Okay.
live the environment, who live with nature, who don't try to fix nature or try to make it something like turn it into a concrete jungle.
Right.
You
Now,
they
there's a different interpretation to that. Let me just read on one more little bit. And God said, "Behold, I have given you." Here's the important part. I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird in the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has breath, I have given every green plant for food. And so it was. And God saw everything He had made, and behold, it was very good. So, so that's not what we see now, is it? We see humans eat animals, animals eating animals. We see this utter destruction. I don't think that that's the dominion he was. That you're talking about. We are animal in a sense, or bodily form, but we are greater spirits as well. We must be born again out of the initial form, which is into the material. So that dominion tells
no,
us
no,
that
I disagree.
well, let me just say, or that dominion places us in a hierarchy within the greater structure itself.
I disagree. I don't believe in this idea of, oh, you just gotta overcome the inner demons. No, that's not it.
But Satan and worship would say that, wouldn't he?
I believe. Hold on, let me finish. I believe that there are humans, and then there are hybrids.
Mm.
A human, a human is from the line of Adam, and basically what they do, they're guardians of this earth. What does that mean? Well, they are helpers, arbitrators. Basically, what they do is they ensure that the earth is fair. Blah 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 blah. What's the word for it? I think it's called arbitrator. A person who's
Arbiters,
chosen.
stewards of this earth.
Stewards. Yeah, arbiters, stewards, guardian. What do you think guardian? What do you think guardian means?
Yeah, a caretaker,
And then there's
overseer.
hybrid too, who were created by God, and their job is to basically take dominion over everything and
Okay.
multiply and take, build concrete jungles and enslave the minds of everybody. You can clearly see the two groups on on
So
our
when you say
world.
hybrids, what do you mean by that?
So a hybrid is basically someone who shares the DNA of the God. Because if you look at the Old Testament, when they're talking about God, they're really talking about Elohim, which is plural for El,
Yeah.
which meant that which means that the people, that the God that supposedly created man and woman isn't a single entity; it's actually multiple entities, and they collaborated together to create man and woman in their image. So, basically the way I would interpret that is like a scientist creating a humanoid robot, and
Mm.
a group of scientists all work together to work on this humanoid robot. They created this robot in their image because it resembles them. And imagine that robot was able to have sexual relationships with a human, and they produced this hybrid, half or half human, and that's what I think a hybrid is.
I just got to take a phone call. Sorry, bud.
Pretending to be an astrophysicist there.
I am not pretending, sir.
But you knew who I was speaking to, huh?
How are you, sir?
I'm excellent.
That's fantastic, sir.
You're a football player?
Yes, sir.
Great. But I was talking to a ball kicker.
Yes, sir.
A football player?
Yeah, like your name is indicating.
Like a soccer player?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I don't play soccer, bro.
He just kicks you between the legs.
Oh, so that kind of balls you kick, yeah.
Yeah, I have done that once before. And I played American football. Does that count?
I mean, it includes kicking balls, right?
That wasn't my job on the team, but yeah, sure. I guess as a linebacker, you'd be more of a ball stripper, I think.
Okay, you were there in this guy's past life when he was an astrophysicist 2 days ago, weren't you?
Yeah, this clown was over in another Discord claiming to be an astrophysicist. And we caught him reading the definition of astrophysicist straight off of Wikipedia word for word. What a clown.
Are you talking about me?
Oh, he's a
Now we're talking about the name that cannot even be named. Yeah. The name that even atheists don't want to say.
you know he's a flat earther now?
But this guy? He needs to change his name if that's the case.
Today he is. Who knows what's happening tomorrow?
I don't believe anything this guy says.
A ball kicker.
Anybody who's going to impersonate an astrophysicist or any position in society, I mean, you're just delusional or you're a very sad person. I mean, it's beyond pathetic. It's very sad.
Might just be a pathological liar.
Hey, but hi, ball kicker, can I ask you something?
They could be a pathological liar, but that's still pathetic. I think that's,
Hey, ball kicker,
in a way, it's just beyond sad.
Hey, ball kicker, can I ask you something?
It's the name that shall not be named who impersonates astrophysicists.
Do you have power?
Come on, dude.
Do you identify as a flat earther?
I think he's too scared of you, man. You can only talk shit when you're not responding. When you respond, he has to disappear.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
You simping for the fake astrophysicist to Smooth.
No, I'm just. I don't mind. I don't mind standing toe to toe with anyone. So,
hey, Newtleaf. Do you identify as a flat earther?
Absolutely not.
Okay, what do you identify as?
Scientist.
Scientist? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, who determines the identity of scientist?
Who determines the identity of a scientist?
Yes.
Well, it's a general consensus that certain individuals of a certain community can call themselves a scientist, not one of those individuals.
Okay, but how are we able to recognize scientist? Someone who proclaims to be a scientist.
Well, you can recognize me by my degree. You can recognize me by my publication.
That's
You
all
can
I need to
recognize
hear.
me by my active company.
That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah.
So your degree. Okay, awesome. So it's your qualification that determines whether or not you are a scientist.
No. But for the most part.
No, I'm saying your qualification, if you wanted to be considered a scientist, you need to attain a qualification, or you need to be able to be given approval by someone in authority. Would you agree? I'm going to take that as a yes, because silence is consent.
He's running away. He said he could go toe to toe with anyone.
So the point that I'm getting here is that whatever you identify with in this system, you never came up with it. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, it's the system that gives you the identity. So if you identify as a flat earther, basically it's the system that created this movement and said, okay, you are now a flat earther.
Just saying words, dude.
Who, me? I'm not just saying words. What I'm saying is, it's not your choice that you're a flat earther.
I think that word, flat earther, is a mislabel on purpose. And people are forced to get addressed arguments that they didn't make.
What I'm saying is, everything you identify with, you never created. The system created it. And therefore the system determines your identity.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
So this idea that you have of like, just like the scientist, if you want to be considered a scientist, you have to go through, the system has to approve it. If you want to be a flat earther, the system has to approve it as well.
Couldn't they make the choice to change?
You really
I
have
don't
no
agree
choice.
with it. I don't agree with any of that.
Me neither.
This guy's retarded. This guy is a total numbnut.
What do you mean? Wait, hold on. Someone said they didn't agree. What do you mean by that?
Well, first of all, what is a scientist? Well, it's someone that studies the physical and natural world, right? Anyone can do that. You can document it. You can do experiments. So anyone can do that. Whether the system tells you that or not, if you're looking for validation from the system, you're in the wrong place. You can be a flat earther, globe earther, whether the system tells you or not, because it's a belief, what you think, the nature of how you think the world is. So whether you get validation from someone, it doesn't matter.
I think you're missing the point.
It does matter. What I'm saying is, all these identities that you have, A, you never created them, and B, the system is the one that created it, and you just sort of assigned yourself that role. Or, to be honest, the system actually assigned it to you, because they know about you, and they know about your thinking patterns and your behavioral patterns, and they've created a set of identities, and they've given it to you without even you knowing it. You think that this is you discovering new things. No, it isn't. It's a system giving you an identity, giving you a image of what you must be.
So wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question real quick. So, do you believe in fate?
If you live in the system, you live a predictable life.
So you're making specific claims that we live in a very, I think, extensive matrix where most of us would agree with you, which is where I started off. Right now, you're going a bit farther than I would be comfortable in terms of, although I understand what you're saying, but you're basically saying that even though I'm able to be playing the game of chess, my moves are being manipulated and controlled.
Yeah, exactly. This is why whenever I see people talk about, I'm sovereign, I'm free, I'm a flat earther, or I'm alternative. No, you're not. You're just a different identity within the system.
And I've been playing a game my whole life where I've made decisions, and those decisions have been really predetermined and manipulated so that I only had one decision to make, even though I felt like it was my decision. Like I'm saying, playing chess, I can make you make a move. I can force you into making a move, and you think you're making it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you try to force me or make me do a move, all you're doing is you're representing someone higher than you. So when you try to make someone do a move or make a move, you're basically taking orders from someone else to make that other person make a move or whatever. But what I'm saying is if you're participating in the system, you are living a predictable life.
That's not your claim, though. You're not saying that people are living predictable lives. You're saying that people are living out programming. So you can't even keep your story straight within itself while you're telling it.
No, it's exactly the same thing. So,
No, that's not
what
exactly
I'm saying
the
is,
same thing.
I'll give you an example. So, you're a flat earther, right? You probably thought, okay, I went down this path because, I saw the evidence and I came to my own conclusion. What I'm saying is, they made
Fake
you go
astrophysicist who is a
down this
compulsive
path.
liar. I don't care what you say, bro. I really don't care what you say. You're a compulsive liar. You've been busted. You're a phony. You're a fake. And you have a ridiculous name that people don't even feel comfortable saying. You're a clown, bro. How can somebody
here's something
just
else
have a
too.
serious conversation with somebody like you who is a compulsive liar and who offers themselves a name that is so offensive even atheists can't say it? So, I mean, you're a clown, bro.
Please,
Come on.
sir,
Let's get
with all
serious.
due respect,
You
with
need
all
to
due
repent,
respect,
admit you're not an astrophysicist, change your name, and stop talking to us like you have some authority on high and you understand how the world works in some mysterious way and you're the first guy to figure it out.
no, it's not. It's not.
Then while
No,
you tell your
it's not.
story, you also need to avoid ridiculous inconsistencies.
Well, and also he falls on his own sword because if he's applying whatever he's saying to us or anyone else, it also applies to himself. So the very thing that he's saying to us is also happening to him. So he's programmed. He's doing everything.
We're programmed.
So
No,
he's programmed.
no, that's not the case. Actually, you can't. That's actually
You're
a fallacy.
you're not just following your programming to tell us that we're programmed there. That's not what's happening. You're special.
If you're aware
You're the
of the
special kid in
program.
the class.
No, I'm saying is if you're aware of the program, you can't be programmed. That's a fallacy. If you're aware of it, then how can you be affected by it? Unless you consent to it.
Okay, so if
you
somebody has
consent
cancer
to
and they're aware of it, they won't be affected by it? That's just dumb. Dude, you're a fool, bro.
No, I'm talking about a program. I'm not talking about
So if I
other
have
phenomena.
malware on my computer won't be affected by it because my computer is aware of it.
No. So
okay.
again.
So my computer won't be affected because I'm aware of it.
No, again, I'm talking about.
So if somebody went through the MK Ultra program, they won't be affected by it because they're aware that they went through mind control program.
Okay.
Nothing that you're saying makes sense on any level. It's not fruitful. It isn't productive. It isn't provable. It's not repeatable, observable, testable. You're talking fanciful nonsense, bro. And you're a fake astrophysicist. I'm just going to keep clowning you because I have no respect for you as a human being. You're a clown, bro.
Okay, so all the words that you've just used right now, everything, all the sentences that you've made, all the words that you've chosen, all of it is predictable. all of it is
It's
knowable.
you're just saying
And
words,
the thing
and I
is,
can turn around and say the
you
same thing about you. All the words that you just spoke are predictable. You're not making any claims. You're not making
I'm
any
saying
positive
if you
claims.
are aware of being programmed, right? You can't be programmed because you are aware of it.
I think all of us can agree that to varying degrees, society goes through programming. That's not what you're
I'm
saying. You're talking
what I'm
about some kind of spooky, intimate control where every facet of our lives and our minds are downloaded and controlled. Oh, all except you. You're the only one who has actual power over your
no.
faculties.
What I'm saying
You're a
is
fool, bro, and you're a fake astrophysicist. Get out of here. You're an ass clown, bro.
What I'm saying is that there are humans and
Nobody cares what you're
hybrids.
saying. Speak nonsense
What,
and foolishness.
what I'm saying is that there are humans and hybrids. Humans, they can't be programmed. Hybrids, they can be programmed, they
Demonstrate
can be
that.
manipulated, they can be
Demonstrate that. Show me a human hybrid.
demonstrated.
Yeah.
I think I'm talking to one.
Okay, great. So how would I demonstrate that? How do I have to draw blood? Like, how's that work? Do I get a blood test? I look in the mirror and say a magic code. How do I demonstrate this?
Yeah, sure thing.
And how would you know that you're speaking to a hybrid? How do you know that you're not speaking to an AI bot? How do you know that I'm not on your team? I don't understand how you know who hybrids are over the internet just by hearing a voice. That's amazing, bro.
No, because hybrids actually account for, I think, 80% of the humanoid population. So
You're assuming I'm a humanoid and assuming that I'm in the 80% population based upon
the fact that you speak English, the fact that
so does like 4 billion people.
the fact that you speak English already says that you have been influenced by hybrids, and so therefore there's a higher likely chance that you are a hybrid yourself.
But now it's just a higher likely chance. You stated as a fact that I am a hybrid. Now it's just a highly likely
No,
chance.
I
Like
never said it was a
80%.
fact. I said maybe you might be a hybrid.
That I am speaking to a hybrid. That is what you said.
Yeah, that's rhetorical.
Sounds like a positive claim that was just debunked. You're a clown, bro.
Whatever you say, man.
Don't call names and name calling, please. Who did that?
That was
me,
Ball
bro.
Kicker. That was Ball Kicker.
I'll call anybody a name, Jeremy, who is a fake astrophysicist and has a ridiculous name that nobody wants to say. I mean, that's just you come in and making claims in rooms like this where you're saying I am an astrophysicist and get busted dead to rights and refuse to acknowledge. Okay, I'm a clown. I'm a joker.
Bro? Like, who hurt you, man? Like, seriously.
Came in for 3 hours the other day on the other Discord, bro, and we busted you dead to rights. You're not an astrophysicist.
Hey, Ball
And yet you
Kicker.
keep playing the role.
Ball Kicker. You're playing a character in a game that you are not even in control of. I know exactly what you're going to be doing tomorrow. I know exactly what you're going to be doing in 10 years. I know exactly when you're going to die. I know exactly why the cause of death is. Your life is predictable.
Yeah, it's just you saying shit you can't prove.
Test me.
This
Literally
guy should
test
be
me.
muted and booted off the server. I mean, come on. This is supposed to be a scientific Discord, something we talk about things we can observe and test and repeat and demonstrate. This guy's an asshat. And I get yelled at for calling somebody names. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're not supposed to call anybody names. That's the rules.
You can call me ridiculous just because you don't understand it.
No, you're making claims that you can't back up. Saying you don't.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You know how people are,
Albert, if I said to you, these are the evidences, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, then what would happen is you would latch onto that, and all you're doing is you're sort of
no.
prepending or appending this information into your program. I'm saying
Now you're
snap
assuming,
out of it. You are running a program. This flat Earth program, you're running it as well. This isn't your own thinking.
yeah,
This
I
isn't your own. Thing. This flat Earth thing that you're following, it is a program.
I don't want to flat Earth. I'm more of a grumpy earther.
I'm saying this flat Earth movement is a program, and you just decided to latch onto it.
Yeah, you are an astrophysicist, right?
Yes.
Right. So then you identify as a glober earlier, a few days ago. Now you identify as a flat earther. So who's the program?
Because I realized I was running a program. There's the global program, the flat Earth program.
You just claimed to be an astrophysicist again?
I'm saying you're just running another program. You haven't found something new. You know, like.
It's nothing new under the sun, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
I mean, man, we all feel like you're lying about something.
I'm not lying. All I'm saying is you're running a program. All I'm saying is you're a government entity. All I'm saying is you have no power. You have no.
What does that matter?
I mean, you can continue being a bot.
Okay, so what's the point? What's your point?
That's it. My point was that this idea. My point is this idea that you have, that you found something different and you know the truth or whatever. This isn't truth. This is just a program.
What are you talking about? We never said we found a new truth. It was something that was already there, that is apparent. What are you talking about?
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is that at first you were disillusioned by the global Earth, and then now you decided to be part of this new movement called the Flat Earth movement, right?
Actually, used to love it, but I know it's
right. So basically, all I'm saying is you went from one program to another.
No, just
yes.
Thought about it. That's all it did.
Yeah. Of course he did. Of course he thought about it. That's part of the program.
Yes. Okay. What's your point?
He doesn't have a point, Elbow. He thinks he knows what you're going to be eating for breakfast tomorrow and how you're going to die. This guy is either insane or he's a ridiculous liar. I mean, either way, it's a very sad existence for this young man.
Yeah, because you want me to exist.
The word edgelord comes to mind.
Look, hey, ball kicker, are you going to be having breakfast, lunch, and dinner tomorrow?
Tell me, you already told me you know what I'm doing tomorrow.
No, answer my question. Are you going to be having breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
I'm not even willing to say your name, and you want to know about my personal life after you just told me. You just told me you knew my time of death and how I was going to die, and now you want to know what I'm going to have for breakfast. Dude, come on, man.
I literally do. If you gave me the variables, I would be able to calculate it.
I'm sure if I have breakfast.
What?
Dinner. I don't know what was.
Seriously, give me the variables.
Give
me the information, and I'll calculate it. It's simple.
You think you could determine everything like a supercomputer, but you haven't. So don't think that, right?
Dude, your life is fucking predictable. Just like when you went to school. You went to the 12 years of school. That was predictable.
What?
Yeah, then you went into this, then you went into that, then you went... Dude, your life is planned out for you. Your life is planned out for you, bro.
By you?
Yes.
All right, what am I going to do next?
He said yes to that.
This guy's a clown, but what am I about to do?
No name calling. Jeremy will get on you for that. Don't call this young man a clown or anything like that, or an asshat, or a liar, or a scoundrel, or a fool.
I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, you can't say it, but you can act it. Okay.
He's still pretending to be an astrophysicist, CB. I mean, come on, man.
And practically a
What do you mean?
You gotta put on a better act if you want to sell it, man.
Well,
You
here,
want
I
people
got
to buy
something
the
for him.
act. You know,
I got something for him. If he's an astrophysicist, he must believe in the current science, which means he must believe in the quantum uncertainty principle, which means certain things cannot be predicted. So what do you do with that?
Let him Google it real quick and get back to you.
That's a lie. There is no such thing as randomness. There is no such thing as, oh, I can't predict. That's a lie. I don't believe in randomness. Randomness is your inability to comprehend.
Yeah, people claim they can predict everything that happened, but they don't. So
bro, you're
stop
kind of
saying you
random
can.
though.
Random. Let me just reiterate. Randomness is your inability to comprehend.
Well, hang on a second. Then predict what I'm going to say in the next 5 seconds.
Okay.
I'm waiting. What am I going to
Do
say
you
in
want
the
me
next
to, do
5
you want me
seconds?
to predict? Do you
Yeah.
want me to
Yes.
predict?
Yeah.
You're going to say something.
What?
There's my prediction.
Say what?
That's not a
No, see, I
prediction.
said what? I said what am I going to say? That's not the
What
same
is a
thing as saying.
what is completely irrelevant? You said predict what I'm going to say, and I said you're going to say something.
Yes.
That's a prediction.
Well, what is he
Predict
going to say?
what I'm going
What?
to say,
No.
not that
What
I'm
is
going to say
what
something.
is
You could have chosen to
absolutely
stay
irrelevant?
silent and you would have
It's
been
not a
wrong.
prediction if you say the sun's gonna come up tomorrow.
What is absolutely irrelevant? You said that I'm going to say something. I already knew what you. That means you're going to say something. That's a prediction.
No, you said you
No,
can
you said
predict what he's gonna say in the next 5 seconds. What he's going to say.
He's going to say something.
Okay, that's not a prediction.
It is.
No, that's like saying the sun's gonna come up tomorrow as a prediction.
Yeah.
That's not
He
a prediction.
actually didn't because R2R didn't speak within those 5 seconds. So your prophecy was false. You're a false prophet. If you were here, we should throw rocks at you. Oh,
I'm not even a prophet. A prophet is a demon, so I don't believe in it.
People claim they can
Well,
predict everything like a
You're named
supercomputer, but
after
they
the
can't.
chief
They
demon,
just
bro. You
can't.
gave yourself the chief demon name.
I was
You
gonna
named
say
yourself after the chief of all demons. Oh my word.
kind of a demon, but yeah.
Satan is a rebellion.
Anyway, so you didn't
Satan,
predict, just like you don't predict the sun's gonna come up tomorrow.
Satan
It's
is
not a
not a bad
prediction.
thing. Satan
So,
is our savior.
okay. Well, lying is a bad thing.
Just say
No, it isn't.
Go ahead, Obo.
Edgelord.
No, go ahead, creation. Very much, man. You don't need to speak here too much. So I'll let you go ahead.
No, we've talked to this goofball before. He's just LARPing.
Lawbreakers. Why would you accuse me of that?
What? I'm an astrophysicist. I can predict the sun's gonna come up tomorrow.
How do you sound like that? How the fuck
Hey,
do you
please
sound like
don't do the personal attacks and insults and stuff, guys. Come on, if you don't like what he's
that?
saying or he's
Exactly.
saying goofy
What do you
shit, just
mean?
don't engage him, man.
Well, I mean, he said he was an astrophysicist, man. So we questions what he can predict, and he said he's gonna predict the sun's come out tomorrow.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, that's brilliant. So
Why don't you ask him some astrophysics questions?
He'll just parrot wiki.
We did. He doesn't know. Yeah, he was reading off Wiki last time we asked him questions.
Who are you talking about again?
Somebody named
The name that
S
shall not
Worship.
be named.
Right below
Who
Red.
shall not be named.
The demon in the chat.
Yeah, the demon in the chat. Don't provoke
You know
the
he's
demon,
trolling
okay?
you guys and you're letting him do it, right?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
no.
Somebody should mute him and kick him off the server.
What do you think? We don't know
He's
the
not
program?
fooling anybody.
We're programmed. No, we think we don't know the program. We're in the program right now.
Yeah.
See, the
If
best
you
thing to
lie
do
about
is
it, you're an
control a troll.
astrophysicist. I think you're just setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
You gotta tell us the truth.
But he's a flip flopper too. He was a
Oh, yeah?
and flat
That
earth
night.
to a flat earther as well. Dude, if you don't think we're trolling him back, bro.
I guess you get some food, though.
No, I know you're trolling him back. It's just a waste of combo.
Yeah, you just mute him.
Really,
Well, and here's the
somebody
thing:
needs to mute him.
if you want to expose a liar, keep letting him speak. and the lie will be exposed.
I'm 3 for 3 so far. Trolls be saying, I didn't say that. Go back. Here's what you said.
Oh, do you
This
guys
is how
need
you
someone
test
with
an
a better challenge? Do I need to
astrophysicist.
step in here and fight all 5 of you?
Who are you talking to
Hey,
now?
astrophysicist, what did the James Webb Telescope find?
What did the James Webb Telescope find? Did it only find one thing, or did it find several things?
What was the lithium prediction, and how was it compared to what they thought it was?
I don't know anything about that study.
Of course you don't. There you go. It's game over. See that? It's as simple as that.
Of course I do. That is the literal.
You're an astrophysicist, and you don't know what lithium in discrepancies were found.
No,
Go make some coffee, bro.
That's new leaf.
He's a smooth astrophysicist.
The couple of scoops.
That's it. Game over. He doesn't know the first basic thing.
You were talking to the Satan.
Yeah, the Satan worshiper. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't the one speaking. I think you were talking to New Leaf right there.
No, that's Smooth. You're talking to Smooth right now.
Oh.
Oh, Smooth. Oh, well, it's just as bad. So, yeah.
And I'm not an
Same thing.
astrophysicist,
Smooth
so
than
your
this guy.
claim is ridiculous.
Yes, I am the astrophysicist.
So why did you
for all
pipe
your
up then?
questions,
Let
sir.
the astrophysicist tell us about the lithium discrepancy. Go on.
Yeah, Smooth. Why did you?
Okay, are you sorry? Are you aware of the Planck's function for the black body radiation curve?
Why are you reversing the burden? No, this is a red
Who
herring.
spoke there, and why are you changing the subject?
Yeah, you were
Are
asked a
you
question.
aware? Are you aware of the continuous spectrum of light?
doubling
Are
down.
you
Yeah, don't
He's
do
not
it.
doubling
Don't
down.
do it,
Let him
SD.
speak, you fucking idiots. God damn. Let someone say something without jumping on their throat
Smooth.
with red herring
Smooth,
shit.
it's okay. It's okay, Smooth.
Guys, don't call names.
SD,
Listen to everyone's
don't get
last.
trolled into it.
Are you kidding me? I can
warning,
handle
don't
these
call
guys
names.
half asleep, bro. Come
Yeah,
on.
he's a big boy. He wants to claim he's an
Yo.
astrophysicist.
Hello, check.
No, astrophysicist, lithium
Yeah, we hear you,
discrepancy.
Jeremy.
Go.
We're
Don't
supposed to
say
be
new
listening to
names.
Jeremy right now.
Hey. Are you aware of the?
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Are
hear.
you aware?
Hold on, moderation. Jamie, Jeremy's trying to get in. I'm gonna
Yo,
call you.
don't call names, guys. What are you doing? Smooth.
That's Smooth.
Everyone, don't
Hey.
call names.
Let me
Hey, are
publicly
you aware of
respond
the?
to
Are you aware of the
Jeremy.
relativistic velocity
Yo,
transformation?
that shit don't need a response. That don't need a response. Don't call names.
Got it. Yeah. So, question was about the James Webb.
You asked if this guy
That's
knows.
correct,
He's
yes.
going to talk to you about knowing it. Now let him respond.
No, we're not talking to you now, Smooth. You are
But
not the
let
person
him
being asked a question now.
Let him respond without telling him how his response should go.
I'm
Yeah, I
talking
want
to
the
you right now.
worshiper to respond to that question, please. The worshiper.
Well, yeah, and I responded by asking you, tell me about,
subject change.
Come
I don't
on,
know,
just repeat what you read off a wiki, bro. Come on. Did you
I'm
lose your
giving
place
him
on
a hard one
Wikipedia?
because this one is not in Wiki. That's why he doesn't know it. You see?
What's funny
This
is
is how you
he can't even
ask
repeat his
question.
original question. He can't even repeat it. Repeat what you said earlier there, devil worshiper. Did you lose your place?
Stall tactics.
That's it. That's how it's done. Now this guy is useless. He
Just
doesn't
wait a few
know.
minutes and then change the subject.
Yeah, he doesn't know that a car needs a spark plug to work, for example. So he's not a mechanic. Game over. Like, just ignore him. That's it.
Yeah, this is a weird circle jerk you guys got going on.
Oh, here we go.
The white.
Put the gloves on. Jump in the arena.
For some reason, somebody won't mute the devil worshiper. Just mute the devil worshiper. We can talk about the earth.
No,
Well,
yeah, but
I mean, I'm curious to see what he had to say.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
sure you are,
Nothing.
troll.
He has nothing.
No, I'm interested in what he has to say, so I don't appreciate everyone
Yeah, you bet.
restricting
You
his
bet.
truth.
You guys can go to another channel if you want. You guys can all circle jerk each other in another channel.
Well, let's
Well,
predict
Well,
what
if
New
you're
Leaf is going
interested
to
to what
say
he
in
has to
5
say,
minutes.
ask the astrophysicist to answer the question that I asked him. A simple
Everybody.
question. Lithium. What is the
Moderator.
discrepancy between
Everybody,
lithium and the finding on
SC.
James Webb?
SC. Thank you.
That's my name.
SC, give me a second. I'm trying to calm the room down. Everybody's jumping on top of each other. We're not gonna mute anybody just because. All right, for no reason. Nobody tells nobody to go to another room because they don't like the conversation. Whatever. Just everybody calm down and don't talk over each other and have a conversation regardless of.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's a good idea. How about you answering my question, Mr.
I refuse
Astrophysicist?
to answer I refuse to answer questions.
All right, well then.
Yeah, okay, there it
Don't
is.
get to ask them.
Game over. That wasn't that hard. No yelling,
Thanks
no
for wasting our
screaming.
time.
Yeah.
All right, well, then I'll slip on some gloves before my meeting. So, SC, do you believe that we have a domed area because we have pressure?
Why are you guys changing the subject?
Because I'm asking a new question. That conversation died, so I'm asking a new question.
If I believe there's a dome, I have no idea if there's a dome or not.
Well, how could we have measurable gas pressure if there's no dome? And that's what I'm asking. Do you believe we have a dome or not?
By inference, gas needs containment.
So do we have a container?
So you can infer that there has to be some sort of containment here. Now, if you want to call it a dome or whatever, I don't know what it is, and I will not put my name to anything. But gas pressure has to be contained. That is a fact. So make of that as you will.
Okay, so you believe that we are in a container. Perfect. Cool. So does gas have weight?
Does gaslighting have weight?
Outside
Nice.
Hold on, now
gas
it's
have
my
weight
turn
up.
to ask you a question. Hold on, he thinks he's smart.
Ask a question. Do not
My
change
turn
the
to ask
subject.
you a question.
I asked you a
Do you
question.
think we do
Respond.
not have containment?
Whoa.
Hello?
Let me
Hello?
ask the question.
Hello? Stop talking. It's my turn now. Do you think we have containment?
You just
Yes.
got owned.
Sorry?
Yes.
What is this containment?
I don't know. Just like you, we have containment.
You said that I think it's a dome, right? A physical barrier.
I
Okay, now
asked
what
if
do
you
you think it
I
is?
said I don't know. No.
What do you think is?
Anyways, so does
Not
gas have
anyways.
weight?
No,
I just
young
answered you.
grasshopper.
You don't
No,
know.
you wanted to talk with me? You got it. What do you think it is?
What do
Again,
you
I don't
think
know.
it is?
We have some
Worship,
type of
stop.
containment. All right, so can we move on? We have this
No,
exact
you
same
didn't
answer.
answer the question. No.
I answered
You
it the
took me to
exact way
task.
you answered it. I literally am saying the exact answer you have,
You
which is
think
you
it's
don't know.
contained? You think it's a physical? Sorry?
He told you he doesn't know. He told you he doesn't.
Yeah, but when I told him I don't know, he said that it's a containment. Thank you. Move on. Did you guys miss that?
Yeah, I agree.
My I don't know wasn't sufficient for him, but his I don't know, he wants me to move on now.
I moved on anyways from yours. Your answer
So
was
it's
sufficient.
so you're saying you don't know, but
Why are
yet
you
you're
asking
holding me to task for something, correct?
a child? I accepted your answer and we moved on.
No, yeah, but I don't accept your answer.
Which means that you don't accept your own answer because it's the exact answer that you gave.
What?
No. Hold on. I said I don't know, and you put a
Please don't
qualifier
interrupt me.
to it.
Please don't interrupt me. I asked you, do you believe you have a dome? You said you don't know, but you know that gas is contained somehow. I said, that's fine. You asked me, do I believe that gas is contained? I said, yes, gas is contained in a degree. Now, can we please move on so I can ask my follow-up question?
So let's get it straight. So you think gas is contained to a degree? You mean almost contained? Explain yourself.
Well, yeah, there is a, you can say colloquially that gas is contained in my belief. Yeah.
That's like almost pregnant.
Colloquially, can you please explain to us? Because we're not that smart. What does colloquially contain mean?
It means that it won't, colloquially it means that it won't appeal or adhere rigidly to the definition of the word, but there is a sense of containment in my model, yeah. Does that containment mean 100%? No, but there is containment.
So some particles can escape and some cannot. It just
Yeah.
whatever, right?
Yeah.
Some containment.
So
Yeah.
not contained.
No.
So not
Some
contained.
containment
Yeah.
is no. Some containment is containment. You can have a hole in a cylinder, right, a gas tank, and still have pressure in there. That's how oxygen tanks work. There's a hole in them. If you open the hole, the oxygen flows out. There's still pressure in the container, even though it's not fully contained. There you go. That's my
Give it some
answer.
time.
No, hold on,
Well, give it some
sunshine. So
time.
let's get this straight now. We have
And
containment that
can I
sometimes
go back
contains.
to my original question? You're obfuscating right now. I would like to ask you: does gas have weight?
No, but we're not done with our first thing. We're not done. Well, you see, you're not being an honest man. You're saying that it's
All you
contained,
see is
but
that
not
you're
contained.
being
Correct,
immature
sir?
and dishonest right now. Because your answer that you gave me, you believe to be sufficient. I responded with the same answer, and now you believe my answer to be insufficient, which means
No,
that
you're wrong.
you
I didn't say partially contained. I wasn't
said you don't
wishy-washy.
know. You said you don't know,
I
and
said
I
I
said
I
I
don't
don't
know if
know.
we have a container. Don't interrupt me. I'm going to tell you again what I said. I said I don't know if we have a container because I haven't been there. I haven't seen it. But I know that gas needs containment. There's no way around that.
So let's
And you
follow
said,
that
okay,
logic.
then you say containment. Let's move on. You said that. But
Well,
now
yeah,
when it
just
comes to
listen to your
you, let me
logic.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to you, you're saying, well, there's containment, but not really containment. That doesn't work, sir, in science. Please be
So
specific.
yeah, let's follow your logic. You said you don't know if there's a container, but you know that if there's gas, there needs to be a container. We breathe
Correct.
gas, which means following your logic, you believe there's a container. That's
You
your
put words
logic.
in my mouth, but go on. Yeah,
No,
I'll agree with that.
that's
Yeah,
literally
there
your
has to
But
logic.
be
it was literally
containment.
a dome. You said dome, not container.
Yeah, you were trying to get us to subscribe to a dome shape
That's
type of
Okay,
thing.
right.
I said I'm fine leaving the idea of dome. I'm just asking about the container itself.
He just said that gas pressure itself infers a container. That was his statement.
Okay, which means that you have to, if you
So
believe
you
that
just
gas
ran away with
pressure,
it.
if you believe gas pressure needs a container, right? And if we have gas pressure on the Earth, right, whether it's flat or spherical, that means that you believe there's a container, correct?
You could
No.
say it in that manner. I
Okay,
didn't
so
say that. I didn't say that. Now,
explain
what
to
do
me how.
you say?
It's not a belief.
What do you say? You say that you
It's
have
inference.
gas that is partially contained. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty exactly what he said.
Next to a
So
system.
you wanna lawyer up for him now? Let him speak, please, Ruhif.
No, that really is what I said. I don't know why you're struggling at this point. It seems like you're
Because
really
you
trying to.
didn't. No, you're struggling. You didn't say it. Ruhif had to say it for you. So are you, let's be clear now. Are
It's
you, not
negator.
Ruhif, are
It's
you saying? I
negator.
mean negator. Sorry. Are you saying that there's partial containment? You, not negator.
Yes, that's what I've been saying. You just don't
Okay,
know
so
how to
show me
listen.
how this partial containment works exactly, because I don't get it. Which particles can escape, which can't? How does this work in your fantasy?
SE, could we add the caveat with the next to the lower pressure system?
Well, I was getting to that. Yes, yes,
Oh, I
indeed.
like that one. That one's
Right,
good.
but you guys are steamrolling. So you asked a question. Now it's my turn, right? Because that's how we're doing it. I was going to ask you.
No,
Hold on.
your
Hold
You
on.
claim
didn't
right
finish,
now.
Let me
Hatsumi.
Yeah,
finish, please.
that's
Let me
fair.
finish, please.
If you guys ask a question, he gets to ask a
No,
question.
I
Come
don't
on.
even know if you're following right now because we've
Yeah,
already
but he
covered
didn't
what
answer
SE
it.
thinks. We're
I
drilling
did
into what New
answer
Leaf is
your
claiming.
question.
Yeah,
I
creation.
answered your fucking question 10 times.
Yeah. I mean, you don't like the answer. That's fine, but
But he didn't answer it. First of all, he didn't tell me
You
what's
fucking
containing it,
idiot.
and
I
he
keep
didn't.
answering it.
No, New Leaf, we're
Partial.
trying to drill into your claim, buddy. You're saying that you can have something partially contained. So how does that work? Why don't you walk us through that? Let's give this
We'll
example
go
one
Yeah.
at
to
a time
that in
and
a
then see what
second.
happens.
We'll go to that in a second. I was going to ask
No,
two
no, because
questions.
you said,
That's what
"Oh,
we're
we
on right
understand
now,
the
New Leaf.
container."
I was going
Hold
to
on.
ask you two questions.
No, it
yeah,
doesn't work
I
that way,
had to
bro.
mute.
We're not
Hold
finished.
on, SC. I had to mute Smooth because he called the name again. Now, if you guys can't have a normal, reasonable conversation, Things don't have. He doesn't have to answer the question the way you want it, or if he doesn't want to answer it, he doesn't have to. And I think it's fair to let him ask questions too.
Yeah,
You're trying to dominate him.
I don't know.
This
The
is
No,
double
I'm not. He's
standards.
railroading me.
Hey, no. There is no double
The
standard
double
here,
standards are
creation.
kind of
This is,
lame, though.
listen up, buddy. This is not an interrogation, okay?
Called double standards.
This is a two-way conversation with two people speaking, creation. It's not 24/7. It's not a fucking interrogation.
Well, I don't know who you are, bud, so I don't know why
All
you're
right.
talking about that.
Well, you're not in this conversation. Shut the fuck up and let them talk.
Everyone just relax, yo. Negator.
Okay, buddy.
Come on, man.
How's
Everyone
that
relax.
allowed, Jeremy?
Here's the thing,
Yeah, what
Jeremy.
the
You want
fuck,
everyone
man?
to relax, but you want to allow that guy to do that?
Yeah, that's
All right, what do I do? I mute him? I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
mute you,
yeah,
Negator.
mute him.
I'm
For
gonna
telling
have
someone
to
to
keep
shut the
all
F
everyone
up.
that's all right. Everyone that starts wiling out, I'm putting you on mute starting right now.
There you go. Thanks.
Okay, you're getting a warning. You get official warning right now. Go ahead, guys. I'll be listening.
Smooth was gonna say how you get partial containment.
No, that wasn't what I was going to say. It's my turn for a question, please. Okay. So, SC, if you believe that gas is contained, does gas have weight?
Sure, no problem. If you believe gas could be partially contained, please explain us how.
Okay, sure. Can you have pressure in a container if there's a hole in the container?
Yes,
Okay,
but the
that's
pressure
how.
will
That's
escape.
how.
So are you saying we are contained, but there's a hole in our atmos?
Essentially, sure.
You guys heard that, right? He says we're contained, but there's a hole. Is that where the rockets leave from? A certain hole? Or there's a lot of holes?
No, see, there's a problem there. Because if
Please
there's
tell me.
if there's a container with a hole in it and there's less pressure in the outside, that gas pressure will equalize. In other words, it will leave the container to go to
Oh
the
yeah. Well, I thought that was normal. Yeah, that's why I was saying, how does his stuff leave? Yeah, good point. Yeah, would you care to explain that?
Yeah, we
You
create
gave
new
you
gas.
gave him the gas has weight thing too easy.
I didn't give him anything. I didn't give him gas has weight. What are you talking about?
You literally said that gas has weight.
did,
I'm going to
bro.
end the conversation here for you being intellectually dishonest and
Did I
lying to
say?
the audience. Yes, you did. You
Chill
said that
out,
gas
dude.
had weight.
Chill out. If I
So
forgot it,
we're ending the
if I said,
conversation here because you're unable to be honest with me and have a
do
true
you
conversation.
do you hear what these guys do? This is all they have, man. This is
You said
all they have.
that gas has weight, and then 10
Yeah,
seconds
gas.
later,
You
you
can
said
put.
that you didn't say that.
Listen,
So there's
listen,
no point to talk to you because you
listen,
can't
dude.
keep your own little bullshit straight.
You see what he's doing? You see this? This
Yeah,
is all they have.
SE,
Ad homs.
SE, you agreed with the weight.
Okay, if I did, if I agreed with it, fine. The gas has weight, but the caveat is you have to put it in a container to weigh it. So there you go.
Gas
Are you
definitely
happy
has
now?
weight in a container. Yes, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Gas definitely has weight in a container, no question. Outside of the container, maybe, maybe not. Who knows?
Exactly my point. So there you go, Mister calling me dishonest. Now my question, right?
I'm done with
If
you. I'm sorry.
your container has a hole in it, how is all your gas staying intact if there's a lower pressure? All the gas should get out of that hole, like you said yourself, eventually should all go out. How does that work?
Yeah, anyone else is free to express that idea. I'm not talking to you at this time. I just don't believe that.
Are you mumbling, sir? Are you mumbling? What was that? I didn't
Well,
catch
your
that.
mic's chopping up or something smooth.
Saying that at this time, I do not wish to continue
We
a
can't
conversation.
hear smooth. We can't hear you.
Interesting. Mic problems. Just at the crescendo. I mean, these guys are so transparent, bro. Like, I just woke up half an hour ago. I'm not even awake yet, and I can do this. It's like, you got to pick up your game, gentlemen. I didn't even have my coffee yet.
Me neither. So what happens if we give this open container example some time?
It's game over. All the gas that you breathe will evacuate into the vacuum. I mean, everybody knows that. Nobody here can dispute that. I dare anybody.
Yeah,
freeze time.
If it's a lower pressure system, all the gas will rush out.
Yes, sir. It will always, ever, not once will it not do that. Right, Negator?
I'm telling you right now, this gas having weight outside a container thing is brilliant. Because they need
Jeremy.
weight. They need the gas to have weight outside of the container.
That's right.
If they say it has weight, if they say it has weight, it must be in a container. Because we know gas only has weight in a container, and we can't because you can't weigh it outside of a container.
Yeah,
So if they're saying the gas stays down because it has. If you say gas is staying down on Earth because of its weight, well then that's proof of the container because gas only has weight in a container.
That's right. You see how he thought he got me there when I said that it has weight? Yeah. You guys are too easy, man. Your fantasy is so easy to dispel. We can do it in the morning before our coffee.
I'm getting my coffee on right now.
I don't know. I need some coffee, bro.
Listen, we're debating with people that think a straight line next to a curved line has no convergence and divergence. I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys. Let's try to have a little patience. I'm personally, I'm done with these guys. I'm not doing it no more. It's getting too crazy.
Jeremy, you hear the silence, right? You hear what I just did, just with a few sentences. Nobody's talking now. You see? But before they were all on me like white on rice. It's too easy, man. It's too easy.
You shook him off like Andre the Giant, bro.
Yeah, and he was from
No,
Montreal.
no, it's too easy.
True easy, yeah.
No, too easy. Like white man can't jump.
Oh yeah.
Why
Is that
Negator
Rocky?
get
What are you
muted?
saying, bro?
I had to mute him. I had to mute him, Jeremy. Sorry.
You see, Negator came into White Knight, but now he's all kinds of quiet.
Rocky, I didn't know you had the
He
power.
was muted.
Get the power.
He was muted. He couldn't talk.
I got all kind of powers y'all don't know about.
Jeremy, that wasn't you that muted me?
No.
Of course, Jeremy.
You know what? You know what? I might have muted you and forgot about it, bro. If I did, my bad. I was trying to gain control of the room.
No, I appreciate it. That was really what I wanted to see happen. Was if I got to be the scapegoat to get muted, was that somebody forced the room?
You're not that special,
reasonable.
Dude. Don't worry about it.
See, but like Rocky
I just muted.
It's not about you.
I just muted.
It's not about you, dude.
Yeah, I think I just forgot
It's not
to
about
mute
you.
I honestly didn't even remember. I honestly didn't even remember when I muted you because I just asked who muted Negator. So my bad, bro.
He muted me and then unmuted me right away.
I do want to point out that in our conversation between you and me, Jeremy, 3 people cut me off to speak.
Oh God!
And then
they're all amped up.
Cut you off to speak too, right?
They're all amped up. So you do.
Great point, Negator. Whoo, you're on fire.
So what do we want to talk about? I heard Creation mention something about
I want to talk about
air
this.
pressure.
I got it.
Wait, no. I heard Creation mention air pressure, different air pressure systems.
You just said, what do we want to talk about next? That was the question.
Yeah, then I decided.
What to talk about.
So let me make sure I understand this correctly, Creation. Is that you think that a barrier needs to stand between 2 different pressure systems? A physical barrier?
Not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Have you ever seen White Man Can't Jump?
So I'm gonna need Creation to actually answer.
What do you think you have here, bro? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, he's trying to assert his doofus neg pug.
Yeah, that's cool, guys. But neither of you speaking as Creation.
Oh, I got you here, Negator.
Neg do.
Go ahead, brother.
Neg do pug.
Hey, Jeremy, can you start throwing those mutes around, maybe? Like,
this is not a.
I find it interesting that.
What's the topic?
What are you guys doing? Yeah.
Yeah, I asked a
I think
specific
Negator's playing
question
Dark
to
Ritual.
a specific person,
Negator asked the
and
question.
4 others continue to speak when they could be muted right now.
This is not a therapy session.
And then
This is
Creation
not
doesn't have the balls
an
to actually
interrogation,
respond to me.
Negator. Negator, this is not an interrogation, brother. Isn't that what you told me?
Well, what would you like to talk about, Creation?
He's got a hate boner for me right now. It's okay.
I do. Well, it was weird because it sounded like you thought you were making a good, salient, witty
Well,
point.
it was weird. The question. The question. I'll just restate the question. Right. So we have an open container. What happens if we give it time?
What sort of forces are acting on it?
It's next to a low pressure system.
Mm-hmm. And what sort of forces are acting on it?
Negator, please don't try to play dumb. You know the story. Now, either you answer the question or you don't, bro. That's it.
It's a relevant question. And how big is this container? This
There's
bottle?
gas pressure. Make it any size you want. You got a container with gas in it. There's a hole
in your face.
Is that really necessary? The two of you?
Is it?
When you jump in,
it's about as big as the server face. How about that?
At what point has they helped you in any way with their comments?
Notice you haven't shut up since you got unmuted.
All right, let me
mute for so long.
I don't fully understand your question, Creation. That's why I asked clarifying questions. Let me put it to you like this.
Wait again,
There's a high
Rakia,
pressure.
when did you get the power back?
There's a
When did you
high
get the power
pressure
back,
system
Rakia?
at the bottom of a.
I want the power. Really?
I think that's
So
the topic.
I guess I'm
can
just
give
going
you
to
the
keep
power.
fucking talking until you guys shut the fuck up and let me speak.
You're
Is
nobody.
that how it is?
No, we want you to
We're
scream.
just we're not going to have a good conversation.
No, you came off your mute.
Should I? So
No, you came. You came off a mute,
Everyone's getting a
Negator,
warning
when Jeremy
for this. I'm
muted
just
you.
letting you guys know. Everyone's getting a warning for what just happened.
Appreciate it.
I told you I was going to leave.
So
Jeremy.
you're
You said, no,
still
don't.
talking, Travis.
No,
You're still
don't.
talking, Travis.
Can I
No
get
one was.
clarity
No one
here,
was
Jeremy?
talking.
Can I give
You're
clarity?
But I also need you everyone to not talk over each other. It's a total audio chaos. This is not a good start for the day.
Okay, let
Come
me
on,
do this then. Let me
Yeah.
give clarity. This is
All
what
right. Well, if
Negator
Christian doesn't want to
trying
answer it,
do now.
then I'll go
Why
with
is
this.
Negator talking over
Negator.
SE?
Negator, don't talk over me.
Because I
This
was
is
actually talking to
Negator's game
Creation.
now.
You guys
No,
jumped
I
in.
was talking, Negator. Sorry, stop talking. This is what Negator's trying to do now. We all know, right? Let's not fall into it. Now, the question, let me clarify him because he's going to keep going on. This is the question, Negator. We have a barbecue canister. There's a hole. It's full. There's a hole in it. And we have it in a vacuum chamber twice the size of it. There's your thing. Now, what will happen? Go.
And so, number one, please don't end your sentences with go. Okay. Number two, what's the pressure inside the vacuum chamber and pressure inside the other container?
It's the standard gas pressure of a barbecue canister. Look it up if you want.
I don't know. What
you're not going to do this. Look it up.
Well, no, you could very well do the same, but
No,
you're
not.
If you're not interested in having a conversation, then you shouldn't engage in conversation.
See what he's doing, guys? He's going to keep asking.
I tell you what, since you won't tell me, and I'll just assume that it's 20 psi. Does that work for you?
Perfect.
Okay, and the vacuum chamber's psi is what, 1?
No, the
0.5?
vacuum chamber is to negative, let's say 9 torr, something we could achieve here on Earth.
So it's still positive, still above 0.
Yes, it's still positive. Yes.
Okay, so it's like 0.00001 psi versus
whatever.
20 psi.
Yeah. It's a vacuum.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you open the 20 psi chamber, the contents will attempt to reach equilibrium with everything else within the vacuum chamber.
So everything will come out of the gas canister, which has a hole, and fill the chamber where the vacuum is. Correct?
That's true. It's also doing a few other things. It's still falling towards the ground.
Doesn't matter. It will leave the container. All the gas will evacuate the container. Correct?
Uh-huh.
Thank you for playing.
And what's next?
What's next is if we take this extrapolation to the Earth, all the atmosphere will be gone in space and we all be dead now.
Well, the issue with that is that we don't observe all the atmosphere reaching equilibrium in space, or rather, in our atmosphere.
Thank you. Yes. Welcome to reality.
It sounds like you're ignoring what I just said, because
no, I'm not ignoring
the
it.
gas pressure, the atmospheric pressure, does not reach equilibrium next to Earth. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't make sense. No.
I'm sorry. Do you agree or disagree?
About what?
That atmospheric pressure does not reach equilibrium, as you attempted to explain with your analogy.
I'm not explaining nothing with mine. What do you mean? We just came to a point
So
where gas
Essie,
canister. Hold on, don't interrupt me.
But
we came to the agreement. Don't interrupt me. We came to the agreement that a gas canister filled with gas with 20 psi will evacuate all the gas in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Now you want to try to relate this to Earth? Go ahead.
Yes. Well, why is this a meaningful analogy? What's it got to do with the conversation?
Because that's what you're
claiming.
claiming.
Do you mean why? We have gas. You say we have a sphere surrounded by gas next to a vacuum, correct?
So I will agree with you.
Yes or no?
And creation just said that's what I'm claiming.
Yes,
that's interesting because I'm not claiming there is a 20 psi pressure system next to a 0.01.
Well, you added that.
Okay. Well, you said that's what I'm claiming, and I'm telling you what I'm claiming.
Well, as he just clarified, that's what you're claiming. You don't have to play dumb. Like, we all believed the same thing as you, so you don't have to pretend like you don't believe the things you currently believe.
That's all he's going to do. That's all he has.
What am I pretending to believe or not believe?
Well, remember when I said that's your claim, then you referred to 20 psi, which was the example with the barbecue. So no, you're not claiming that reality is a barbecue container. You're claiming that we live in a gas pressure system with no container. So you don't have to play dumb. We all know the claims on the table here.
Well, yes, I am claiming you live in a gas pressure system without a physical container. What I'm not claiming is that there's a 20. There's a very important distinction to make between a 20 psi.
That was your example. Remember,
are
not
you in
ours.
training or something?
So
have to
am I?
figure out how
Hey,
to,
Travis. Travis, I'm going to need you to shut the fuck up, okay?
Ooh.
I'm just wondering, is this a training session for you? Like, are
so
you?
I'm going to turn you down and then not respond to you anymore, okay? And I'm going to assume that one of the mods is going to mute you while I talk to creation.
Shut the F up.
So here's the problem, creation, is that what we observe in reality is a high pressure system next to a low pressure system in the atmosphere. Do you disagree?
And that's how you prove a globe.
I told you already. We're already aware of the claims. You don't have to play.
It's not a claim. It's a matter of you agreeing or disagreeing with observed reality.
So what are you observing in reality again?
It's a high pressure system next to a lower pressure system without a container.
No, you think it's that. That's think it's that.
So are you asserting that there is not a high pressure system next to a low pressure system in terms of the atmosphere?
Well, that's your claim.
No, that's your claim. Don't try to double.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why you have contention with my claim about reality.
These are
because in reality, and when I say that we observe this in reality, I'm not referring.
How do you ask a question and then drone on?
You did ask your question
to you, correct? And then other people started
monologuing.
No, you started talking after you asked the question. Okay. So maybe ask your question again and let it be answered.
You guys done?
No, just repeat your question and then put yourself on mute.
So if I right now, because I guess I have to be very, very specific with my verbiage here. If I walk up a mountain and I measure the pressure between the bottom and the top, will I or will I not observe a change in air pressure indicating a higher pressure and a lower pressure system next to each other?
That's not in contention.
So you do agree that a higher pressure system is next to a lower pressure system in nature?
Within the containment.
That's observable and measurable by any human being right now. Is that
Negator, you don't have to play silly anymore. That's not in contention, buddy. The thing is, you need a container.
But what I need you to agree to.
You're being challenged to provide a demonstration.
You want to try to control and manipulate into saying is
What am I? So if you agree with me that a high pressure system is next to a low
If I
pressure
make
system,
you agree with me,
well, a moment ago you were attempting to argue that this is not possible via.
No, without a
I
container.
simply asked a question. I said, in this, in Smooth's example with the open container, I asked a question simply: what happens if you give it time?
Okay, well, we've given
Well,
time.
it wasn't me arguing. It was just a question.
Okay.
What's in contention is the
Whenever
container.
somebody asks a question, I assume that they have a reason to ask it, right?
to the troll, man. Just stop talking and it'll go away.
All right. So, anywho, when you observe a high pressure system next to a low pressure system in reality, that means you can't challenge me to show you a high pressure system next to a low pressure system.
But we didn't observe that.
So,
We didn't observe that.
so what is in contention? Whether that a container exists?
Talking to him as he don't talk to him.
Dude, listen. Stop playing games. All
You
you
don't-
have
what
to
is-
do,
He's playing
know
dumb.
it's a container. All you
So
got to do
what's
is
in
put the
contention?
barbecue
It's
What
not
do you-
in the zones you know
container
it's supposed to.
with a hole in it.
So what do you
in a
want me to
vacuum,
show you?
and it
Creation.
doesn't. Oh my God!
Why do you?
Not gonna win, SE.
Guys,
Stop
come
talking
on.
to him. Just stop
Guys,
talking.
please, one at a time, guys. Come on, man.
Well, Travis, if you haven't, if you want to bring
I've been
something,
waiting to get in for a second.
What I'm trying to figure out is what point you guys
You're
are
gonna have to
arguing.
wait till Negator's done talking, because ever since Jeremy took him off of mute, he has not shut up.
Yeah, it's weird how no other flat earther has been muted, despite there being 5
I've
of them.
been muted, you liar.
He's been muted. They've been muted.
Muting.
Everyone's they're about to get warnings. Whoever keeps doing this incessantly, please, guys.
It's Negator, Jeremy, doing it incessantly.
The words
He hasn't.
incessantly.
Do you agree with me that since you took him off of mute, all you
He's
hear is
talked a lot.
Negator's voice until we
Yes,
have to get barge in to get a word in?
He's talked
You
a lot.
have to agree
Let him have a one-on-one with someone. He's the only guy. He's the only guy taking the opposing stance. So he's probably going to want to respond after every point or question or whatever.
Pick one guy to do it with him.
I did.
I'll go if you guys want, or somebody else.
Hold on, I've got a suggestion. Negator, go to Livestream 2 and wait for someone to join you.
Eli,
I
go ahead,
didn't.
Eli.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Go
I
ahead,
did
Eli.
enjoy Creation Bear and Negator. I also enjoyed SE and Negator. So I do think that you guys were jumping in also, like on Negator, and it's like, if it would have just been Creation and Negator, I mean,
Yeah, guys, come on. You know how it is when we go to gems and they pile on you. It's not cool. It's tough. It makes it frustrating. Just
Okay, somebody take 2 minutes with Negator. Elijah, go if you want.
I can take 2
no,
minutes.
just
Or I'll do it.
I just was liking one of you guys just because
it makes it better
It was-
listening, right? Yeah, I feel you.
I agree.
Okay, who's it going to be? Me
Now, I
or
would like to say this. My
somebody else?
bad. I almost forgot what I actually wanted to say. So yeah, I like this. Okay. So the thing is, like, we're asking him for something that's impossible. We know we're not going to get that. He's not. He's basically saying, like, why must I do this? Well, the problem is the philosophy, the origin of the story. Like, our problem is, how could there be an expanding area and then us with air here on Earth? Like, that makes no sense. Like, no containment at all, just open and expanding, not actually a volume. How does that work? That's what we're asking ultimately.
Yeah.
And we know we can have differentials of pressure inside containers because we've also, we work with containers. So
But you're literally making the argument the gas pressure should move from a high pressure to a low pressure, while simultaneously acknowledging the gas pressure in reality in the atmosphere does not move from a high pressure to a low pressure. And when I point that out, then the argument, the goals posts get moved to find me a lack of container.
What the
Let me answer that question.
So,
weather?
so
Maybe.
tell me this: why?
Maybe that's a fair critique.
Why do I need to find you a lack of container when I've already showed you high pressure not moving to a low pressure system?
Yeah, he said that
Let
doesn't
me answer
happen in
that.
reality.
Or not.
He just told me what I just told him, right? So we're in
Yeah.
agreement with the former part of what I said,
Okay.
which takes us to the second part of what I said. So
Well,
respond.
if you and I agree, Elijah, because I think maybe you do, and I think some of the other guys in this room don't. I don't think they see it the same way that you see it.
You can have sorry to cut you off, but you can have a gas pressure gradient inside a container, yes. But you can't have the gas pressure without you need the container there to have the gradient or the gas pressure.
So I can argue with that, but when the very first argument you present is what happens when a high pressure system meets a low pressure system, you're implying that there should be equilibrium.
That
And then
wasn't
when
the argument. It was without a container.
that was precisely what
No,
SE
the
presented.
argument is without a container.
With a hole, to be specific.
With
With
a
the hole,
hole.
Negator.
Oh, that's
Nice
fine.
try.
If we want to if we want to move the goalpost to something else, that's fine.
Negator.
We're not
You're
moving. Give me 2 minutes with
obfuscating.
Negator, guys. Please, give me 2 minutes with him.
Go ahead.
Please.
Yes. SE.
Thank you.
No, guys, try not to interrupt. Give SE some room. Give him like 5 minutes. Come on, guys.
10 minutes. Go ahead.
Negative.
10 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes is not enough.
Thank
You can have 2 hours, SC. Go for it.
Thank you. The original thing was a barbecue container with a hole next to a vacuum chamber, twice the size, and we said it will all evacuate. You agreed with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now your thing is that there's pressure differential within containment. We agree with that. What's the problem here?
That's for you to tell me. What is the problem?
Sure, I'll tell you. Your mythical ball, right, is in space, and there's a atmos next to it, air. You gotta explain how that air does not evacuate into the larger vacuum. How does that happen?
It falls towards Earth stronger than it gets pulled away into the vacuum. Correct?
No, incorrect. Because, but due to what? Due to what? I want to hear you say it.
In the exact same fashion that air falls towards Earth harder than it's pulled upwards into the atmosphere where there's lower pressure.
So due to gravity.
If you want to, well, this is the thing, right? What I'm asking you guys is to be very specific about what it is you want to argue, instead of go from point A to point. This massive circular argument.
Why are you?
Well,
I was very
creation,
specific.
If you want me to argue a specific point, you need to reference it, because right now we're doing the circular thing again.
No, we're not. We went from the barbecue thing, which you agreed, and we're extrapolating it to your fantasy model.
I just explained it, SE. It falls towards Earth. It falls towards Earth.
Okay, what makes it fall toward Earth?
Well, this is the new argument.
Could it not be like the ecosystem thing?
Tell me, does it matter what causes it to fall when we observe it?
Yes,
to fall?
it does, because you're afraid to say it. Let me say it.
In what way?
Gravity, right? Gravity.
Okay, let's call it gravity. What now?
Okay, gravity. So you're saying that gravity, right, can overcome a vacuum, and that's not true. Because we can demonstrate.
Why is that not true? And
because
why
we can
you say a vacuum as if that makes a certain pressure of air magical, right? Calling it a vacuum doesn't give it new properties. Space has air pressure or has pressure. It's just very low. Correct?
It's not the same as here on Earth, correct? It's a lower. That's why they call it a vacuum, correct?
Again, a vacuum is very low air pressure. Yes,
right.
Correct.
Lower pressure.
Sure.
Right.
You can create a vacuum with PSI that's not 0. I can create a vacuum with 5 PSI.
No problem. As long as it's less from one container to whatever, you know what's going to happen, right? You know the higher pressure will always, I repeat, always go to the lower pressure. You know this, right?
You cannot continue to simultaneously argue that high pressure will go to low pressure in this example while ignoring that high pressure at sea level does not go to low pressure at 15,000 feet. You can't argue both of those two things, okay? It's not logically coherent.
No, you're going into the weeds now. Now you know you're caught. You know there's nothing that you can say, and now
There's
you're
no
going to
weeds.
water.
We know that
No.
it's a verifiable fact that the high pressure at sea level does not reach equilibrium with the low pressure above it. Therefore, we must all agree that it is entirely possible for high pressure to not reach equilibrium.
No, let me correct you on
with low pressure that's
sir.
nearby,
The
as long as
water-
there's
the
another
water-
force affecting it.
The
Can we
water.
mod
Let
the
me
101,
correct.
please, for the audience? Thanks.
The water is at. Sorry, Rikia?
I was just
Okay,
asking
look-
for the 101 to be modded because there's a lot of interruptions.
Oh,
and
my
the
bad.
audience
I
being
wasn't.
here.
Yeah, guys,
Right.
give SC like 5 minutes and then we'll all jump in.
So the water, let me correct you what you said there. You made an incorrect statement. The water is at like a demarcation point. Below it, you have different pressure, and up above it, you have different pressure. So now, nice try. Back to the hole in the container and the gas not evacuating that container. That's what you got to explain. You can bring me water from 100 different wells, but that is the ultimate question, sir.
It's still not a pertinent question.
You can't answer it. You know you're done there. You know that's where your fantasy ends. Just admit it, bro. You're not getting past that. You know you can't get past that.
SC. Anybody listening right now will know that I've pointed out a high pressure system next to a low pressure system that did not reach equilibrium. And I think you've tacitly acknowledged that the atmosphere in front of us can be measured to not reach equilibrium. Hence, in reality, it's 100% possible for a high pressure system to not reach equilibrium with a low pressure system, as long as there is some other force acting upon it. Now, you could call that force whatever you like. I like to call it falling towards Earth, but we know it happens. So if the overarching argument for all of you in this room right now is that the atmosphere of the Earth should reach equilibrium with space, you're going to need to find a new one. Okay?
That was a pathetic attempt to explain your thing, bro. You failed miserably. You couldn't even name the force. I had to name. You were so scared to name the force of gravity because you know it's weak. You know it can't do what you're saying. So really, you have nothing, bro. I exposed you. It's nothing.
Doing it right now with the atmosphere. There's low pressure. I'm going to say it like another 100 times with you guys, I guess, because no one here has spoken up and said, "Yeah, Negator, I agree. There is high pressure next to low pressure, and it doesn't reach equilibrium." Can anybody here?
We just told you that
we're doing a one-on-one, so I don't know all you guys to speak up. It's just you and SE.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you
Negator,
ask?
we
Can you ask
told
SE
you,
to?
and I told
to
you,
admit to that,
within a
to
contained
agree?
system, you could have different pressure. We just told you many times, and I've told you, within a contained system, there could be variations of pressure. What is that? You have nothing, bro. You still have to explain within that contained system. If we put a hole to it next to a vacuum, what would happen? You still fail to address that, sir.
Well, again, as I said earlier, if you want to argue that a container must exist, then don't argue that equilibrium must exist, because up to this point you've argued about equilibrium.
Are you putting words in my mouth?
Are you moving on to the existence of a container?
You added those words. No one said that.
Exactly.
Well,
that's you.
Very,
That's
no,
on you.
no. That's what he said. That's why he referenced a small container within a vacuum chamber where
Find it.
the two gas pressures reach equilibrium.
Go find where he said.
Okay. So
SE,
let's talk
guys
about the
on SE?
container then. Are you simply asserting that a
Hold
container
on 1
exists?
second, Negator. 1 second. Are you and SE? Are you done, or did you want to keep going?
Well, look, guys, I think I made my point. He's just going around in circles. He failed miserably, as far as I'm concerned, to show how a hole in a contain will not evacuate next to a vacuum. So I think I reached my objective. So I'm done.
Negator, do you have any closing statements?
I do, because he says vacuum and asserts that space is a vacuum, and that this somehow means that the only thing that can happen is the vacuum sucks everything out. Well, if that vacuum chamber
That's not what I heard.
at 5. Well, creation, if you want to clarify, go ahead. Because up to this point, creation, you've only took issue with what I've said, but not corrected or clarified or presented a position of yours at all.
Yeah, Jeremy clarified this perfectly already. The gradient isn't in contention here.
Okay.
So, and you know this.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't know this because you guys continue to argue.
Whoa.
That which
As I clarified, Jeremy clarified this, I clarified this. So let's be very clear here because you're saying I'm not speaking directly. So the gradient is not in contention here.
Okay. Then why are we discussing gradients?
Yeah, I'm telling you, we shouldn't be because it's not in contention. The point is that you need to have container for gas pressure. To have gas pressure, gradients, you need also a container. So that's being challenged, right? Because your claim is that that's not required. You don't need the container. So bringing up the gradients, that's not a contention, bro. You know this.
All right.
So
well,
go ahead and provide a demonstration. Oh well, Eli said it perfectly. That doesn't exist, bro.
So
There's
what
no demonstration of your claim?
What sort of demonstration could I provide you?
You can't. It's debunked.
And why not? Why can't I?
Well, or you could, I guess. You could just do it.
So help me understand what sort of demonstration would be feasible.
Well, not pointing at the sky, right? Because that's the claim on the table, that the sky is uncontained. So just pointing back at the claim ain't really proving that claim to be true, is it? So if you want to provide a demonstration or something, well, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Eli said it perfectly. We're asking you for something that's not possible. So this is for you, buddy. This ain't for us. We're not asking you questions like we don't know. This is for your awakening.
So when I asked you what was feasible, you told me things that were not feasible. So I'm asking you what is feasible. And Elijah said it's not possible for a different reason than I think you understand it to be.
I'll tell you why.
Because if your assertion is that a container exists because gas pressure exists, and you're asking me to show you gas pressure without a container, is that what you're asking me?
At this point, I'm just telling you. Go ahead.
Well,
No. Is that what you're asking for?
Hold on. Go ahead.
Gas pressure without a container.
Here we go. Ready? You just asked us a minute ago.
No.
What can I do?
No, you're
Travis
telling me. No,
let's do another one-on-one, guys. Come on, let's get this going.
Travis been trying to get a word out for a minute.
No. I asked creation.
Let Travis go.
No, the first person I heard before Travis was percentage. So much so that I thought that it wasn't percentage, that it was Travis. But I hear percentage trying to get in.
Percent is on deafen.
I'm not talking to Travis.
That's Travis. Go ahead.
So then
let Travis go with Negator. 5 minutes.
When Negator doesn't want to talk to him, Travis is
that's fine. That's fine. He doesn't want to. That's fine. That's fine. All I'm going to do is reiterate his point. He asked us, what can I do for you guys? How can I prove my point? You can't because of the great scale negation, right? You would have to build the model to scale in order to demonstrate what your claim is. But you can't do that.
Good point.
Do you share that idea, creation?
I'm sorry, I was trying to respond to something in the chat. What was the question again?
Do you share Travis's position on this?
Hey.
Again, I was trying to focus on somebody.
Travis said that they can't show it.
I can repeat it.
Go ahead, say it again, Travis.
Negator asked the panel, what can I do to show you evidence of my claim? My response is, you can't do anything because you would have to build an exact model to scale in order to make your claim that the Earth is attracting the air, the gas that's out toward space, right? Because all of that air is falling toward the Earth. You would then have to create space with a massive planet. So you can't do anything, man, except tell us a story.
Well, the honest interpretation would be that you're asking it's a bad faith argument, because not only that, you just got plenty of time to speak your point. Now I'm going to respond.
Let's not skip over that. No.
Let him respond, Travis. Who's next? Travis,
No,
you're
no,
next. Let
this
him
was
respond.
for Creation
He was
Bear.
responding
This
to
was
Travis's.
for Creation Bear.
Well, all right, creation, then Negator. Go ahead, Negator. You're next.
Well, yeah, Travis. I mean, pretty much. This is what they would say. Well, we'd have to create another Earth to show you a proof.
Well, so I want you to really think about this. You believe there is a container somewhere.
I don't have any
because of the existence of air pressure. That's your assertion. That means that for you to ask me to show you air pressure without a container, I must find the limit of the container you assert exists, leave it, and then do the experiment, and then simultaneously prove there isn't another container outside of the first container.
I don't know. Sounds like a lot of things I didn't say. The thing is that their claim is on the table is that there's a bunch of gas pressure with no container.
These are logical
there is no
inferences
proof
from your
for it.
position.
I don't know. I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
So these are logical inferences from your position that it sounds like maybe you haven't pondered.
Yeah, because you said you want me to man up and speak directly, so I'm speaking directly to you here. That the claims on the table haven't been verified. The claim being that there's gas pressure existing next to a vacuum with no container. You're aware of this. This isn't new to you. You've heard this before. You don't have to play dumb. So you know what's being presented to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're arguing things that aren't in contention, gradients. So why don't we talk about what actually is in contention here, that container that you don't have?
Well, remember, it's your assertion a container exists and there's zero evidence of it, correct?
No, remember, the claim on the table is that there doesn't need to be any container for gas pressure. That is the claim that needs to be supported, right? Because that's where the burden lies. Go ahead, Eli.
I agree. And remember, it's not gas
So
pressure.
my assertion.
It's not atmospheric pressure next to a vacuum, right? Because space isn't a vacuum. It's not a perfect vacuum. There is pressure up there. You specifically said it's atmosphere next to
space.
So it's what it is. The honest definition of it is
my bad.
Very low pressure next to a very slightly less low pressure next to a very slightly less low pressure, which is a gradient. The only way we can talk about the way Earth exists in our worldview is discussing gradients.
That's not in contention, though, Negator. Remember, this has been painfully made clear to you. The gradients are not in contention.
Okay. Then why is it I can't have a gradient to almost zero pressure in space?
So it brings up a gradient again. So
why can't
you have to demonstrate gradients existing without any sort of containment, my friend? But you can't do that.
But why isn't that a good answer? Why not?
You're arguing something that's not in contention.
But why isn't a good response? Why is it not a good response?
Because we agree there's gradients, dude.
So then if we agree there are gradients, then we agree there could be a gradient to space, right?
No.
Why not?
Oh my God.
Why would you agree on a fictional place being reality?
Okay. Why couldn't we agree that there could theoretically be a gradient to space? 0.001 to 0.002 to 0.003 and so on. Why does that not make sense to you? If you agree the gradients do exist.
Well, here we go. So
No. I want
Shut up, Negator.
No. I think you're.
Go ahead, Eli.
No. He wants to pass it. Okay.
No.
You don't run this conversation, dude. Go ahead, Eli.
Listen, man.
I think you don't have a good answer.
We just start having conversations.
I think you realize you agree that gradients exist, but you don't have a good answer for why a gradient to space could not exist.
You need a container.
This has been a waste.
Why do I need a
time.
container?
Past 20 minutes.
This
This has been a waste of time.
Without it, that's the point.
There's way too many people. I hear it, guys. There's way too many people talking at one time. What's going on? Let's all take turns. Who's in line?
Let's have a healthy
It was
conversation.
supposed to be me, but I stepped back and got quiet.
It seems like the Negator's got a hate boner for your boy Creation. I'm here.
Let's do Eli, then Negator, and then Travis, then Negator, and then Creation.
Yeah, I know it's a bit unfair that Negate is getting
No, I
dog
gave him a
piles
spot
all
in
the time.
between everyone. I gave him a spot in between everyone. Hold on, guys. I gave him a spot in between everyone. Eli, then Negator. Travis, then Creator, Negator, then Creation, then Negator. We get to go after every guy.
So
Go ahead, Eli.
Negator and I completely exist. I mean, completely exist. Of course we do. But Negator and I also completely agree. Okay. And his words betray the truth right there in the end when he says, why can't it be that it's a gradient out to space? Now, that's birthed from his cosmology, right? That's a philosophy. Nothing wrong with philosophy. All I'm trying to point out is there's a difference from a posteriori data and a priori data. What we're talking about is a priori. So there's a belief that, sure, there can be a gradient to space. And I guess what they're asking is, well, what's the justification for that? Well, you've already said this is what you believe. It's not what we've experienced. So what we can experience is gradients in containment. That's the best that we can do. But we also cannot demonstrate that the same thing you cannot demonstrate. The only difference is when it comes to a priori, we have a posteriori data backing up why we would reason that you would need containment. You have an expanding volume at the beginning of your belief. And I just don't understand. Well, I mean, it's really nothing to debate. We just don't agree with that.
There's everything to debate, but
I didn't hear an argument against the logic of a gradient to space.
If the
Well,
dome is
there was no logic for it. That's why I said it's a priori, because it comes with your philosophy, your belief that there's an expanding volume, and yada yada yada. All I said was, well, I don't believe that. It is a belief because it's not experienced. I can choose not to believe it.
All right. Next person.
well,
Okay, who was
so
next? Travis? Was it Travis or Creation?
Y'all not gonna let that breathe?
What do you want us
What's
to
up?
take away from that? You're literally just saying,
You
I
have a
hear
response
you.
to that, or
It makes sense, but I don't agree.
That's well, that's the point. There's nothing to argue. So, like, it's like having arguments where there really is no argument in the end.
There
And I
is
didn't
an
say that
argument.
I didn't say that I agree. I said, well, when it comes to what we haven't experienced, the container or lack thereof, I said we do have a posteriori data, containment, and gradients in containment versus gradients without containment. We cannot experience that. That's your a priori belief
But
that we
remember,
don't have to accept.
the inclusion of a container is an arbitrary separation between points and pressure.
Not really. That's
It's
actually not
it is
true.
it is 100%
That's a red
arbitrary.
hair. That's a straw man because we're not saying containment between points like containment between me and the storm that's coming because
But
there's differences of pressure. That's why I'm saying it's a straw man. That's not what we're saying.
but
yeah,
it is. That's where we don't understand you, because you're telling us
No,
that
I'm
a
not. I'm
barrier
not saying that.
must exist between two different points in pressure, because space has pressure and the atmosphere next to it has pressure, and so on and so forth. It is a gradual
No, it's not
curve.
about. It's not about space directly beyond the Kármán line. It's about your entire belief, including the expansion of a volume. I keep trying to tell you. I know what flat earthers have argued all this time. This is me repositioning for the sake of honesty.
Okay.
okay.
But we
I
can't
do have a
argue
question.
for the expansion of a volume when we observe lack of expansion within a volume on Earth's surface. You understand that, right?
Keeps talking about gradients.
Because
we've made it clear to you the gradients are not a
the answer.
contention.
But that's the answer, creation. That is why no.
The answer is in something that we all agree on. There's a gradient. Good
No,
job.
it's in something that we
Wow.
all
We've made this
observe.
clear to you. The gradients are not in contention here.
It's something that we observe and measure, creation, and
So
agree
why don't
on.
we actually talk about the claim that's on the table?
Well, if it is your claim that a container
I don't have
exists,
a claim, right? I don't have a claim. The claims are very clear. Let's not pretend like we didn't all believe the globe.
You can't both say that you personally don't have a
don't
claim, but the claims are very clear. What that tells me is you're afraid to stand up and make a clear assertion.
No, I'm actually just gonna, because I typed it out in the chat to you, so I have to read it out again because you're not paying attention, right? Because the globe claims are very clear. They're on the table. We're all supposed to kind of wrestle with those claims. So let's take a look at them again. We have a globe with a certain size that has gas pressure adjacent to a whatever you want to call it. I won't say vacuum because you're going to think I'm saying it sucks because I've already heard you say that.
It's low pressure next to lower pressure. That's all.
So we have a higher pressure system next to a lower pressure.
Thanks, Negator.
So we know the claim, right? That's clear. Can we agree that that's the claim on the table?
That is one of the claims on the table.
Cool. So let's address that claim then. Yeah.
And it has been.
No.
I would like to ask one quick question.
Wait. I was in line. I'm just saying.
No, go ahead.
Okay. What
Yo,
just
Travis then extremis.
Okay. What just happened right now, and you can go back and listen, was that he brought in another conflict. What you guys have been doing for the past 20 minutes, he's going to just keep reeling you guys out, right? You are a marlin on his line, and he's deep at sea, and he's just reeling you in, letting you go. Reeling you in, letting you go. Okay, so listen, if you guys out there want to have a productive conversation, cut the line and swim away from this guy. I'm done.
I like it. Okay. My question is, at what altitude is the dome needed?
No one brought up any dome, dude. The claims on the table.
The sealed container.
Here we go. Stop talking to these guys.
60 miles up. Yeah.
Cut the line and swim away.
Hey,
Stop
Jim,
talking to these guys.
Somebody has an
mod.
echo.
Can
we
you
got a mod
please
right
mute
here.
Travis if he's literally just going to tell us not to have a conversation?
Somebody's got a. Okay, yes. First of all, we're all having a conversation. Somebody has a echo in their mic, please. Also, let's go one at a time, guys. Come on. Does anyone want a one-on-one for like 5 minutes?
At what altitude does the container need to be sealed, or can it be open? Does it have to be sealed?
We just addressed the actual claims that are on the table, and even Negator agreed that yes, that's one of the claims. So let's actually drill into that claim instead of reversing the burden of proof and making us claim something we didn't claim. So let's talk about the actual claims on the table.
There's a good idea right there.
So there's no assertion to a container on the table right now?
No, the claim is that there's gas pressures. Come on, I don't have to say this for the 15th time, Negator, as if you don't already know.
You just did it again. Cut the fucking line.
What
You're
do you...
right.
Hey, Jeremy, can we get another mute? He's literally interrupting to tell us not to talk again.
Well, Negator, dude, we've made this painful clear to you, dude.
I know.
Okay, so Creation,
We love it, Travis.
what do you want from me then? Yes, the assertion is agreed.
I don't want anything from you. I don't need anything from you, bud. My feet are up. My stogie's already lit. I'm cool.
So what are you arguing?
I'm here to
Can I jump in for just a second, Creation?
That's why I got to cut it in.
Jesus
Oh
Christ,
shit, he got it first. Napalm got it first.
Yep.
All right, can I go after Napalm?
So typically this can be shut down, Negator, because what Creation Bear is talking about is gas pressure needing containment, right? So we'll call that delta.
So
And
wait. Is he? Are you saying that he's asserting?
Can we go to mute,
I haven't even
please?
finished my statement.
Right.
So in order to have gas pressure, you need to have containment. That's delta. And with gas pressure, you can also have a gas pressure gradient, which is delta X, which is delta X. So the argument right now is concerning delta. In order to have delta X, you need to establish delta. Does that make sense?
Hell yeah, talk that delta X shit.
The issue here is that the very first thing you said sounds like you're claiming that creation is asserting the existence of a container. Is that not the assertion on the table?
The assertion on the table is that gas pressure requires containment.
Okay.
That is called delta. You're arguing a gas pressure gradient, which is delta X. So you're trying to argue something outside of the foundation we're calling delta. Creation Bear is saying, how have we established delta for you to talk about delta X?
So he is questioning the existence of container.
No. Listen.
Napalm said it very clear, Negator. Let's do we want to say it again? Do you want to write it down maybe?
What he's saying is requires containment, not a container.
Okay.
Gas pressure requires containment.
I want to hear Napalm say delta X again. That shit's sexy as fuck.
So are we in dispute about whether air pressure or atmospheric mass falls towards Earth? Is that in dispute?
What's in dispute is
Where? From where?
right, exactly.
From where? Because we know that atmosphere has mass, and we know that atmosphere and mass fall towards Earth, right, Napalm?
From where?
What do you mean?
That wasn't on the table. The question is strictly the why, and the why is because it falls towards Earth, right?
The question on the table is how do you have...
No, from, it's like just from where? Like if this is where he wants to lead the conversation, from where?
And
like that's the thing.
follow-on-
It's
the
like
follow-on-
when I ended my conversation, it was to end it, and it was a justifiable end because they're like what he's telling you there is no argument, which there isn't. So in a sense, Travis is also right because here's the thing: when you start the conversation and allow the begging the question, they're not moving past X to talk about delta X, right? Without an X.
Well, no, they have to imply
the
delta.
issue. We're not even agreeing on what we're going to be speaking about, and it's going to be circular all day long. Unless we just go
because they have to imply delta before they imply delta X. So they're already
Well, we have to engage with what I'm saying with a person who really doesn't have an argument. That's the point.
They're adopting
in order for it to be an argument.
All right. I guess I'm just going to start talking since you guys keep droning on. The question about how air pressure exists without the container is that it falls towards Earth. And I think you must agree with me, right, Napalm?
From where?
The pressure doesn't exist without the container, right?
Eli's asking a pertinent question. From where?
Why do we need the container if it's already falling towards Earth?
Negator,
What
where?
This is a perfect example of an obfuscator. If anybody listening here, this is the appropriate type of guy you will encounter in a debate, an obfuscator. Right here.
Until you've
been responded to.
What purpose does the container serve if the air pressure is already falling towards Earth?
From where? That's the only appropriate question. If he's not willing to answer, that is when you disengage.
From where?
We have no responded to.
What do you mean from? What do you mean from where? Well, you have a framework where what you're saying is logical within that framework, but because that premise is accepted, it's logical that I ask from where.
Like a physical position where the air fell from, like where it started.
You're saying it's falling to the Earth. You're saying it's falling to the Earth. I'm saying from where?
You mean where did it start?
You're saying it's falling to the Earth. I'm asking from where?
And what purpose? What purpose does that serve? How does it help your argument? Are you saying
Well,
that
I don't have an argument. Remember, I said that there is no argument, but you're saying
if you don't have an argument,
well,
I need you to
obviously air has a weight
form an
and it falls down from where?
From higher.
Oh, well,
I mean, that's
interesting.
how things
Moving
that's how
on.
things fall, right? It starts somewhere and then it ends up
Incredibly
somewhere.
vague.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
because air
the question is
falls.
vague.
I
The
said because
question
air
of
falls.
from
Sure,
where
maybe I
only
can get with that. Maybe I can't.
The question from where only serves
Maybe
to
I can
waste
get with
time
that.
because
Maybe
he
not.
knows that I'm correct.
Just asking you to be specific
Well,
about
I'm not wasting time. I'm just pointing out with my question that somewhere along your line of premises something is flawed because it is a logical question to ask from where. Clearly, it doesn't begin
how about
in
this?
space
I don't
or
know.
the sky
Where do you take the
or
argument? I
anywhere
say I
other
don't.
than from here. So
How does asking me from where change the premise of your argument that some sort of containment must exist? How does that help you?
I didn't present an argument. I didn't present an argument. That's the problem.
Oh, well, if you didn't present an argument, then I don't know what you want to talk about.
It's just clarifying your example that you made.
Okay.
So
And
saying, well, I don't know where my example is based on, it's kind of shoot yourself in the foot, bud.
Well, in what way does it shoot myself in the foot if I say I don't know? How does it hurt?
You're saying,
How does
well, here's my example.
Then there is no argument, and we can move on.
There's no argument over that.
From
Yeah,
it.
you don't have an argument.
There's no argument over that.
No, but the problem is
What
everyone
you've
else
asked is something
waiting to
unrelated. Hey,
engage
Elijah.
with Negator, who's going to keep talking. The problem is you guys continuing to engage. Is the point.
Elijah,
I'm not telling you not.
Elijah.
I'm not telling you not to
Oh
have
my
a conversation.
Hey,
I'm not
Eli,
doing
we
that.
can talk, bro.
You can
What's
do
up,
what
bro?
you like.
Eli, what's good, bro?
You can do what you like.
Yeah, I guess we could just make it an entire shit show because Elijah.
Hey,
wants it
Eli,
to do that,
what's
right?
happening, dog?
So where do we go from here, right? We know that.
What's up? Why doesn't this guy understand? Why doesn't this guy understand what we're talking about? Eli?
We got like no mods in here at all. Then is that what's up?
Well,
You
I
tell
mean,
me,
we can let him finish saying what he's saying.
Cut the line.
And then we can go carry on.
It seems like he doesn't have much control.
What don't I understand, creation? What specifically don't I understand?
Hey, it seems like this
But we
guy.
can carry on now. Like after he's finished his point, we can just you know how many points I make that people move on from?
Because
like,
you talk
just do that.
much,
Act like
Elijah.
he's me. Act like he's me and just move on from what he says. That's all.
Cool. Yeah, I mean,
because y'all do it to me all the time.
Because you talk too much, Elijah. That's why.
You've been talking for an hour,
Great.
negative.
Go ahead and finish up what you got to say, Negator, so we can move on.
No, that's it. Why? What argument are you're not making argument creation? You're trying to catch me on technicalities because you don't have a good rational argument to present.
Can I ask you a question here?
Go ahead, ball kicker. Is it going to be better than creations?
Jesus, who is this guy?
He's got a hate boner for creation.
Gator, can a gas pressure gradient or gas pressure, as we observe in our atmosphere, can that be duplicated or simulated under laboratory conditions?
Yes.
How would you do that?
You would just make a vacuum chamber and put some sort of gas inside, and
Okay,
the
so
gas
would that
would fall,
require
gas
a
would fall,
container by any
and
chance?
higher pressure at the low end and high pressure at the top, or
Well,
reverse.
that requires a container.
You would utilize. Excuse me, brother. You would utilize a physical container.
Yes, because you need to separate if you want to produce it in a lab. So what you could do, Ball, is you could create a 10-mile tall tube, and there would be a gas pressure within that. But me telling you to create a 10-mile tall tube is not very practical, right? So the point here is that you asked me to do something specifically knowing I would need to do it impractically to answer your question, right?
The tube
Isn't that
is
right?
the containment.
No, I'm asking you how would you.
It's not correct.
Excuse me,
demonstration of what
I'm
you're trying to
talking
claim.
to Negator. So,
It's
no,
not-
we see
Yeah,
an
let's
effect
give,
in nature. What
Well,
the?
instead of
Ball
you having to
kicker,
talk for 20 minutes,
Hold on a second. Let's give ball. Hold on,
words.
guys. Yo, let's give ball kicker 5-10 minutes, and then whoever that was, Jim Jam or something, you go next. I don't know who that was. Go ahead, ball kicker.
All right, thanks, brother. So, Negator, we see an effect in nature. We are speculating as to the cause of that effect, which is gas pressure being the effect. We are saying that the cause of that would have to be some sort of containment And you are saying that you could create that effect in a laboratory, but you would need to utilize some sort of physical containment in order to create that effect. Is that accurate?
That was the first thing I said, and I gave you another example that does not require containment.
Now, under the heliocentric model, is there a physical containment that's occurring, creating the gas pressure effect that we see or that we observe?
Do you on it? Is that a good faith question, ball kicker?
Well, I think the answer is no, but I just really wanted to hear you say that.
Because it's a bad faith question, right? And if you remember, ball kicker, the second half of my
in
answer,
your model,
ball kicker,
what is creating gas pressure?
The second half of my first answer to you did not require a container. I mentioned a 10-mile tall tube. I did not say you had to put a cap on it, right?
It has nothing to do. You can have an open container. I can create gas pressure in a fish tank, bro, with an open lid. The point is that all phenomenon where gas pressure is observable, containment is necessary. What you're saying and what the heliocentric model is saying is that gas pressure exists because of gravity. Is that your claim?
No, you're claiming now that because I referenced an experiment that involved containment, I now claim that gas pressure requires containment. No, well, I could simply reference an experiment that does not require gas pressure, right?
I'm asking you, what is causing gas pressure on Earth?
It's falling towards Earth.
Okay, is that a force that's acting on it? What is that force that you guys, what would you call that?
Let's say I don't know. And all I know is that we observe it falling towards Earth.
What does the heliocentric
bring in the smoke when you claim you don't know things?
I think you know the answer, but I'm telling you that it falls towards Earth. And if you want to dispute that it falls towards Earth, you're more than welcome to.
So you refuse to even actually accurately represent the model that you're here defending?
Well, I'm not.
You won't use the G word.
It sounds like you want me to repeat things that are written in books, right, ball kicker?
I'm asking you, what is there a force that is not a physical containment holding gas pressure to the Earth?
It's the same thing that makes everything else fall towards Earth. Are you disputing?
No physical barrier. So you won't admit that there's no physical barrier, and you will not assert gravity is the force holding your gas pressure gradient to the water ball floating in the vacuum.
So again, I already agreed with you that in the conventional model, there is no barrier. I don't know why you would bring that up as if I wouldn't own up to it. It's a strange thing to say. Of course, there's no barrier. Secondly, I've given you the answer, and you can't dispute that it falls towards Earth, correct?
Well, I'm asking you, what is causing the gas pressure in the heliocentric ball model that you believe in?
I've answered this like 3 times.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I missed it. Maybe you can answer it one more time. Be patient with me.
Does it fall towards Earth?
Okay. Could you create that? Could you create that under laboratory conditions? Could you create gas pressure just by allowing gas pressure to fall without containment?
You mean like towards a particular object?
Whatever. Gas pressure under any circumstances.
In a laboratory environment? Okay, so in my room right now, there's gas pressure in front of my face, and it's above the ground below it. Does that suit your needs?
Is your room a container?
The window's open, so no.
I thought we already agreed that a container could be open, like a fish tank or a tube that doesn't have a cap on it.
Uh-oh. So it's an open container then? Is that? What if I'm outside? If I'm outside, does that somehow?
Try yourself in the foot.
Now you're presupposing the very thing you're seeking to prove.
What's that?
I mean, I'm asking laboratory conditions. Can you create gas pressure under laboratory conditions? All right, utilizing the cause that you are hypothesizing is actually causing the gas pressure gradient or the gas pressure in the atmosphere that we observe.
So you don't want to argue about whether gas pressure falls towards Earth. You now want to argue about why gas pressure falls towards Earth. Is that right?
Wait,
I'm asking you in your model what causes gas pressure, and you're saying it falls. And I go, great. Is that an answer? Can we test it?
The gas pressure first.
Can we test whether it falls towards Earth? Yes, you can.
Before it starts falling, you need to have the
talking about this falling towards it. It's not asking that.
Well, that's the answer, though. Just because you can't figure it out,
Before something falls, it has to exist. So how does it get there first?
So how is it created? Is that the new question?
No. We would like to see gas pressure created under laboratory conditions using whatever force that you are saying is in action in nature. And because you deny a container, we're saying that you can't use any physical barriers.
Okay.
So you create gas pressure, uncontained gas pressure.
All right. So you want me to recreate the conditions by which everything falls towards Earth within a laboratory on the Earth's surface. Tell me why then, wait. Why then wouldn't the objects within the experiment also fall towards Earth? How do I remove that variable of things falling towards Earth for this experiment that you want me to do?
Use helium?
So what you're saying is your claim is unfalsifiable?
Which claim is unfalsifiable here?
You cannot create gas pressure utilizing the same force that you use here on Earth under laboratory conditions in a scalable experiment.
He's saying he can't remove the Earth. You understand that?
Yeah, I can't remove the Earth from the experiment as a variable, right? And the argument, not even an argument, but the observation is things fall towards Earth. So any experiment done with any object will invariably see those objects fall towards Earth as well, rather than the other object you want me to make work.
You also got
what other experiments under laboratory conditions does the Earth have to be removed in order to demonstrate known forces like centrifugal force or electromagnetism? What other forces in the universe cannot be demonstrated under laboratory conditions where the Earth has to be removed?
How's this relevant to discussing the lack of a barrier, a physical barrier?
Uncontained gas pressure. Can you
bring in
create
the smoke if you're going to play dumb?
Creation, you had your chance, man.
This is a credibility test on your
say
claim.
that.
That's why.
Hold on, guys. Yo, there's way too many people talking at the same time. Ball kicker, were you done, or did you want to keep going?
I'm just asking him, can you create some sort of scalable laboratory experiment to create uncontained gas pressure utilizing whatever force you're saying is occurring in nature?
No, the answer is no, because it occurring in nature
Your view is unscientific.
Requires an Earth, correct?
You can't pretend your view is scientific and then offer no experiment to verify or to affirm the cause that you're saying is causing the effect that we're witnessing.
Well, I don't need to, because I can observe gas pressure
I don't
falling
need
towards
to
Earth,
because
can't
I'm a ball earther.
No.
I don't need to because I'm a heliocentric ball earther.
Are you disputing that gas pressure is falling towards Earth, ball kicker? I don't think you want to dispute that.
Wait, falling gas? We're talking about gassing going down, going boom boom now. Is that your claim?
Come on,
Can I ask a simple question? You guys
better than this.
Tell me, again, if you want to dispute that gas pressure falls towards Earth, we can.
Gas go down, go boom boom now.
Yeah, you were letting them slide on. You were letting them. Hold on a second, Pete. You were letting them slide on this gas falls thing. Gas doesn't fall like a liquid or a solid. Gas goes up too, right? It goes up sideways.
It's omnidirectional, but that's a moot point. It doesn't really matter.
So not down.
If ball kicker wants to argue that, he can, but he hasn't made that assertion because he knows that every single time he makes a very specific assertion, it opens him up to me picking him apart. So he refuses.
But you say
You are a nitpicker, the Gator.
Can I ask a small question just real fast? Would you guys mind if I ask?
Hold on, real quick, Hank. Ball kicker, are you done, or did you want to keep this going for a few more minutes, or what?
No, I think we're good. This guy admitted that he can't create an experiment. That he doesn't want to admit gravity is the cause. This guy's not being honest.
All right.
What am I
Gator,
being
Hank, hold on.
I told you it falls. It doesn't. I don't need to call it any word at all.
Just asserting gas goes down, goes boom boom.
Yes,
Hold on,
I am, and that's
Hank is next.
That's
Do you have any closing Yo, can you guys hear me?
Sure, go
Hey,
ahead.
Gator, if you have any closing statements, go ahead. Hank's going next.
All right. Well, ball kicker got his answer as to how it works, and instead of disputing the observed reality, disputed whether I could do it in a lab or not, which is really not.
You don't observe gas going down, go boom boom. Go ahead, Hank.
We also do that as well, creation. But again, you have
gas going down, go boom boom. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
So I hear that a lot of flat earthers don't really talk about gas giants too much, the so-called gas giants. But the globe earthers love to talk about them. So I figured we could talk about, Neptune or, Saturn. It's interesting, because Saturn has these rings that's made of like particulate matter, like little pebbles and rocks and, dust particles. And it's just floating around out there. Meanwhile, the gas particles are held to the surface, but the rocks aren't. They're just like floating like the Hallelujah Mountains.
You know what I
in
like, Hank?
Avatar.
Is I like how the discs on Saturn are flat, right? What happens when you keep spinning something? Like you got a pizza dough, right? It's a ball, and then you keep spinning it, and it gets flat.
I'm reading something here that I wrote down myself, and it says Neptune's not a gas giant, so don't say that again. And then
What is it?
yeah, and then objects that are spinning and have gravitational attraction, they find a balance between the centrifugal force and the inward gravitational force. This is why galaxies are flat, solar systems are flat, stars, planets are round.
Everything but Earth is flat. We know.
Everything but Earth. Okay.
Everything but Earth is flat. The galaxies, the solar system, it's all flat, but not Earth.
Some galaxies.
So
some
Saturn
galaxies
and
are flat.
Neptune are not gas giants? That's news to me.
Saturn is a gas giant. Neptune is the ice bucket.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. So I just said the wrong planet then. Got it.
So Saturn
But
is
yeah,
the
there's rocks floating like the Hallelujah Mountains, and you guys think this is like a balance of like centrifugal force.
Ooh. Yeah, centrifugal force. Well, if something's spinning
Neptune is
fast enough,
tiny.
it'll fling it outward.
We know Neptune is as big as they say, actually. Hank, how you doing? This is a good question for us. As flat earthers, we look up Neptune, if we were to locate a tiny, tiny angular size in comparison to the sun. Coach, how do we know Neptune is that big? It's massive, these massive planets in empty space. What do we have to incorporate into our thinking is my question, to be able to safely say that they're thereabouts that big?
I like Hank's point. I think we should let it hang.
Well, I'm just wondering, like,
Thank you very
centrifugal
much.
forces. Centrifugal forces is like holding these Hallelujah Mountains up there. So, like, I don't really believe that there's a place that you can go in the sky where there's dirt, but like the Globers do, right? So theoretically, eventually one day they could, scurry on in their little Jetson mobile over there and like go to the Hallelujah Mountains and, look down and just kind of float there and not fall. Like, usually there's this like kind of like natural law, or people used to say it was a natural law, I'm sure. That, what goes up must come down, but not for this. Somehow this just gets to like float around up there in like a perfect ring. It looks like a ring to us, but it's actually like like little tiny little rocks. Maybe even some bigger rocks floating around up there too.
Ice crystals. Why does it seem so amazing that those ice crystals don't fall to the ground, that they're a ring around Neptune or Saturn?
Well, because dense stuff usually falls down.
Well, yeah, that's true, because it's called, and what causes it to come down? Some kind of force, whether it be electromagnetic or whatever, ether, whatever you want to make up. But you all agree that is a force that will pull those objects to the ground, right?
Well, I'm just wondering how there's lumpy gas, but outside of that, there's lumpy material. What?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you about how that works. So, because it's spinning, there's another force now that counteracts the force that you already said that goes down, and we all would agree that things normally will go down. In fact, if you shoot a rocket straight up from your house and go high as you can, way up into space, then your motor cuts out. You know what happens? You'll fall right back down. So the only way those particles don't fall back down to Saturn is because it's rotating. And centrifugal force is a specific equation which is proven and follows all the laws of physics that we know, and never ever been exceptions or. Hold on, I'm almost done. So that centrifugal force of the rotation of Neptune will allow those rocks and ice crystals to be in a circular path without falling directly to the ground. Does that make sense?
In a whirlpool.
Pete, sorry. My friend's name is Pito.
I don't feel like dealing with me right now. Okay.
No, not dealing with you, Pete. It was I was speaking to Hank, and I was not really trying
Yeah,
to
that's what I was
like
saying. It's just like well, as the rocks orbit
No,
around,
no,
it's
I
just
was
like
to Hank.
leaves in a whirlpool,
Pete,
as we can relate to.
Pete,
Yeah, okay.
please, Pete. It was to Hank. He wanted to
Go.
know. He didn't understand why they didn't go straight down because
Yeah,
everything
but
else
I
we
mean, you
see
can't
goes
cut
straight
cut
down.
cut Pete off, Zanuck. You
It's
responded to
okay.
Hank. We understand the answer. You should let Pete talk.
No, Pete's. It wasn't it was a question. It was it was a response to Hank, and Hank is going to respond back, and it wasn't time for
Sounds like
Pete to
you're
respond.
censoring.
I think Hank is letting Pete
Yo, if you
respond
guys
as
want a
well.
one-on-one, if you guys want a one-on-one, you can ask for it. If not, this is an open panel, so Pete's free to speak. What are you doing trying to mod this shit, Zanuck?
Okay.
I have made a comment specifically to Hank because I wanted to hear his response.
Okay, off you go.
Okay, okay, Hank, do you have a response? Do you want a one-on-one with Hank, Zanuck?
Not 101. No, it was just a quick, response to Hank. He wanted to know a reason. I gave it to him. And I wanted if that was sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering, is there any way we could like reproduce this in a laboratory, or is this just like a story that, just kind of makes the Hanks of the world go away? The people that ask questions.
No, you could do this in a physics lab. You can set up these forces and watch things circulate.
So I can make like rocks float.
Well, it's come on. That's being a little bit, disingenuous.
Well, I mean, it's basically what's going on, right? I mean, the rings, they're not actually rings. They're, rocks floating around the planet that don't fall. They just perpetually stay up there like some sort of perpetual motion machine.
No, not perpetual motion machine at all. It's we have a rock that you already agreed that you. So if we start from a foundation of you thinking the rock should fall down, that's perfect. That's ideal. So now we say why do they follow a ring path? The ring path is simply centrifugal force. A centripetal force would hold that ring or those pieces of the ring in place and not let it fall back down. It's like a tether. So it's like if you want to simulate in a lab, I would have to we measure all these forces, we scale them down to a small model, and then we'd spin this object with something held together with a centripetal force, which would be a string that would act as a centripetal force, and we can watch how those forces would actually interact with each other. It's pretty. Now, if you want to put Neptune in your living room like DMOC always talks about, and have things, water stick to it and rings, that's not going to happen. And I think for obvious reasons.
Now there's a string.
Centripetal force would be that force that would pull something in. So think of it.
I just got one thing to say. Them strings and things you sing about, bring them out.
Yeah, where they at? Where are they at in on the rings?
It's the force that Hank already admitted or agreed to.
I don't think he agreed to anything. Hank.
You can't scale it down.
You cut me off. You cut me off. He agreed that things would fall down. That's a centripetal force.
Well, no.
No, you're going to disagree with me?
I mean, Hank, did you agree that things have to fall down?
No, I said, why don't they fall down? Because shouldn't they be like? Because if there's enough gravitation to hold down the gas particles, I mean, Jesus, there's a lot of like pressure right there, right?
Right.
It's wanting to exert outwards into the open available
You're at the perfect
volume.
distance away, Hank.
It's a
So
force.
it's just
Hank's already agreed.
right.
So he agrees. Hank's
Right.
agreeing.
So what about the asteroid belt between like Mars and Jupiter? Isn't Jupiter like a massive gravitational well that these rocks should fall into?
No.
But they're just like perfectly suspended between the sun and the inner planets.
They're farther away from Jupiter and closer to the sun as far as gravitational strength and weight. Their weight to the sun is greater than their weight to Jupiter, the force.
Yeah, but that's why they're
it's all
there.
balanced.
Not balanced at all. It's well, there is a balance. There's a differential force between Jupiter when it's near the asteroid belt, and would it have waves on and effects gravitationally on the asteroid belt? Probably very small, very insignificant, but yeah, it would, as it would be near any rocks in that belt that circles the sun. But the most important force right now is the weight of those rocks and the speed at which they're traveling around the sun. The sun is acting on it.
So we got all this balance and precision, and the heavens are like clockwork, but far more superior than our attempt to copy them. And you guys think that all this just came out from like a random Big Bang event, and there's like all this balance? Would there be a little more chaos if it wasn't creation? If it was just a Big Bang accidental universe, like How did we get so much like balance?
Well, because that's a great question, and the reason is because these forces don't change. So when we have this law of gravitation, it says, hey, based on the mass, here's the force associated with it against other types of mass. So eventually, it makes sense that if those forces don't change and that law is true, then everything will balance out. It will be in equilibrium. That's the whole basis about Newtonianism and forces, is that they will balance out eventually. So that's exactly why it's a good point. It's exactly why we have this calmness in the universe, because these forces all did balance out.
Well, according to Rupert Sheldrake, you're wrong. Gravitational forces do change all over the world. They're reported differently, but they always get reported the ones that are actually closer to what we think it would be. So you're actually wrong about that.
No, I'm not
They
wrong.
change.
You
The constants
misunderstood.
change.
You misunderstood. Not that the gravitational forces can change as the mass changes. So the relationship between mass and the force, that stays constant. That's the mistake you made in assuming I was insinuating something else. Yes, forces are different everywhere. They're all over the universe are different. But the fact that mass relating to these forces gives us a differential, and those differentials do eventually balance things out. So
Not the forces, the constant changes. And if the constant's changing, then what you said wouldn't be true.
No, they're not. They don't have to be constantly changing or inconstantly changing. They just have to be. They're not changing with respect to the mass. The forces that I'm speaking about are with respect to other mass, and because those forces stay the same, whatever that proportions are, eventually the universe finds seeks equilibrium. That's the whole idea, and that's why everything is so calm.
That used to sound like a flat earth saying the universe seeks equilibrium.
That's not. You get confused with what Nathan says about his misunderstanding of the second law. Things seek equilibrium because if there's ever a force, there's always another force acting. Forces are always in pairs, and if they're in pairs, they always seek equilibrium, and we all agree with that. When they find it, there's no your glass on the table. It's not going anywhere because the forces are balanced. Same thing happens in the universe. If I drop it, it's seeking equilibrium, hits the table, and stops.
Hank, do you agree with Zanuck that he said that when things spin, it pulls stuff in? Like that's what he said earlier.
Oh no, I didn't agree with that.
I didn't say that. So you're getting it wrong again, Krypton. I said there's a centrifugal force which pulls things in. The centrifugal force is what Hank agreed to, that he expected things to fall right back to the surface based on the models or whatever his understanding is.
The rock should be thrown off into space, Andy. That's why you need the centrifugal force.
You gotta let me finish, or you won't understand what I'm saying, because you missed it the first time.
I understand what you're saying.
The centrifugal force is pushing it outward. So we have outward, and it matches the inward, and there's that equilibrium that causes things to circle.
So these rocks that are like Hallelujah Mountains floating in the sky, this so-called planet, are they spinning at the same speed as the planet spins, or slower?
Good question, Hank.
That's a great question.
I bet you'd have to look it up. His fingers are busy. Take your time, Zanuck.
First of all, you're saying, are they spinning at the same speed? And because I come from a math background, I'm going to say.
Okay, so rotations per minute, are they going the same rotations per minute as the core, as the surface? If there is such a surface, I don't know if there's a core. I've heard people theorize about these.
My answer is they can't be. Zanuck says yes.
Having these ice giants having like rocky cores. I don't know if they actually do have those, but is it all spinning at the same speed?
Okay, Hank. Before Zanuck comes back in, my answer, just thinking about it, what Zanuck's answer is going to be is wrong, or what his answer is wrong, because they would have to go much faster, because each individual rock is much less weight, much less mass than Neptune itself. So Neptune would be going a lot slower, and then Saturn, did you say Saturn and Neptune? All of the rock rings and around it would have to be going much faster. So the tendency for them to be thrown off into space is counteracted by Zanuck's string mentioning.
Funny how
if we take his string analogy.
It's funny how Pete told me how wrong I was before I even answered the question.
No, you did answer. You said it was going the same speed.
Hold on. Let Zanuck answer. Hold on. Let Zanuck answer, please, and then Elbows next. I think he tried to get in.
Right. It's funny that Pete said before I even answered that Zanuck's answer is going to be wrong, and here's why.
You already gave the answer. You said it'd be going at the same speed.
I didn't say it would be the same speed.
Yes, he did.
I asked him if he's talking about rotational velocity, and he said, and he agreed. He basically clarified. So angular,
Go back and listen. You said you yes.
revolutions.
Said yes.
So he said same speed.
So
I said
is the gas not affected by the centrifugal force? Is it somehow like immune?
Anything that has mass is centrifugal is affected by centrifugal force, because
Okay,
centrifugal
so
force is a change of velocity. It's a radius. It's a radius that it's on. So that change of velocity will
why doesn't the
dictate
gas
the
fuck
centrifugal
off?
force. Pardon me?
Why doesn't the gas fly off?
Because it's matched with the gravitational force. It's weight. So every gas molecule has weight, and every gas molecule that's spinning around an object will
How
have
do
a
you know
centrifugal
this?
force.
Were you
And
there?
it matches.
I mean, are you getting all this from
Hank.
satellites? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh my God! Look at
Zanik
this, the
already
chaos at the
answered.
Hold on.
space.
Somebody's
Now he's
got a
doubling
kid.
down.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Somebody's got a kid's toy going off in the background for
Okay.
starters.
Oh yeah, that was just the story of the globe and things in space. Sorry, it was just theme music. My bad.
Okay. 1 second. Let me get in here. Zanik, you already gave the answer, and you're
I
doubling
didn't
down
give
now.
the answer yet.
When hang on, please. Let me just clarify for people listening. When Hank answered, are these rock rings that you were talking about going the same speed as the planet's rotation? You said yes, right? And
No,
that's
I
when
didn't.
came
I
in
asked,
and
are you
said,
talking
I'm
about
going to say
rotational
different.
speed or
Hold
velocity?
on, yo. There's two people talking at the same. Zanik.
Yeah.
Just let.
Just clarifying. Yeah, that's all.
All right, Hank, did you want to have a few more minutes with Zanik?
No, I'm done. Everybody can jump in. I mean, I never
all
really
right.
wanted a 101. I was just like
Okay.
asking
All right.
questions so
Yeah,
that
we're in a
people could
101.
think about the Hallelujah Mountains and think about it. Does it really make sense, right, that we can fly to these? It's centrifugal force, guys. It's balance. Trust me. We're Zen masters.
Gas
Well, yeah,
pressure
well,
not.
the numbers work out perfectly. If you have a mass that has weight
course they
based
do.
on the gravitational force to any object like the Earth or Saturn or Neptune, that weight, if you spin it fast enough, means the velocity squared divided by that radius times the mass, rather.
Okay.
That will tell you whether that force can be matched, and it will be a certain speed. Any faster, it'll be flown off. Hold on. Hold on. Any faster, it'll be flung off into space. Any slower, it'll crash down to the surface of the object, the spinning object. So at this point, Saturn and Neptune are spinning these rocks at a specific speed, wherever that speed is, so they don't get flown off. So they have to go at the same rotational velocity if their mass is such that it dictates where they will be in that ring. So
Well,
not
that
all going the exact same speed. No.
well, that would just be a mathematical story then, right? Because
It's physics that we
Can I-
know based on a rotational velocity that
Zanik,
based on the
can I
mass, we know what
respond
the
now,
force will
please?
be. And the
No,
force
no.
counteracts its weight, it'll float.
It's a
It'll
perfect
stay there.
No, what you're saying is it's based on what now?
The mass is
See,
weight.
I get lost then, and when I
The
start
mass
trying
is
to
weight.
talk
Hold
in
on.
about
Hey,
5
hold
minutes,
And
Pete, you're
and the
next. Pete's
velocity
next.
times
Hold on, Zanik. It's gonna go Zanik, then Pete.
No, I was still asking him a question. I was still asking Zanik a question. I was still in the middle of something.
All right,
with
you want a
Zanik.
few minutes with Zanik? All right, Pete's gonna
Just
have
a
a few
little
minutes
bit.
with
I mean,
Zanik after Elbow. Pete, you're up right after Elbow, Pete. Don't worry, we're gonna get
Fire
you in
away,
there.
Al.
Go ahead, Zanik.
Okay. Yeah. The weight of the object and the velocity times its mass divided by the radius. That'll determine that force. If those forces match, if the force of the centrifugal force, which I gave the equation for, matches the weight of the object, whether it be a gas molecule or a big pyramid-sized rock, it will not fly off and it won't crash down to the object. It'll be right in the middle of that ring.
yeah, but this is the problem. Based on what? I mean, all you have is a story followed by another story with mathematics and assumptions based on presumptions.
Well, physics does use math. It's not a bunch of equations. It is physics, and physics does dictate that these objects, when there's a balance of forces, will not move in their position circling an object. That's just basic physics.
Yeah,
It
but
can be
what?
shown, and it's never has it ever been shown to have an exception. By the way,
Yeah, well, where's the evidence of something rotating around something, and that's held by this magical force you're talking about?
the ISS.
Brilliant.
Still,
Brilliant. That's a good
I'm
cue.
still
1 second,
waiting.
Elbow.
I'm
That's a
still
brilliant cue for me
I'm
to come
still
in.
waiting. I'll let you go after this one. I'm still waiting for the object that you're stating because you're still assuming that Earth is a ball without actually having any evidence of it.
Well, if it's either a ball or somehow this ISS object that we know and can tell how big it is, how fast it's traveling, etc. We can tell, and either is circling by some type of magical centrifugal force that is allowing it to circle us in our sky on our flat Earth, or it's a ball. So you have two choices. Either it has a tether, or some magical string that holds it in spot, because you can't have a centrifugal force without a centripetal force, or the Earth is round, and hold on, almost done. Or the Earth is round, and it is rotating around the Earth because of a balance of centripetal and centripetal force.
Can you demonstrate centrifugal force without a tether?
How do you have a centripetal force without a tether?
Centrifugal force without a tether or a wall or something.
Yo, hold on, guys. Pete's
I'm sorry.
Yo, Hank, you had your shot. Pete's going after elbow. You could go after Pete if you want.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Pete, you're up.
Pete,
you're up.
Hank,
Go ahead. Hank, let the flow happen. Hank, go ahead. You were talking.
Hank, Pete just kind of
I'll pass it back to Pete. I'll pass it back to Pete. Yeah, I'm just curious. How do you demonstrate centrifugal force without some sort of physical? Because I can do it in the gravitron, right? But you got like a spinning ball or a spinning rim of
there you go.
Giant
That's how you demonstrate it.
Right. So how do you do it without actually touching the Hallelujah Mountains? How do you have centrifugal force without actually some sort of physical attachment?
You've already admitted to that. You see, this is what's funny about this.
Oh, I didn't admit to that.
Hold on, Hank, my turn. You've already admitted to it. You agreed that there is some kind of force that would force things back to the surface of that object.
I didn't agree to your story, bro. When did I say I agree?
Hold on. That's the centripetal force. Now, you agreed that it would happen. So based on you agreeing that it's happening, that's the force I'm speaking of. The only way that it can
I never agreed to your stories.
Wait, Hank, that's not fair. Hank, that's not fair. I'm still talking real quick. If they agree that there's a centripetal force, which is coming to the center, that's what centripetal force means. The centrifugal force, which is the outward force based on the velocity times its mass divided by the radius, how much it's turning. The change in direction is a force, because by definition, change in momentum is a force. That's what causes centrifugal force. So we've already balanced. If we balance that out, that's the reason. So it should be clear that there's a reason based on centripetal versus centrifugal force.
Yeah, I never agreed to any of that. I didn't sign off on any of that stuff. I was just listening to your story and letting other people decide. Hello.
Okay.
My turn.
1 second. Okay, Hank. If we think about how this came up, was the question that you brought up, and we asked the question of Zanuck, and he did answer. If he went back in his answer or said something different, it's okay. But you remember you asked him that were these rock rings rotating at the same rate as the planet's rotation, and he answered yes. Do you remember that? Okay, if you don't remember that, fair enough. That was his answer initially. That's why I was going to come in then with the ISS and the example of that going in order for that to maintain orbit around and balance these forces centrifugal, then it has to go at a certain rate. And of course, the ISS goes around the Earth according to their story. What is it? Every 90 minutes at 70,500 miles per hour. So yeah, my answer would have been, just from my intellect, that no, the official story would be that the rock rings, keeping in this perfect harmonious, seemingly harmonious orbit, have to be going much quicker in order to maintain their position.
Why? Why is that?
Incorrect.
Pete, why?
Because everything has mass, and the further you go away from something, so the ISS, for instance, if you put the ISS on an orbit that was twice as far, how fast would it have to go to maintain the gravitational connection?
A lot slower.
How could that happen, man? Without it falling into the ground, it has to maintain the
centripetal
forces.
Because the centripetal force and the centrifugal force would be balanced at that slower rate farther out.
Does that make sense to anyone else?
Yes.
No, I got next.
Okay, does that make sense? Because at one ticket, I will say that as you apply acceleration to a craft, there's always a tendency to go off into fucking space at a tangential direction. You have to combine the gravity, the gravitational force, and that tendency to go off in a tangential direction.
If you were to orbit the Earth without any air, what do you think the velocity would be, Pete?
That's a good question.
You're not going through your equations properly in your mind. You said you're a mechanical engineer. I have my doubts about that, but I'll trust that your word is good. If you're a mechanical engineer, you should. This is like first chapter.
Hold on, Pete.
Hold on, Pete. This is first chapter physics. What do you think the speed, the orbital speed of an object at the surface of the Earth, like 10 feet off the ground, versus the ISS? What do you think the difference would be? Faster or slower, Pete? Pete,
Okay,
are
let
you
me
there?
think about this. Let me think about this.
Well,
Well,
no,
of course, I have to
you
put
said you're
myself in a
mechanical engineer.
spinning
This
ball.
would be like
Excuse me,
first
please.
chapter,
I have to
first
put myself in a
first week
spinning
in
ball, or
physics would be the answer for this
listen.
question.
Yo,
I have to put
guys,
myself.
guys.
Okay.
Zanuck, you asked your question. He's talking. Now he's talking.
Okay.
Now you
Yeah.
don't talk.
Okay.
Now the problem is, first of all, Jeremy, I have to put myself in a spinning ball Earth. I think about Newton's cannonball. The ISS is fundamentally an extension of Newton's cannonball from the mind into practicality. If you fire something at a sufficient speed along the surface of the Earth, then in theory, it will go completely around the Earth. But the velocities, I think, are way. I'm not sure if it's way too high. Maybe it was way too high to consider at the time. And if you went up, would it decrease or increase? I'll have to consider that. Please give me time to consider what you asked
You
there.
just
Good
remember the
question.
equation.
All right,
Velocity
Hank.
squared times mass divided by the
Hold on a
radius.
second. Hold on, Zanuck. Real quick. You're going to go next, but hold on. Hank is next. If anybody wants after Hank, let me know right now because I got a list going.
I think.
Hold on, but we're going to let
Pete
Zanuck
was
respond
next.
now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I want to go
respond.
after that.
All right,
Jeremy.
Hank, then SC. Hank, then SC.
Jeremy,
Go ahead.
I want to go after, but I want to ask Snaps a question.
All
We
right,
have a
hold
new
on.
guest, Snaps.
Hold on. Welcome, Naps. Naps is not new, but welcome, Naps. So Zanuck's going to respond, and then Hank.
What do you want from me? You're
Hold on,
muted.
Naps. Yo, Naps, there's a queue. It's Zanuck needs to respond, and
Oh,
then Hank's
okay.
going next.
Okay,
And then you can go after Hank.
Can you repeat that question again? Whoever just spoke it, because I heard a bunch of chaos in the chat.
SE and Naps after Hank and whatever he's got going on. Go ahead.
Right, just repeat that question again that you want me to respond to. Just give me a highlight. I can respond.
He said he had to think about it. He didn't ask a question.
There was no question. You're just.
I didn't. Okay, so yeah, the velocity of these objects will be much faster at the surface than it would be where the ISS is, and further out would be even slower. Tangential velocity. So it's all based on the radius and the weight of the mass of the object.
No.
And the velocity. And
Then the gravity. You see, the gravitational pull, the much further out is less and less.
No, that's not the main factor.
It has to be.
No, it's not.
He's right, Pete. He's
Hold
right.
on.
And
The gravitational. 1 second. The gravitational strength, Pete, at 200 and whatever 50,000 feet or whatever it is. What's the ISS? I forgot it. 225.
250 between 200.
God, I'm totally blanking. How high is the ISS? What do they say that?
250 miles, bro.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, 250 miles.
Brilliant.
That's 1,000. Sorry, 250 miles. The gravitational strength there is like 95, 96% of it is on the surface. So it's a very small factor.
Brilliant.
So the main factor is its velocity and the radius, the change of the change of velocity, which is the turning of an object.
Okay, this is a brilliant practical example we can all appreciate in our minds. So remember, I'm thinking my way through this, so I neither reject nor accept your answer. But if you have a ball on the end of a string, you mentioned the string attaching so we can all think in these terms. You have a tennis ball at the end of a string, and you want to do it one full circuit around itself, right? So yeah, obviously as it's near to you, the string is small enough, that's easy enough to do. But the further and further out it goes, the faster and faster you have to fucking spin that fucker to get around and to keep on track. Is that true or not?
Opposite. You're wrong. 100% wrong.
Okay.
If you have a 2-foot string, try to make that ball spin around you, and then have it way out there, like 50 feet away. If you didn't have gravity, you would have a slower rate.
Yeah, but you want to spin it around your head. You want to spin it around your head, right?
So Pete, let me know when you're done because we got a line. So
okay. So let me just let me
You're
finish up the point for us to think
180%
about.
wrong.
1 second, Zanuck. So the point for us to think about is, in practical terms, as Zanuck mentioned, the string. And by the way, to elbow. So give me another 30 seconds, Jeremy. By the way, to elbow. No practical demonstrations of orbital mechanics in action on the lab or in the lab in terrestrial sense, all in our mind. But yes, let's all consider you have a tennis ball on the end of a string. You spin baseball, whatever. You spin it around once, so the string ever increases in length. What would happen at the ultimate point, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, whatever many miles? Would that ball have to be going faster and faster, or would it have to be going slower and slower to maintain that orbit? And now I hand it over. Thank you, Jeremy.
Hank's up, and then Naps and SC want a little quick.
And SC then Kosho.
Yeah,
Hank.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, the gravity of each rock is going to be different because it has different mass, and if they're all spinning at the same speed and they're all stuck in some sort of gravitational limbo, that would completely debunk what you guys are saying. Because if different rocks have different sizes and therefore have different makeup and different masses, they're not going to be going at the same speed, floating in some sort of equilibrium. Because not all of them are going to fit into this little cookie cutter equilibrium thing that you got in your head. So that
Hank, you're not thinking it through. You're not thinking it through, Hank. Put it in the equation. You'll see the answer.
You got an equation, Hank. All right. Did you have anything else, Hank?
It's one to think about, in fairness, for all of
No,
us.
no. All right.
I know.
One quick statement, Pete, and then we're doing SC and NAP. So go ahead, Pete, real quick.
All right, no worries.
Be concise, please.
Yeah, no worries. Let me just say, I don't like this sort of regimental style, Jeremy. We all have minds. We all think in the moment, and we're all sort of anxious to get in. I don't like the way the ballers get predominance and everything is focused at them. But my closing point would be that yes, when it comes to imaginings, when it comes to these I have different questions I'd love to ask Zanuck, but when it comes to these different, everything comes back to a matter of belief. Zanuck has never experienced any of these things, but he can more easily believe it than we can because his intellect and his education allows. I'll pass it over.
Just come in whenever you want, man.
We good? So, Coach, did you have something you wanted to say real quick, or did you want to go after Naps and that's it?
The law that Zanuck had just described is also Kepler's third law, Hank, which it doesn't matter what the mass is, the mass of the body that the things are orbiting, that's important. But the mass of every single thing orbiting it, that's not important. What's going to determine their speed is their distance. So it could be
that's a stark contrast to what Hank said. Yeah.
Zanuck, please don't rumpus, Coach.
It could be a small ball, or it could be a large mountain. If they're the same distance, they're gonna orbit the same speed.
All right, Hank, did you have a response?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Zanuck, is it possible that? Is it possible that science would accept a flat Earth model?
After you respond to this, SC and Naps are going. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Can I go after?
They would accept.
Yeah, you're after them.
Science would accept the flat Earth model if it was supported by evidence, and the evidence was stronger for the flat than the round. That's when it would be accepted by science.
Okay, but would the math change at all?
Math doesn't change. Physics doesn't change. Physics has never been proven wrong. There's no exceptions to physics.
All right, SC and Naps, and then Nate after that. Go ahead, guys.
Oh my God! Why am I being made to talk to him? I don't understand.
Janitor Jeremy, why am I getting told what to do by a janitor?
That's a good question.
That's not cool.
He's got one leg.
Pete, I'm just trying to keep it nice and organized and cool and calm. You know, I think it's going pretty good.
Boring, Jeremy. This is so boring.
I don't know what to tell you. You guys all want to talk over each other and never get anywhere? Fine, go ahead.
Jeremy's got a point, though, man.
No, this is the best way. Actually, the call 5. I wanted to
Matt Damon of janitor, Jeremy.
It's my turn to talk, Pete. Please be quiet. Please be quiet, Pete.
SC and Naps, and then we'll open up the room.
First, I'd like to say I'd like to make this thing like call 5. We'll call it call 5. Like whenever there's pandemonium, one guy could say call 5. I call 5 with Pete or whatever, and the moderator could say, "Okay, guys, chill. Pete and SC are gonna have 5." I think that's a great idea. But now, what I really want to talk about is I want to talk about Naps, because the other day I went over to Gems to give my condolences about George, and they went crazy on me. Her and Naps, her and the Queen went crazy on me. Yeah, go ahead. You want to defend yourself?
Okay. Let me show people what you said first. The first very thing you said was something
guys,
that was so rude. It was so rude and disgusting. You didn't come in saying, "Oh, have y'all heard about George? Oh, rest in peace, condolences, whatever. You came in starting a fucking argument.
That is
That's what you
incorrect.
did.
That is
That
incorrect.
is not incorrect.
Even
You did.
Jem had to step in, and he accepted my condolences.
I
Okay,
know, but
put that
guys,
aside. I'm calling you out because I think you have nothing when it comes to the argument. Naps, I think you have nothing. All you do is make fun of flat earthers now. So I'm calling you out. Let's have a
yeah,
scientific conversation, me and you.
It's fun. No, because talking to you would be like a waste of my time. I see people try to talk to you all the time. Let's see. And
You
nothing
see
happens.
that? You see that, guy? That's all she
she
does.
doesn't. She
And
doesn't
she's
want to
teamed
talk
up
to you.
with the queen.
He's a
Yeah, but all she
disgusting
does is
person,
just
though.
give vile statements
I have
whenever I
no
go over on
respect for
Gem.
him now.
All
Well,
I
they
have
that's what.
do is
zero
just
respect.
Essie, I go to
Napa,
Gems. They do
Napa
this.
is a fucking joke, Jeremy.
I
Don't
do
allow
the.
her to do
Pete, don't attack. No personal attacks, please. We don't do that here. I don't care what happens on other servers. All right, I know what it's like. You think I never been out of this box? So if there's
Sure.
no actual a conversation about something or argument, let's open it up.
Well, hang on, please. If
agreed.
George
Just
wins,
let it be
guys,
known that I challenged her to a conversation on scientific without like insulting,
And
and she
Essie, go
bowed out.
ahead.
That's
You
it.
go ahead because now you're gonna claim that you won something because I don't want to fucking talk to you. So go ahead. What do you have to
talking to
say?
him. Talking to him to answer you
Go
and
ahead.
saying that you
All
don't want to talk to
Hold
him.
on,
all
Pete.
right. Let's
The
talk about
conversation whack.
gravity. Let's talk about gravity. Naps, naps.
Yes, let's talk about something you don't believe in. Go ahead.
Right. Can you tell me the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity, please?
There is no difference. They're talking about the same thing. So
See what I
that,
mean? No clue. Absolutely no clue.
it's true. What
Ignorant.
is it? There's only
Right.
one gravity. They both explain gravity, but in different ways. The same thing.
What?
Just give us a little bit, like some nuance between
Maybe.
Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity. Anything.
There isn't
Some
a
nuance, a
difference.
difference.
It's like one is explaining it a little better than the other one.
No,
They're
you,
talking
Give
it
about
us
the
doesn't work
same
for
thing.
give us
Newtonian.
like the
Mercury
mechanism.
doesn't work.
She's
Yo,
not
hold
wrong.
on, guys. Hold on.
She's
There's
not
mad
wrong.
people talking at once. Hold on. Naps went. Essie's gonna respond. They're having just a quick 5, maybe 10-minute one-on-one, guys. Is that cool? Or
Sorry, I didn't know I was away.
after that, we'll open a room up for everyone.
Whoa! It's my turn after that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
After that, then
you should carry
okay.
on.
Okay. After Essie and Naps, then Nate. Go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, I just wanted to give us any difference, a mechanism between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. Anything whatsoever.
Oh, what? Sorry, I was reading something. What? What did you say?
Can you please tell us a difference between Newtonian and
I don't
Einsteinian
think there
gravity?
is a difference.
Anything.
I know one
You can
says
even
it's.
look it up, Google it if you want.
I said I know that one said like Einstein says something about it being the curvature of space time and
She's not
Newtonian
wrong, Essie.
gravity. I guess is saying mass attracts mass, but they're talking about the same thing, just in like
Einstein's field equations.
How is mass attracting mass the same as space-time curvature? Please explain.
I mean, I guess he's just explaining. I guess Einstein is just explaining it a
No, I
little
want you to
better.
explain. I want you to explain.
It's the effects of space-time curving. That's what I hear. That's what it is.
Okay,
It's
how
just
is that
told.
different to
It's just
Newtonian?
told a little better. It's just I just said that. It's told a little better. It's more
Okay, I
detailed.
don't
It's
want
more
to embarrass
accurate.
her anymore. I yield my floor. I think I made my point. I was raised to be polite to women. I think I made my point.
Naps, you have any closing
I think
statement?
you're being
Naps?
disrespectful to her.
Hold
I
on,
think,
guys. Yo, hold on. Naps, do you have anything
SC
to say?
always thinks he wins something. He never loses anything. He wins all the
You
time.
said nothing. You want to
All right.
continue? Let's do it.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
going to
just
listen to my
No,
explained
mother.
this
to
Let's
ain't even.
do it.
what it was. There's no difference.
You're
It's
just
the
pop quizzing
same
her on what. Hold on, guys.
thing. It's
Yeah.
only one gravity.
Quizzing her on what gravity. I know what gravity
Tell
is.
us
I
a
mean,
difference. Go on.
No, SC, Naps is repeating what they teach in school. So
I'm
that's
repeating.
not the wrong answer. That's if you go to any public school, that's what they'll say. There is only one gravity.
both Newton and Einstein describe gravity. That would be a textbook answer.
Hey, is that
Because
crit?
that's the answer.
No,
Is
it's
there any
not.
other
There's
No,
answer?
it's not.
nuances.
It's not.
Sorry.
Sounds
So
like
what
crit.
is
There's
it? What
nuances.
is it?
You're
Yo,
absolutely wrong,
Santa,
sir.
Santa, are you crit?
Yeah.
So what is it?
Hey, man,
Yeah.
I got.
Go ahead, Essie, explain it.
Yeah,
Sorry
Einstein's
that I slept
equations
with
No,
your
all
that's
wife,
boil
your.
down
man. I'm
Please
to
don't
sorry.
Because you
interrupt
talk
me,
about the
Napster.
same
Give us
thing
a couple
all
All
of
the
right,
minutes,
time.
all
man.
right,
I'm
guys.
You
feeling
say
her
Yo,
you
voice.
ask us
I'm
the
here.
Feeling
same
Hold
her
on a
voice
second.
questions
and
all the
her.
time.
I'm feeling her
Hold on,
voice
man.
and
Yo, yo,
her icon.
guys,
Shut up.
guys, can you hear
Shut up.
me?
Get out the.
Yo, what are you doing, man? I know you can hear me. One at a time. So there's so many people talking. Let's let Essie and Naps finish it up, and then we'll open it up.
He just
And then
wants
Nate
to
has to go
he
next.
wants to dominate the conversation. He wants to be right so badly because in his regular life he's not a winner. So he has to be a winner on this topic.
Have you met
Ooh.
Xanax?
You're wrong. I am a winner. I have a successful.
You're not a
Listen up.
winner,
Listen up.
Essie. You're not a winner.
Let me back up this insult. Listen up,
You have
and you
this
might
is
get
this
jealous.
this
I'm
gives you
very
all the
Naps.
ego that you need, Essie. You need this. You need
Naps.
flat
I
earth.
am a
You
very.
need
guys.
flat earth in
All
order to
right.
be to feel important.
I
That's
might
what it
need
You
is.
that.
see the
Can we
bad
get some
ideology
moderation
that.
here?
I am. Everyone's getting a warning. I'm just letting you guys know you're just going to get warnings if you're over talking. So be careful.
Well, this
Can
doesn't
I
count
talk?
because
Can I
no one's
respond
talking
now to
away.
that? Can I respond?
Just personal attacks.
Rocky, you're robotic.
Address the personal
No one can hear
attacks,
you. No one can
Yeah,
hear
don't.
you.
Yeah, Rocky, you're
Why not
roboting.
just mute
I'll
Rocky?
address the personal attacks. Don't do it, guys. Okay, if there's any personal attacks or over talking, you get an official warning. You know the warning system works. Let's let Essie and Naps finish this up, and then we'll open the room up. You guys got like 2 more minutes because I don't see this is really going anywhere.
Well, he
Thank
needs to
you.
feel like he's won, so he can have it. If it
There
makes
you
him
go.
feel
She
good.
gave it
This
to you.
is
You
not
want?
about
She gave,
winning. This is not
It is
about
about
winning or
winning.
losing.
You get off
No,
of
this
it.
is a. See, she won't
You
let
get
me
off
talk.
of it.
just how I like it. Call me
let's
Naps.
let's let Essie go, and you
Go
guys can
ahead.
make closing
I'm
statements or
sorry.
something.
This is about me proving that this person has absolutely no knowledge about the conversation we're in. All she
Yeah, but
does
why are we
is
going
just
at her? Why are
insult.
you going?
As
This is like a
Jeremy,
personal
now
attack.
you're interrupting him. For
Yeah,
fuck's
because he's
sake,
like
let him
personally
finish.
attacking her. He's personally attacking what she knows, what she doesn't know.
Can I see talk? Bloody hell.
Well, it's
well, that's
true.
the
It is a
whole thing
critique
of
of
why
her
I called her
rather
This
out,
than
ain't
the
sir.
really for
Because
this
conversation.
room ain't for this. If you guys want to bicker and say snaps don't know jack shit, I mean
I
that's got
agree.
to
It's
go
a
somewhere
critique
else.
of her person rather than
Yeah,
the
this isn't
conversation.
Jim Pandas, guys.
I would have liked to ask it slightly differently. I would have said the same thing that my boy Flat Earth Moses said before his channel got taken down, which is there any evidence of gravity distinct from density and buoyancy?
And yo,
Because
whoever
hold
that
obviously
on, let me
that's
was,
the
defend
effect that
myself
we've seen.
here because I
hold
got
on,
cut off in mid
hold on a
sentence.
second, 1 second,
It's
Esty.
not
I did cut you off. I did cut you off. We're gonna let Se go, and then Eli can remake his point. Don't ever try to mod me when I'm modding. I don't know who that was, but go ahead, Se.
Thank you. My point here is not to prove that she doesn't know nothing, right? That was my opening statement of why I called her out, because every time I meet her on other servers, she doesn't engage with me. All she does is insult, and heavily insult in the VC. So I figured here's an opportunity for me to have a conversation with her and show what she's really like. That really she has no
Chat.
scientific knowledge whatsoever. Nothing.
I didn't say anything to you in the chat. You tried
Yeah.
talking to me. You
All
brought
right,
me
we're
here.
moving on. We're moving on, guys. Moving on. Eli, Nate, Nate has been trying to get in forever. Nate, then Eli, please.
Wait, can I go again? Can I go again?
Yeah.
Essie,
Okay, you
no.
can leave.
Don't say that I'm not smart and I don't know. I definitely know. Thanks to you and your ignorance, I've learned a lot.
All right. All right. Come on, guys. Naps, there's no personal. I know. I realize he was just doing it to you, but there's no personal attack. Stop.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Nate,
I'm sorry.
Nate, and then Eli,
and then Kosha.
and then Kosho. Nate, Eli.
Do I have to carry on with what they talking now? Like it's cool if I
like go back to what someone said earlier, right?
Whatever. What do you want, bro? Go ahead.
Yeah, there was someone that asked the question if the Earth was flat, would science accept it? And I feel the question and the answer provided were very inadequate. You know, it's more of a thing of would people accept it? Science is just a tool people use to try and understand the world around them. You know, and if you had evidence that told us the Earth was flat, and this evidence was demonstrable, overwhelming. We made attempts to falsify it but couldn't. There shouldn't be this expectation that people would accept it tomorrow. It would take a while because you changing people's ideas of what something is that we've believed to be that way for the last more than 1,500 years, so you got to accept that even if you brought proof the earth was flat, it's going to take a while for the general public to accept that, to jump on that boat. That's all I wanted to add.
All right, Eli, then Kosho.
Yeah, send your number in the DM snaps. Thank you.
Hey, Jeremy, greetings from. Wait, greetings from Saratoga Springs, man.
Toga.
Yeah, I'm gonna postpone my turn, man.
Oh, okay, I'll jump in. So I'm batting 3 for 3 in catching these certain people in lies where they say things and then they say, "Oh, I didn't say that." Then you go back and there they said it. So I posted it a little bit earlier, tagged everyone, tagged Nate. It's also on my channel if you're interested in listening to evidence.
Yeah, you want to do this now, Travis? So, Jeremy, remember Travis claimed I said you don't understand the point the Globers were making? Did those words ever leave my mouth, Jeremy? Did I ever tell you don't understand the argument that the Globers made? Or was I asking you to tell me what was the argument they made? Travis went and posted some little clip, and in that clip, I still never said Jeremy doesn't understand the point being made. And now he refuses to apologize. So I don't know, man.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Apparently, this was like 5 hours ago. Apparently, a clip of it though. So I mean, you could go review the clip and see if that is what you said. I don't know what the clip is of.
No, it's perfectly fine. Rakia, no, hold on. It's perfect because it's Rakia.
You're breaking up, Travis. The internet don't want your lies coming through.
Sorry, Nate. This Nate.
Wow.
You were roboting, no, Travis.
So was it correct what Nate would just said then, Jeremy?
I don't listen. This happened, Travis. You're still roboting.
It's happening
Travis.
right away.
Yeah.
Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Yeah.
No, you're roboting. I mean, you came
And
in
it's
clear
not
there.
even that. It's just Travis making a big deal out of it, I don't even really care.
Try it again, Travis. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's only a big deal when you make a big deal about it, right? Because I wasn't trying to quote you. I didn't say quote, right? If you go back and listen to how you said what you said something like, "Did you understand their argument?" Which is a question, but it has an implication. Hold on. It is a question, but it has an implication that maybe Jeremy didn't understand. I wasn't trying to push you up against the wall. I just was saying something that was said in the past. I was using it as a I was alluding to it. You're the one who said, "I did not say that." And then Rakia said, "Man, don't be so, such a jerk to make it about saying it exactly the way you said it," which was what you were doing. So all I did was go back to make that point, which is the point I made. Then in the text here, you said that I put things backwards.
What the
right?
fuck off?
So
Yeah,
it's right there.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
all right there, Nate. So it's cool, man.
I don't even
You're not
care.
going to apologize.
I
You're not going
really
to
don't even
apologize. That's
care.
cool.
Yeah, whatever, bro. I don't even
Do we
care.
got
You know,
do we
this
got a
is
topic or
actually
something?
embarrassing. Yeah. Jesus
Nate's a
Christ.
little Nick. You got to be very careful when you're speaking with Nate because he's
No, I
very
mean, but you just
nitpicky.
can't say I said something. I didn't say it, that's all. But Kosho,
Yeah,
wasn't it
I
Kosho's
can't
turn?
say you said it.
I
All
have
right,
No,
something
he
to
whatever.
say.
said it. He
Whatever.
passed over.
You got me blocked. Keep me
I
blocked.
passed
Don't
over.
talk to me. Kosho, go ahead, man.
I have something to say.
I'm still alive, dude. I'm gonna skip my turn again. I'm waiting for somebody to say something interesting. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah. About 10 of you get out so I can video chat now. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Listen, Kosho. Hold on, I got something. Can anyone give an example of weight? This isn't the love connection or whatever you're trying to do here. Can anyone show an example of the weight of gas? So that's going to be a measurement, right? We need to see the measurement, how much weight gas has
Yeah,
outside
not
of a container. Can anyone do that?
you can
Yeah.
extrapolate it by imparting a force on an object by the gas you accelerate. So if you have gas, you know how much gas you have, and then you fire it at some plate, and you can measure the impact. You can then extrapolate the weight it has.
That's one
But you
way.
can't.
I
But you
got an
can't
But
show the
example.
weight
according
of
to
it.
Jeremy, that plate is a container.
No, I never said that. I never said that. You want to get nitpicky? I never said that.
Yeah, you're
I got a
giving a
totally
Twitch
different
credit,
way.
Nate.
Jeremy, do you remember
You
there
can
was a time I
extrapolate.
showed you how you could use magnets to attract gases down towards surfaces, and then you could use that to measure the weight of the gas, even out in the open. And then this was a while back. You told me that plate, the magnet, is a container. It's an open container, but it's a container according to you.
No way.
And remember,
No
Jeremy, we
way.
talked about
Listen.
any force act as a container. Forces can act as a container.
Show the gas without the container. Let's see the weight of it.
I
Easy.
can do that.
All right, Jeremy, do you agree
Pretty
that
easy.
you could use magnets to attract gases to a plate, and that plate could have some sort of measuring ability on it, and it could measure the weight of those gases? Are you fine with that?
Plate. Does the plate have? Is it flat or does it have like?
It's flat.
Is it
It's
like a
flat.
bowl?
It's flat.
This. Okay. Let's see the weight of the gas.
So if I could show you that and it's possible, you would be fine with it.
For showing me weight of gas. See it. Let's see it.
Yeah, I'm using a magnet to
Gas
attract
having weight.
certain gases.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm using a
Gas having
magnet
weight
to
outside of
attract
a
certain
tank.
gases to it when the gas interacts with that metal plate, which has a magnet on it, it reads the weight of those gases. You would be fine with that. You wouldn't consider that a container, right?
Yeah, as long as there's no container walls, we're good. Flat plate. Yep.
Okay, cool. Whoever else wanted to speak, go ahead.
Yeah, I can
You guys have
easily
anything
show that.
else?
Yeah,
I don't know.
absolutely.
I already
What
debunked
gas
your
is a
thing.
magnetic gas?
You have not debunked mine, dude.
Debunked your thing. When we let
Go ahead,
things
Kosher.
fall or we throw
Ionized
things at
gas.
a scale,
Magnets can act as
when we
ionized.
let things fall. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Hey, hold on, you didn't even hear mine, dude. You just made up what I was gonna say.
You showed me
Fuck.
your example before, the CO2 falling on the
Yeah,
scale, right?
that was me practically doing it in real life. I have another example without any containers.
Why do you
Yeah,
need another example? Because I already debunked your first one. Is that why?
yeah. So,
Let's see it.
hold on. God damn it. You guys maybe. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Um, no, you just do what Torricelli. I told you this. Torricelli trying to prove this to Galileo. He built a barometer.
Yeah, I
Barometer.
debunked this. I debunked this
Yes.
last night. Okay, we can use the barometer thing. We'll do that.
Yo, you
So,
gotta let
Barometer.
Kosher think there.
all
Come
right,
on.
my bad. Go ahead. Go
Barometer
ahead.
will show you exactly how much weight is displacing the water or mercury or whatever you put in the barometer. So if the atmosphere doesn't have weight, it would be able to displace that. It's the same. It's basically like what what's his name Archimedes was doing back when he was putting the gold in the pool and seeing how much water it displaced. If you can see how much water the air is displacing, given a certain area, you can see how much that fucking column of air weighs.
All right. Oof. That was tough. So this barometer thing, right? You're saying it's weighing the column of air, 1 inch of air, 1 inch by 1 inch column of air, all the way up to space, right? That's what you're saying. All that gas weighs. Correct? Yes or no, please.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
a 45-second thing. Yes, that's
right.
correct. Okay, cool. That's right. So now we're going to put the barometer in a house inside. Ceiling.
Okay.
That 1 by 1 inch cubic space of air. We're gonna what do we do? Do we weigh the ceiling too, or do we stop at the ceiling? What should we do? Because we're just measuring the air. I don't know.
Let me ask you a question. If you go into the ocean and you find the Titanic and you crawl inside of underneath the
structure,
and you're inside the Titanic, is the pressure all of a sudden going to be much lower? Probably not. I'll tell you right now, no, it's not. Okay.
Hey, bro, we got your barometer.
Doesn't matter if you're inside of a fucking house. The weight of the air above you still applies, just like the weight of the ocean above you still applies, even though you found the Titanic.
Okay, I got you. We're in a house that we're measuring the air in this 1 cubic inch column above you. So now we're inside. So do we measure the ceiling too, or now that air is not in the that there's going to be missing air from that? So does it change from inside to outside?
There's you missed the whole analogy with the Titanic. The answer is no.
Talking about your barometer thing. You're talking about the Titanic.
Because water pressure works the same way, dude. When you're in the ocean, it doesn't matter if you're inside of a structure, like underneath a fucking sunken ship. The water pressure is still the water pressure at that depth, because the water pressure is caused by the weight of the water above you. Same as the air pressure is caused by the weight of the air above you. That's all.
Okay,
that's all it's caused.
All right, it's getting circular. Okay, we're talking about your barometer. You're talking about the Titanic. If you can show the weight, of the gas inside the container, I'd love to see it. If not, there's nothing really to talk about. If anyone else wants to go,
I think we need to abandon ship. This conversation is going.
I got something important. It goes back to a little earlier too. Hey, are you still there, bro?
Oh, me? Yeah. What do you got, Chris?
No, Satan worshiper.
Yes, Chris.
Oh, there we go. How about who's your favorite flat earther?
Dave Murphy.
Oh,
the guy that drinks his own urine?
I thought you were gonna say me, because the other day you said it was me. I feel abandoned now. Oh, that's a good one. Who else is Dave Murphy? Like, there's another user who you think is Dave Murphy.
Oh yeah, Jin.
Yeah, Jin, and they're the same person. Yeah.
They're
the same person.
Evil Dave Murphy.
An evil Dave Murphy. I like it.
It's like a evil twin.
Jin is so entertaining.
He gets medieval in y'all's arguments and busts them up. That's why y'all say he's evil.
Yeah, that's what Jin does. Uh-huh.
Oh, can you survive the trip to the moon? Come on, bro. That kind of radiation would nuke your testes, bro.
Why'd you change your name from bro? Just because, or what?
Hey, Crit. So,
does anyone? Oh, there we go. Go ahead.
Hey, Crit. Do you think you will ever be a club earther again?
No. There's no. Even if someone did prove the globe to me, or if I proved it to myself, it just doesn't make. It just wouldn't add up to a logically consistent narrative. So people they would say, "Hey, the Earth is a globe. Here's all the proof." You're like, "Holy shit, yeah." But why does everyone act like it's flat anyway? It's like they don't care.
Can I go next with a question?
Yeah, go ahead. I could be over 5 minutes from now if someone showed me some definitive shit. But go ahead, SB.
What happens if we said no for SC? Can we say
Thanks,
no?
bro. I'd like to ask the ballers a question, if I may. Any one of you
Well,
could
hold on,
answer.
Crit, were you done?
Oh yeah, I'll just saying hi to bro. It's been a while since we talked. I used to know him from a different server.
All right. Go ahead, Essie.
Thank you. Question to the ballers. What is the difference, if any, between Einsteinian and Newtonian gravity?
Jesus Christ. Can I ask you a
Oh,
question?
boy.
This is
So many things.
Dig at naps.
Jesus Christ
Don't take the bait.
Because my buddy Nap,
They all
there
describe.
isn't
They all
any.
here. I'll do it in 1 second.
So
They all
sorry,
describe.
take your
Hold
dad's
on.
answer.
They all describe
Your
how
dad's
mass
answer.
attracts mass.
And
Period.
apparently Jesus Christ is the difference.
And one does
So
it
come
by.
on, guys, you can do better than that. You
One
have an
does it by.
interested person waiting to hear.
Can I answer? One describes mass
Of course.
attracting mass via. My God, seriously, come on, stop. Mass attracting mass via the bending and warping of space-time, and one explains it by mass attracting mass. Period.
So there is a difference, right?
There is a difference for the same effect. Yes.
You hear that, Naps?
You
You
missed
hear that,
something,
Naps?
Essie.
There is a difference. You learned something today.
He said
Who-
there was a
Well, you're
difference.
about to learn
everyone
something.
agrees
You,
that-
you missed something. How does the statement "mass attracts mass" explain anything? You said it explained it differently. One explained it by the bending of space time. The other one explained it by mass attracting mass. How is that any kind of explanation? Thank you.
It's like Easter Mass attracts
Here,
Christmas Mass.
let me get back in
Hold
here.
on, that
real
was for
quick.
Zanuck. That was for Zanuck, guys. Your next crit.
Okay.
I'll book.
Oh, mass attracting mass is Newtonian, and then gravitational effects caused by the warping and bending of space-time shows that mass appears to attract itself, but it's not. They don't attract itself. But
Okay.
what's the same effect?
Hold on,
between-
guys. Hold on, guys. Zanuck,
We're
I'll
talking
repeat it. Zanuck, I'll repeat it. You said one explains it by the bending of space-time, and the other one explains it by mass attracting mass.
Correct.
But just saying mass attracts mass doesn't explain the mass attracting mass part.
We have no explanation for it. Newtonian doesn't have an explanation of why mass attracts mass. It just measures the proportionality of the attraction.
Correct him Monday.
Go ahead, Crit's up.
All right. So just
Did
in
you hear that,
text
Jeremy?
chat, this carnivore guy thought what I had said was cognitive dissonance. Okay, I'll explain it again for everyone. Even if the Earth is a globe, no one cares. Not one person cares about the globe. What they do is they care about who cut in line, does their neighbor barbecue in their front yard. This endless caring. Everyone worries about what other people are doing. It doesn't add up to a logically consistent narrative. The globe model told you, just imagine it, and it's true. You can think whatever you want to believe in, you can make it happen. But at the same time, they tell you they can't. They can't do that.
Okay.
So their version of flat Earth or their version of globe is even more sad and small than my version of flat Earth. So I would say no,
I have
thank
a
you.
response. There are actually some people that do care about the globe. The people whose job it depends on being a globe. Those people care about the globe.
All right, so Zanuck, you said, I'm sorry, I might have missed that. I just want to let Crit get in there. But you said, how does Newton explain the mass attracting mass part?
There's a proportionality of masses with respect to one another and the distance between them. That's Newtonian descriptions and explanations of, they don't know why that happens. That's just the explanation of what Newtonian gravity means. And I think I explained that relatively high level and very symptomatic, and so I think it's fine.
You said they don't know why. So you said they don't know why, but that's how they.
What's symptomatic?
They don't know why. Zanuck, it's not your turn to go again, Zanuck. Did you get cut off and didn't finish last time?
No, then you respond to that. Then you said, "What is the Einsteinian explanation?"
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, fine. I'm done.
You said they don't know why, but that's how they explain it. You realize the why is the explanation. You can't both explain something and not know why. You're double speaking in like three words.
So again, my old saying of you want the cause of the cause or the cause, right? We're talking about just
The cause of mass attracting mass. Yes. What is the
No, the cause
Newtonian
of
explanation?
gravity. The cause of what causes the gravity is something different.
You said one of them explains it by mass
They
attracting
don't.
mass. That's not.
Newtonian gravity does not talk about the why there is gravity, why these masses are attracted. It just talks about that they do, and it's a proportionality of the forces and the distances and the mass.
So cool. So Newton's doesn't explain why.
No, it doesn't have the
Thank you.
why.
Now we're
That's for
clear.
sure.
Now
Yes.
we're clear because earlier you
Yeah.
were making people seem like Newton
No,
explained
I
it
was
somehow or
talking about the
something.
cause of gravity.
I'm just glad we're clear now. That's a big difference between them. One explains why, one doesn't.
Yeah. So the cause of gravity is mass attracting mass. The cause of this attraction we don't know in Newtonian terms.
Hey,
No
Zan.
explanation.
Hey,
Yeah.
No
Zan.
explanation. No, none. Zero.
Hey, Zan. Are you capable of lying?
I am incapable of lying.
Are you capable of lying?
I'm not capable of lying.
Have you ever lied in your life?
No, I'm like Abe Lincoln. I cannot tell a lie.
No, get him, bro. Bro's
That's
got the
George
awesome
Washington.
line.
You.
No, here,
That's George Washington.
give bro
George
and
Washington.
Zanuck.
Yeah, I lied.
Abe Lincoln.
I lied about that.
Give,
what's your PIN number?
give bro and him
I made a
5
mistake
minutes.
once, but I was mistaken.
So you said you are capable or incapable?
Incapable.
And that's obviously a blatant lie, right?
That's a lie, though.
Now, the reason why I say this
capable
is
of lying.
because
It's whether they do or not.
the reason why I say this is because it's impossible for a human to lie.
Is it?
The bigger,
How is it
bigger
impossible for a
question
human to lie?
is,
And if it's impossible for a human to lie, what are you, Zanuck?
I'm an android.
Don't
I'm a
entertain
snake person.
this clown again.
I'm a gray. A
What
lizard
were you going
person.
to ask, Elijah?
Now, my theory is that there are humans and then there are hybrids.
I'm a hybrid.
Wait a minute. Define what a human is and define what a hybrid is.
the hook has...
Yeah, sure thing. So a human
Prius.
is...
Come on, Eli, you're hot, Mike.
Eli
I'm
wanted to
not.
say something, and now we're going on to
I
this.
think you're a jack.
Oh, my bad.
Eli wanted to say something, and now we're going to go down this road of talking about bullshit. So why don't we just let Eli make his point? Bring
Yeah,
it back
that's
to reality.
cool. Well, actually, I just wanted to know if Travis was there so I could go ahead and send him this video.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Oh, my nigga.
Yo, don't say the N-word, please.
Who said that? Oh my god!
Don't say the N-word, guys, please. I know
Listen,
it didn't end with a hard ER.
Elijah said it
I feel
before.
so privileged. I was gonna say that. He's never said, "Yo, Eli, don't say it." He's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
So
It
listen,
is quite annoying though when you have white people that just want to say that just to cause some fucking aggro. Like, just grow up.
Sometimes look, yo, I saw a dude who wasn't black. Like, I think he was Asian, and he made like this super hilarious joke. And he was like, it's like an accent. Like you put it on shit. You know what I mean? It's like to make the point that much grander. You know, like, and it's not
I know.
supposed to be
That's how I
anything
use it.
other than that.
Well,
That's
Yeah,
it. Just
like
the
I don't
word.
know.
It's
Maybe
like
you
if
see it
someone says,
differently.
"Hey, get to work, bitch, please. I've been working all day." It's
Hey,
like that,
Elijah.
right?
yeah, that's like
Hey,
yeah.
Elijah.
It's not like that here. You end up getting punched
Hey,
by a white guy in England, like saying that.
hey, Elijah. How do you feel about, like, every time I see a black person on the news and they're getting interviewed, the interviewer always mentions racism? Like, why do they do that?
Because it's the news.
So you just did it to him.
Don't watch the news.
Yeah, right, but it's a perpetual propaganda tool.
Yeah, any way you can
Like you
incite division,
you turn on the
why
news
not?
and you hear that. You turn on the news, you hear that. You turn on something on Netflix and you see a globe. in outer space. Like every anime ever, like that. They end up in a classroom doing some mundane shit, but the intro is like some super spacey shit. I don't know. You know,
Hey,
that's what
Elijah,
this
I got
thing
a
thinks.
question. So, Elijah, I kind of have this theory that somewhere between 95 to 99% of racism is manufactured. What do you think about that theory?
I agree.
What you mean today, or like historically, or globally?
I mean, it's like artificial. Here in
Well,
America, we work
I'll
with. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll give you my experience to maybe clarify Hank's like where he's going with that question if you guys don't understand. So on one hand, in my favorite programs, there's this idea of there's always a protagonist and antagonist in every story. There's supposed to be the moral of a story somewhere in there, and in that setup, a lot of times it's injustice towards race, being black. Always, that's always the narrative. But in real life, it's not as heavy. Like just sitting in front of the TV for the first 9 years of my life is like that's my feeling based on watching a box versus going outside and not feeling the exact same feeling based on my experience outside. I'm not saying bad shit doesn't happen. I'm not saying sometimes it's uh uh it could be prejudice. It could be I think it's more prejudice than anything. Which we all are, which we can't help because of fear, especially when we're scared or when we're worried about our well-being. We're always looking at someone who's different and how that uh, being a part of the equation can fuck something up.
Right.
It's
So
just
you
the message. The message is like hijacked and it's perpetuated on the news that it's specifically that this color and this color cannot get along, and they
right.
should.
It's something that's sold. Is that kind of like the point that Hank was getting at? That
Yeah.
it's a commodity. It's not. It's put on people.
Are we doing enough to sell racism?
And then people act out on that, and that's what I see. There's a very damn, I don't want to use
Like a
globers. Well,
social
actually, 'cause
contract.
I could use flat earthers too, but typically the kind of argumentation that goes on when there's a racially emotivated response, like emotivated, you like that? Emotionally motivated. Um, typically, the parameters of the conversation become very restricted. And someone who's trying to make a point outside of that, and it can be to a third party simple, clear, and easy to get, but the person that is emotionally affected at that time can't see it. That kind of thing happens in this conversation and in every conversation. You see it all the time when somebody gets so narrow on a point that they're trying to make or an injustice or a wrong that they're trying to point out, they kind of lose the flow of information and
Bigger
the
picture.
what's actually happening. And so I
Hey
just think
Elijah.
that I see more of the people that can't step outside of that kind of thought. Typically, this is where bad things happen, like racially. It's when there's some stupid as hell like dispute that people couldn't actually communicate and understand. Actually, I, I, I didn't mean what you thought I meant. When two sides can't make that communication, that happens, and the news often plays on that.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is there's a bigger picture at heart, but the conversation gets reduced to this superficial sort of bullshit in a sense. To
Yeah.
take away from the bigger, more prevalent topic.
Hey Elijah. Do you think racism exists because there are humans and hybrids?
I think that I'm going off of a posteriori data and experience to answer your questions to the best of my ability, but I can't look to the past. I can't look to what people may or may not be, because that obviously would be speculation. Can't do that.
What
I
about
could,
the hybrid?
but I'm not.
I would say go to Cuba. You would see what real racism is if you're a black man in Cuba or other South American countries.
Elijah, like,
There's
there's
I
a
think the
reason why
main
racism
fault of
exists.
it is generalizing.
There's a
What
reason why
about the high? You
racism
skipped over
exists,
the
and it's
hybrids
not.
though.
There's a reason why
Of
racism
course, I
exists, and
did.
it's not because of psychological. It's not psychological. It's because you have hybrids who envy humans because they were created by the creator.
Yeah, but if they're part human, then they've got a chance, right?
No, they don't.
No, it's
What's the
worse.
hybrid? Hold on,
Yeah,
what's the hybrid? I might have missed this part.
Yeah, here, can I explain it? Hey, bro, can I jump in?
Sure.
Okay. So what you got is you've got humans and demons, or aliens, or something along those lines. Something beyond what the creator made. And there's humans, which you can tell
Wait,
by their
no,
skin
hold on,
color.
Crit. There's
Yeah.
nothing that the creator didn't make, so it's not beyond what the creator made. Surely.
No,
Let's let
no,
this
I
guy
got you.
explain.
what do you mean? You can skin color? What?
I'm
Crit,
giving
let's
you.
let this guy explain it because
Wait, what did you say? You could tell by
Well,
what?
Okay, well, I'm trying to get. Okay, I've talked to this guy for hours. It might take a long time to get there. I'm hoping I can grease his skids a little bit. I've talked to Bro. I'm saying I've known Bro for like a year. Okay, maybe longer. I'm trying to. I don't know how long has it been.
Let him explain what he means when he says hybrid, because I mean you already got the first part. Let's just let him explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
Who, me?
Yeah, I don't know. Were you the one? What's your name? Were you the one talking about hybrids? What's a hybrid?
His name's
Yeah,
Astro.
yeah, sure thing. I'm not tripping, but so yeah, my theory is that there are humans and there are hybrids, and this theory is founded on a combination of things, mainly theology, and a little bit of anecdotal experiences.
What's a hybrid? When you say this word hybrid, what does that even mean?
Okay, so I want you to imagine a group of scientists, okay? And, they were, I don't know, maybe some of them were robotics engineers, others were, biologists, and they came together to create a robot that resembled a human, right?
So you think hybrids are robots?
I'll get to that. So
Okay.
the robot resembles a human, right? And it has the capacity to mate with a biological, human.
So a
And
hybrid is the baby of a robot and a human?
yeah, essentially, yes. Now,
Okay.
robot. When we think about the idea of when we think about the idea of a robot, we generalize and we stereotype and we think, oh, a robot must have these component parts that can be arranged in different ways and they're made out of metal. But no, a robot can have, biological traits.
Yeah, a biological machine. We get it. You're talking about a biological machine.
Yeah, I'm thinking living human tissue over liquid metal alloy, like Terminator or maybe Data from Star Trek or something.
Wait. Hybrids can't be that because I mean.
Well, that would be the offspring.
Basically, you're saying there is an organism that is different from a human, but both of
Yes.
these organisms would have been created by the creator. Now, I don't get.
No. So a hybrid.
So that's what we're getting. So a hybrid comes
okay.
from where?
So hybrid comes from, as going back to the example that I gave about the group of scientists. So a hybrid,
A
imagine a
synthetic
hybrid.
human.
A hybrid would come from a group of, I would say, I wouldn't call them aliens or anything like that, but I would say a group of really intelligent beings. They created.
Humans?
No, so I'll get to that. So they created something called man and woman. And
Who's
he
they?
basically, what's that?
Who's they that created
The group
aliens?
of
That you
highly intelligent beings.
fair enough.
That's
Well,
yeah.
that.
You
But
could you
wait,
could you
wait,
could
wait.
call
So
them
when I said
aliens. You could call them angels, whatever you want. But it's a group of highly intelligent beings, um, with sophisticated technology, and they will be able to
who
create.
created humans?
Okay, so humans come from, and this is where theology comes into play. So humans come from the line of Adam, right? The first human, the thing that was made out of mud. So I think humans were created through mud, through basic elements of reality, and uh, that's a human
Created
because
by
they get
who? But that's because in the other scenario we have this. I'm trying to because I'm trying to place these like humans are created by whom, and
the
these
the
hybrids are created by whom. So we
yeah
have two
yeah
people or
yes
two peoples, whatever, right? And okay. Explain
yeah
those.
Right, yeah, no,
yes
hold on a sec, just to clarify, it sounds like you're saying you've got a synthetic human, and the offspring of
Yeah,
that
that's why
and the
I'm
real
like,
human would be a hybrid. Is that what you're saying?
yes
So you have this pure synthetic human mate with a real human, and their offspring is hybrid. Is that what you're saying?
yeah exactly yes.
So who are the hybrids?
Who are they?
Yeah, like how do you like
Um,
you were starting to mention a few moments ago how you like the hybrids you can tell by something,
no,
but some like how you don't.
wait a minute. Well, the whole reason I was asking what
What's a
I was
human?
asking, and I understand it might not have been clear, but if someone created Adam in that bloodline, us humans, right? And then someone created the people that created hybrids. So that's why I asked. So humans created hybrids? Because if not, like, who created these other? Like, I'm still lost on that. Like, how does
He's
this
saying
fit
higher
today?
advanced. He's saying higher advanced beings created these synthetic humans. That's what he's saying.
Well, the
But how
Anunnaki, of
does that
course.
fit? How does that fit into the Adam scenario? Like, because Adam,
yeah,
obviously, we have a creator that jump started things, and you're saying, well, then there's this intelligent race, this intelligent beings that came in and fucked with that, and I'm trying to figure out how's that. Like, explain it a little better. Like,
yeah,
instead
sure
of going
thing.
past that part.
So well, where do I start? So these highly intelligent beings, I would label them as the old humans. So I think that there was how do I put it? Humans before us, and you know they've been here for a very long time, and they've developed very sophisticated technology. Blah blah blah. Basically, long story short, these old humans found out that the creator was going to create new humans, and they didn't like that idea, and so they created a sophisticated human, and basically tried to get the new human. Um, I think it might have been Eve to try to sleep with their synthetic human, so that they could create these hybrids as a way to, as a means of like going back against the creator. because they didn't like this idea of new humans, and they wanted to be the only human on the planet.
Yeah, it's fun to play with ideas, isn't it?
It's an amazing idea.
Watch out, you'll go blind.
Have you guys heard of the Anunnaki story?
Fucking years ago, of course.
Yeah, I read all those books. It was a bunch of shite.
But
Pure
who are
shite.
the hybrids according to
Yeah,
you, whoever was talking?
But it's
Who
an
are the
interesting
hybrids?
explanation.
Yeah, like flat
of the
earthers.
hybrid.
Yeah, flat earthers are
No, it's a
hybrids.
gatekeeping. They were keeping, the flat stuff away and adding all sorts of modern cosmology into the Sumerian clay tablets.
Like, are you saying there
but
are
it's written
hybrids
in.
today?
Yeah,
You
the
guys want to
hybrids. Yeah,
hear the
I
Anunnaki
think a lot
story?
of
Yeah, I'm
us.
wondering,
I
like,
think
who would you say are the hybrids? Then you got some kind of theory for that, or it's just you don't know?
yeah, it's us. We're all hybrid. We're all tainted with this
I get what you're saying. You're trying to say the original
technology.
human, they were purer.
Because
And
Well, you
I
said you
have.
have humans and then you have hybrids.
It's really simple. I have this assessment that basically identifies a human, and I realize that humans have these characteristics. It's impossible for a human to lie. It's impossible for a human to cheat. It's impossible for a human to steal. It's impossible for a human to kill another human. I realize that those are the characteristics of a human, and the
are you saying we're all
characteristics
not
of a
human?
hybrid is that they are capable of doing those evil things. And I realized, if you look at some of these theological texts, it talks about how God, the Lord God, created Adam, and and then there's a story about Cain and Abel, and Cain killing his brother, and that being something that changed the direction of humanity. Like I
Can I just ask you a quick question here, though? Because then that would take away free will. That would take away man's ability to do sin, right? Because if they can't lie and they can't murder and they can't do it, then they're basically a robot. They have no agency.
Yeah, they're automatons.
Well,
Yeah, I don't believe
don't
in
forget.
that. Definitely men have the capacity to do this.
no,
Don't forget.
that's not necessarily the case. So, because the creator himself isn't capable of evil.
Show me
Yeah,
two people who haven't lied.
Hold on, just real quick.
It sounds like
Hold on,
you're talking about people that aren't.
You guys not hear me?
Sorry, go on, Travis.
Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, just real quick. Again, whoever's speaking about this is taking these stories as literal, right? So these problems that you're trying to address don't exist if the story isn't what you think it is. So that has to be taken into consideration.
Also, there's a much simpler explanation for racism. It's basically a group that are called something different now, but were once called Khazars, turning in-group preference into bread and circuses. Very simple.
Elaborate.
No, it isn't. It's human and hybrid.
Khazars, really? Come on, the Roman Catholic Church existed 1,000 years before the Khazars did, and the Roman
you don't
Empire
think there was any
further back than that.
you don't think there was any diversity before the Khazars? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about groups of people making other groups of people fall out with each other.
Yeah, but it didn't start with the Khazars, did it?
Yeah, that's what the Roman Church has always been doing.
We're talking about I'm talking about a media context, Jim.
Yeah, they've always controlled the media.
It's just human fear of the unknown. That's all racism kind of boils down to.
Yeah, there's a bit of that as well, for sure.
Is anybody going to ask him, hi, what's with his handle? Satan worship? Because Elijah had a really good point. Like, who created the humans? Because Satan simply means adversary. So whose adversary are you?
I was thinking it, but I didn't get a chance to speak. He worships his adversary. So this guy worships like George Bush, Dick Cheney.
I
Let's go
don't
play.
actually. It was just a silly handle that I just chose.
Silly. I mean, What are you getting to? Do you believe that the Watchers left their first estate, Genesis 6, and took daughters of man for themselves and then had giants? Is that what you're alluding to? Or
Yeah,
and then,
yeah. So
yeah, well, why
basically,
didn't you just say that? Because most of these guys know that.
no. Basically, man and woman is not human. So whenever you see references of man or woman, man did this, woman did that, they're talking about the synthetic human. They're not talking about
So, are you trying to say
the
human
human.
doesn't have a gender?
No, I'm specifically talking about certain theological texts.
You're saying that man and women aren't humans?
In these theological texts, no.
Well, I mean, hold
Yeah,
up a second. Hold on a second. The scriptures. I mean, I don't know if you believe in those. Some people think they're allegory, whatever. But you did subscribe to Genesis 6. So, what about Noah? Because he was essentially a purebred, and
yeah. I can describe the flood
and the
story.
and
Sure.
the books that we have state that the giants were to live 500 years, and they were going to be the demons. They were cursed to live with no body, and they would always thirst and hunger. And I believe those are the demons who our world leaders do
Or
worship.
demigod, as they were.
Yeah, yeah. But they don't have bodies. Do they possibly enter somebody? Or, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
about that.
That's
It
another.
sounds like
But here's another
Let
question
me
of it: is that
just quickly
are
address
they
the Noah part.
are they at fault though, or the creators at fault? You know,
no.
the parents to bring them into the
No,
world. Like,
hold on. You're throwing too many questions at him at once.
yeah, fair enough,
Somebody.
fair enough.
Let me just talk about Noah just for a bit. So people, they always question, why did the flood happen? And there's obviously an explanation in some of these theological texts. But my theory is that Noah was the last human, and the whole world was corrupted with the hybrids and the synthetic. And the Lord God, he said, okay, you know what? Let's just wipe it all out. Start with the human, and then this is why you have chosen people. If you look at Noah's line, you have Abraham and Jacob and Isaac. The reason why they're chosen is because they're human, and they don't have a single hybrid synthetic DNA in them, and
Wait,
they're
that
entirely
doesn't
human.
follow.
And that's how they are selective. That's why
So
the
you believe in a
That
Lord
certain.
God
doesn't
is
follow.
You,
selective.
No, time out, time out, time out, time out, time out. The only reason that I'm saying it doesn't follow is because your premise is that what a human is a being that cannot lie, that cannot sin. But after the flood, he became a drunkard.
it's the thing. How can you be put on this earth
Wait,
to be
wait,
tested
wait,
if you don't
wait,
have any?
wait,
Sorry, sorry.
wait. This is the literal premise coming apart.
Oh, sorry. What's that? You said drunkard? Okay. In the theological text, it talks about man cannot drink, and I already mentioned that man is not human.
Okay, but you just said that Noah was the last human who then
Yes,
became a drunk after the flood.
but did you not hear what I said? I said the
So
rules
he
that
became
apply to.
non-human.
No. I said the rules that are. So there's a rule that says man shall not drink, right? But it's referencing
no, there's no.
man.
No, it doesn't say
It's
that.
not. It's not referencing human. It's referencing man. There's a difference.
But
So
a
all
rule,
What
a
is the
rule
difference?
is different to saying a rule is different to saying that they're not capable of it, though.
But
I'll
maybe he
But
can
explain.
no,
explain the
no, but
difference.
I'll
the
explain.
whole
Hold
thing
on.
is your premise was that humans couldn't do wrong.
No,
But
I'll
but
explain. Elijah,
but
I'll
but
explain.
no,
I'll explain. So
Yeah,
time
let him
out,
explain.
time
all
out,
these,
time out. You can explain after
Elijah,
I
come on,
position.
come on. Let, yeah, we get your position, Elijah. Noah got drunk after.
But according to this guy, there's a difference between man and
It's
human.
not just getting drunk, though.
What, having sex with his
Because he
daughters?
basically said a human is perfect.
No, I never said
That's what the
perfect. I
premise
said
is.
no. I
They
said
cannot lie.
In
yeah.
a sense, you did say that. I'm sorry, you did say that
Yeah,
they're
I
not
did. Yeah, I
capable
did.
of.
Yeah, I did
Well,
say
that,
that.
but
I'm not.
he also
I'm
said
not
there's a
going
difference
back
between
against
man
it.
and human. What is that difference?
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to address one other thing. You mentioned something about I forgot what it was now.
Aren't we confusing a calendar story with like a creation myth?
I forgot what it was. What was it?
Drunkard. That's what you
About
want to
demons,
Oh yeah,
4,500
I
lives.
remember now. Okay, so there's a bunch of rules in these theological texts. Don't do this, don't do that. Da, 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 da. A human has all of the sort of regulations and rules embodied within them, so they don't need rules on a piece of paper. The rules on a piece of paper. The reason why there's rules written on a piece of paper, these are rules and guidelines for those that don't have the rules implanted within them. And do you know who those rules? Do you know who those rules are for? They're for the hybrid and the synthetic. They're
Okay,
not for humans, because humans.
specifically
Hold on, let
because
me
the
finish.
human,
Let me finish. Humans
specifically because
already.
humans like
Hold on, let him
Noah
finish,
could
Eli.
not sin. But
Eli, let him
No,
finish, please,
humans.
bro.
Humans.
You can go next.
Humans
You can go
all.
next. Jim Jam's been trying to get in for a minute, but you're next, Eli. Let him finish.
Humans already have rules implanted within. They don't need
exactly.
a stone with rules on them, or a piece of paper with you must do this and you can't do this and you have to act like this. Those rules that are written on a piece of paper or written in these texts, therefore the hybrid and the synthetic and all the non-human. They're not for humans.
Okay.
Humans
So
already
how can
have it
man be
Can you
in
finish your point, bro? Finish your point, fam.
Yeah, humans already have all these rules and regulations and everything in them. They don't need a book, or they don't need a text to navigate this world.
Okay. So how does that address
Yeah,
Noah's
You mentioned
behavior?
drunk. You mentioned drunkard, and then you said because obviously you're referencing a rule that said you can't be drinking or whatever. But the thing is, that is
Stop.
designed
Stop.
for
Stop. Stop.
sure.
That's a straw man of my argument. You know what a straw man is, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a weaker proposed position of that of the opponent. Now, no, it's not that he couldn't drink. Okay, we're talking about sinning. You just told me that humans. There's a difference. So hybrids, right? They know what they should not because they read. But in the case of a human, the context simply is they do not. What I'm pointing out is a do not that Noah did do. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, but where does it say he can't be a drunkard?
What do you? It's just off of the simple fact that it's in his internal code. Why would
No,
he
the
not
internal
listen?
the internal
Listen.
code of
Because
a human is not the same as.
what are the connotations of being a drunkard? Do you commit any sins as a drunkard? Do you get to bypass gluttony?
Humans can drink, but
I'm
hybrids,
asking you a specific question. Can you
hybrids,
bypass gluttony?
hybrids, and
Is
they
Noah
can't drink it.
is
They can't drink it because
I'm
what
sorry.
happens is
I don't think that you're answering like you're listen. Can this is the question. Don't mention hybrids. Can Noah be a glutton and not be a sinner?
yeah, he can, because he's
How do you
human.
justify that
So
statement?
he's human. So it's
But
impossible
because
for
he's
him
human,
to.
he
Like you're
would
saying a
not
sin for a
be
human
a
isn't a
drunkard.
sin.
No, okay. A sin that applies to hybrid may not apply to human.
No,
Isn't
they
it?
apply because
But
they're
here's
already in. He just explained that the difference between a hybrid and a human is a hybrid is instructed. It's written down for them
Can I
because it's not imbued. Because it's not imbued within their internal makeup. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Because it is already imbued within their internal makeup, then it goes hand in hand with what is written down. Except
can I
they
ask
don't
a
need to
quick
be
question?
told.
I just want to ask a quick question. How does man prove himself to be righteous if he has no free will?
Why now though? Like him? Like
Because
Free
it's
will?
saying that if humans can't sin, then they're
I'm
all
not saying don't say.
they
I'm
have
saying
no.
why say now?
Sorry.
Okay, so a human um was designed to be was designed to be a co-creator. Okay, a human wasn't designed to overcome his inner demons or her inner demons. Okay, but a hybrid or a synthetic, they if they want to have a good life, suppose it's good life, they need to overcome all these inner demons and trauma that's within them. And that's why they have all these religions and they have all these doctrines and they follow all these rules and regulations, is because they know if they don't have these rules and regulations in place, they become very chaotic. They become very
Right, but can
Okay,
you see that what you're
we
saying is
don't.
that what you're saying is though is that if a human sins, it's not a sin, but if a hybrid sins, it is a sin. That's almost what you're
no.
saying.
What I'm saying is impossible. There is no concept of sinning for a
But
human.
Elijah just told you about how it's not impossible. He's given you the scenario.
That's not. I just
I
told
see.
you.
Okay, wait. He just changed the context. Okay, I get you now.
Again.
I get. Hold on. Because my point is not to win; it's to make clear and understand. So now what you're saying is the reason that Noah can't sin is because he has no concept of sin. Meaning, when he does sin, in context, it's actually not a sin.
Sounds like devil worship, where everything becomes a grey line and nothing is evil.
I
No,
can
that's
accept.
not what I
I can
mean. No,
accept.
no, no.
I
You
can
guys
accept
are. You
what
guys
I
are.
can. Don't forget about what he said. You said. If you don't have a problem with what I said, you said, then let me continue.
No, no, no. You guys are misinterpreting. So I don't mean that. He's ignorant of sin, and therefore he thinks that he's not. No, I'm saying
That's not what I
if
said.
in.
That's not what I said. That's not
That's
what I
literally
said.
what you just said. Oh
What
my
I,
god.
no, what I said. What I said was what I think you're saying is
No, don't
there is
think, bro.
no
Just listen. Stop
there
thinking.
is no there is no sin for Adam. Like
I'm
it
saying
doesn't
it's
apply.
impossible. I'm saying it's impossible.
Right. If I kill, it's impossible to consider. It's not that it's the act is not
No,
killing.
no. I'm saying is you will never find a
It's
human killing another human. You
so you
will
would
only
never.
find
Okay.
a human.
So now you are saying what is the contradiction? So you at it by extension you will never find a Noah being a drunkard except he was.
Are you saying that it's because drinking or being a drunkard would cause a hybrid to sin and that's why it's prohibited, but it wouldn't cause a human?
No, being a
Exactly.
drunkard is a
Okay.
sin.
Yes, exactly.
But he did become a drunkard though.
One
That's the
time.
issue.
Yeah, but
Did he?
maybe it's
We only have one
prohibited
occasion.
for the hybrids because the drinking is what causes them to sin. But it's not that getting drunk or being a drunkard itself that is the sin. But maybe it's prohibited for the hybrids because that's what causes them to do evil things, right? That the human would never do.
Well, he
Exactly.
said humans are perfect. They don't lie. And I tacked on to that because you didn't actually say this initially. But I assumed that they don't sin. They were perfect. That's what you said. You said hybrids are the ones that commit sins and go against God's commandments. That's what I'm thinking you're saying.
So can I get a specimen of a hybrid and a man? That way I can compare the two?
But that's why I'm saying he gave us an example of a man. He said Noah was the last man. I said, but Noah sinned.
No, Noah is not the last man.
That's what you said.
I'm saying that the chosen people, Noah,
You said that
Abraham,
Noah was the
Jacob.
last man, and that's why he survived the flood.
Oh yeah,
Truzo, you
yeah.
Even
did
though
say
he
that.
had,
Yeah, but
even though he had family members with him as well. So I guess that was a
yeah,
false statement when you said it.
his family members, some of them were hybrid. Because if you actually look at the story, he had to find wives for his sons, and the wives were hybrid. So that's why even after Noah, the hybrid bloodline, if you want to call it that, still continued on to, and that's why we still have hybrids today.
Well,
So
that's a
yeah,
theory. That's a theory. That is not necessarily the truth because, I don't see that really in any, scripture, holy set apart book. But what I do see is they're demons back to, because it doesn't say that Noah's wives were hybrids. That's a theory because,
Well,
it does say that they came back afterward, meaning I think that they messed with the DNA and the hybrids, the chimeras. I think what you would be a better word is a chimera, and I think that's what's happening now. But as far as a hybrid human being, I mean, I think we're recently being introduced to that because the end goal is transhumanism. So I think maybe you might be meaning a chimera because they
no, I don't
like
mean that. I don't mean that at all.
well, the
I'm
humans
saying,
you have to
can I ask you
you have to
something?
explain
Can I ask
hold on
you?
one
Can I
second,
ask you
really
something?
quickly. No, 1 second. Where are you getting this information? Because it seems like you're picking a little from here and a little from there, and then making up some other
Hey,
stuff there.
Blaze,
So,
He did say it was
Blaze,
his
yes,
Blaze.
opinion.
I want
He
to
did
ask
say
you one simple question. Are you capable of lying?
of course.
You're not a human. It's
oh,
that
stop it.
simple. It's that
No,
simple.
it's
It's
not.
stop it.
literally that simple.
Stop
Yeah,
it.
she's
Now,
not a
It's
human. She's a
literally that
woman.
simple.
Can I ask the
She's a
question?
woman.
Literally
no,
that
I
simple.
wanted to get in here because I do agree with everything with his statement about the wives of Noah being corrupt. I mean, being not being. Uh,
Can I ask a very simple
hold
question?
on, wait. I was in the middle of Jim Jam. They were not. They were pretty much. That's how the Nephilim came back in a way. Because if you look at Genesis 6:11, it says God observed all this corruption in the world, and everything was corrupt. And let me see if God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on earth had corrupt their ways. So God said to Noah, I am going to put into all people.
Yeah,
Why don't we have
exactly.
giants right now?
So
We
basically,
did
like,
have
yeah,
giants.
Sorry.
the
The
whole
What
earth
question I
was
about
wanted to
now?
ask.
corrupted, and Noah's
The
only here.
question I just
Huh?
wanted to ask was: are you trying to state that humans are infallible? They were made infallible. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that they were made basically like God instilled some of his characteristics in humans.
Right, but we still have the ability to do wrong. But you're saying that humans
No.
don't have that ability.
Like, you can do wrong things based on ignorance, right? And then you can do wrong things knowingly. I'm saying it's impossible for a human to do wrong knowingly.
Right, with the wisdom, they wouldn't sin, is what you're saying.
I'm trying to be
Like
very
they
careful
know
here,
they
but
know the consequences of sinning, in a sense, but they don't do.
This is almost a little bit like
it's very hard. It's very hard, but like it's somewhat you're nearly there, but it's not quite. It's really difficult to describe. But
let me
like,
just jump in real quick again to repeat. The discussion that you're having is almost like begging the question. It's circular reasoning. You're assuming the story is literal. If you do that, you are going to have these philosophical problems. Now, that doesn't
I agree.
That doesn't make it legitimate that the Bible is allegorical. I think the Bible can be proved to be allegorical on other grounds. But what I'm saying to you is that these questions don't follow if the story that we're reading isn't literal. So
No,
going back,
I have scientific,
just real quick,
I have scientific evidence. I have scientific evidence.
That's fine. Scientific evidence has nothing to do with the nature of the Bible's story. Going back to Genesis 11, the Bible is not about the entire world. It is about a local.
It is.
Okay, hold on, please. I know. I used to think that too. I know. But
no, I'm not religious. I'm saying
Can you let him
the
finish,
Old
dude? You gotta let people finish the point. All right.
Yeah, I think it was you who referred to the world in Genesis 11, and then you also used the word earth. The connotation of those two words, world and earth, to mean all of the continents is not a biblical concept. The Bible has no concept of referring to the entire world in its language. That's all. Thanks.
All right, I got next. I wanted to say that I think we're talking about the wheats and the tares, right? And if you look at that parable, it's one that Jesus spoke. And it's obvious that, it's obvious
Jesus
that
is a demon.
It's a metaphor.
Jesus is a demon.
Yeah, you're a demon, bro.
Okay, so Jesus is basically.
Time out.
Wait. Yeah, what makes
Wait a minute.
Jesus a demon?
So the most perfect human is a demon.
He's straight from hell.
The one human that actually didn't lie, and actually didn't do anything wrong at all, as per the story.
We heard your question the first
That's
time.
a demon.
Maybe he can explain what makes Jesus a demon. Why?
Quite simple. It's quite simple. So basically, does anyone here follow Jesus?
Before you go into that, because that's not even that wasn't even the question. You're going out somewhere else. Pretty much earlier, he said that Satan came to free us. Or what did you say earlier?
Yeah, so basically, again, I don't know if you guys are listening, but I said humans already have the rules embedded in them. So they don't need some external... Hold on, let me finish. They don't need external savior. These external saviors that you constantly hear about, like Muhammad and Jesus, these are for hybrids. These are for the wicked ones. They follow these external motivation, external saviors.
What the hell does that have to do with Jesus himself being a perfect being to walk the earth?
Let him finish, Elijah. Let him finish.
If you're a human, you don't need Jesus. If you're a human, you don't need Muhammad. If you're a human, you don't need external gratification.
What does that have to do with Jesus? What does what people need have to do with Jesus being the perfect being?
It's simple. Jesus says, I'm God, or I'm this, and whatever. That's deception.
Where did he say that?
That is clear deception.
Jesus said he was God.
Yeah, cite it. Are you a flat earther?
Because
no way.
I know that.
Wait, hang on. Guys saying that Jesus is a demon. Are you a flat earther? Elijah, can you let him answer my question? It's not the Elijah. It's not the Elijah.
No.
Yeah,
whatever though. I no, whatever.
Elijah, I want to hear his answer. Guys saying Jesus is a demon. Are you a flat earther?
Am I a flat earther?
Whoever it is saying Jesus is a demon. I don't know who it is.
It's Satan. I worship. That's his name.
All right, Satan. I worship.
I called it. I fucking called it.
So
are you a flat earther?
So last week he was a globe earther. Let me put it in perspective. He went.
Yeah, but Aldo,
hold on. Let me put it in perspective. What he said. Let me use because I could, like he just went mute for some reason. So he was a flat earther. Then he took some astrophysics class and became a globe earther because he saw the truth. Then he went into a 24/7 last week or a few days ago, and I guess he said when he came in here he was a flat earther because he saw the light again or something. It's weird.
I think somebody's playing games, aren't they?
Oh, of course. This guy's trolling.
I think this is a really long troll, right? I think it's just meant to.
trolling. I'm not trolling.
Okay, then show me a specimen of a human and a man side by side and show me the differences.
I'm so sorry. I got a phone call, so I
okay,
didn't hear his answer. Satan, whatever.
He's a
Are you a
glober.
flat
He's a
earther?
glober.
Did he
No,
say that?
someone. No, wait. Let me just address what someone asked. Someone said, "Show me an example." So it's quite simple. This I hope this doesn't sound racist or anything like that, but I think Asians and Europeans are a hybrid. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's
All
not
right,
racist
now
at all.
next
So black
question:
people
Are
can't
you a
sin
flat
from
earther,
Africa.
bro?
Got it.
Please.
That's it. So yet again, another demonstration of his flawed philosophy. Like, and that's all I've been trying to point out, is that it was flawed from the beginning, because his premise was that
Yeah.
humans were imbued with they're basically flawless, not because they have to be told or have to even consider being flawless. It's just what they are, flawless.
Program.
And I said, well, what about Noah? Because he brought up Noah as being the last human. Obviously, Noah was flawed, just like the rest of us. So it broke his philosophy right there. He now applied the same thought, and Hank broke it again. Sorry, Larry broke it again in the same exact way, just in a different part of the story.
Right.
All
So
right,
going
cool.
away from what
So,
his
Satan guy, are you a flat earther?
Sorry, go on.
Yes, he's a flat,
Oh.
but he was a globe earther like last week.
Yeah, but right
So
now
it
he's a
doesn't
flat
make-
earther. That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
well,
All right.
take the win, you greasy salesman.
What a
Go
win!
ahead.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
I ain't
Nah,
winning nothing.
he's not a flat earther. Fuck out of here.
No way.
He's a flat earther. What do you? Why
He'll
would
be
you
a
guys
global
want to
earthquake. He will be.
Flat earthers don't flip flop.
So
He's what he
Flat
wants.
earthers don't flip flop. Nobody flip flops from the flat to the globe back to the flat. Come on, man. It's like walking in on your parents or something.
What Elijah just said, though, made me think about something else completely away from the topic that he was saying. Jesus wasn't a perfect man because he was embodied by God. That's my belief anyway, is that he wasn't tested as a man because he was above.
Wait, you said something there really cool. You said that he
I
was
know
embodied
exactly
by.
what he's
Wait,
basically saying.
Jim Jam. You said something really cool there. You said that he was embodied by God, right?
Right. Like, I would say.
Okay. Now, what if I told
I
you?
think we're all embodied by God, but Jesus
Okay.
way more so.
Okay, what if I told you that there's God and then there's Lord God?
First of all, those are two titles. That's like saying doctor.
Wait.
First and foremost.
So God is
God is
basically.
not. God is
Wait,
a
let me
title.
finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. God is going back to those group of scientists that created that robot. That's who Jesus is talking about. He's talking about the people that
I knew it.
created
I
the
knew
first
it.
synthetic human.
I knew
So
it.
when he says
That's why I
I'm
was
embodied
asking what I
by
was
God,
asking from the
hold
beginning.
on, let me
He
finish.
thinks he's smart, but he is so
Let me finish.
level one.
Let him finish, and then we can attack what he says.
When he says I'm embodied by God and God's in me or whatever, he's basically saying he's possessed by a demon, by these things that created the first
I'm open to
synthetics.
so many possibilities, right? I will say that how can you take the Bible for every word that's written when we know that everything has been corrupted in the past? How do we know that the Bible hasn't?
Wait,
I
I
have
got
this
a
question a
special
lot.
answer. I got an answer for that. It's going to be a little long-winded. I do apologize, but here it goes. I'll be super quick. There's three criteria when an ancient manuscript is considered to be legitimate among scholars. The first criteria is the number of years between the events happening and it being written down. With Alexander the Great, it was like 500 years. With Jesus Christ, it was less than 100 years. So the second criteria for these manuscripts is the number of copies, because like Dan Brown, you could go change the original in the Vatican and everybody would believe like a totally different story. But what you can't do is you can't change the 5,000 plus Greek New Testament copies, one of which was found wrapped in a mummy's head in Egypt. So you can't bury all the unknown ones, right? And then, they found the Book of Mark wrapped in. I'm sorry, I'm answering your question. Please don't interrupt while I'm answering the question. So you can't change all the copies, so the copy preserves the original because you can't change all the copies. The third criteria is the percentage of mistakes.
No one changed those copies.
Sorry, bro. Did you want to answer or did you want like?
But do you just trust that these are copies and that they haven't been altered? Is that all? You just base it on trust?
Yeah, because they're 99.6% accurate with one another, even
How
when
do
they
you get
find a new one.
You get 99.6% accurate. Where's the original?
From
What are
the
you basing it against?
from the
What are you
copies.
comparing
Bro,
it to?
calm down, relax. You asked me a question, I'm answering the question, and you're getting extremely irate.
No, but it
Take a
just
deep
sounds
breath.
like you're trying to make it out as if it's credible when you're not questioning.
Well, throw out all of history, right? And you don't know anything except for what you experienced, bro. That's also an option, right? You can either believe history or reject it. I don't care which you do.
No, I'm just saying that most of history is rewritten. Yeah, so why would the Bible not?
Because you can't change the book of Mark that was wrapped in a mummy's head that was recently
I
discovered
thought there
like
was
10 years
500
ago.
books in the Bible, but we've only got 66 canonized books now. So how has that changed?
Bro, that's a different story, right? We're talking about the Greek New Testament. We're not talking about the canonized stuff.
Yeah, but it's been changed, right?
Well, could you give us an example?
No, it's 99.6% accurate. What's been changed?
Yeah,
And
give
that
us an
doesn't
example,
include the
please.
Latin copies. There's like 10,000 of those.
Accurate. I don't know what you're trying to say. How do you get this number of
Hold on,
99?
just real quick. If you think that the Bible has been changed, you're going to have to provide evidence with a control. Where's your control?
If you don't think it has been
Hold on,
changed, then you
please.
have to give me some evidence.
Hold on. It's real quick. Where's your control? That would be closest to the original. And then where's the divergence? That's on you. Go.
Okay, people can lie because they're not infallible.
Evidence.
Right, there you go.
Circumstantial. So you have nothing.
Yeah, sorry. It turns out, that history is sometimes reliable, right? Now, you can argue whether he walked on water or raised the dead and performed miracles. That's fine.
I would like it.
You can argue. Bro, why is it every time I talk, you start talking? So, like I said, you can argue, whether he raised the dead and all that stuff, right? But you can't argue whether he existed unless you're willing to throw out Alexander the Great, like the Civil War, right? The East India Trading Company. All that stuff has to be thrown out too because it has nowhere near the riches of documentation that the Greek New Testament has. Thanks.
I'm not trying to say that certain things aren't real. I'm just saying that it could have been manipulated. If you don't have that ability of skepticism and honesty that it could have been manipulated, then you're
That's
just
not the point.
clueless as a clover.
You're missing the point. I can think that all I like. I cannot accuse without evidence. What evidence would you like to present to us where you think this is a change from the original as close as you can get? Go.
How would we know about the original if it's been changed?
You're the one with the accusation, bro, not us. I don't understand why you can't.
How would we know if it's been changed?
Okay, I wouldn't listen. Do you know
we wouldn't
reasonable
know, exactly.
Hold on real quick. Hold on. Reasonable doubt is the mother of conspiracy. There's no reason to think a conspiracy is afoot unless you have reasonable doubt. Simply because you recognize that people are not always honest and can misrepresent doesn't mean that you can project that back onto something else without evidence.
Yeah, but what evidence do we have of the original?
You take
and
the
how do
you
we
take
know it's original?
what hold on, you've got hold on, you asked a
I'm
question.
asking a question and I'm getting interrupted.
You asked a question.
How can we tell the authenticity of the Bible?
Great.
What's original? How do you know what original is?
How many times are you going to ask the same question?
How come you're not asking this question about Alexander the Great? How do we know the authenticity of Alexander the Great? How do we know that he really lived?
Exactly.
Okay, that's a fair question. We don't. We have to take men's word for it, right? That's why it's called faith. You have faith and belief in historical documents, or you don't. It's fine. You don't have to believe it. It's his story. You can believe it if you like.
Yeah, not only that, but you have the ability to go and find books that break down the historical reliability of the Gospels based on the numerous thousands of manuscripts that are consistent with each other as opposed to those that might not be. They have a science to historical reliability with documents, man.
Right. It's also archaeology has over 50 digs that have confirmed stories that were told in the Bible, kings that we thought really didn't exist, turned out that they actually do exist, etc., etc.
Right, okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to say that everything in the Bible is bullshit. I'm just saying it could have been manipulated. There might be a bit of manipulation here and there. I'm not saying there's not wisdom in the Bible. I'm not saying that throw it all out. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're talking about the King
You've got to
James,
be able to have that open
maybe
mind. You
somebody
got
changed turtle doves into turtles, right?
It's almost like people will question everything but the Bible. I don't
No,
like
actually, no.
that.
No. Listen, that's my.
I
That's not
question
true.
the Bible. That's why I
Yeah,
came
the
up with
Bible
animals
says
and
test all
humans.
things, right?
I'm
So
the exact.
if someone's not questioning the Bible, they haven't read it. Because it literally says
I've
test all things, keep that which is good. Test the spirits, see if they are of God. Right? So why would the Bible go ahead?
Larry, where are you getting that from?
The book? It's a direct quote.
No, where are you getting it? Old or new?
What?
Old or new?
New Testament.
Yeah, no, that's for the wicked.
Oh, I can see that you
Yeah.
are a wicked man of
Right,
Antichrist yourself.
look, you guys know me, right? You know that I'm not afraid to step toe to toe with people who have certain understandings of the Bible, but this guy is even creeping me out. Like, I'm not interested in this.
Why? Why am I creeping you out?
Well, what basis? On what basis? Why is the New Testament evil or whatever you said?
So the New Testament was designed by, the by God, not by Lord God, and it serves as a blueprint, not a blueprint, but more of a, what's the other word for it? Not direction.
Instructions.
No.
Yeah, you can tell
It's like,
how evil the Bible is by reading the fruits of the Spirit.
what's the word for like when you want something to be done and you like create a plan for the future or something like that? What's the word for that?
Instruction.
Listen, man, if you don't even know how to communicate what you believe, listen, go somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Let me actually
Hold
finish.
on. Are you talking? I
You
got the
can.
word. I got the word.
Who is God and who is
Are you
Lord
talking
God?
about? Are you talking about a manifesto?
Yes, it's so similar to that. So basically, like the New Testament is basically the way they want the world to be shaped. They want the the it's basically their sort of manifesto
Like, are you the only
blueprint.
one who thinks this, or is there like some place where if anyone wanted to like research, like they actually have an interest in what you're saying? Otherwise, it sounds like you're just making this shit up right now, man.
Mm-hmm.
No, how am I must have
You're
References.
stumbling over your words.
For hours.
You don't have a
No,
cogent thought right now. You
this
don't have a cogent
is
thought to present an answer to the question that you were given.
yeah, but you were interrupting.
No.
I got next.
No. Sorry, no.
Yeah, I just want to go real fast.
Go ahead, Larry.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to show everybody how evil the New Testament is, just so everybody's clear. This is Galatians 5:22. So it's talking about the fruits of the Spirit. So this is kind of the deeds of a spiritual person. This is how we're supposed to be. But the fruits of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against these there is no law, right? So there's no law against being kind, faithful, gentle. You get it, right? That's how evil the New Testament is, right? Just wanted everybody to know.
Yeah, but you didn't understand what I said earlier. A human has all the right rules already installed in their system.
if you need to read a book about how to act, then you're not human. You're a hybrid. That's why you need to read these books and have these religions and follow Jesus and Muhammad and all these other guys.
Where
So
are you
you're
getting
just perfect the way
information?
that you are, aren't you, sunshine? Don't you worry about
What?
that pudding. You're just perfect just the way you are. There's no
No,
way that you could improve yourself and become a better man and become more
no. I
fruitful,
admit,
right?
I'm a hybrid. I'm a hybrid. I admit, but like,
Moreover,
But
it's not in there.
see, for me, that just sounds like a satanic sort of view of things. That there is no evil, there is no good. It's just blurry lines everywhere. Do what you want to do. There is no sin. You're not
I
at
never
fault for
said
what
that. I
you
literally
do.
never said that. Oh my god! All I was pointing out was humans and hybrids. I never said about do whatever you
Yeah,
want.
but
That's
you're
not
saying humans
what I
can't sin.
said.
And Elijah brought up the point. Elijah brought up the point where a human sinned, and you're trying to make it out. Oh no, because a human done it, it's not sin. In
No, no, I'm saying,
paraphrasing your words,
look,
but
if a
that's
robot,
basically the point
hold
you
on,
were
Jim
getting.
Jam, Jim Jam. If a robot is programmed to not do something, do you think it can do it?
It, a robot has no morality.
No, no,
There
no.
is no
Answer my
right or
question.
wrong for a
Answer my
robot.
question. If a
Which
robot
is
is
the point I'm
programmed
making
to
about what you're
behave a
trying to say
certain way,
about humans not having the ability to sin. They're essentially robots. They have no free
no,
will.
no, no.
It's not. It's not. It's
I'm not
not.
saying they're
It's not.
robots.
It's not.
Oh my
It's not.
god.
It's not an achievement to overcome the temptation of sin for a man if they can't do it.
Oh my god.
If
Look,
they're not
there's
able to
man.
sin,
Hold on.
they're not
Jim
able to
Jam.
be tested.
Jim Jam.
So they're not
There's
able to prove
man.
themselves righteous.
Jim Jam. There's man, and then there's the descendant of Adam. Those are very two different, very distinct things. They're not the same thing. When you're reading these texts and they're referencing man and woman, they're not talking about a human. They're talking about a hybrid, a synthetic human, a non-human. That's who
Okay,
they're
great.
talking.
Okay,
Could you
great. Hold
tell us
on.
where?
Wait.
Citation.
Yeah. So
I already broke his premise, which now the
No,
burden
you
of proof is
haven't.
yours, to legitimize the non-point that he never had. Like it's you got to know when to stop talking to people. Like
okay, well, I
You
mean, the
disengage
only
haven't
what
way.
broken
they're
my
saying.
premise. You haven't. You're just
So
making
again,
yourself
this
feel
goes
good
back to
about.
what I was saying before. The only way that he's going to go away is
Look,
if we
he's
stop
crying
engaging.
now. That's what I'm
The
saying.
only
He's crying now. That's how you know.
no, well, whatever.
What are
I'm
we
just saying
trying? What?
the only way to ignore this, guys, is just stop talking to him and he'll go away. But if you
Yeah,
want to
ignore
engage,
me. Yeah.
if you want to engage him, then he's going to keep talking. So are we going to do this?
Then why is everyone asking me questions
Right,
about
I
it?
know,
Because
I
you know
get it
why?
because
Everyone
we
here
have a
instinctively
sickness.
knows what I'm talking about, and you
We
just want
have a
me to shut
sickness.
up.
We
Man.
like this conflict, right? That's why we're here. We
There's no
all like this
conflict.
conflict.
People are asking me questions. There's a reason why there's so many people
Okay,
keep
great.
asking me these
Fine.
questions.
I have a question for you. Okay, so when you give us the parameters to understand the language of the New Testament, where the first two people, quote unquote, are created, right? What information do you have prior to that so that you understand that you're reading about hybrids? Because
In
it's
the New
not in the
Testament,
text.
in the New Testament, does it talk
Okay,
about man and woman?
hold on. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. So you okay? So I'm gonna slow down. So when we read about Adam, right, which means ground, it's not his name, right? It's his orientation. Adam means ground.
We're all made
Okay.
from clay, the
So
dust of the
Eve,
earth.
hold on, just real quick. Hold on. Eve comes from the root for life. Okay, so her name means life, and Adam means ground. So it's not saying man and woman. That's English. So I'm not sure what you're arguing against. Are you arguing against translation, or original context language? Which is it?
Have you studied Paleo Hebrew?
Yeah, Paleo Hebrew is not considered by mainstream linguists
Okay,
in Arabic. No, it's not considered a legitimate study. So what's your point?
that's fine.
So I've studied Paleo Hebrew. And
Great. Are we
Paleo Hebrew?
right? Great. So is the word in the Paleo Hebrew Adam and Eve, however you would pronounce it in Hebrew?
So Paleo Hebrew says, look, a man, it describes a man as
No.
basically
What's the
like
word
how
for
we
man?
would.
No, don't give us the English. No. Go back to the Paleo Hebrew since you're appealing to it, because the word is not man. Tell us what the word is in
Obviously, the word
Paleo
isn't
Hebrew.
man. I'm trying to describe what it means in Paleo Hebrew. So in Paleo Hebrew, when they talk about man, they're talking about, it's similar to how we talk about a robot. You know, when we talk about a robot, we immediately in our minds we can picture what a robot is, right?
Again,
It's
you're just telling us
programmed,
a
it's
story right
this,
now.
it's that, it's that,
You're
that,
not
and then
justifying. You're not
what?
justifying. You're not justifying your starting position. You're just telling us a story that we are going to have to take your word for,
No, you
instead of
can do it
providing.
yourself. You can literally like Google Paleo Hebrew, study it, and come to the
Okay,
same conclusion.
there's no reason for you to give us a story, right? I already told
Okay.
you that the language of Genesis 2 for Adam means ground. Look it the fuck up. You are now appealing to
Whoa,
Paleo
whoa!
Hebrew.
You don't have to
Okay, hold on.
swear.
Hold on. You are now appealing to Paleo Hebrew. I'm just asking you what the word is. Can't you tell me the word?
No.
So then how do you know how you're telling us a story if you don't even know the fucking word?
Because I studied enough to basically like
You studied enough
go
not to
through it.
remember the word. Yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah, that is a bit silly though, because you did bring up Paleo Hebrew, and you couldn't produce the word for what you were trying to talk about. So
Yeah, because my intent wasn't to like completely remember every Paleo Hebrew word, but it was enough to, like
But the original.
interpret the Bible through it. And as I was interpreting it, I realized so many things. I was like, whoa, there's God, there's Lord God, there's man and woman, and then there's Adam, and then there's why Noah flood happened. And all these things started to click, and I was like, wow. I would highly recommend studying Paleo Hebrew. It's amazing.
You know,
All right.
as flat earthers, we become experts at seeing people who are just here to poison the well. You get that, right?
Anybody else
hilarious.
Anybody else want to take us in another direction?
well, you could all attack me for questioning the Bible. I mean, that's a direction.
No, I agree with you actually, Jim Joe, on that point.
I mean, I just don't want to dive myself into another, what's the word? Deception.
Belief system.
Yeah, I think if this conversation tells us anything, it's that ideology is very dangerous on all sides, on any side.
What are you
Flat Earth,
trying
globe.
to say?
Who?
Me? I'm trying to say why is it okay to question everything but not the Bible?
You can
That's
question it.
my stance.
I question it all the time.
Yeah, Larry did clear that up with a quote from the Bible itself. So fair enough.
Yeah, but he's actually referencing the New Testament, which is of the wicked ones. So I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but where
okay. I
do you
don't
get
think
the
we're
idea
interested in
from
having a
the New
conversation with you
Testament
anymore,
is
man.
for the wicked? What gives you that idea that the New Testament is for the wicked?
They're
Okay.
still interested, Travis. They're still
It
interested.
Yeah, I
references
know. I can hear it, man.
God, and that God is not talking about the creator, it's talking about the thing that created the hybrids.
Another claim without any evidence.
Right, yeah. Could you
Literally read the first
yeah.
two passages of the Genesis. Literally read it. Literally.
Okay, so you mean in Hebrew, right? Because that's the only way you're going to get a literal reading.
Literally read it in Paleo Hebrew, and you will literally come to the exact same conclusion.
Literally.
Literally.
Okay, don't mock people's voices, guys. Come on.
Literally, right? Literally.
Don't mock people's voices.
Oh, I thought that was him.
Not my people's voices.
Yo, come on, guys. Tighten it up. Come on. If you want to change the subject, now's a good transition time, maybe.
Please.
We still haven't seen the weight of gas outside of a container.
Perv.
Listen, Jeremy, you're just supposed to throw it up against the wall, aren't you? Isn't that what Xanax said? Just throw it against the wall, like and measure how it the impact, right?
That's not. Yeah, that's not weight.
Oh.
Yeah, throwing air with a leaf blower, measuring that pressure, was intellectually proven out to be the same as weighing it on a scale.
Yeah. Also, the barometer thing. I mean, if you go into a building and now there's a ceiling on top of you, do we measure the column of air to the ceiling, or is the column of air above the ceiling still pressing down on the through the ceiling onto the barometer? Like, that's weird.
Right. I mean, since it's impossible to measure a cubic inch volume going up 50 miles plus, right? That's the only way to act.
Not
That number
only that
actually
that's
came out.
impossible. Not only that
It
that's
came out.
impossible, that doesn't even work because, like I said, you could bring it into a building and now there is a ceiling on top of you, blocking that column of air above you from pressing down.
Sure. The weight is high too. The weight that I got for 50 miles, based on like estimations of the weight of atmosphere and stuff like that. But whatever.
But
I don't
if
claim
gas is
to be a
going in
vet.
all directions, then how would it be? How would it be like? Like compressing on what's below it. If it's moving in all directions, it's moving in all directions. It's not applying all of its pressure down.
Exactly. Yeah.
James got it.
Jeremy, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Clouds are heavy too. They're in the atmosphere as well. Sorry.
Yeah, what's up?
Secure a scale to the bottom of an anvil, 100-pound anvil, suspended in the air. How much does it weigh?
If the anvil's floating, nothing. It doesn't. I mean,
0, right?
The weight is the
now let
downward.
it. Yeah, just follow me. Yes or no is fine. Then just follow it to the ground. When the scale gets on the ground and pressure is applied by the weight or the pressure of the anvil, 100 pounds, what does it weigh then?
100. Well, if
right?
you've got this, yeah, 100 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's calibrated to 0, then it's 100. If the anvil's 100. Now do the same thing to the top of a helium balloon. Put the scale on top of a helium balloon. How much does it weigh? 0.
Well,
now, let the helium balloon go up to the ceiling and put pressure on that scale. There's going to be a significant, an amount of pressure being applied to the scale, and it's going to register what we call weight. It's just pressure.
Well, it's an arbitrary thing because you could have two men with a scale back to back, and you could be exerting so much energy, but yours, both of their energy could meet, and become a stalemate, and it only would show you 0 because their pressures are matched. Apparently, they're not exerting any force, but we know that they are.
Exactly. You could scale out the 100-pound anvil to be 0, and then everything less than that would be negative, and everything more than 100 would be 100 plus, right? It would be 1 or 2 pounds heavier than 100. It's all just relative to whatever scale that you scale it up to and calibrate it to. It's just pressure. 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch, which you need a volume of a container for. You need volume for that, is the weight or the amount of pressure that the mercury they used to get the 14.7 was. Not air or anything else. It was mercury. The 14.7 represents the amount of mercury in that column that they used to make this scale. It's just a calibrated scale that we use to measure air pressure.
Like a displacement.
Yeah, exactly. The mercury is there to see how much is going to be displaced, so that you can see what the weight is, what the force is that's displacing that. Just like with the balloon, if you have a balloon lifted up to the ceiling and you weigh it on the upside down scale, it's going to measure to be the same amount of air that is displacing that balloon. The same thing with water. If you put a gold ring in a bowl of water, you see how much water has been displaced from that or raises up. You can see what the density of that ring is. So yeah, all these are principles. All these are principles and methods to
And all
measure
those
exactly
pressures
that.
need a container, right?
It's all based on
Say what?
pressure.
Well, no, that's not all based on pressure because pressure is simply the force just with a limited area. So if you
Yeah.
limit the area, you can describe the amount of forces acting on that area, which is why it
Yeah.
said that one column of air that was the entire column of air would weigh 14 psi because that's exactly the amount of
Yeah. You
weight
can
that
measure the
this is
pressure
displaced.
down, sideways, everything. That's why the container walls have pressure on them too. That you consider that weight, just
Yeah, they
pressure.
count
We
per
just
square inch.
equivalent. Yeah, we just equate the downward pressure as weight, but it's actually pressure in all directions.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not downward. It's not
Yeah,
downward pressure. It's pressure in all directions.
yeah. So then we equate the outward pressure on the walls as what?
As pressure.
Yeah, not weight, right? But we equate the
So
downward
you
pressure as weight. We calibrate it to weight.
no, yeah, you can. So for instance, when you're using pressure is force per surface area, per square area, whatever. Uh, you can then figure out what that force is. So if you're talking about a gradient and there's something that's causing that gradient, then it's going to be some force that's doing that. And it's obviously the weight of the air above it. So there's different forces that can create different pressures, but the pressure we're talking about is simply the weight.
Yeah, it's the pressure downwards that we've calculated to be weight. Yeah, I agree with you totally. Glad you agree with me. Do you also agree that pounds per square inch has to have a volume to get the per square inch?
No, but
You don't?
I wasn't agreeing. I was strictly saying in this case we attribute the pressure or we attribute the pressure to weight. That's what we understand it as. But the
What, just because of
pressure
the
can
vector?
be any force, in other cases.
We only
What, just
understand it as weight because we've calculated it to be weight. We've equivocated the downward pressure as weight. That's the only reason. You could call it whatever. You could call it Susan if you wanted. And if you taught it that way as Susan, 1 pound of Susan in the downward direction, then we wouldn't say weight. We would say Susan. It means
Yeah, but
nothing.
the reason we
but
call it weight
everywhere
though.
away from down is pressure, but
Yeah.
down is weight.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
But
no.
it's still
So if there was a homogeneous pressure everywhere, we could just call it some random thing. But the fact that it has a gradient based on the altitude, and that's based on the weight of the air above it, just like in the water. So we understand the pressure in the
I
water
don't
is
have.
created by the weight of the water. It's not created by some supernatural force or something. So that's what I'm saying. That's why we attribute it to weight.
Yeah, I agree that you're giving us the narrative of how we use it in physics and just in real world application. I'm not denying that. We do call it weight, but that which we call weight is a downward pressure.
The pressure is acting in all directions.
Oh my God. You are
Right,
the
but
The
you're
gradient is
labeling
downward.
the vector down pressure as weight.
No, the gradient which goes vertical, right? This will indicate to you that the pressure is coming from the weight of the air above it. But the pressure at any given point is it's non-directional.
again, you're trying to claim that all of the weight above has like something to do with it, but they're again, gas is omnidirectional. It's not. It's not all going down.
Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm saying to you. If it was homogeneous, then you could say that it's from the air all around it in every direction. But the gradient is strictly vertical. So the gradient will decrease as you raise altitude vertically. So and that tells you, and you also have more air as you go vertically. It tells you that the pressure is caused by the amount of air that's there and the amount of air that's above you, which you can consider weight.
Not the volume of the container.
No. What would the volume of the container have to do with it?
How long it takes for the gas to press upon the container
No, so
to
if it
cause
was the
the
volume of
pressure?
the container or anything container related, you would expect the pressure to be on the walls of the container, not on the surface, not on the surface
Yeah,
of the ground. You know,
but that's also a barrier for the gas to collide with, which causes pressure.
that's what I'm saying. So that's where you would expect the pressure to
So
be.
the ground is part of the container.
Yeah, the ground, sure, the ground could be the part of the container, but that would make the other part of the container redundant and useless.
Well, not really, because it would escape. If there wasn't a container, right, then the gas that goes to hit the extremity of the container itself, if there is no container there, then it's not coming back, is it? So you're going to lose pressure.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You already lose pressure before you get to this container wall. So you already get close to less than 0 psi, or less than 1 psi. I'm sorry, close to 0 psi. So the container is useless at that point. All it's doing
Well,
is,
not really, because if the container wasn't there, then you wouldn't have pressure because it would all escape, right? You would have minimal pressure because you'd still have, because the gas is created at the surface, it would still be creating gas pressure because it's still colliding with obstacles at the ground level. But once it gets out into the nowhere, it's just going to keep going and not come back. So that 14.7 is going to start dropping, right?
yeah, but then that would make the walls useless because you're saying that the walls are there to keep it in, but obviously there's something else
Well, to
keeping it
keep it
in.
constant.
There's something else keeping it in because there's less pressure and less air up there already. So it's not the walls that's keeping it in, right?
Or you could also say then that the the production of the gas is greater than the loss.
I mean, even it wouldn't matter what you said. Even if that were the case, it would still render those walls useless. Those walls would have no purpose because, like you said, the production far
Right,
outweighs
that's what I'm
the.
saying. Like that would be the only other possibility if the container isn't complete and there's a gap where you're losing pressure, then the production of the gas has to be higher than the loss of the gas.
Yeah, in either case, right? Regardless whether that's the truth or whether it's just true that gravity's real, uh, there's no use for a container. The container's not doing anything. It's not adding
Well,
anything
that's
to.
that's exactly what I'm saying. Is the only reason why the container wouldn't matter is if the gas creation is greater than the loss.
Well, like I said, that's one reason. But regardless of what the reason is, we know it's the truth. Like we know that there's no pressure as you go higher up. There's less and less pressure.
All right, okay. So I get what you're saying. So like the reason, so you're saying that the reason why we record 14.7 down here is because of gravity. It's bringing all that pressure down, and the higher up we go, the less pressure. Is that what you're saying? That it's caused by gravity. Is that what you're trying to say?
Sorry, I was pressing the wrong button. My bad. No, that's more or less, yeah, that's correct. The pressure is strictly a product of the weight of the air above it, which is caused by gravity. It'd be like a pillowcase full of pretzels. You put
But
pretzels in a
see,
pillowcase.
that doesn't make sense to me because gas is
Hold on.
omnidirectional. But gas is
Yeah,
omnidirectional. Pretzels aren't. They sit there
no,
and
gas
they sit
isn't
on top of one
omnidirectional.
another. They sit on top of one
Gas,
another, right? Gas moves
yeah,
in
so
all
does air.
directions. So its weight, yeah, would not be
No,
um,
dude.
by what's below it because it's not always moving down to produce its
Gas,
weight.
gas is not omnidirectional more than pretzels would be omnidirectional. They're both they're both omnidirectional. You
What
can
the
throw a
fuck?
pretzel any direction. Gas can move in any direction. This is not they're not there's no difference between the two. If they're in a
Gas,
gravitational field,
gas, gas on its
they'll be
own moves
attracted to
in
the
all directions. Pretzels don't, right?
pretzels can move in all
Just
directions
to
too.
clarify.
Maybe try the babies. Try the babies.
I,
How the fuck are you analogizing? How the fuck? What? Pretzels are the same as gas? Is it
You
kosher?
got to
What?
try the
Sorry, go on, Jimmy.
try the babies, Kosho. Kosho's got another good one that might put it into perspective for you with babies. Tell them about the babies.
I think
yeah,
you've got him nervous and it's gone a bit quiet now.
no, I'm not. No, I got other shit going on. Listen,
Pretzels are omnidirectional. Just to recap for you. That was your last point. Pretzels are omnidirectional.
no, yeah, that's pretzels, the babies. That's right, the pressure. So a bag of pretzels, we'll use that instead of the babies, okay? A sack full of pretzels. What's going to happen is the pretzels at the bottom of the sack are going to be crushed. The pretzels at the top are going to be able to move freely, okay? So if the wind blows hard enough, the pretzels on the top will be able to blow off. The pretzels on the bottom are going to be crushed and compacted and stay in place. And this is
That's
all
because the
due to the
pretzels
weight
are
of the
heavier than
pretzels
the
above
air.
it. So what?
The air itself isn't heavier than the air, is it? So it can move in all directions, right?
Yeah, if pretzels, anything can move in all directions. I don't know why you keep saying that. Anything can move in all
Because
directions.
air moves in all directions regardless of what we do to it, yeah? Whereas a pretzel will just fucking sit there unless you do something to it, right?
The fact that a pretzel's sitting there means something's doing something to it. It means
Oh
it's
my
being
god.
attracted to the
Oh
surface
my
of the
god.
earth. This is
I'm
just the
telling you,
truth.
you're fucking up, Kosho. Use the babies. Tell them about the babies.
The babies was just for David, man. I like feathers better, anyways.
A baby's heavier than
Which
air.
one gets better? Say what? Let me ask you a question. Why do you say that gases can move in all directions, but pretzels can't?
Sorry, pretzels can't. No, I'm
Yeah.
saying
Why do you say that?
gas does it regardless of what we do. Pretzels will move in all directions if we wanted to, but other than that, what does a pretzel do?
Okay, put them both in a
Is it
vacuum.
moving in all
Put
directions?
them in a vacuum
Naturally.
outside the
Is,
gravitational
is,
field.
is a pretzel moving in all directions naturally?
Yeah, put them both in a vacuum outside of the gravitational field. Okay, whatever uh, whatever influence the pretzels had on them is going to cause them to go in whatever direction they're going in. They're going to go in any direction. Doesn't matter. The air is doing the same.
Whatever, man. I don't understand what you're saying. Pretzels are moving everywhere, apparently, guys. Right.
Yeah.
Cutting up big time, Jeremy.
Watch out, man. Because that one time I left a bowl of pretzels, you know, on the kitchen table, and they were just fucking flying all over the place.
You're roboting really bad, Jeremy.
While we wait for him to come back, is he talking about like when they cook them? Is it the dough rising that goes in all directions, or what are we talking about? Is it just because they flip them in knots that the pretzels are going all over the place?
Direction, like gas.
Do you kind of see the point though, Kosho? With if gas is moving omnidirectional, you can't take a column of air above a specific point because it's always dynamic. It's always changing. It's always fluctuating.
Okay, why are you saying that it's omnidirectional, and why are you saying that something else that's solid is not? Gases can move in all directions. The directions that they're influenced to move in, they're going to move in. This is the truth. This is also true for anything. Now, if you put them in a gravitational field, like carbon dioxide, or what is it? Carbon monoxide, whichever one comes out of dry ice is carbon dioxide. But
You mean the dense gas that goes down?
It's more dense than air. It's not just that it's dense; it's just more dense than air. It goes downward.
Right, it goes down.
In reference to the air. In reference to the air. It does this because it doesn't just move all directions. It moves the directions it's being influenced to move.
But over time, would it diffuse and just become a part of the air?
Over time,
Would they eventually mix and that would become the air?
If you introduced more outside air and all this kind of stuff, but if you left the air inside of a container, like in an isolated container, it would just
Well, say like just a room, for example. Say like you kind of filled a room, you know, say quarter of the. I wouldn't say, it's hard to say that, but just say you released an amount of carbon dioxide into a room, right? At the start, it's going to be sitting towards the bottom, right? Because it's more dense in the air, right? But even if you didn't open any windows and you just had people walking around creating or accelerating diffusion, that air would become that carbon dioxide would become a part of the air, right? It would mix.
Yeah, but you're talking about a system that's obviously people
Dynamic.
interacting with it, all type of shit.
Right. Yeah. But even if it wasn't then, so even if you didn't have people interacting in it, just a static room, do you think that it wouldn't mix? Or do you think after enough time it would? The carbon dioxide would mix with the air?
Yeah, if you put different gases inside of like a vacuum tube or something like that, vacuum chamber, you'd see that there'd be some mix. They'd be mixing, but there'd also be some preference to to different layers.
Right.
But yeah, there'd be a general mixing. That's the nature of gases. They're excited, so they don't generally stop.
So what's the nature of pretzels?
Well,
To
eventually
move
they
in
will
all
stop.
directions.
Eventually they will stop, but even still, they don't. It doesn't matter. They go in all directions. They go in all directions until they lose energy and then just still.
What are you talking about when they move in all directions? I don't get what you're talking about.
What's stopping a pretzel from moving in any direction? When a gas particle moves in any
What's
direction,
making
it's
it
not because
move
it
in all
just moved in any
directions? Because I
direction.
don't
It's
see
because
pretzels moving
it
in all directions. I just see them sat there in
yeah,
the
I know.
bag. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking about.
When gases move in any direction, like a oxygen molecule, it's because it collided with something and reverses trajectory.
Right, right, yeah. It needed
It's being
some sort of
influenced going
influence.
wherever direction it's going.
Yeah, yeah, and you'd need a lot more influence to make a pretzel start moving in all directions, right?
No, to make it continue to move. If you were in a vacuum and outside of a gravitational field, the pretzel, all these pretzels, an explosion, for example, explodes the bag of pretzels, it's going to cause them to move in all these different directions. It'll stop eventually once it's imparted all its momentum into something else, but it doesn't. It's free to move in any direction. We're far away from the point now.
So what was this babies analogy anyway? Go on. I'm up for a giggle.
It's a long time ago. We were just explaining to David what air was. I was talking about pressure. Anyway, instead of using pretzels, I use babies. Like babies, a giant pile of babies. On the top, they can crawl freely and they're perfectly healthy babies. But if they're stacked high enough, eventually you go deep enough in that pile of babies, the pressure of the babies above them, it's not going to be a free picture. And that would create a pressure gradient. But feathers and pretzels are better.
And watch out, because when you set babies down, they're moving in all directions, just like gas.
Well,
I
the
mean,
reason babies and pretzels don't move in all
Oh,
directions on Earth
damn.
is because of the gravitational attraction to the surface of the Earth. So everything's attracted to the surface of the Earth. So you have to remember that we're talking about without any external influence.
yeah, without any medium, anything is going to be infinitely heavier than nothing.
But like, if you could put 14 pounds of weight in a square inch, that'd be a really heavy square inch.
Can I just talk about a side note real quick? I just saw a Tesla maintenance vehicle drive by. Can you guess what model it was?
Rover?
You broke up. Say it again.
I said the Rover.
No, it wasn't a Rover. It was a gasoline powered vehicle. It looked like it said Subaru. I think it had a Subaru emblem on the front. Are Subarus gas powered? So Tesla has to buy a gas powered vehicle to service their Tesla electric vehicles.
Well, they also have
Interesting.
to do that they also have to do that when they're shipping them because the diesel powered 18-wheeler isn't electric.
And is it? Yeah, and if they put it on a train, it's the same principle. Or if they ship them overseas, it's the cargo ships are diesel. So, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, the lesser of two. Come on, man. Cut 'em some slack.
Let's save the planet by making vehicles electric, but you still use gas to get them where they need to go.
I mean, I don't get how people think that they're doing good for the environment when they start buying electric cars. When how the fuck do you charge them? How'd you
I love
charge them up again?
Solar panels,
Ridiculous.
wind turbine.
And how did you get the
And
material to build the
it's a
solar
pretty
panels?
slow.
Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
It's a pretty
Very
slow.
slow time.
It's a pretty slow charge. What I heard.
Well, like a 12-hour thing for full battery.
4 days.
No, but at least I think it was at least an hour. I was at a truck stop and there was a guy at a charging station, and I said, "How long does it take you to fill up?" He says, "About an hour, I think."
If you can afford a
So
35,
he's got to sit there for an hour.
yeah, $35,000, I think, is the big fajita that you stick in your house, and that would take you like a couple of hours. But other than that, some cars would take a day at your house.
Yeah, very practical.
Absolute rubbish.
And it's not cutting no carbon emissions, because what are you doing when you're fucking charging it? I don't understand. This world is crazy, man.
Yeah, they're saying it's.
I mean, if you're using like wind turbines or solar panels or something to charge it, that's pretty dope. I mean, we don't have to like burn fossil fuels or anything, but like,
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, besides the making of the wind turbine and the solar panel, yeah.
I have one of those little solar battery back packs that I use for when I'm need to charge my cell phone. And I've left it on my dash on my truck, right? And it's virtually empty. And I was like, I wonder how long it would take to charge this just from the solar. I think I let it
Things
set for
take
2 days.
forever unless
I think it took it. I
they
think
do
within
make
2.
ones where.
Go ahead.
My bad. Go ahead.
I think it took.
I was gonna say they do.
almost
I have one.
Okay, go. Which is it? Me go or you go? Which is it?
Go. I'll go next. Go ahead. You go.
I was just saying, I think it took it 2 days to charge. Where I can charge my phone in about an hour, either plugged into my vehicle or plugged in at home. So, go ahead.
Yes, those little. Oh, my bad.
No, I'm done. Go
Those
ahead.
little solar panel. Those little solar panel battery banks. Some of them take forever to charge if it just has one face of it as a solar panel, because I have one like that. But I also have another one that unfolds, so it makes the solar panels way bigger and that charges way faster. I've never timed it, but
Do you notice a difference on?
it depends on how much solar panel you have. Yeah.
Does it depend on how sunny the day is as well? Like now that it's autumn, would you say it would take longer?
Well, the one Paul's talking about takes literally fucking forever to charge. So.
Yeah, that Humvee Joe Biden was driving about in on an airbase there. That takes like 4 days or something if you have the shit recharge. 4 days for your Hummer electric.
Well, I mean that and a Hummer, especially an armored vehicle, armored. I can't say the word. An armored Humvee or whatever. I mean, the amount of power you're going to need to even move that thing. Just.
The problem I think with the electric cars is I think the oil companies have stifled and suppressed battery technology, so our battery tech's really not that great. And the amount of energy we have to put into getting these batteries and shit is crazy.
And they don't last very long, do they? Sorry, go on.
You guys know that all of the major city transportation back in the 1800s and 1900s were electric, right? They got shut down by big oil.
Well, the thing about those though, at least you had power being supplied directly to them. They weren't battery powered, right? They were just, that's one thing. We could figure out how to, run some kind of electric rail on the road. You could just charge it or just run it right off the road.
They have battery power cars too. You pull up to a shop, they'd use a adult lift, take out your battery and put a charged one in there, like 5 minutes.
The perfect world, we'll be living on free energy by now, but nah.
Well, free energy thing might have had consequences. What happens when you start transmitting that much energy in the air, like Tesla wanted to do? Like, what kind of effect would that have on your body?
Oh yeah, you're right. Also, all this Wi-Fi and 5G going through the air too, that's probably having some effect on us. I mean, people are getting cancer.
Like, I'm a big fan of Tesla, but his shit could have had some serious kind of ramifications health-wise of sending that much electricity through the air all nonstop. No.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Because I used to be a big fan of that. We used to have these things. Tesla wanted to put these things all over where they'd be generating electricity and sending it out for free everywhere. But you have to send a shit ton of electricity out into the air to light up a light bulb or something.
They'll be walking around with their hair sticking up.
The farther away you get, the more electricity you got to send out. So if you're close to that thing, I don't know. I'm just saying it could have had some kind of health ramifications. I may be wrong. We're just now using this wireless power, that thing you set your cell phone on. Like, we're just starting to use this wireless electricity thing. And even then, it has to be super close. Like, that thing you set your phone on, I don't know how far away it'll work, but I'm pretty sure it's got to be, like, right on it almost. No?
I still don't see
It's not
why
like it
they
charges
haven't.
it from the other side of the room or anything.
I still don't see why they haven't harnessed other ways of making energy though. Like on busy roads and streets, they should have some sort of, way to convert kinetic energy into electricity.
Doing it.
All of the
They
cars
started
that are
doing
going
that.
over the road. Yeah,
They started doing that in some countries. In some countries, they started doing that. They put these little wind turbines on the side of the road so that when the cars whish by and create that little gust of air, it spins the turbines.
But I'm thinking of the road itself being some sort of pressure plate where the weight of the cars and the people walking on the road, all like they could power the streetlights.
That's out of the
I
box.
Jeremy,
mean,
what was that? What was that power idea you had for the road? What was that thing?
What'd you say, Travis?
You had an idea to use the roads for something. I can't remember what it was, and it was it like melting the ice, like making the roads worse? Is that it?
You might be breaking up, but the idea I had was, this is an actual thing they practice now in commercials. Some of it's residential. Before they install concrete or blacktop, they'll run either a tube so you can flow hot water through it, or you have a little electrical thing where it'll just heat up, an electric metal element that'll heat up, and you snake that through the blacktop or concrete. And then when it snows or it gets ice on the road, you just flick a switch, or you have it set automatic or whatever, and it heats the road up, melts the snow, and you're good to go.
We had
it's all
something like
about
that
like a recycle of energy that's already been wasted, isn't it? Really.
When I was in the Air Force, we had something just similar, I guess in a way similar, but not for the road, but for heating the air base that I was stationed at Loring. And they had what they called the steam plant, and then they had steam pipes that ran all over the plant or all over the air base. And in the wintertime, that's how they heated all the barracks and buildings throughout the air base. And obviously, wherever the steam pipe ran, that's the one place the snow never stayed. So
yeah, it's wildly more efficient if you think about it in the long run of things. the maintenance you got to do on the vehicles, the plows, the salt trucks. You got to mine the salt. You got to have guys driving all over the place, plowing the snow up and shit. It's much more efficient for just one little old lady at City Hall to flick a switch, melt the whole city down, and have to send out hundreds of plow trucks, dump trucks, get the
Yeah,
snow maintenance on the trickle
I was
down
just going
effect
to
of
ask.
having to plow. Not only that, when you have to plow, it tears the roads up. Now you're scraping metal against your concrete or blacktop. So now you got to send more trucks and more guys out in the summer to fix all the potholes and the cracks and the fucked up concrete and shit.
Ask whoever mentioned about the army base. What did they use to boil the water?
I don't know. It could have been coal or oil. I'm not sure. I know it wasn't probably electric.
It's
No, it
probably a
probably wasn't.
nuclear plant,
Oh,
right? Isn't that what Einstein said? Einstein said that nuclear power was the most expensive way to boil water.
yeah, I thought. I mean, I don't think it was nuclear, obviously. Thank you. So I think it was more like coal or oil or something like that, gas or something.
You know what? I
But
like the way they boil water now. Oh, go ahead, Travis.
yeah. But Jeremy, you got to think about all those contracts and businesses that would lose money if they did that. You know what I mean? They all
It's
have their
all about
hands.
the money.
They all have
It's
their
all about
hands
the
in each
money.
other's pockets. Yeah.
The coolest way I seen to boil water is, and I mean, once you have the infrastructure set up, it's free. You don't have to keep adding any coal or oil or anything. They'll have a field of mirrors all pointed at one spot, reflecting. Every mirror points reflects the sunlight onto this one spot on the top of a tower. And this shit gets so hot, like I've heard birds fly through this beam and just get fried. But anyways, it boils some kind of liquid, and that's how they produce energy in some places.
Yeah, it's solar
Like,
energy.
with that, could they not combine that with special lenses as well? Like all these mirrors, um, focusing it all this energy to one point. Then you could also have a Fresnel lens in front of that and create more, right?
Yeah, you would think they would
or
use a
would it
Fresnel
just
lens in
melt the
there somewhere,
lens?
but I don't think they. You would think they would use a Fresnel lens somewhere in there, but I'm not. I don't think they do. I don't know.
Why would they use it for no lens?
Magnify the heat, make even more fucking.
I think a
Wouldn't they just use a
convex.
magnifying lens?
Convex. Better.
Okay, you have all the mirrors on the ground pointing at this one spot. You could have a Fresnel lens on top of it, also focusing the sun onto this one spot to amplify it or make it hotter. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys have felt
What, bro?
he just felt like somebody opened an oven at 500 degrees.
I don't know if that was you breaking up, Travis, or me.
Yeah, I think it was me.
We should get some kind of portable platform that follows the hotspot around.
You know, the nuclear fusion reactors are making improvement.
Doesn't the
They're able
vacuum do all
to
that?
what?
Doesn't the vacuum do the same thing as whatever you're talking about?
A
Or
vacuum.
say, yeah, it changes the material, right? You get air out of the water, you go, right?
Well, the vacuum's not going to do anything though. They have to create pressures far greater than any pressure inside of or not pressure. They have to create temperatures hotter than inside of the sun in order to try and make this fusion viable. And uh, they use tritium because it's easier to fuse tritium than it is to fuse hydrogen.
The whole universe was made in a vacuum
Kind of.
Facts.
I mean,
Well,
that's
actually,
like saying everything happens in a vacuum, but
So if
actually,
every material we've ever heard of or known, aliens or not, has been made or transfused or conformed in a vacuum, then what can't be made in a vacuum, Kosho?
The whole
well,
universe was actually made inside a perfect vacuum because there was nothing, right?
no, if
well,
there was nothing,
in
what,
Einstein's
Paul?
theory, there was no space or time, so there wasn't even a vacuum. There's nothing, no thing.
Yeah, it's like vacuum if you have nothing,
But
Well, no,
right?
there was
Carter,
not
there
even
was
that.
always
Well,
gravity
hang on a
though.
second. Hang on a second. Hold on a second. But a vacuum requires a volume, and there was no volume even in the beginning of the universe, according to Einstein.
Yeah,
But don't
there's
they
no
also
such
say
thing.
that
We don't care about
there wasn't
Einstein.
actually nothing? There was still gravity. Like apparently, somehow gravity still existed at that time.
Right, there was no
Well, you got to have
gravity.
matter, but to have here's the thing. Here's the problem with that. To have gravity, you got to have mass. Mass is a bunch of matter. If you don't have space, you can't have matter. So where did the gravity come from?
Okay, so Einstein doesn't say anything about there not being space because he didn't make the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory also doesn't say anything about not having space. Also, matter or energy can warp space time. But yeah, that's true
So
that
we
gravity
went
was
over.
not existent
But
before
wasn't it
energy existed.
Kraus that
Hold
said,
on, real
"Oh,
quick.
sorry"?
So we went over this. You can't show energy bending space time.
You don't know everything, Kosho.
I'm trying
I
to
mean,
remember.
Einstein
Like,
just made this goofy shit up about energy being able to bend space time, and they ran with it. It's never been shown or
Dark energy
demonstrated or.
can't melt steel beams.
Well,
I'm trying
even
to
here's
remember
let's
Lawrence
take this.
Krauss trying to
Well,
say that.
energy.
Go on,
What?
sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say even energy. You have a problem with energy. The energy is the ability to do work. If there's no space, no time, what's working?
Who
The
said there was no
vacuum.
space and no time?
I just want an easy bake vacuum so I can make me planets and stuff.
Turn
No,
on your
this
light
is a
bulb.
straw man claim there's no space, no time.
Demok wants that lumpy gas.
Well, I
No,
mean, I've
this is
actually heard. Hold on, let me talk to
it's easy
Kesho.
bake.
I've
Easy
actually
bake
heard
vacuum.
from. I'll have to
Boys,
go find it. I've actually heard that the scientists say space and time came into being at the Big Bang. So
It sounds
either
like
they're
somebody's
wrong.
Who
hypothesis.
cares what they say, man? It's not.
I'm
It's not.
I'm
What does
working.
that matter?
I'm working within the paradigm that Demar.
Oh,
Yeah, but
okay. You're going with exactly
that's
what
not
they
within
say.
the paradigm. That could be
Yeah, but
somebody's hypothesis, but it's not a part of like the Big Bang Theory or anything like that.
an open mic.
so
Sounds
you're
like
going with
you're
the
hyping
paradigm.
something.
Nothing did something to nothing, and then nothing made something from the nothing that nothing did to nothing for some. Well,
You just said a whole
I
lot of nothing.
personally, I personally don't make claims about where the matter or energy came from, but the Big Bang Theory does claim that the energy that was there at the beginning in a small enough space expanded very quickly. But the Big Bang Theory also doesn't attempt to explain where the energy came from.
I want an easy Big Bang oven, and I want to make a Earth cookie.
But just to be clear, though, you are making claims about energy being able to bend space time, right? It can't be demonstrated.
Yeah, according to Einstein's field equations.
And math is
Okay.
reality. We know
Well,
math is
hold on a second.
reality.
Hold on a second. Let's just beg the question with Coach a minute. All the matter and energy was in a singularity. All the gravity of the whole universe was in that singularity. That would be described as a massively, massively black hole. So what caused the black hole to expand, to go beyond the event horizon and create the universe?
Sorry,
Yeah, when
you
I used
explaining
to
your
think,
theory?
Yeah, he probably wasn't even listening. You weren't even listening for him.
yeah, when
No,
I
it's not. He was
used to believe
explaining
in
his
this whole
theory. Go ahead, David.
It's like asking questions. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Left Lane. Go ahead, Left Lane.
I just say these conversations always go to questions that can't be answered. I mean, we have what
What's
we
that
have
stop
here.
you? How's that stop you?
We have what's here and now that we can talk about, right?
Yeah, when I used to believe in all this Big Bang, infinite universe stuff, I used to think that every black hole, inside every black hole, was its own universe, and then all the black holes in our universe had universes in them, and we were just inside another black hole in a bigger universe.
I think that is a hypothesis.
Yeah, I thought of that before I knew that was even an actual somebody else thought of it.
Well, I want to go back to something he said, something we can't know, but isn't science about gaining knowledge? And part of gaining knowledge is learning cause and effect. And isn't the beginning of you? Hold on a second. But isn't the beginning of the universe a cause and effect question?
That's cause of phenomena. You mean like cause and effect?
Yeah, the universe is a phenomenon. It exists. It has an explanation for its existence. So it's a cause and effect thing.
Yeah, but
it's unfalsifiable. Yeah, it's unfalsifiable though. This whole story of
everybody together.
Explanation is nothing without demonstration. So you can explain how Narnia was built, but until you show it, it doesn't matter what you explain, really.
The Great Scale Negator.
That's why it really don't make no sense. And how can science go back in the past without a time machine? How can science go back and do something where science didn't exist and the people didn't exist? It doesn't make sense. And to say, like, every time they see an action or reaction, they call it what it is, and then they're wrong 10 years later and 5 years later and the next day. Why do we even listen to half the shit science says?
Right, and then having theories about things that we can't even see from our position. Like the rest of the universe.
Right, you don't get an easy bake oven. You don't get science lab easy bake oven to go vacuum make all your planets and stars and stuff. You don't get to do that. You don't get to test it out.
You know what? Well, I'm thinking right now. So if you guys have ever videotaped anything, right? So if you move that videotape really fast, it's gonna just completely distort the image in and of itself, right? So I'm back on the Star Trails thing again, right? So it's almost like it's almost like talking too fast, but in visual, right? And if you talk too fast, then you're gonna lose the coherence of the sound. So moving too fast is losing the coherence of the target that you're observing. So it doesn't, huh?
I was gonna say, remember the Micro Machine Man, but go ahead.
So because what I was thinking about doing, I just bought a ton of shit this weekend for experiments with water and glasses of water and fish bowls of water. So one of the things I bought was a Lazy Susan because I was going to put my camera on the Lazy Susan, and I was thinking about how to rotate it like it was going to be a star trail because I'm going to have to be the one moving it, right? But I was thinking, well, if I'm just taking a snapshot and then doing a long-term exposure the same rate, it's not gonna. I'm gonna predict it's not.
Repeat that. You cut out. You cut out. It seemed too important to miss as well, so you got to repeat that.
Well, when he comes back, that's actually a good experiment because remember the rotation thing. You take a lazy.
Maybe I'll wait. Go ahead.
No, you were breaking up really bad, Travis. So I started talking. So if you want to finish your thought, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll wait.
So no, you were nobody could hear you. Seriously. I was thinking of you said Lazy Susan, and I thought you could put that on a skateboard and then put a GoPro on Lazy Susan. You start spinning the Lazy Susan and push the skateboard and see what you would get. Like put some lights on the ceiling, and see kind of, would you get the star trails that way, or what would they look like? You understand what I'm talking about? Because that's what's happening with the Earth. It's spinning, but it's also moving. No?
Yeah. You would have that right. Exactly. We would demonstrate that you wouldn't have a coherent visual target. Exactly. We would show, well, look, so why the fuck isn't this working up in space? We're going in two different directions. Exactly. You would demonstrate that what we see in the sky can't be because the Earth and the universe is in motion.
What was it that you said though? Because you cut out, and I really wanted to hear what you were saying while you were cutting out.
I was just talking myself
about the
through.
circle. About you were saying you wanted to try and create this long exposure.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking out loud about getting a Lazy Susan and then putting my camera on it, and then I mean, I would have to almost build a contraption because there's no way I want to sit there and try to move it incrementally, however, 15 millimeters per hour or whatever. But as I was thinking through that, I was just thinking that that's not going to be at the speed it would need to be to distort the target. Like if you have a camera, all you got to do is like put it on a tripod, look at your kids in the park, and then see another thing that you want to shoot. So you move your camera really fast. It fucks up everything. Like because you're disturbing the frequency that you're looking at. It's not going to be coherent. There's no way that you would get a coherent target of the sky if we're the ones moving. No way.
I don't know, because they would do, the Globers will just come back with the argument of, well, if you're in a car going 80 mile an hour, the bush that you see just off to the left, off to the road, whizzes past and is what you would call, kind of like what you were talking about. It would sort of what's the word? It would be blurry. It would be blurry, whereas things in the distance wouldn't be. So that would just be their
Side view
answer to
versus
that.
front
No,
view.
hold on though. When they remove the targets to infinity, then the movement would be so slight that it wouldn't be detectable, but yet we see it in the sky. So you can't have it both ways. I'm saying that if we tried to mimic a starry ceiling, right? Let's paint the ceiling black, splatter white all over it, get a hardwood floor with a skateboard, Lazy Susan, bend the Lazy Susan, push the... You wouldn't see shit, man. You wouldn't have any depth, right? It'd be a black canopy, no depth. It wouldn't be coherent.
Wonder if a GoPro can do an exposure, like a long exposure. Anybody know?
You got to worry about the fisheye lens, though.
Yeah,
Well, that could actually help you though, because it would create a dome effect almost.
Yeah, but we don't want that to be the cause of the distortion, right?
That's
We want
true.
that to be the actual phenomena, right? Not a cause of the lens.
Well, I mean, you could create some kind of turntable. You can actually, that's an idea. Buy an old turntable, a record. That would be one way to give it. And you could probably use any kind of camera that would be able to do a long exposure. And then you can actually, I don't know how you could adjust maybe take the speed all the way down on the table as far as it'll go. And then you could do it with just a rope and a skateboard and a turntable. That would probably pull it off, wouldn't it? You could just do it slowly. Put some lights on the ceiling, some LED lights. Buy them cheap at the store.
I don't remember if I said this to this group or not, but do you guys remember the other day when Moyoc did his demonstration with the 2 pen lights on the bathtub with his phone?
I never saw it.
You never saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's pretty. It's a pretty simple concept to picture in your mind. He had two pen lights, and the way he moved his camera, the left pen light was straight, and the right pen light had a right parenthesis. Okay, so it would be like a frowny face, but I'm using a right parenthesis. So, let me see what I was going to say. So the thing about that was he was trying to show that you could create a star trail pattern. The problem with that is that if you added a third pen light and then moved the pen light and then moved your camera, you would create a new pattern. So he's not proving the model. He's actually proving my point, which is to say, whenever you move in any latitude direction away from the equator, you are going to create a brand new orientation with a brand new set of rotations and a new celestial equator. No question about it. None.
I'm driving, like probably Travis is. Does anybody know if your camera on your phone can do a long exposure?
There's
Does anybody
certain
know?
softwares that you can download. I don't know exactly all of them, but there's stuff that you can download to do it. It might be built into like some of the higher end phones. Like I have a S22 Ultra.
Yeah, I've
it does
got
that.
a time lapse.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Phone 8 has a time lapse option. I got plenty to do, man.
No, I know. I'm just joking. I was like, there you go. We can do it. Don't have to have a GoPro. Don't have to have a fancy camera. We just use our phones.
So what
That's
you
all I'm
brought up
saying.
there, Travis, is that in opposition to a claim of the globe? Or to reality? Sorry. Their claim.
Which one? Say it again.
What you were saying about what you've been talking about, basically. Is it something that we do see, but in their model it contradicts what we see?
Okay, right. So in their model, right? Okay, look. Before there was time lapse, you mapped the sky. So they already knew that the sky rotated. You have a southern rotation and a northern rotation because they mapped the sky. When you do that, you get concentric circles. They already knew that. So how do you explain it? Well, I don't know where they were at when they first figured this shit out. So it's got to be like, why does that happen? Well, the Earth must rotate. Somebody should have built a fucking ball and did this at first and said, nope, that doesn't work. So that can't be the answer. But they didn't do that, like they never do. So the answer to why the celestial equator at the equator has the southern rotation and the northern rotation is because at the equator, that's the focal point of the Earth's axis. When you spin it, that's where everything moves for centrifugal force, right? That's like the last part you'd spin out of. Like that's where all the water ought to go and push out from that end, but we don't even see that. So there's another model issue. But yeah, my point is this, that our experience with changing perspective should tell us that the night sky is fixed. Is a fixed mechanism. Like it's the one moving, and it's fixed in its function. Because if you're at the beach and the sun is setting and you can see the reflection of the sun to your feet in the water, you can't walk away from that spot and then look back at the sunbeam at that spot. It's not going to be there. It's going to be right in front of you. It's following you. That's what the sky does anyway. We all know that. I don't know why we can't figure out that if I'm moving, then at every latitude, I'm going to have an an angular momentum that's going to orient me to the sky. I'm going to create my own reference of rotating stars. But as we've all said, like in the past couple of days talking about this, you're not going to get two separate patterns. That's not going to happen. I don't know. I don't even know, man. I don't know how they pulled this shit off.
I can imagine right. So you all I can imagine is a fan blade spinning one direction while it's turning around, while it's moving forward, while it's going another direction, while it's doing another direction, and with a camera on that, and then some stars somewhere. Now, how would that look in your vision? Just think about that. So like, and then have a ball underneath or in each different one and compare them. I mean, literally, why not?
Well, actually, you could mount. Well, you could actually mount. That's okay. You could actually mount the instead of on the flat top of the Lazy Susan, you could just mount it to the side. Figure out how to kind of get it. Either if you did a turntable of any kind, just make it where it's more angled out. You know, you understand?
Yeah. You'd want more than just two observer points, though. If you're gonna demonstrate it on a globe and see what you would actually see, you would want 5 or 6 observation points, different points on the globe to show that here's what we should see.
Okay.
Here's what we should see, and that's not what we're seeing.
I get you. Yeah, right.
Because some observers are upside down.
You'd have to go different,
and they're not able to see. When they look out to the sky in the globe model, they should be looking at stars above the people that are on the other side of the Earth, right? Out of their field of view, almost.
Well, that's easily solvable if you do even back to the Lazy Susan. You just kind of mount the different cameras or different phones or whatever you want to use in what would be the different latitudes, because you can put the angle. If you just get a rough angle of what it would look like if you got a ball and just roughed it out within a certain error, margin of error or whatever, you could still model it even with using the phone, the Lazy Susan, the skateboard.
And you'll have to have a Polaris star and the South Cross stars. And then you have to have the 4 little cameras on the globe, one on top, one on bottom, one on the side.
That's a good point, D-Mark. So actually, hang on a second. You could use you would have to, this is getting more elaborate, but you would probably have to have a circular or, elliptical shaped track.
You can use the ceiling to represent the universe. You'd have to have a sphere and a spinning ball inside that, and have this, and basically use the celestial sphere model sort of thing.
The thing that I'm thinking about with what Paul's saying with the Lazy Susan is I can't help but think that you're going to offset the rotation because of the weight of the camera. It's not going to be, I don't think you're going to, and then going across the floor, you'd have to have a very immaculate, no bump floor, because as soon as you get a jostle, you're going to screw up your capture. But
yeah, that's true.
At least we're thinking about it.
Well, I mean, I've seen people I saw something on YouTube the other day where a guy made it a track, like a accelerator, just accelerating a ball bearing. I don't know if you've seen that with magnets, but you could create some kind of track. Like I said, or either you could actually you might be able to get an old modeled train track. I don't know if it might be strong enough to carry a Lazy Susan, but those old model train track things or electric trains. My dad had one. I wonder if that might or might not work. But
I've got an iPhone camera gimbal that's pretty stable. A handheld, you know what I mean. So I could use that as well to try to give some different tests in terms, because what I could do is if I swing my arm, I'm going to create an arc with my arm. and that's going to give us the diverge and converge motion.
And I will have to say, you would have, I was thinking about this too, you would have to try to scale it to the speed of the Earth and also the rotation of the Earth in that also to prove it or to disprove it. Either if you get so many rotations per minute or second on the Lazy Susan, you'd have to match that with the rotation that would be on the Earth or around the sun. Rotation.
Right, which would you'd almost have to, how they have those how they get the swinging pirates boat to start swinging at the county fair or whatever. They've got that, you'd have to create a mechanism, a machine to turn you'd have to create a turntable, I guess. That's what I'm saying, to be the right RPM. But I did buy it.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's just real quick. I did buy a pretty decent hunting rifle scope to create my own theodolite for satisfying the monkeys.
Well, I was actually looking at spotting scopes because you can actually mount your camera on them. There's one I've seen you can find one on Amazon for about $60, and I've seen one at Harbor Freight for about $50. Just a spotting scope.
Does it have a there?
I didn't know. I didn't look that deep into it. I was just doing a quick search. But you also might be able to figure out you can get those telescope mounts, and you might be able to mount it. If you use your scope, you might be able to just use a telescope phone mount, that you can actually use that if you're using using your scope, if you want to video it.
Yeah, but I got to have it at least 5.5 feet, 60 inches. But the field scope. The field scopes, because all the field scopes that I was looking at is like if you're going to be looking prone on the ground, so they're only 10 inches or so. But and I don't think I saw one with a crosshair on it, so that's why I finally decided to just get a hunting scope.
Have you not calibrated it yet and shot it?
No, I just ordered it, so it'll come tomorrow.
I see.
I don't think you're going to use it for hunting, are you, Travis? You're just going to use it for observation.
No, I'm troll hunting with it, baby.
Okay, there you go. No, you're snipe hunting. You should send somebody to Glover snipe hunting.
Could be a little challenging to calibrate the hunting scope, though, to get it straight. They're designed to be out of alignment to match the gun's angles, to match trajectory. So you're going to have to actually work on it to get it leveled out.
Well, actually, I don't know. Well, I don't know if you necessarily. Well, I guess you might be right on that. But I mean, my thought when I was talking about this earlier, you could actually just put it. When I was talking about this yesterday, I've been thinking about this more. Really, as long as when you're looking at it through the first point, as long as you're at that first, keep it kind of right there. I think if it drops below, you should be able to see it if it's below it or not. The third point or whatever. So I think it should still work.
Oh, if you use it just as a zoom device.
Yeah, you're just using it as an observation. That's all you're doing. You don't have to really do any measurement with this. There's no measurement necessarily needed except maybe, distance off the water and distance to each stake. That's all you'd have to do. The observation is more of just an observation.
What's the cheapest auto level go for these days?
I don't know. I haven't looked at those.
Buy a bubble level.
Well, I mean, if Rakia's right, you just go rent one for the day.
Rakia's not right, but renting one for the day would be a good idea.
I'm talking about renting one for the day. That's what I'm talking about. The part being right.
Just kidding.
Look like they're $200 to $300. I thought they had some that were like in the $100 range.
Yeah, surely there's some secondhand ones you can get.
Yeah, go to eBay. You probably find something on eBay. They might be selling
Oh,
something.
there we go. 99. A Vevor automatic optical level, 26 times.
You could all
89.
throw in. They might be. I said they might be selling them as a bundle. You get 10. I'll chip in. And I'll get one.
I'm down to 89.
I've been thinking about it. You'd really have to make like the water here where I'm at. There's so much activity on it because it's public. Obviously, there's a lot of people that live on the lake. You'd have to try to find a day where there's no ripples in the water. And that'd be hard to find to make sure your measurements are accurate across the distance.
What are you trying to measure? The waves would affect?
No, just trying to like like me. I live in the mountains. I live near the ocean. But if I wanted to prove that that water had curves, I was trying to think of the way to do that where I live, and I have lakes. And if you have at least maybe 1 to 2 mile stretch of lake, and you can set up some stakes, measured so far off the water, and then if you can see like the third stake under the second stake, then there might be evidence for curvature of water.
Could I throw a spanner in the works here? I don't know if anyone's seen the video where water can be affected by a magnet, right? And if the Earth has a huge magnetic field,
Yeah, it can be affected by static magnetism also. Certain different things, yeah. So like a charge. I was thinking like the reason they put that, like your garden hose, it's plastic. And then when you get a static movement with the plastic, the water doesn't even want to touch it. So it's ingenious to use rubber material for like waterproofing and shit like that, because once there's a static based on the material, the water will actually keep itself from touching the edges. Isn't that weird?
So really be about keeping the water static, which means it's not moving. So water at rest.
Or to keep the actual item static, like how you rub your hair on the balloon to get the static buildup in the plastic, and then it moves the water that's flowing even though it's flowing. So even if it's flowing.
well, you could come up with a what they do for tides, essentially, to eliminate waves and stuff. You just take and put some concentric tubes around your pole with essentially holes drilled in them, and that'll keep the water from moving appreciably. So you could just you could get a relatively good baseline.
That's a good point.
The compression that builds up when it leaves will fight it when it comes back. Yeah, that's tight. Now, what about music or sound to be able to push water? That's also a magnetic frequency, isn't it? Or a static?
I wouldn't call that magnetic at all, but
there's not a pulse rate coming out of it that pushes the medium?
There is a pulse rate coming that's a kinetic thing, not magnetic.
What's that big magnet there?
That shakes the air. After that, the sound is no longer affected by the magnetism. That's only moving the cone up and down or in and out.
Is he talking about a speaker?
Yeah, I'm talking about a speaker. Yeah.
A speaker moves a aerodynamic surface, compresses, relaxes the air at a frequency. That's what how speakers work. That's why you hear sounds.
You could do it with a drum.
Yeah, it's a magnet. I know.
No, there's a magnet.
You can do it with a drum.
The C-pole that you just described too. We already went over that. I know. I got you. Compression, decompression. That's what we just said about the tube with the holes in it. Correct, Boyar?
Yeah.
But the magnet.
It's essentially a muffler for water to
why do you use the magnet for the speaker?
To shake the air.
No,
to shake
move,
the cone.
To move the drum.
Yeah, the cone.
It moves the drum. It moves the cone. It moves the paper. That's how it creates a sound.
You can make the same sound if you shake something.
If we don't need the magnet, you guys keep declaring we don't need it. Why don't we just have car speakers with drums?
Hit it with a stick.
That's dumb. Because you want to hear music. So if you want to hear music, you're going to probably want to have some kind of a method of shaking that paper at very high frequency and very precisely. So magnets fit the bill for that nicely. You're trying to hit it
Magnets
a
shake paper.
drum.
Magnets shake paper. They shake paper. That's weird.
You know what? I don't even know why I'm talking to you because you're
Yeah, it's almost
childish.
impossible to have a conversation with Diamond. He can't be
Hold on, you
real.
guys are
If
telling
he
me you need
is,
magnets
he
in the
is
speaker to
a
shake
phenomenal
to
unto his
shake
own.
paper. Since I
He's
never
kept
heard
this
you
going for
Yeah,
3
come on,
years.
come on.
professional
He's
say
just
that,
asking you
and
to
I can't even
elaborate.
get 3 words out with you guys, man.
Yeah, he's just asking you to elaborate on magnets affecting paper.
No,
Come on.
he's not. He's being
Yeah,
willfully, either he's being willfully ignorant or he's being just a
Or he is ignorant.
full-on troll.
so you don't want to elaborate on it.
Well, no, it
Do
isn't.
you understand? Do you know how a speaker works?
With electricity going through it, they put electrical pulses into it. Yeah. So you keep saying a magnet
And
What's
makes
the
what makes the
mechanism that
sound?
makes the sound? What's the
Where does
mechanism
a
that makes the
magnet
sound?
shake paper at? Go show me your magnet paper shaker. Where's that at?
Just hit a piece of binder paper. There's your sound.
No, hold on. I was talking about just a magnet sitting there on my
Crumple a
desk.
piece of binder paper up.
It's
There's your sound. No magnet.
the magnet's a paperweight. It didn't shake the paper. Why not?
Whoever wanted the explanation, do they understand how speakers work?
Do you?
Yes.
That's why we want the explanation.
You have
All right, you want the explanation. There is a paper cone attached to a coil of wire. And that coil of, either to a speaker or a coil of wire, depending on how you want to set it up. Now, when you apply electricity to it, it creates a magnetic field, which moves the, I don't know what parts are called, but it moves, it's attached to the paper. So when it moves, it shakes, the paper moves. And as the paper moves in and out, it produces sound waves in the air. The paper's motion is what makes the sound waves.
It's called the cone.
I just dropped a picture of it of a breakdown of a speaker. The diaphragm, I guess, is what they're calling the paper.
That's
Am I
good
saying
word.
that right? Yeah.
You have a voice coil.
That would be the
You got
paper.
the magnet, and the reason the magnet is used is because you run electricity through the voice coil. It compresses and extends, and that moves the paper diaphragm between multiple different types of material that generates paper, and it will push the air in and out. And that vibration of the air creates the sound. Very simple.
And doesn't sound control water whenever you pour water off of?
See, this is why I think DMOC can't be for real. Where'd that even come from?
Doesn't it that allow?
So whoever
water
asked
to
before
take
that he
shape?
wanted a explanation,
Dude, do you
you
ever
know
stop
he's not
talking?
asking for an explanation. He's just talking.
When I have a speaker out in my backyard playing a lot of music, right, and then I got the garden hose pouring down past it, why does the water coming out of the garden hose make a design, Zenik, from the speaker playing music?
Because that vibration can be imparted on, and that force can be imparted on any medium, water, oil, air, because it is a moving the medium, right? The paper moves.
Right.
Something has to have a change of momentum because it's changing directions. So then it creates a sound or it creates a vibration that you either can hear or see.
Can sound help you?
Dude, how can you
force
be
water
serious?
away?
How can you actually be a human being and ask us these silly
It was a
questions?
simple question that we started with. The premise of, can water, right, as be pushed away by static, magnetism, and sound also? And I said yes, by sound, and you guys just went into some weird thing like I was wrong.
You are wrong.
No,
Hey,
I'm never
Zanuck.
wrong.
Hey, Zanuck, listen. I know that you say that you're not clipping anything or tapping on your keyboard. Then it's your mic. Every time you talk, there's like this feedback, clippity, clappity. I don't know if anybody else hear it, but it's as annoying as hell.
Thank you for that information.
Well, I'm just saying. Listen, it's your equipment. It's your mic.
We already talked about this yesterday. Hey, this machine is bad. I'm getting a new one, and yet is it clipping now or not? It's not doing that.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, a little bit. I just heard it right now.
No, it's not. It's not clipping now at all.
I just heard it, man.
No one else heard it.
I don't hear anything.
Okay,
no one
whatever.
hears anything. You're making things up now.
I'm not. I can hear it right now.
Does anyone
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah,
I'm not hearing anything either, Travis. I'm sorry.
That's weird. It's like every time. It's only when he talks.
Does
like
anybody hear? Stop talking. Does anybody hear any clicking while I'm talking right now? No, you're not. Okay.
Clearly
what causes it? End of discussion. I got a bad computer here and I can't even touch it or get near it when I'm speaking. That's what's causing it. When my new computer comes in next week, I'll be solved to this problem.
No worries. I just
I know.
let you know.
You just come in here like, man, just full on China shop.
Thank you.
That's why I
Yeah,
said
whatever extremis's.
I was being serious. Thank you for the feedback.
That's
I mean,
why I
that was,
said thank you for that informational moment.
yes. We were both appreciating I mean, it was an honest answer and an honest criticism, and we both said thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Yeah, I got to be more mindful.
My asshole.
How about this?
Yeah.
Now I hear something.
Okay.
I heard.
I got you.
So, Zanuck, what's your explanation for why, if the Earth is rotating, why?
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because.
Why?
It's an existential question. Why?
Why? How? If?
Why? Oh, why? Why? Oh,
Why
why?
do birds suddenly?
Every time you ask the question.
I've got a biogenesis question. If the Globers want to try to tackle it,
I would love to tackle it. I am probably going to have the one answer that is pretty uniform. We don't know, but go ahead.
okay. So you don't know. That's fine. You don't have to know. I've had discussions and I've been doing research, looking at it myself. So the little things I've been personally doing. Okay, the question I read an article this morning saying that the age-old question is the chicken and the egg problem: which came first, DNA or protein? And so they really don't have an answer. Which came first? Because you can't have DNA without proteins, and you can't have proteins without DNA. But I did hear someone say that you could get proteins without DNA, which does kind of make sense if you do have the amino acids just floating out in some soup somewhere, then they're randomly going to come together and somehow. Let's say that happens. Let's just give that one as a means to the possibility. Well,
an asteroid from Earth.
Let's say you randomly get a functional protein. Okay, you get a functional protein that way that's necessary for cell function. Well, you've got to replicate it, because if you want to take it to the next cell, you've got to replicate it. How do you get the information from this functional protein to the next cell? Well, DNA does that, right? Go ahead.
Right.
Well, I mean, DNA does that, right? So, or go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I have kind of actually a little answer for this. Of course, it's total speculation, but what we consider a cell right now is a self-contained unit. Let's take to primordial soup. Maybe those proteins were quite plentiful in this soup, in this little puddle that this primordial DNA is in, and it actually could function in that world. But as the world changed, as that puddle changed, the ones that survived are the ones that had the DNA aligned in such a way that they were able to make their own protein. So as the protein dwindled in the supply, the ones that survived were the ones that were able to synthesize it themselves. So when the random alignment of DNA actually could generate that protein.
Okay, that sounds good on paper, but obviously, the prop you've got a random environment, no structure, no organization, random. You're saying from this randomness, somehow structure formed, coding formed to be able to replicate other proteins. Now, I'm trying to think about this logically. Like if I was thinking about this, I see a tree out right here. I'm looking at a tree, right? That, man had nothing to do with that. Just nature brought that tree into existence. But let's say I wanted to replicate that tree. I want to replicate it as best as I can. And I want to take that replication of that tree and put it over here somewhere. What amount of mechanism to be able to read every amount of information on that tree, put it in some form of, holding of the data, and then be able to go over and recollect the necessary components to bring that tree back into existence. It's the mechanism between point one and point two. Like you can make a mask of somebody's face. You can just scan their face, and then you can get a 3D printer, and a 3D printer can scan somebody's face and actually make it wouldn't be like a full face, but it would replicate the face. That's the thing. Is the mechanism between you got a functional protein to getting it over here, what's replicated in the next living system. That's the leap.
Right. And, well, like I said, I think the big problem that we have is that we don't have, I mean, obviously there's lots of problems, but one of the big problems is what is the absolute simplest cell for a given environment, and what was that environment? So what is the absolute simplest thing? Like if there was environmental things that produced a lot of the chemicals necessary, and what would be the simplest assemblage of DNA that could survive in that world? And that's totally unknown.
Well, here's the thing about that. Let's think about that. Well, right. So you can't really, you're just all, since it's all speculation, all spitballing at this point. Right. Here's the thing. You find this out. Hold on a second. Like if you there's been studies, I think they've taken cells down to the most simple, basic thing, like as what's the simplest form of, I think somebody said they've done that. When you start removing things that the cell can do to function, more has to be given to the environment, right? Which means, like, I heard somebody say, like, protons, the proton pump helps in production of ATP, which is necessary for cell function. Well, you can get that gradient in thermal bands, right? Well, that means the environment's causing that. But as soon as that cell moves from that environment, where that environment's not there, it has to itself be able to do it, right? So it has to be able to keep that gradient for itself to be able to have cell function. So what you're saying is you have to somehow magically get a proton pump. So when that first cell moved from that environment into the other environment, that it has what it needed to do that. But even to get the proton pump, you've got to have all the other mechanisms to get the other different proteins to get the proton pump to even work. You still have problems across the board, no matter where you go.
Well,
that's a hard problem.
I mean, and also here's the thing: I don't think natural processes can account for it. I don't think they can.
Where I disagree. That's where I totally disagree. I shouldn't say I totally disagree. I don't know what the environment can do, especially that environment.
Well, most environments that we live in, most environments are can at some point hostile to living systems. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so which means the
living
sun.
Systems today.
What's that?
To living systems today.
Okay, so you're saying there's this perfect environment that the primordial soup had the perfect system to bring about the first living single-celled organism. It was perfect.
Yep.
There's no hazards in that.
Billions and billions and billions of puddles. It seems like it seems like we all come back to one life form. Yeah, that's what everything keeps on bringing us back to. So out of billions and billions and billions of puddles, one puddle had the environment that was successful in achieving this.
Okay, but all it would take is one thing in that one puddle for it to stop. It could be a pH level was off. It got off that day, or it got a little too much sunlight that day, or lightning strike that puddle, and everything's done.
Wiped it out. Yep, wiped it out.
So,
or caused it.
So it's back to what I think it was. I forget who it was that day said. He said, really, and mutations actually are detrimental. Let me give you another problem. Mutations. A gene is necessary for protein function. Would you agree?
Yeah, I guess.
Would you? Okay. Yeah, you need genes to have proteins. Right. If I change a protein, let's say, and I used this the other day as another example. You know, testosterone in a human, a male, or most animals are necessary for. Well, actually, females have it too, but at a lesser degree. But it's necessary for certain functions in the body. If I get a mutation, let's say in the protein for the testosterone, right? That might be beneficial for something, right?
Yeah.
But guess what you've just done? If you change that gene for the protein function of that testosterone, it may not function as it's necessary for the function of life. Like testosterone is for reproduction. So if I mutate the gene for testosterone, it may be beneficial for one thing, but I actually made it detrimental for the living organism itself because you can't reproduce.
Right, but not all creatures require testosterone. So I mean, well, I guess what you're saying is that for like humans, if you have a mutation that causes testosterone to change, well, there's many different things that can happen. You know, one that could happen, and it probably won't breed true. So that mutation is just going to disappear. It's a non-successful mutation. Now, one that produces more testosterone might make for better, and more successful humans in whatever arena. So they're deleterious and they can be beneficial.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, though, the mutations have to occur at the genetic level, right?
Yes.
Okay, which is the production of proteins. So if you change a protein, like I say, okay, let's say if I mutate the proton pump, right? And it's the whole purpose of the proton pump in the cell is to keep the proton gradient, right? So if I mutate that, it becomes beneficial, but I've just shut down the proton gradient. What's going to happen to the cell?
I don't know enough about proton gradients. In fact, I know nothing about it, so I can't really comment on that.
Well, the reason I know those are the ones these are the things I've been looking at recently. So you can just pick anything. Let's say insulin, or let's say I don't know, what else could it be? I mean, there's proteins used for everything. Oh, what about let's say the genes necessary for the production and the transcription of the RNA? If that's mutated, you think that protein is going to properly transcribe the RNA to be able to produce a protein? So then you have all kinds of problems with the protein, because if you can't transcribe it in the system, you can't have any proteins, and of course, back again, the cell dies because it can't translate. Can't translate.
Once again, you've said these things, and I agree, but those would be unsuccessful mutations. I can't think of many successful ones. I mean, there's ones that are like mildly successful, like sickle cell anemia is good for resisting the effects of what the hell is that disease by mosquitoes? Malaria is good for resisting the effects of malaria. So you can have a successful species that even has some deleterious effects. It can continue on because it allows those people to survive, or more of those people to survive, than people with normal blood.
Okay, so let's talk about single cell organism to human being. How many successful mutations would have to occur to get a human being?
A crap ton.
Okay, and we've already shown. So you got that. So which makes more sense, right? That the odds are stacked against you and you won the lottery, or that you won the lottery 1,000,000 times?
Well, see, that's the whole thing. It is the list of winners. We see the list of winners. We don't see the list of losers. All the losers, there was millions and millions of losers.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption, but that's not necessarily proof. That's what you assume.
It's what you're saying, though. I mean, you're saying that
in that aspect, like if a sperm makes it, that one sperm, I guess supposedly you got a big amount there. Right? One makes it, the other ones don't. So you have one winner, and then the rest are losers at that point. Like that.
See that? Well, see, here's the thing, though.
You existing are infinitely impossible. Just you specifically. That specific sperm. Your mom and dad had to have sex at that one split second in time when that sperm was just in that alignment that it could make the trip. And it's phenomenal. Your mom had to meet your dad. Your mom had to like your dad, so your dad had to be on his A game that day. I mean, the chances of you existing are impossible.
Well, here's the thing, though. When you talk about that, you're right. But there's honestly, in my production, in my coming to existence, what's the one factor that you're ignoring?
Oh, you're going to say, God decided that he wanted.
No. there was two intelligent agents decide to choose to be together and have a child.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But they could to have you specifically that one sperm out of all the other sperms, out of 400 million sperm, that one had to be the winner of that race. Every other one of those died.
What if the world was set against my parents getting together?
Then you wouldn't exist.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing you run into with your evolution. There's no intelligence, but the world is set against you for your survival.
But no, see,
There's no
the difference
intelligence involved.
there, I'm talking about you specifically. Your odds are infinitesimally small. The
Well,
odds
I know,
of
but
somebody with 400 million sperm being injected into a woman are, I don't know, 25%, something crazy like that. Yeah, it's a really high number that somebody will come out of that.
You can't declare no intelligence until you actually know what intelligence or the form or the first base of intelligence really is, right?
well, hold on a second, D-Mike, before you move on to that. So let's apply what you just argued with evolution. You said of all these millions of puddles, we had one life. Well, honestly, though, for even your life to succeed, you would have to have millions and millions of those possible lives for even your own life to survive. Because one sperm cell trying to reach the egg, what are the odds of that actually happening? If I just injected one into the woman's vagina,
never happen.
it would be gone. It would never happen.
A million
So,
years it would take to impregnate a woman.
Yeah. So you got this one, all of a sudden magical cell magically came together the first cell, and it created everything we see around us.
Yep. And
so, or
like I said, I can't say hell. I'm not even totally against intelligent design. Using DNA and organizing all the molecules in the universe so that one cell happened to come into existence, and using evolution after that.
So basically, I've always cell would be God in that aspect.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree with that, but I mean, the thing
if came from the cell, then that cell in their mind is God. Yours, of course, you have a whole lot different idea of God. But if they think everything came from a cell, then you can just call that God for them, the cell God.
I would not call that God. Not personally.
The laws of the universe and God. So go ahead, Paul.
I would just like to go over a real quick quote. So it's by Alan Watts. He said, "Give us one miracle, and we can explain everything else." He was talking about the creation of matter. See, the creation of matter, we say that it can't be done, right? First law of thermodynamics. But to me, the more interesting thing is how do you create a self-replicating spider? Like those things, like just one pick a species, just tarantula, right? Like if you were to ask somebody to create one of those today, like why don't you go ahead and backwards engineer this? Like that would take an intelligent designer, right? So I don't think the one miracle explanation, explains everything adequately. Yeah, sure, it's an explanation, right? Anybody can tell a story, right? But I don't think it adequately explains things.
Well, what if he? Now I talk about the billions of puddles on Earth. Now, what about in my world, my big world, big universe world? What if what if we're the only planet that actually managed to spawn life? So we're talking about billions of puddles on trillions of worlds over billions of years, all going through these experiments, and the one that actually spawned life is the one that we see.
Well, then you got the fine-tuning problem.
Begging the question. Well, that's also just, you might as well you're just using the multiverse argument that you're putting in the universe. That's all you're doing. Same argument.
Okay. I guess, yeah.
Well, we have extreme multiverse, so everywhere you can pour water, there's going to be life with that liquid.
I would.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Life's everywhere on Earth.
On Earth,
Mike says not. What he says is not an impossibility, though. I've suggested that in Gems as well. To me, it's just as likely that so far we're the only planet that's harvested life. Or
it might be so unlikely that it only happened on one planet.
maybe we are the only planet. Maybe there is no other planets, and I agree with you guys. And maybe welcome to fly.
Okay, well, that's not what we're saying, so you're not agreeing with me.
I think we stood on Paul. We stood on Paul for a little bit. You know, you can try to say something for a minute.
No, you're fine. I'm just listening. I'm just seeing how this conversation would go. I'm doing really nothing else to say at the moment.
I wanted to tell you guys about the xenobots, which is these life forms that we created last year. And actually, all we did was we got these tweezers and we put together these stem cells, basic stem cells from frogs, just so that they could either contract or not contract. That's all they do. They just put them in specific orders. That's all they did. They just put these stem cells together, piece by piece, and they were able to actually, like, if you allow them to run freely, they started acting on their own and creating their own functions and eventually reproducing all by themselves.
Well, when you say acting on their own, like, doesn't every piece of everything have memory?
I don't consider that true.
I have come off the bat.
If you're from a living thing, or you can be like dormant and then pop up, you have to have memory, right?
I wouldn't call it memory, so I can't agree
These
with
things
you.
are more basic than that.
Well,
as
soon as you said the word,
hold on a second. Without memory, you can't have really anything because the intelligent process relies on memory to hold shape. So
Yeah, but memory
are a form of memory. So I mean,
yeah, but memory could just be a collection of your neurons that fire together, or muscles, which are neurons that are aligned together. This is basically just a simple muscle, like
that's why I
the
said you
simplest
guys.
muscle function. So it
That's why I
doesn't
said
have
you
a
don't understand what memory is. That's what I was trying to say. Like, so what is memory? Can it be held in liquid, or does it have to be held in a cell that you think, a cell of skin or a brain cell, or can it be held in fat? Can a rock have memory? Can gold store memory in it, like a gold? You understand what
Memory
I'm saying?
seems to be a recording of patterns. So, like, DNA can you could call that I guess in some fashion a memory, like a memory stick.
Didn't they do?
But I
Oh, my
wouldn't
bad.
call like water. Water is constantly in motion, so there's no inherent way for it to store information.
That's how it's storing. It's
Didn't they
constantly
do?
in motion. It's a constant template of frequency.
Okay.
Didn't they do something where they taught rats a maze, and then cut out different pieces of the brain, but they could all still remember the
Yes.
maze, so they can't actually figure out like where the memory actually is.
I don't know.
yeah,
I'd have to
because the
look at
memory
that.
isn't in a place.
Yes, they use electrical impulse.
How can you not have memory in any place? So you're saying it's metaphysical, Kosho? This
It's
is deep
outside
coming
the
from a
brain.
this is deep coming from a materialist.
Yeah, it's the cloud, baby.
First of all, I'm not a materialist.
According to Rupert Sheldrake, the memory is outside of the skull in what he calls fields, morphogenic fields. And it turns out that the brain is only like an antenna for receiving this data and putting it into, the mind. Yeah, it's kind of like the
pineal
cloud.
gland is an antenna. The pineal gland vibrates. It's an antenna, and it picks up and puts out frequency. So what you have is you have stuff that stores. Your body is made of stuff. This stuff stores memory. Water stores memory. Memory is no different than electrical continuity, potential, or current. It's all memory, right? So if you if you retain something, it is a memory. And if you can regurgitate it, you regurgitated the memory. Now I'm asking, does it have to be liquid? Your skin cells, your brain cell, or your eyeball cell, like he was saying, outside the head? Like, let's go with it.
Yeah, I'm still trying to answer the question. First time you asked, and then follow up Jeremy asked. But yeah, Rupert Sheldrake aside, I myself have described the memory. I'm pretty confident on it as a connection. So there's the connection to your neurons. It's the same thing as muscle memory. When you have muscle memory, it's because the neurons fire together, and you do it over and over again, and it strengthens that path, neuron path. And the same thing happens with your
Real
memory.
weekend.
It's actually almost it's the same exact process, actually, because it's the same thing. Your neurons in your brain. You smell something, and you hear something, and you think something all at the same time, and it imprints a memory associated to that exact thing, and so you can recall it by firing those same neuron paths. That is how all your
So you're
memories are
saying
stored.
the memory stored? What, Kosha? Where's the memory stored at, bro?
It's in the neuron paths, not just a single
Neuron
neuron,
paths.
not a single section, but a
It
path.
would have to be. It would have to be like a water hose, like a garden hose. You fill it up with water. The water would represent your memory, and then you let it out when needed. Correct?
Yeah, but what if the memory you want is down in your big toe?
No, it doesn't matter where.
That'll get cut
It
off.
could be anywhere. Just the big toe would be the container, and then whatever's in the big toe would be the liquid, the memory, and then you let it out by exciting it, and you're like trying to bring it up, trying to totally recall it. Like your brain, your gland or whatever vibrates or does what, like something recalls your memory that you wanted from a kid, in kindergarten or before kindergarten when you're pushing your buddy at 4 or your nephew or cousin, right, and playing and having fun. And you remember that, or you remember the first time you smacked a bee. To yesterday when you got in trouble at work, or yesterday when you did something good at work. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is way, how do you still have that memory from way back then? Is it coming from your toe? I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, there
yeah.
might be.
If
Okay.
you cut off your toe, do you lose memory?
Well, I
Okay.
was going to say
Wait.
there's actually. Oh, sorry, real quick. There's actually, you can look it up. Look up the second brain, and they're actually calling your gut the
Stomach.
second brain. So
It was actually the first brain. That was
Yeah.
actually
How
the
about
word
your
for
gut?
brain.
Yeah.
Your gut was
Right.
the word for brain at first.
Real
That's what I'm
You
quick.
saying.
guys are always.
Hold
You
on.
guys are.
Just
Oh, good.
sorry, Moyak. Just real quick to echo what Paul said. In the Bible, actually, that is the reference for the emotions and thinking is the gut. Secondly, Kosho, you said the memory is in the neural transmitters.
And your neurons, yeah.
Okay, so is that throughout your body?
Not quite. They're mostly in your brain. The
Okay.
neurons in your body connect to all your muscles, and actually, most of your nerve endings are in your stomach and your gut. But the processing is in your brain. So whenever you're recalling the thoughts, when you're recalling a memory, it's usually going to be attached to certain stimulus, like smell, sight, abstract thought, and those are all going to take place in the brain.
Okay.
I'd say almost
So,
every part of the human body has been replaced at some point, whether how successfully and how long you last afterwards. So, I mean, we know that losing an arm is not going to be memory. We know that losing a stomach is not going to be memory. Those have all been replaced, and people didn't wake up from the anesthesia and say, "Ah, I don't remember who I am." So we know, we can eliminate certain things, I think,
Yeah,
from
but
our possibility of being memory.
how do you know you didn't lose memory from it? What portion or what amount? Like what type? Like, so if you lost memory from your stomach, wouldn't it be just the thing that the stomach did itself and like had the memory of itself? So you would lose that. Like if you lost your
Right.
toe, you lost them. You lost your toes memory. Like you can't wiggle your like whatever that was
right.
isn't there. So I mean, you
Um,
lost something. You did lose something.
The active
autonomic
muscle.
So,
functions like that.
yeah, I was going to say that Sheldrake says that you're not losing the memory when you damage the brain. You're losing the brain's ability to communicate with the field. So you know how someone loses a leg, right? And they say they can still feel their leg, right? It's because the field is
Yeah.
still there, right? But it's not, the flesh isn't there anymore. So you
It's
can
just
lose, like, brain cells, brain damage. What about that one guy in like the 1800s? He was like working on the road, building the railroads, and he had like a steel pipe go through his brain.
became a dick.
But
Yeah, I remember him. He became a
yeah,
dick.
he didn't die. Yeah,
He didn't
he became a
die. He didn't die,
degenerate,
but yeah,
but he didn't die.
he became a huge asshole, and that's also because it went through his frontal cortex, which is usually in a part of your brain that is an inhibitor. So it's like when you drink
Impulse
alcohol.
control.
I heard
Yeah.
a scenario of the reverse of that as well, where
I
you
was
had
just
a
going to try
guy.
to make a joke.
But something you just said, like this guy who you're talking about, it's a field that's staying outside your head and that just gets sucked up by your brain and through an antenna or whatever. When you guys like argue about flat Earth, you seem to like always want scientific experiments and stuff. What makes you even think this guy's hypothesis
Oh, he does
is?
experiments.
we're discussing over it, seeing
They
like
may be
what relevance it actually might have.
they may be statistical experiments, but they're still experiments.
Well, how would you statistically test whether there's a field around people? I mean, like, would you put them in a stronger field and see if you could disrupt it? What makes you think that this
Well,
field even
I've only
exists?
been I've only been following this guy for like less than a month, but from what I understand is that they have all these things that they could do to kind of test like people's ESP, right? So they'll do studies where someone's looking at the back of your neck, right? You're blindfolded and you're guessing whether or not they're looking. And they'll do other studies where like people like call you. One of 4 of your friends are going to call you at 5 o'clock. You don't know which one's going to do it, but emails are generated, and you're supposed to guess on camera at 4:59 which one of your friends is calling you. And
Right.
then there's studies done with dogs, right, to where the dogs know when you're coming home. And check this shit out. My dog is deaf. Well, it's actually my wife's dog. My dog's a pit bull. Hers is a chihuahua. She got this little chihuahua mix, and the dog can always tell when she's about to come home. And then I'm seeing these studies, and I'm like, damn, that shit's true. Like the dog can tell when she's about to come home. So they started doing like different types of things. Like, okay, well, instead of taking your car, then we're just going to do like take a taxi, and we're not going to
Right.
know when we're coming home. It's going to be like
Eliminating
email.
vibrations and sounds and other cues
Right,
that
of
the
the
dog would be
motor,
using.
and then the owner wouldn't know when they're coming home until they got the email. So they would do that, and then change the times and everything, and then still like they were getting like results. And somebody came in and said it was bullshit, and he did the test, repeated it, got the exact same response that he did, and he still didn't believe it, but they got the exact same results.
Right, but how do you get from that? I mean, that's okay. So that might be proof of ESP. That's not proof that there is a field that you're tapping into for your memory.
Well, like I said, it's one thing when you're studying consciousness and the brain and what it can do. Thanks. Have a good one. Thanks. But it's really difficult, right? Because we're not like saying that this is like absolutely like the truth. We're just studying things, right? Because in science, there's a whole bunch of orthodoxies, right? And somebody needs to be looking outside of these orthodoxies and asking questions, because isn't that what science is?
Well, yeah, no,
Right.
I have no problem with I just think, that when you say that, the way that you said it, it's like, that they think that it might be this field. It's like that think is really, really in the speculative stage. I mean, it seems like um, there's no base science for it. They could be completely right. There may be a cloud
Well,
of
have
thought
have you looked
floating
into it?
around you. No, but I'm thinking based on your descriptions. I'm saying that you
Right.
haven't isolated it down with your
With
description
the
yet of how they came to the conclusion that there's this aura around you that's causing this.
so
Well, you got a magnetic field surrounding your heart 8 feet in every direction, right?
right.
Sure.
So
So
just real quick, Moyak,
yeah.
the field of psychology, the field of hello, are you talking?
Mhm.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Go ahead,
You
Mike.
got the
Sitting
floor,
here.
bro. Go ahead.
Okay, I thought somebody was still trying to. Sorry. I'm sure you know that the field of psychoanalysis and psychology and all of those, physiology, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, all of those things, I think, would contribute to this interpretation of our reality. So that if you have an out-of-body experience and you can see someone else in another room, right? Your immaterial you is in another room watching your mom talk to Uncle Bob. And then when you wake up, you said, why did you say that to Uncle Bob? Like there was a transfer of memory right there. So if you haven't looked into near-death experiences and those things, there's plenty of channels out there that have episodes. They're really fascinating. I understand your question about the scientific method in this regard, but I think that this is a different field.
I agree with all of that. I'm
I got
like,
next.
even with this guy with the Akashic Records, it seems like he's got like an Akashic Records type idea, Rupert Sheldrake. And I agree with what Travis said about this kind of outside this sort of investigation being outside science, but still necessary. And I think Larry said about the same thing. I personally think because it is pseudoscience, 100%. I think that there's potentially validity there, but it's impossible to tell through the methods they're currently doing. So they have to somehow bridge the gap between, these loose, and loose investigations into something more concrete, something that can't be denied.
Well, you guys are really, skeptical of Sheldrick's work, even though he's, properly educated and, a legit biologist and everything. But I'm just curious, where's the skepticism for dark matter and dark energy? That's one of his complaints that a lot of people, and I'm paraphrasing here, this isn't a direct quote. A lot of people, say that Sheldrake is in all this woo and everything, but nobody really complains about, the theoretical astrophysicists, right? And their lack of scientific experimentation.
No, I think it is somewhat of the same thing in some ways. It's I'm not a big firm believer in dark matter. I think that what they've come up with so far seems to hold some sway as a possibility, but I'm not going to comment.
So you don't believe in gravity?
I'm not going to comment on whether it's a real thing or whether
Why,
there's another effect
why don't you
of
believe
the
in
universe
dark
that
matter?
happens
Why
at
don't
the
you believe
macro
in
scale.
gravity?
I didn't say
You're a
that.
baller. Well, if you believe in
why,
gravity, then there has to be the dark
why
matter
aren't you a
there.
fan of dark
No, it
matter?
doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's why you let me finish.
Yeah,
And
it
actually
has to
tell
be
you.
there.
You let me finish, and I tell you what I was saying, and then you actually understand what I was saying.
Mhm.
So I'm not opposed to there being another force that happens at the larger scale. That simply, when you get out to galactic scale, there's another force involved. It's not dark matter.
Oh,
It's
you're an
something else.
electric universe guy. I get it.
Sure, whatever.
That makes
Don't know what
sense.
that
Yeah.
force is.
So it's another force that's not gravity?
Yeah,
I don't know.
There very much possibly could be
Interesting.
dark energy. But anyway, what Hank, what you said about Rupert Sheldrake and his ideas, like I said, they're interesting, and I'm for investigating those ideas. And you're right that there should be that should exist, like things outside the orthodoxy. However, I would not say. I would say the difference between what he's proposing, the different ideas he has with this psycho, uh, yes, all this parapsychology kind of stuff,
Morphogenic field
and dark
theory.
matter, yeah, all the different stuff he does, and the difference between that and dark matter, dark energy, is that they both may be incredible ideas that seem supernatural in a sense, but dark matter and dark energy are on the path of investigation, by means of testing it and really scrutinizing to see if these things are reality or not. Whereas a lot of the psychology, pseudoscience, they attempt to do that to some degree, but they miss the mark for the most part. Because you can't really test something by looking at stuff that people have done. You have to test the abilities to see what they can do. You know what I mean?
Well, now
Like
you're
make
making an
predictions.
argument against cosmology. You can't just, call it science because you're looking at what people are done. You can't call it science by looking at what the cosmos has done. And I think it's really important to understand. Here's one of his important quotes. I'm not saying that this is supernatural. I'm saying that it's natural. I'm not saying that it's abnormal. I'm saying that it's normal. So it's just a theory about how complex the brain works and consciousness and all this stuff. And I would say look into it, because if you can buy the whole dark matter and dark energy thing and the expanding universe, like, why wouldn't you be able to buy like a theory that's talking about your brain producing fields and fields of, how should I put it?
Because
The field
that's
around
like
a person. Like, people, you can see when people are like staring at the back of your neck. And he talked about how people in the security industry, they'll look at someone who's doing something nefarious and they'll tell them to stop. And a lot of times they'll stop trying to steal stuff. And there was another thing where they did like a study where they broadcast your image on TV live, and they tried to guess whether or not someone was actually looking at you live on TV. And, you know, all this stuff isn't really like hard no science, right? I get that. It's like statistical.
Yeah, right. That's kind of my point, though, is you know, what would make the difference is if you can develop a model using whatever idea you have and use that model to make predictions and then test those predictions. If you can do that, then, you know, people can be pretty confident in the validity of that. But that's what I'm saying. In these cases, you know, doing that would be very, very profound if you were able to make predictions using, you know, these models that he's coming up with, and then show that to be true. You know, that's when it's profound. That's why a lot of things like string theory or something like that, even though it's people talk about it, nobody doesn't hold any validity for the exact reason I said. Because there's not been any valid test proposed or anything like that.
Well, the math don't even work out.
Well, supposedly,
Hank, Larry.
Yeah.
What math doesn't work
can I
out?
posit
For string theory, you know, that number with 120 zeros.
Yeah, can I posit a situation to you?
Sure.
You know, like especially within cutting edge physics and science right now, we're kind of reaching a bottleneck where a lot of the theories we have can't be experimentally proven because, you know, it takes too like there's no way for us to really test these theories, right? And it's kind of reaching a stage where science, as we know it, is reaching its limits. And we have a lot of questions and ideas that science, as a tool, the way we currently use it, can't answer a lot of these questions. And I mean, it's something I was talking with a few of my colleagues at work. You know, could it be a thing where we're reaching the stage where we need to create a new, more advanced tool that will replace science, the way science replaced philosophy and religion, as the sharpest tool in the shed to help us understand and navigate throughout reality? Or do you think it's just a thing that science, as it is now, can't solve these things, but we'll sharpen it and evolve it to become a better tool in the future? You know, is science the best tool we have, or and it just needs to be made sharper? Or could we come up with a whole different method of figuring out what's really around us? Like, what do you think?
Well,
So
I think there's a limit to what we can know, as we didn't create this earth, you know, and we need to
Are you
accept that, because hang on a second, whilst we're busy trying to pursue, you know, knowledge of this earth, we are allowing the 1% to what's that? They brought about tyranny, corruption, dictatorship across our lives. We need to put a lot of energy into getting rid of that. That's what we need to be doing, really, because you know that the science we have
That has
today.
nothing to do with the question I asked.
Well, you're asking about whether we need to create a new science. We can't do that. We can't create a new science, and there's certain things we cannot know.
Not
That's what I'm saying.
necessarily.
But anyway, somebody else answer. That's my
Okay.
answer anyway. Somebody else, please.
Okay. So your answer is it doesn't matter whether we create a new science or whether we evolve science as we know it. There are just some answers, some questions that are unanswerable, right? According to Eugen, to summarize it, there's some things we'll never know, no matter what.
Yeah, we can try, but we're never going to know because we didn't create this earth. We'll never know. We will never know. That's how it is. At the moment, we're doing a lot of speculation anyway. What we know, you can put on a pinhead with this earth. We don't know anything. We know nothing.
Hank?
Minuscule. Thank you.
It's actually Paul, not Hank. Oh, that's Hank was going to say something. Sorry about Hank. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. You're addressing what Shedrick was talking about. Yeah, he was talking about diminishing returns when it comes to science, you know, and how we're kind of getting less information and less knowledge, bang per buck, right? And, you know, you look at like a lot of stuff that Rand Paul bitches about, the government doing experiments like, well, what happens when you put a lizard on a treadmill on cocaine? You know, like what is this doing for like your everyday person, like, you know. So yeah, what I think is the number one problem right now for science is man and his orthodoxy. So if there was a way to lobotomize the orthodoxy while retaining the intellect and all the motor functions and everything else, I think that that would be a really good way to do that. But unfortunately, most scientists don't take DMT. I think that it would do a whole slew of good for a mandatory trip for, you know, these scientists to go to you know, some farm fields and get some magical mushrooms, or go get some ayahuasca, you know, mandatory once every 6 months. That way they can open up their trade openness, because some of these scientists are, you know, like lawyers, and you shouldn't have your conscientiousness that high if you're trying to, you know, discover new truths and, you know, view the world, because, you know, some of the orthodoxies that we have are so like gross. It was based on an assumption and then never proven, but it's orthodoxy because that's what everybody says, right? So one of his explanations of what we should do is have a contest, and the people that don't think that there's, you know, perpetual motion machines, they could bet against it, right? And that'll raise the money. And the people that think that there are, they could bet for it, like bet on who's going to win, and then have these contests where people come together and bring their so-called perpetual motion machines. And if they win, like they win the prize and everything. But right now, like modern science won't even look at it. Like let's say I had a perpetual motion machine. Let's say I actually did it, right? I figured out something, and I was pulling material, or not material, excuse me, pulling stuff out of the ether, right? Pulling energy out of the ether. If I took it to the college, the guy would be like, "You got what? A perpetual motion machine? No, you can't. You can't have that because that violates the first law of thermodynamics." Wouldn't it be better to say, "Let me see what you got"? Right? Like when someone accuses me of a theory, sorry, brain fart. When someone accuses me of something, like I say, "Okay, show me. What do you got?" Right? So I did a fallacy. Which fallacy did I do? Go ahead and show me. I'll take a look. Or if someone says, you know, there's humans, and then there's man, and there's God, and then there's the Lord God. Like, I'll listen to it and, like, you know, weigh it out, right, and test it out, right? But I think most scientists are extremely closed-minded to certain things, and I think everybody should, you know, open up their mind a little bit. I don't think that's going to hurt anybody. I'm not saying do 3 hits of acid in your eyeballs, but it probably wouldn't hurt to, you know, have a magical experience once a year.
Can I say something? Jump in.
Yeah, sorry that was so long-winded, but
you didn't answer the question at all. Go for it, Paul.
I think when you said religion, philosophy, and science, each one of those is designed to answer a different question. You know what I mean? So if you're using one or the other to try to answer a question that only the other one can answer, I think that's where you run into problems. And is there a third thing? I mean, or a fourth thing that you could come up with that might solve that? Well, each one does kind of address each aspect of things. Like I would say religion, you know, speaks to worship and morality. And I think philosophy is a way of thinking and how you think and how you process. And then obviously science is about the physical and natural world. And actually probably learning to work all those together is a better way than trying to come up with a third or fourth one, because I think that's the problem. What's that? Oh, okay. So that's what I think. I mean, I don't think there's a fourth one to come up with. And I do agree with Jan to a point, because I think there is limit, because we're human beings and we're limited, that there's going to be information, even answers in all three of those that will never be answered because we're limited.
I would like to disagree with one thing Jen said. He said you can't do new science. Did he say that? Did I hear that?
No, Jin basically said that there are questions that are just unanswerable. It doesn't matter if we evolve science or come up with a new method that replaces science. They're just questions we'll never be able to answer, according to Jin.
I mean,
that's what I feel at the moment, and I do feel that life on this flat Earth at the moment, with the system that is in place is destroying it. You know, we need to be changing this, put effort into trying to raise ourselves above this tyranny. That's got to happen. Humanity
Well,
is
here,
being dumbed down left, right, and center.
can I jump in back in on this, because I think I remember somebody, I've read some of the, like, science books, like I think Stephen Hawking's book. There's been philosophers read his book, and it was going like, his arguments are horrible in the process of philosophically, you know. And I started thinking, you know, sometimes we learn something in the physical world, but we don't ask the different kind of question, like, you know, like we can manipulate the genes, but should we? You know, we can cut off body parts, but should we? You know, all those things, but, you know, the should be question is more of a moral question, more of a greater question. And to piggyback on something, Larry, I don't know if I would go down the ayahuasca, or Larry, Hank or Larry, I'm sorry, whoever it was, to go down the ayahuasca route. But I do think one thing you can do, and if God exists, revelation would be a means to get you to new knowledge. Revelation from the Creator, if there is one.
But does the Creator give us any new revelations? He's given us, well, he's giving you what we have in your Bible. Does that answer all questions? You know, does he give any new answers?
Well, I mean, remember, it's the nature of the question. I mean, okay, for example, let's say if he created this world, and you could say, I've come to the end of myself, and I can't figure out how this thing works. You know, it's like the old adage I use. You know, the guy bought a Model T Ford, and he broke down. And he took it to every mechanic in the town, and they could not fix it. But he called Henry Ford and said, "My Model T's broke down. Nobody can fix it." And Henry Ford went and bought a 30-cent part, went in and fixed it, and sent him a check for $400. And he said, "Why'd you charge me so much?" Because I knew what to fix. So it's like, why not seek the Creator and say, what's this world about? How does this work? You made it. How does it work? And let him explain it. Instead of, there can be our own investigation, but he can answer the questions that we're looking for. And all the questions, the philosophical, moral, and
That's a
scientific.
good answer. That's a great answer there. That, you know, there's nothing wrong with expelling energy to try and work out how this earth works. But I think there are times when you get into a situation where you're only speculating at best, lying at worst. So, you know, rather than go down that road now,
So, Paul,
I think we've spent so much time trying to speculate. Man has gone out of control at this point. You know, there's so much wrong going on that we need to address, and this can be done if we can unite together and sort this out. There's more important things that needs our attention. You know?
Hey, so Paul, how do you differentiate between you figuring your own shit out and God giving you a little nudge?
Well, I mean, that's been a 1,000-year-old question. I mean, I think there's an awareness that we have if we become, attuned to that, and we're really honestly, truly trying to seek. If I pull from the scripture, it says, "If you seek me, you'll find me. If you seek me with your whole heart." I think if there's an honest search, an honest, appeal, and then waiting for an answer, I think that's possible.
Well, but see, but the difficulty with that is my sincerity more than your sincerity? Because one of the things, our discussions in the past, one of the things that I regularly get from Christians is, well, obviously you don't have the Holy Spirit, because if you did, he would lead you into truth. I'm like, how do you know he's not leading me? And you got to catch up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you, what level of sincerity? That thing has always been an interesting conundrum, like you said.
Well, I mean, and I can't. I think I can't evaluate that. See, and this is where I would differ from Christians. I can't. It's not my place and my job to evaluate you and God. That's between you and God. So.
Well, that's not exactly what I was referring to. I meant you are a sincere studier, and pray. You pray for guidance, or you pray for help to understand God's word, and yet we come to different conclusions. So why isn't the Spirit both leading us?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I've actually asked that question too. If you're seeking the truth, you're both seeking the truth. You should end up in the same place, you know. And I don't have an answer for that question.
Yeah, that's fair
And
enough.
and the thing is, every link in the chain, like a piece could be missing in the link and in the search, you know, and that slight missing piece or overlooking a piece or allowing some false information, whatever could come in, can skew the search and you're in the final location. And I think that's why you need to be constantly evaluating. I mean, back to scripture says, test all things and hold on to that which is true. You know, don't just assume it's right, you know.
Can I be heard? Like check?
Of course.
Yeah, I wanted to say, Nathan, I did answer your question. You said, did you think there's something else? And my answer was basically, there's nothing wrong with science, right? Science in and of itself is fine. The problem is humans and how they use it. Like, for example, Sheldrake was talking about a study that they did like way back in the day, and it's the X factor when it comes to humans eating. So people who eat less have more energy, and people who eat more are all lethargic, right? So they did the study way back in the day, and basically what they found out was that when they went back and they looked for the X factor in the other guy's work, they had as many skinny people as fat people. So they hid the X factor with the research by getting the same amount of people that were fat as the same amount of people that were skinny. Now, where's the problem here? Well, it obviously wasn't with the scientific method. It was with the scientists who were saying, well, energy can't be created or destroyed, right? It has to be the first law. So our science has to line up with the first law of thermodynamics. So let's get as many fat people as we do skinny, and the overeaters, right, when they're all, out of energy, we'll just compare them with the people who barely ate anything and have like 25% more energy, right? We'll just cross cancel it out. So that was something that those scientists did way back in the day, and it was dishonest, but it made it look like they were in alignment with the first law, right? So I would definitely say the problem isn't with science; it's with the scientists.
So, are there flat Earth scientists that do a better job than the low Earth scientists?
Yep.
That's not my claim.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just asking a question. I wasn't saying it was a claim or not. It was just a question to your statement. I mean, you can say no. That's a fair answer.
I don't know. What metric are we measuring?
I'm not sure I understood your argument with. I'm not sure I understood your argument with the fat people and the skinny people. So the conclusion was that from the old study was that skinny people had more energy. Well, that's first off, that's not a first law violation in any way, shape, or form. You have lots of things going on there. You have a person who's fat, so they actually have to carry more weight, so they're going to have less energy because they're constantly carrying more weight. So I mean, I don't see anybody using the conclusion from that to say that that it was a violation of first law. Did they claim first law anywhere?
I'm not saying that it was a violation of first law. What I'm saying is that in the study, when they went back and looked at what they did, they fudged it to make it look like there wasn't a discrepancy. So what the deal was is that the people who ate more had less energy, and the people who ate less had more energy by like 25%. So the problem was they couldn't understand this because calorie in, calorie out, that's energy. But see, here in the past like 100 years, what? So what I'm saying, we're not robots. The mechanistic view of the universe is. Am I breaking up?
No.
No.
Why are y'all talking?
I just want to respond, man. Because this was directed at me, right?
Nate's rude. Nate's not only a liar, he's rude.
Okay, chill. Relax. So what I'm saying is we got to stop thinking of the world and the universe as mechanistic, right? Because we think like the sun has no programming or whatever. It just does what it does. It just sits there, you know. But the better way to think about it is maybe the sun has some sort of like consciousness and it knows what it's supposed to be doing, and the same with the moon and the stars and everything else. Instead of thinking everything is just, you know, inanimate matter, right? Like plants have consciousness. It's not the same kind of consciousness that, you know, blackfish have, right? But it's a form of consciousness.
Okay, so I mean, so you saying then that there's nothing wrong with science. It's people, you know, because we have our flaws and our egos and our emotions that get involved and get in the way. So let's say these things didn't get in the way of us performing science. Are you then saying science, in its current form, if humans were perfect, would be able to answer every question everywhere? That it's because of humans and who we are that we can't answer these deep, intrinsic questions about the nature of our reality?
Well, we can't answer every question with a scientific method, but yeah, it would be a lot better if we were more mature about it, in the sense we're not worried about orthodoxies or what the outcome is,
Okay.
right? Because the scientists, even
Okay,
thinking
okay,
about the
but I mean,
experiment, can have outcomes of the experiment, right? That's one of the things that they were studying, right?
okay. So you said that we can't answer everything with the scientific method. So even if we were perfect, there would still be things with the scientific method of science as we know it now that we couldn't answer. This now takes me back to my question. If we improved science, could we eventually answer those questions? Or is it a thing of we need to come up with a whole new different thing to replace science if we ever want to answer these questions?
Replacing science is kind of like, you know, why would we do that
Because
unless we
science
had
as we
something
know it
better
right
to
now,
replace it with? But there,
science as we know it right now has certain constraints attached to it that prevent us from asking, certain questions. We can't use
it's
science the
not
way
the
we have it
science,
now.
bro. It's the orthodoxy. The
Well,
orthodoxy prevents you from
then
asking
but then
questions.
I just gave you the hypothetical. If humans got rid of these orthodoxies and these biases and our emotions and these things didn't get in the way, and science was left clean and untouched and not affected by, human involvement, could science that way answer these questions? And you said, there's certain questions the scientific method can't answer.
The answer would be yes. Like, it would be a lot better if people were just, you know, like a sober judge, not biased. Like Judge Judy up there, just
Okay,
sober as
so
fuck.
then
Like, I don't know what
if
this
people were
guy's the
sober,
bad guy or this guy's the bad guy,
all right. So if
right?
people were sober judges without their biases and their orthodoxies, then the scientific method could be used to answer every single question, right?
No,
No,
no.
that's not what I'm saying.
All
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Then
Go
if the
ahead.
scientific method can't be used to answer every single question, do we need to improve it or do we need to replace it with something else?
No,
It
because
depends on what field you're talking about.
dude, yeah, it has nothing to do with replacing the method of science. There's just unanswerable questions. Like for instance, right? Like, okay, so let's just assume the galaxies, like the universe is. How would you know? How can you test things at the edge of the universe, right? Where the humans, our understanding is only as good as our capabilities, right? So if we can't travel to the ends of the
All right.
universe or to the stars and the distant things, it's like our own capabilities are our own hindrance. It's not the method itself. The method is good, right? Science is good, and yeah, we could probably clean up like orthodoxies and certain things like pertaining to it and our biases and stuff, but it's like it's like there's just unanswerable questions, dude, like that
Well,
science
All right.
cannot solve.
Okay. All right. Then
can I get back to?
sign is in the gin group of no matter what we do, they're just questions we'll never be able to answer. All right. What about
Thing
you,
is, though,
and
there is you
Travis?
have to you gather the data. If you can't go there, you figure other ways out to gather data on what you're trying to examine. And there are other methods besides personally visiting the stars to gather information about the stars.
Right,
You
but
don't have to
eventually you
go
do
there
reach
to confirm this.
but eventually you do reach a place that you just like no information is getting to you from there. and there's no probability that we'll ever be able to get there. So, at that point, you reach this point of impossibility to go beyond, like the beginning of time and the edge of the universe. These are potentially places that we'll never be able to get information about.
We can write
So
stories
Moya
about it.
also seems to be in that camp.
Well, and see the thing, I'm gonna say something else too. I don't think science can answer moral questions. It can't. It's not designed to do that.
It also can answer this question. Like a lot of people say that the first step of the scientific method is to ask a question. Well, before I make any observations, I'm supposed to ask a question. We can't
Well,
even
you can.
agree on what the scientific method is, right? So let me ask a question. Why are boobs good, right? Are we doing science yet? Like, why are boobs good? Well, I guess it would depend on, if you're like
But
an
the
infant,
thing is,
you might have a different answer if you're a 19-year-old man, right? All
I
that
think there's.
testosterone kicking in.
I think
No,
in
this is
a
demonstrable. It's because they wobble and wibble.
No,
Because it's
that's
the
not the answer we were
firstborn
looking
mode.
for. Boobs. That's not the answer we were looking for. Boobs are good is because that's free food for children.
No,
Right, but
see,
if
they
you're a
wibble and wobble when
19-year-old
they go.
man, you're not
You go up and
interested in food.
downstairs, they wibble and wobble.
Well, here's the thing though. Good is a moral question, right?
Right.
You have to know what the good
Right.
is. So you have to evaluate what good is. Who determines the good?
Right. It's kind of like when cops, do something, they shoot somebody they shouldn't have shot, and they do an internal investigation. Like, we investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. Motherfucker, we didn't ask if you did anything wrong. We wanted to know whether it was illegal or not.
That's why it's
Good
so
is
hard
good is
to.
not a moral question. Not at least not necessarily a moral question. Is chocolate good? That's not a moral question. That's a question: do people enjoy chocolate? That's an opinion.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let me do it a different way then. You have to know what is good. Like, then you have to have a standard by which to evaluate it. So, what are you using as a standard? So, okay, let's remove the moral question, but either way, you have to have a standard.
Yeah. The standard, of course, probably would be majority in that case.
Well, but
Because
even in
there
that,
are people who don't like chocolate. So you might be able to say that this type of people like chocolate, so it's good to them. So we might even find that there's a gene that likes chocolate.
well, see,
So
it's like this.
you could group it and put a bellwether on it.
Well, I mean, like, boobs are good for feeding children, right? They are not good for hammering a nail.
I,
That could be a little bit more objective.
I've seen
See,
them
I got
smash
everybody
beer
thinking
cans,
about
though.
boobs. I got everybody thinking about boobs on accident. But, the point is that if we can't even agree on, like, what's good science, right? Because, some people say that, it's science just to make a prediction and then see if it comes true again. Like the grass grew last winter, right? Or it stopped growing last winter, right? And then when the sun came around, it started growing more. Like, is that a prediction? Is that like a scientific prediction? If I say that, hey, I bet like the grass is going to grow really good this year, or there's going to be more baby chickens this spring, right? Or
I say that even in that is science. It's because there's more to it than what you're saying. They don't just say grass grew because the sun was there. It's the combination of all the things that come together that help the grass grow: the water, the sun, the temperature. All these things have to come together in order for that plant to grow. It's got to have the right chemicals in the soil. So there's lots of scientific questions in there.
no, that's philosophy, bro.
Well,
Read the
and see,
definition of philosophy.
and I would say, and this will go along with what Hank's saying is it good to grow grass in that location? Or, like, is it, I mean, it may be scientifically not good. It means the plants will die, but it also may not be good because there might be some other factor that has nothing to do with science. Like, I don't want to grow grass there. I want to plant a garden, or I want a rock garden, or I want a fountain. But science can answer.
That's an opinion. Yeah.
Yeah. So science can't answer those questions. It can't answer opinion questions. And it can't answer again. It can't answer moral questions either.
Although
So
there might be a way that you could scientifically prove opinion. That opinion might be something that again, I could isolate the opinion gene, the
the portion of the brain that comes up with that opinion, I might be able to isolate that so that I can determine whether you want your garden in the front yard or the backyard.
All right, so I'm going to read the definition of philosophy. The study of nature, causes, or principle of reality, knowledge or values based on logical reasoning, or a system of thought based on or involving such a study, or a study of theoretical underpinnings of a particular field or discipline. See, a lot of people get science mixed up with philosophy because they can't tell the difference. So let me explain it like this. All science is philosophy, but not all philosophy is science, in the same way that all Texans are United States citizens, but not all United States citizens qualify as a Texan, right? So it's really important to understand this. Like the horticulture, like to a point, it can be experimental science, like cause and effect. But a lot of it is
When you
just
say
taking notes. Go ahead.
when you say that science is or it has philosophy in it, but not
Right.
sure what significance you mean. I mean that you have the philosophy of today is going or that and what do you call it? That
Deductive
nature
reasoning.
is repeatable and stuff like that. So that's and deduction and A cannot be B, blah 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 blah, all that other shit. There's all sorts of philosophy in it, but I wouldn't call it philosophy.
Why would you call natural philosophy philosophy?
Oh no, I'm saying science when you're talking about science.
Yeah, I'm talking about natural philosophy.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The scientific method. So not all philosophy is science. So like if I were to do a study on children's television shows like Teletubbies and Barney, like that's not science, right? It's just I'm learning about a certain genre of something, right? It's just philosophy. I'm gaining knowledge.
I can do science on that, right? I think
Well,
this
what's the
show
cause
is making kids
of
become gay. I
Teletubbies?
think this show is making people murder people. I think I could go through that kind of a scientific thing where I could isolate it and say, yep, kids who are exposed to this tend to become murderers.
I think
And
that's
again,
kind
I
of
could
like
even
a gateway drug. Like people say that like marijuana is a gateway drug. Well, then milk is like the gateway fluid to alcohol. Then, because, I've heard cops say, go ask a random crackhead, if they've ever smoked pot, and they'll say, yeah, right? It's like, wait a minute,
alcohol
they've
is the
also drank
gateway drug.
milk.
That's all
Well, for me,
It's the
contextual.
first
it
one
was.
it's the first one that you normally take that alters your mind, and you
It's
decide
all
whether you like altering mind states.
it's all contextual. Not only that, that's contextual too, Moyak, because my first experience was with alcohol was growing up with my family, and then they let me take a drink of beer when I was a kid at
Right.
the at the lake, and I hated the way it tasted. So like I didn't even drink alcohol in high school because I thought it tasted disgusting. But anyway, it's all contextual. But just interestingly enough, in the Middle Ages, do you know what the queen of the sciences was considered?
Theology.
The
Don't tell.
king.
Don't tell us theology. Don't tell.
Yeah, theology.
Exactly. There was a time where theology and religion were the dominant tools used to understand the world around us. It
Well,
wasn't
no,
science.
it was actually the basis. It would be an epistemological foundation. Whereas what's the foundation upon which you're building your understanding of knowledge at all? Like in order to understand the world, what's your primary orientation? So that's why the primary point or the starting capital A or Roman numeral 1. If you don't have this, you might as well not even talk about the rest because you don't have the right orientation.
Well, can I say
What
something about
answers
that?
do you get out of religion that move the world forward? I mean, you get philosophical things like "don't kill your neighbors" and stuff, maybe, but beyond that, what
Well,
do you get out of
I,
religion?
I can give you that answer real quick. I think because scientific discovery came from a belief that there was a God and a creator, that the world is ordered. and that this order can be known. That began the scientific revolution. Because
But I have
before they didn't
absolutely,
think that.
I have absolutely no problem with the world being ordered in a naturalistic manner. So it's not a requirement for knowledge. You just have to know that the world is ordered.
Moyak, just so I'm sure you know, as a former Christian, I'm encouraging you to check out this debate, because as a debate, it is a fantastic debate between a Christian presuppositional apologist, that is somebody who defends the faith, and then an atheist. It's called, if you just go to Google, or if you just go to YouTube and put in Gordon Stein, Stein, and then Greg Bonson, Bahnsen, Greg Bonson, and just watch that debate. I think you'll enjoy it. It's
I really hate presuppositional arguments, but I'll take a look. Gordon?
Yeah. I'm sure you'll be surprised. Anyway.
What was the last guy? Stenson?
No. Bonson. Bahnsen. Gordon Stein versus Greg Bonson.
Well, let me ask Moyak a question, though, Moyak. If you just say, how do you know that the foundation that you believe that the universe is ordered? Where did that come from?
I'm not going to observation.
Observation. Well, I mean, if I observe things seem pretty random.
Until you start looking and seeing the patterns and the consistency. Well, like when I say ordered, I mean that thing. The sun rises yesterday, it rises today, it's going to rise tomorrow, barring some major change. If I mix baking soda and vinegar together, they'll bubble up and make carbon dioxide. These things seem to be in evidence. So I see order in everything.
The rules and laws of physics introduce order.
But here's the thing, though: the deeper they've understanding about the nature of the world, they come to find out there's an uncertainty principle involved.
Yeah, that's beyond me, so I don't really dig into that too deep.
Well, that's in quantum mechanics, and everything is based on quantum mechanics. So if there's always an uncertainty, like even within science itself, there's an argument that nothing is known 100%.
Oh, of course.
So yes, you could say, well, I believe there's order, but that means anything at any moment can disrupt that.
Now, I like this thought. Like they talk about the heat death of the universe, and this is going to the persistence of the universe for me. What if there's a point when gravity gets so far apart and that basically everything is so cold, as it approaches absolute zero, that all matter just breaks down and turns to energy, and time and space collapse in on each other, and it just recycles. So in 100 billion trillion years, it could bounce back and do the whole thing over again.
Well, here's the thing. Don't worry about that happening. The expansion of the universe is increasing, according to you guys.
No, that's what I said. Once it gets cold enough, there's a fundamental breakdown in what the fields that hold everything together. So it just collapses into nothing.
Well, here's the thing, though. Even I brought this up to Rumpus the other day. If Lawrence Krauss is right, that particles just come in and go out of existence just without any kind of spontaneity or whatever, just no cause. Who's to say that this random fluctuation that brought the universe into existence could also at one point cease to be? There's no basis. So even you're saying that thing is stable, that falls apart too. You can't, because the universe could just disappear in the next second.
It could, but I don't have to accept that at the moment because it doesn't. So it could happen tomorrow. What I said about the heat death of the universe, everything, it could just reach the right temperature, and then just the quarks all fall apart, or the Higgs boson field just falls apart. I don't know, but at this point, things seem to follow a pattern, and I'm perfectly happy saying that.
Hey, I just want you guys to know that I almost got in a one-on-one fight with a Rottweiler just now. I delivered a pizza to a camper trailer. I get up to the door, and a dog comes out from under the steps, and this Rottweiler started barking and charging at me, and I'm like, running backwards like the backwards man. And I was about to throw down my pizza box, and then the chain caught him. If he would have kept coming after that pizza box, I would have followed it with a hallelujah kick. A field goal. Almost got 8 just now, bro.
Easiest
I'm glad
defense. Easiest
you're
defense
okay.
when a dog's coming at you is the neck. Just go for the neck, man.
Yeah, I was going to kick it in the neck. Wouldn't be the first time I field goaled a dog, but I only do it when they won't back down. Those terriers are really vicious, and I kicked one so hard it did a backflip and a half. But that's the life of a pizza guy. If the dog won't take the pizza, it gets the foot.
Okay, you throw the pizza on the ground, and the customer complains that you threw the pizza on the ground, and they, of course, you had a legitimate reason. What does your boss do?
Tells them to fuck off, keep their dog on a leash, because the pizza usually calms down 99% of dogs. If you ever want to do something mischievous, bring a pizza. The junkyard dog turns into a little poodle while he's chowing down the pizza. And I guess you might need 2 pizzas on the way back out, right? So 1 in, 1 out. But yeah, hungry dog, pizza, no problem. But this was a Rottweiler. I don't know if you know about Rottweilers, but those things are dangerous.
They're little pussies.
Hey, let me give you a trick. Actually, I learned this from a dog trainer. I'm out doing sales. I used to do door-to-door collections too. So I used to do cable disconnects. Dog, I do it all the time. A guy that used to train dogs, and he used to work for the company I work for, doing cable disconnects and stuff. He says just have something like a clipboard or something that you can just put in front of the dog's face, and it creates a barrier and a shield. So, and the dog doesn't know what to do with it. When you just put it in their face, they don't know what to do with it. And I've done it, and it works. So, just for future.
Yeah, I usually do that with a pizza bag. But this one was a Rottweiler, and I was just, nope. I just started moving backwards. Because, I study dogs. I know that there's like 3 or 4 different dogs that I wouldn't want to fuck with. Rottweiler's one of them. Yeah, sorry, we were talking about science, but
You just gotta.
I'm not used to getting scared. I was legitimately scared.
You got to use the Caesar Ramon thing. You just go, psst, and then he'll go and roll over on his belly and give you hugs and kisses. If you don't know the dog whisperer, he pisses me off.
Yeah, I usually don't whisper. If I get scared bad enough, I'll start yelling at the top of my lungs. That usually helps.
Yeah, can I make a point? Want to make a? Oh, sorry, I don't. I was going to make a quick philosophical argument that we all have faith, everybody, and I'm going to prove it very easily. And Moyak, I'm going to pull you as the guinea pig. You have no evidence whatsoever to know that the things that you've experienced yesterday will be the same thing, the things that you're going to experience tomorrow. You have faith that they will. You have no evidence, no scientific evidence, no nothing. So it's not true knowledge. You just have faith and trust that it will happen that way tomorrow.
You have experience.
Yeah, experience. What do they call that? There's some general presuppositions we make. I exist, and we go on from there. That things are uniform. The uniform.
But you have no evidence that your experience is not evidence that will happen tomorrow.
No, you can have confidence though. Like faith is
confidence.
I have no idea. I've never seen this thing to exist ever before. I believe it's the case, but
well, I guess it depends on how you define faith. I define trust. I define faith as trust. And honestly, even in the scientific endeavors, you have faith and trust in others. Like they may have done the work for you. You read the textbook, you read the paper. Somebody's done some work. You trust their word. We all have level of faith or trust in things. We all have it.
Trust, I think, is a little bit more, for me, is a little bit more of action based. I have trust that my previous experience with this or with this person tells me that they're trustworthy. Faith is something that you that you put in without the experience necessarily. I think, at least in my opinion, for me.
Well, I think faith, trust, and even confidence are, to me, synonyms or synonymous.
Yeah, they're very close. But my trust is usually I'm thinking based on observations that I've seen before.
But your confidence is also based on previous experience, I believe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but trust and confidence, I would put those. Well, confidence, I could be confident of just a thought that I'm having.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I mean, I would put trust a little bit above confidence. I don't know.
Faith is almost like blind trust, trust without any evidence.
Here we go.
Belief
No,
without
that's
any evidence.
absolutely not. That's not what it is.
And then confidence can be in either case. You have confidence is blind or not blind.
Yeah, that's actually funny that you jumped in and said that, Kosha, because I was going to say the exact opposite. In my experience in Bible college and seminary, that's one of the first things I was able to discern from basically an atheist criticism of, what faith is. Faith is believing in something without evidence, and that's the exact opposite of what the Bible's depiction of the term faith is, because faith presupposes that you have something upon which to believe, right? So the people of Israel believed in God's promises. That was the entire basis for their quote unquote faith, right? So
God has shown himself to be trustworthy in those incidences too.
Yeah, it's
in
not
their
a blind
case,
faith.
In their case, let's just take the people of Israel. They go out into the desert. Moses goes and whacks a rock. Water pours out. Manna rains down from heaven. That's that they had trust in him, as far as I'm concerned, because they had seen his works. They knew that it was real. Now, us today, nobody's seen water pour out of a rock because you hit it with a stick. Nobody's seen the Red Sea part. Nobody's seen manna fall from heaven. So that would be purely faith.
Yeah, but it's based on the evidence that's written. So there has to be
archaeology.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine too. But it's not just making something up and you think God's going to do it. Besides, so I'm just saying that for me in the past, my faith was based upon something that was written down. So it was based on evidence.
Yeah, it was based on.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean by faith. The evidence being that it was just written down. Yeah, is not what I mean by evidence.
Yeah, it's based on a believed evidence, maybe not necessarily a true evidence, but it's more than nothing.
Well, wait. Oh, I've got to jump in on this though. See, the thing is that there's historical evidence, and that's what you would argue. People would argue that the Bible is historical evidence. You can't just say, "Oh, it's not kind of evidence." It is evidence. You just may not like it. I mean, it's not fit your paradigm.
Well, I
it is
mean,
evidence.
like if you say Jesus rose from the dead, right? Is that evidence?
Well, there's the gospel writers, if they're considered to be at least either eyewitness testimony or someone investigating the events, then they record what they saw or what they found out. Then it would be considered evidence.
Yeah,
just
but
like
I mean,
even his enemies. Sorry,
but I mean, like we know
his
that.
Enemies, hold on, bro. Even his enemies, talked about the miracles that he was doing, and they said that it was, through the power of the devil or whatever. So even the Jews in the Talmud acknowledge his miracles.
Yeah, but I mean, but we know that he did a bunch of miracles back then, but all of a sudden it's like miracle silence now. I mean, we have a bunch of David Copperfields now, which you'd say was magic, right? I'm just saying, like right now, like we would not consider that evidence. We'd be like, yeah, go like have a magic show on, Las Vegas Strip. It's like.
Well, here's the problem with that. That's why, honestly, Christianity, I've said this 1,000 times on here, I'll say it again. Christianity rises or falls on the resurrection of Jesus, right? So now here's the question: do you think a Roman soldier knows what someone that is on a cross and they die? They know what death looks like.
Yeah, but they don't know who Jesus was unless somebody kissed him on the cheek, right?
Wait a minute. No, well, I mean, let's say Pontius Pilate orders his death in a court. He grabs a bunch of Roman soldiers and say, this man named Jesus, I want you to take him out and crucify him. Don't you think those Roman soldiers know who he is?
I mean, why'd they have to give Judas a kiss him?
Because he
No.
looked normal. He was like an average looking, plain looking man to the time.
Well, and also,
you know,
well, it was
they
also
didn't
real
see
quick.
him.
Well, also that was in the garden when that happened. And honestly, I think that was the temple guards and maybe some centurions. But I guess you didn't hear what I said. Jesus was before Pontius Pilate when he was condemned to die. Pontius Pilate knew he was Jesus, and then he ordered his soldiers that were there to crucify him. So in either case, whether the garden at Gethsemane or in front of Pontius Pilate, there's two people who would know who he was.
So knowing who he is and knowing like his description and actually seeing what he looked like would be like three different things. Like a lot of people heard of him in Rome and never actually saw him, like Paul, right? And a lot of his description was like, oh, he's like 5'6", he's a Jew, he looks like this, right? And then there would have been people who had like, firsthand primary knowledge of the miracles and would have known for sure exactly what he looked like. Not his description, but maybe he had a mole on his face, or maybe he had like a certain attribute that made him stand out. They would have like had primary first-hand knowledge of exactly what he looked like.
Well, actually, Kosher's argument actually proves the point. Judas, who betrayed him, spent at least 3.5 years with him. So I think Judas would have known who he was, and then he revealed who he was in the garden to the Roman soldiers.
Yeah.
And the Roman soldiers took him before Pilate. So either way, anyway, go ahead.
No, that's right. That's right. But that's it. You didn't kiss the right person.
What? You think Judas didn't kiss the right person?
No, I'm just suggesting.
We got Kosho here and somebody else who cited the Talmudic texts. I don't see where he had miracles. I see where they said he came to heal, but it never shows any results. So, I mean, does it ever mention miracles that he performed? Successful
Which one,
miracles?
the Talmud? What, the Talmud?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never read it. No.
Okay. Because they do mention a guy, so I mean, I think most people think that Jesus was a guy, or at least an amalgam of guys.
All right, so basically in the Bible it talks about... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you a quick question. Do you know why Paul was struck blind on the road to Emmaus, or on the road to Damascus?
Stuck his finger in his eye?
Because it's easier to lead the opposition and rule it ourselves.
No. Remember when he was confronted with Jesus on the road and he was struck blind?
Right, yeah.
Okay. My question is, do you know why he was struck blind?
No, I don't. Why?
The book of Deuteronomy in chapter 4 and 28 lists the curses that will come upon God's people if they rebel against him. And one of those curses is being struck blind. So the story then would show that Paul's confrontation with Christ, he was being covenantally judged. So Paul would have understood that he had been struck blind by the God that he thought he was actually defending, because he was going out to persecute Christians. So then that God comes and strikes him blind. So then he's like, oh shit.
Uh-oh. I like that, Travis. I'm going to hold on to that. I have to look at that.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. You'll be surprised what's in there in the Old Testament in terms of giving you clues for the new.
But he wasn't a believer at the time.
Well, no, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. That's
why
what
I kind of feel like who better to lead the Christian church and write most of the New Testament than a Pharisee of Pharisees.
Well, and let's talk about Paul for a second. Now, somebody said Jesus was a person, or thing, a person. Paul is actually the best person to testify about who Jesus was, because if you go back and read the Acts, Paul was there at the stoning of Stephen, right? He was there.
Yep.
And so he would be within. I mean, he could talk to the disciples. He could engage with them. And actually, if you read Galatians, he actually did that. So Paul would be the one person that could go back almost to the very events that were occurring at that time. So if you look at what Paul says and how Paul portrays who Jesus was, and Paul portrays him as a real person, not as a combination or some made up person. He said he was real. So, and most scholars don't look at the Gospels necessarily for proof. They look at Paul for proof of Jesus more than anything.
What a strange world that stones people to death because of belief or a sentence wrong or an adultery. Imagine in the old days, they used to stone you to death for that shit.
Well, it's not the old days. It's, now to this day, like
It's
go
current
to
times.
like a Muslim country like Saudi Arabia, and they say that if you drop a dime, somebody will turn it into the police and you'll get your dime back, because nobody wants to commit any crimes in Saudi Arabia because the punishments are so steep. So could you imagine like living in a city that was like right in the middle of the world's map, and you could do like all this commerce without having to worry about getting robbed unless somebody came from like another land and came through here and didn't know that, hey, the Romans are going to nail you down, bro. You're going to get nailed.
Do you think Saudi Arabia is crime free?
Hold on a second,
No,
before
it's
you
not
move
crime
on.
free.
Hold on a second.
I'm
I want to talk about heresy, because people are stoned and killed for heresy. Think about that for just a second. Okay, that shows the value of truth that they held. Like false prophets were not to be dealt with. They were not to be accepted in the Old Testament.
Wait, you're not
So
just stoning people because of a
That
certain...
doesn't mean they didn't exist.
I didn't know. I'm not saying that, but I'm just trying to show you the value that they placed on truth, something to be true. That's why I'm not saying what they believed is true, but in that act, it's showing the value of truth, the value of it. That's the only point I'm making. So continue.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is virtually crime free. I mean, sure, there's still crime there, but for the most part, like if you steal something, they take your hand, or they're going to cane you, Like for the most part, like you ain't going to commit no crimes. Like if someone offered me a beer in Saudi Arabia, I'd be like, not taking it.
Here's an article. Why is Saudi Arabia's crime rate so low? Because it does not include the crime rates of the government. There you go.
That's funny.
Well, I think the same could be said at any state
That's
that
true.
has a government.
If you get rid of all the recidivists, you'll have a low crime rate. So even if you do it inappropriately and you kill off a bunch of people who you think were criminals, and you get mostly criminals, you won't have the repeat criminals.
Well, and honestly, in those, I bet you they probably don't have a big prison system like the U.S. does either. Probably doesn't exist hardly at all.
But
It's so low because of the border countries, Dubai and Bahrain and Abu Dhabi. On the weekends, they just go there and party and get bored.
as a critique of the Bible, though, there hasn't really been a shortage in history of people that have claimed to be God or.
Jesus never claimed to be God.
I don't know that that's a critique of the Bible itself. I mean, the abuse of a practice doesn't condemn the practice.
And also, how many people claim they could be killed and bring themselves back from the dead? How many of all these people that claim to be God have done that?
Zero.
I don't know.
I think that's among the weakest evidences, though. It would be very good if it was solid, it was well supported.
Yeah.
I don't find it well supported.
Okay, define what you mean by well supported. What would you require?
I would need like some of the things that happened at the time, like the rising of the dead, the sun staying still in the sky. I'd need some of these claims to actually be supported by contemporaries. So, like, if the sun
Yeah,
stopped,
even the
then
government.
in China, there's a big story to be held. Even though they don't know about Jesus, they'd know that the sun stopped one day.
It's
Well,
crazy,
this.
isn't it?
Oh,
No, the sun's.
well,
Wow.
are you conflating the two? Are you talking about what happened in the Old Testament and then what happened with Jesus? Because it said the sun was
No,
dark. The sun was darkened at Jesus. So there could, I think there are people that have made the argument that there was an eclipse that happened at that time.
I thought that the sun stopped. I'll have to go back and look.
No,
That was
it was a.
no. That was Joshua. He's Moyak is
He's,
talking about Joshua.
so he's conflating the two.
That's
He's pulling them
Joshua
two.
chapter 10.
Yeah.
Like that. You're probably right, but I gotta look myself.
Yeah, it's Joshua chapter 10. The sun didn't go down for about a day, and the moon was over Abion, and the sun was over something else.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
because
Yeah, that's one of the verses that came to my mind when I thought about the whole flat Earth back in like 2015 for the first time. I was like, wait a minute, conservation of momentum. If the Earth suddenly stopped, everything would like go flying, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson said it would.
yeah, that. Okay, you're right. It was just became dark. So I mean, that could be a cloudy day if you want. So that might
I think it was an
lower
eclipse.
the probability.
That's yeah. Well,
Well, we don't know
yeah.
when it happened.
Moyak. Listen, man. I know that you're not a Christian believer, but a lot of these hangups that non-believers have could be completely eliminated if you understood that the Bible was allegory. As soon as you understand that, none of this stuff would be like absurd to you because you understand that the story that's telling you is a fable.
So,
You know what I mean?
so Jesus
It's a
didn't really
story.
die. He didn't really walk on the water. He didn't
So,
resurrect.
okay, look, hold on. Just real quick, Larry. Just real quick. That's a tertiary argument to an overarching hermeneutic. If we need to start back at the beginning to start with a major premise, because if you don't accept the major premise, then I don't have to worry about arguing your tertiary objection. The major premise, the major premise is going to set the stage so that you understand your tertiary context.
Yes, just your opinion on the Bible's an allegory.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you know, it's a complicated discussion. It's not going to be solved in this conversation. That's
You
fine.
never solve anything or any conversation.
But how do you discern between
Always,
Listen, you know,
allegory
okay,
and
hold on,
actual?
hold
Trigger
on.
Boy.
Don't talk
Hold on,
over me. I'm
Trigger Boy.
speaking.
Trigger Boy.
I'm
Settle
not
down.
triggered. I'm not
Yeah,
triggered.
yeah,
You
you
better
are.
stop talking when I'm talking, bro. I didn't interrupt you. You
One
don't
at a
interrupt
time.
me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Elbow.
So that you keep saying that, you keep bringing it up, but you never want to prove your point, and you just kept saying, yeah, well, it's never gonna be solved in this thing. Prove it. Come on, show it. Stop just saying it and do it.
Okay, so to respond, I don't believe that your characterization of how I have conducted myself in previous conversations is accurate. Right now, you're very aggressive. I don't have any interest in
Come on,
having a
man.
conversation with you. I've had conversations with Paul, I've had conversations with Blaze, not you.
Just like a Glover, just
How do
obfuscating and
you,
saying something.
Travis? How do you discern between what's allegory and what's not?
The internal the internal consistency with which the Bible speaks in the language that it sets the stage in. So it has to be
And who
cross-referenced.
measures consistency?
Well, you can, you know, if you want to
So
consider
it's
yourself.
subjective.
No.
You just said it was.
No, man. You are an objective scientist, so to speak, right? You look at evidence. If you find the evidence compelling, then you may choose to believe it. If you
Yeah, but
find
I may have a different threshold of what's compelling or what I consider consistent than another person, and therefore it's subjective.
Okay, but hold on. I just want to finish up with percentage. I mean, ultimately, in all of these discussions, the place of authority is the individual. At every point, you are the one that makes the decision for you. But I don't believe that
So-
means that it's subjective. Sorry.
You literally just said it was. It's not so many words.
No, it's based
It all
on
boils down to you, what you feel, what you believe, yada
Yeah,
yada. That means it's subjective.
yeah, it's
no
his personal
the
opinion.
evidence. The
It's
evidence is
personal
objective.
opinions, and all he's done is always bring it up. And when you ask for actual objective information, he always says, "Well, it's something that can never discuss." And this is not the first time you brought it up, so you cannot say you haven't said.
Okay, man, listen, if you're gonna bring an accusation against me,
I'm
go get the fucking timestamp. Stop accusing me of something you can't prove right now.
oh, I could prove it if I if you give me about 20, 30 minutes, and I go get that next time.
Go to it, big guy. Go to it.
Yeah, I mean, if for me mentioning that you said that the exact same quote you just said a few seconds ago, that means you have said that more than once.
Yeah, you have to put it into context. It doesn't mean that I haven't engaged. That comment is usually said to people who want the answer right now. And I usually say, this isn't going to like turn the light switch on for you right now. It's a long, hard road and a jagged pill that you're going to have to swallow.
Well, then bring it on. Bring it. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to speak about it, might as well just bring the whole chihuahua. Not just bring the. That's it, the whole chihuahua.
What? The whole chihuahua. Yeah. Again, I've had interactions with people who are aggressive like you, and I really don't want to engage in that right now.
Really?
To be fair,
that's
like
your
an
way
argument
out,
from
huh?
emotion, man.
That's his
What's
way
that
out.
percentage? What?
I said that's
Hey,
kind
look,
of
man.
an argument from emotion.
It's not an argument. Okay, look, if you want to hold me accountable for not wanting to get my frustrations up, right? Like I get triggered by this because look, Paul.
That's fair. No, that's
Paul,
fair. If you're
no. Listen, if you guys want to push me against the wall, I think Paul and I have had great conversations. It hasn't gotten heated. You know what I mean? I don't get triggered when I'm talking to Paul. He asks great questions. Right now, I'm just telling you, I don't know if anybody else gets this vibe. This guy is coming after me, and I don't feel like dealing with it right
To
now.
be fair, I feel like his criticism is warranted. It's understandable. Like, just to say it's a long discussion without actually having a discussion, but with asserting your position is kind of a cop-out. I understand, though, if you don't want to engage because you feel like you're getting triggered or what have you, because then it wouldn't be good for anyone. So,
yeah.
Self-projection.
Just because this guy hasn't been in my conversations with Paul where I have said things more specifically doesn't mean that I cop out and chicken out. I'm not afraid of this discussion.
Yeah, I mean, this is multiple times we had this same discussion and the exact same argument. You always cop out.
Maybe that's because you're the problem.
Wow, really? You're the one with the being triggered right now. Not me. You're the one saying you're having this blah blah blah. Okay,
that's a very valid point. Like if you're not gonna approach it like civilly and in good faith, like and have an honest, like non-triggering discussion, you're the one with the problem.
How am I supposed to have a civil discussion? The person doesn't want to have a discussion. He's just always cops out and says, "I'm not gonna talk."
You gotta have that conversation with yourself.
Hold on, I didn't. Fortesy, this is a long discussion that isn't gonna pop to you in 1 second. So we can't have this conversation right now. Come on, please.
Maybe self-reflect to see why he's saying that this is triggering.
What is that?
Wow. Okay.
He's not saying it for no reason. Man. He's not like making shit up, right?
That's another cop.
Yeah, he is making shit.
I'm not cool
with
with you guys putting on elbow, because when Travis said, it's a long discussion too, I thought to myself before elbow even said anything, that kind of cop out.
We got 2 cop out.
And I'll say something real quick. I didn't engage when Travis went down that road. I decided not to engage because I knew it would be a long, drug-out discussion. The more I've looked at it myself, I've tried to look at it from his perspective, and I haven't come to the same conclusion he has. And I've been looking at it over the last few weeks, so I didn't want to get just to be triggering myself. So that's why I backed off, and I didn't want to get in.
Paul, I do think you have a kind of an understandable, good point. Like, what do we consider allegory? Like, where's the line? Was him being crucified on the cross allegory? Was him being resurrected what, you have to have some sort of criterion to be able to gauge what's allegory and what's not.
Yeah, and just as a side note, when we talked about being nations and stuff like this in the Old Testament, I've actually really been reading Acts lately, and I have a hard time pulling an allegory out of Acts. It reads more like somebody's writing a history or of events, and
Yeah, I have
the language it's used, and the things like that. Even within Acts itself, I have a hard time pulling an allegory out of it.
a
All
hard
right,
time
so I just
pulling
wanted to
allegories
say
out of my
that.
ass too.
Sorry, bro. I just wanted to say that, yeah, when I look at it and study it, like the Bible isn't in a vacuum, right? People were burnt at the stake for translating it into English, and I don't think they would do that for an allegory. Like, can you imagine, like, if there was a modern witch hunt on the Harry Potter books? Like, how many people would be willing to be burnt to the stake with their Harry Potter books, over these, stories, about Harry Potter and his friends and,
The true
Hufflepuff.
history.
I don't
Right.
They're
know.
being
That's not
burned
So I
alive.
think
They're
that,
being
indicative.
burned alive over the true history. They're being burned alive for true history.
yeah, I think that
I would
makes a
say
lot
that
more
that's
sense.
more common than you would think. I mean, not that they do it, on a whim, but John Smith, the Mormons. I think
Joseph
most
Smith.
people in here would disagree with his findings, but there's a huge following of him, and they had their problems in life. Maybe
Joseph
not
Smith.
being burned at the stake per se.
But David Koresh, a lot of them went up against the federal government because they believed in him too much.
You mean the federal government came up against them?
No, but they stood their ground against the federal government. Because
Yeah, they were extremely radical when the government set their shit on fire, right?
yeah. So we're not
They
arguing
drove a
about
tank
that
through.
event. We're not arguing about that event. I'm arguing about the people who have faith in somebody or some belief or something that they do that they do that for all sorts of events and
People on very thin evidence can believe that God exists in David Koresh. I'd say that you can have any group do that.
Okay, well, let me be a little more scientific then. The archaeology that backs up stuff in the Bible, like chariot wheels being found in the Dead Sea, stuff like that, it's really
Yeah,
difficult to fake that kind of stuff.
I'd say that never happened though. Right? That when you look at those chariot wheels, they are first off never have been validated. You have one guy who asserts it, and nobody who's been able to support it. And he had a whole line of assertions that are somewhat sketchy at best.
Can I go back to something you said? Sorry. I want to go back to something using that Harry Potter as analogy. Let's
Sorry,
walk
that
through this.
guy just.
Hold on a second.
Wait,
Hold on a
hold
second.
up. That guy just. No, that guy just used a non-specific. He just said some guy. He needs to make a name. You can't
There
just cite
was a
some
guy, I can't
guy.
remember his name. I cannot remember his name. It's the guy who discovered
What's the
the
point?
Ark of the
Anyway, well, someone
Covenant
was in the middle of talking, though,
under
so.
Jesus's being.
All right, cool. Well, pretty sure R2R was talking.
Okay. I thought we were discussing.
Well, I just hate to jump in the room and immediately hear someone be interrupted 3 words into their sentence. Seems like the only way.
That was the triggered guy.
Discovered the Ark. You mean Harrison Ford?
What are you talking about? I haven't opened my mouth since.
Okay, can I get back in because I want to before it stays too far away from it. The David Koresh, the Mormon. Hold on. Okay, the David Koresh, the Mormons, all those people, they believed what they were dying for was true. Okay, in all those scenarios. But when somebody that people die for what they think is right, what they think is true, people will not die for a lie. And also, like what you said about an allegory, I will not die for an allegory. Sorry, I won't. But if it's historically true and accurate, and my faith is based upon it, and it's true, then I may die for it. I probably will die for it.
This is what I like to say.
That's
So
bullshit,
Harvard
that
has
people will die for a lie. People died in Iraq. It was a lie that there was weapons mass destruction. That people are fooled and die for lies all the time.
Yeah, but they believe it is what he's saying. He's saying that they believe that it's true. Yeah,
they
but I
believe
want to say
it's
that.
true.
I want to say this. This is the best way I think that you can say it all. So Harvard has a Bible college. They don't have a Harry Potter college. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, but Harvard initially was a theological seminary to begin with, as was Yale, as was all of the historic
universities. They were all theological.
It's because of the historical
seminaries.
accuracy of the text. That's why it's still there.
Guys, real quick, we're doing a mod meeting. We're doing a mod meeting in 10 minutes down in the Guardian VC.
We're gonna get cut a paycheck.
So
does
just real
Harvard
quick,
not have? Does Harvard
Go ahead.
not have what do you call it? A religious studies for Islam?
There's a whole college. There's a whole section of Harvard that's about biblical history. So that's my point. They have a Bible college.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. They don't have a Harry Potter college. My point is that objectively, you can talk to atheist historians. They will tell you, for example, the Messiah was real, whether you think he was a Messiah or not. They will tell you that the historical accuracy of the Bible is overwhelming. So, that's the point.
Okay.
Like, if anyone's challenging the
not-
historical accuracy of the text, you're showing your bias. Like, you're just showing that you have, like, a hatred for it, and you're not being honest.
Is there
Yeah,
not
there's more fucking evidence.
type
There's
of
more historical.
institution
There's
for-
more historical evidence than for the fucking philosophers of Greece. So
Yeah,
there's
but
more source
That's
texts
not true.
about.
That
There's
doesn't-
more source texts
That's not
about
true.
Jesus than
No,
there
my
is
coach
about
just said
the
that.
philosophers
Yeah,
of
show me
Greece.
5,000 historical,
I think
copies of the Iliad.
I think he's saying the opposite. I think he's misspeaking.
No, that's
Yeah, even though I
objective.
believe
Like
that-
when you look at if you look at Alexander the Great. So
No,
if you're
I
like
know.
some people say Jesus didn't exist because they just hate God, honestly. So but the point is that Alexander the Great, you would have to say Alexander the Great doesn't exist. He's the second place. He's in second place of the most historical documents confirming someone's existence, and he is like 10% of the writings of Jesus, which is Yeshua.
Yeah,
or
us
Yahusha.
Christians
So I
have
mean,
an
you guys
embarrassing
are showing
amount.
your bias, man. You don't have to believe that he was the Messiah and that the Bible's truly the Word of God or anything to be intellectually honest and acknowledge the historical accuracy of it.
I don't think
'Cause it
anyone
just-
made the argument that it wasn't.
Yeah, us Christians, we have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to documentation. And it kind of puts everything else to shame, any other historical event.
I mean, close. And then the coach jumped in and said the Greek writers have more historical evidence. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, of course. So even though
See,
I
I just
believe
can't do
Jesus was a real person, I think Josephus, other than the biblical text, Josephus was like the first person to even write. He didn't write about him specifically either. He wrote about somebody who fit his description.
You said other than the biblical text, which is why you're showing your
Yeah.
ignorance. So atheist historians
Yeah,
know
other
that the
than the
author
biblical
of
text.
Paul, for example, outside of the Bible, is considered one of the most historically reliable sources known to man. So it's the people that wrote stuff that's in the Bible. They wrote stuff outside of the Bible also, and the atheist historians will tell you that they value them as historian authors. And there's a specific guideline for how you determine the historicity of something. Right. And it's about like geographical distribution of accuracy and stuff like this. They apply that same standard to the text. So you can't find an atheist historian that's worth his weight that's going to tell you that the whole Bible's fake and none of it happened and that Jesus didn't exist. You can't find one. Because, again, just because there's a book in the Bible, that doesn't mean that the author that put that book in the Bible doesn't have other books and isn't a historically credible source. So I feel like people just haven't researched this. They shouldn't talk about it.
According to
Yeah, but
academia,
so
like
so
if
when
you say
say
that,
Alexander
hold on. Like if you like go to the scholars and ask them like, is the Bible allegory? They're going to be like, yeah, that's a conspiracy theory. There was a guy named Jesus. He existed. It's documented. And if you won't purchase that, like if you're not going to buy it, right, then you have to kind of disregard like most of history because there's not anything like as historically documented as these events. Name something that has 5,000 copies in the Greek
Right. So
alone.
you guys are describing copies of the Bible that people have written, right? This is written by the people who were either A, not there, or B, didn't write.
Sorry, Matthew wasn't there?
Didn't write the scripture for himself. I'm talking about Paul.
Matthew,
or Saul.
Paul, I was just giving you an
Most-
example
most
of one of
most
the
those
prominent authors in the Bible that historians will tell you is a very credible historical source. So that's the point.
fine.
Just like he's saying, you would have to throw out tons of history if you throw out like the fact that Jesus existed. And every
First of all,
historian knows this, dude. Atheist historians
I'm-
will
first of all, I'm
laugh
not
at
saying-
you. They would just like the astrophysicists would laugh at you guys in here. It's
I
the
can
same
finally
thing.
finish
It's
what
the
I'm
same thing.
saying.
But what's it? The Bible is allegorical. That's all it is.
It doesn't matter if you think it's
Yeah, so I'm
allegorical.
not.
It's historically accurate. You can argue. Like, look, this is what I found. This is get everyone's pride and ego involved, right? Where they've made it. They've said something for many years, and they're not going to go back. I don't care. I think some people don't have the eyes to see. If you think that there's no historical validity to the text, you're being dishonest.
First of all, I'm going to repeat what I already said because no one listened to it, and I'm going to say what I'm finishing what I'm saying. I said, even though I personally believe you to be real, what you guys are saying about there being more evidence or more writing for as evidence for his existence than people like Alexander the Great. That's clearly not true. People like the Greek philosophers who wrote themselves while they were alive taught Alexander the Great and wrote about that too. So there's the first-hand evidence of their existence, and there's plenty. There may be more copies of the Bible, but they still have first-hand experience, and they're cross referencing each other.
You think the only texts about Jesus are in the Bible? So you haven't researched this yet. I guess you need to research
Josephus, it. Yeah, I said Josephus.
Other than Josephus, you think that's it?
Yeah, outside of that, in other religious texts, there's not written record of it.
Dude, there are 7 Greek authors alone. Outside the Bible.
Right,
so you don't know what you're talking about. You guys never know what you're talking about. It's weird. You don't have to believe he's a Messiah. You don't have to believe. There was a dude that walked around and preached, and people followed him around, and he was murdered for his alleged crimes. This is just historical. It's weird that you would deny.
They would never string somebody up and torture them.
Yeah, there was 2 people in that story in the Bible that happened to, which is why people weren't clear if Josephus was even talking about Jesus or John the Baptist.
Well, the thing about Josephus is the part that gives this amazing corroboration of the story of Jesus seems to be a pseudepigraphical input. So someone has allegedly added to Josephus's writings, and then they've utilized that to discredit him as a whole because some dude added to it pseudepigraphically. But Josephus was a very reliable historical author, right? He was a Jew, but he was brought over by the Greeks because he was so good at translating languages and writing such accurate accounts. So they put him high up in their society. He got basically whatever he wanted because he was such a good historical author and he could translate languages so well. So that's just one of them, though. There are many different Greek authors that write about the person that people call Jesus, and that wasn't his name. So there are Jewish people, there are Jewish historians that write about him, right? That's where Jesus comes from, Yeshu. May his name and remembrance be blotted out. They consider what he said to be blasphemous against the Torah, right? So there are all kinds of writings. There are all kinds of historical corroborations of the time that he was murdered, and it being dark. In China, they documented that it was dark all the way in China during the time that he was crucified. Right, and this is the point. If you actually look at it, no actual intelligent person can do diligent research of the history and say he didn't exist. You can say, I don't believe that some dude that lived here was God or the Son of God or divine in any way or the Messiah. That's cool. You can say all that, but to say that he didn't exist, you do have to immediately say, oh, well, then Alexander the Great maybe didn't exist. Alexander the Great's corroborative texts are much less than that of Jesus. This is just subjective. If you guys never watched Harvard atheist historians debating theologians and what they concede, you guys should watch some of the high level atheist historians debating. So just like you guys should go watch astrophysicists, you should go watch astrophysicists and astronomers before you come in here and lie about the globe. It's the same thing.
Stop using the word objective. You don't know what it means.
Okay,
thank you for that valuable input.
Yeah, I want to follow Larry.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be quick. So I want to point out that the Bible itself predicted most of you in here, right? So that you'll be willfully ignorant, continuously scoffing, and it literally says pseudoscience in the book of Timothy. It says pseudoscience. So you guys, we knew you were coming.
Well, this is what I'm saying. There's no reason to try to some people don't have eyes to see.
I'm after Austin.
Oh no, okay, go ahead. I'm saying I think it's fruitless to argue with people that don't want to see. But go ahead.
Is Paul still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, so I think I was talking to Larry before. Look, when I responded to Larry, I wasn't looking to cop out. I was just saying a couple of points. Okay. My first point was that the question that you're asking is a good question. It's a legitimate question, but it's a tertiary question. So let's back it up. What first has to be established is the major claim for my position. Okay. And then my last comment was that's a long drawn out discussion. At this point, I'll take a jump in and just address Paul and Larry for a moment. The passage in Matthew 24, where Jesus talks about after the tribulation in those days, the sun will not give its light, stars fall from the heaven.
The heavenly turn signal.
And the
You're roboting really bad, Travis, so I'll go ahead and go with the scripture. The sun and moon will be darkened and will not give their light, right? Yeah, we didn't hear none of that. Go ahead.
Normally taken in my
Someone mute him. He's roboting really bad. Someone mute him or tell him to shut up. He's roboting extremely bad.
To be literal. That Jesus
probably mute him.
Yeah, Travis, we can't make out any of that, bud. Sorry.
I think I know where he's going. If you guys can hear me before I break up, there is an apocryphal description that he's reading from, and he's going to tie that to what happened to Jesus. I think I'm going to shoot it straight, simply.
I'm dropping extra biblical authors writing about his existence, anyone that actually wants to inform themselves prior to talking.
I was going to do that. Thanks for doing that with it. I was going to try to do it too. There's plenty of them
Either
out
that
there.
or remain willfully ignorant, right? I wonder how many people are just going to choose to be willfully ignorant because the Bible said so, or how many people like actually are exercising their free will and they're just going to be back like tomorrow making arguments that.
You gotta let
Travis,
them be, man.
Your connection sucks, bro.
You gotta let them be, man. Like,
I want to hear what you got to say.
You gotta let them be, right? Like if someone wants to mental gymnastics for the globe, let them be, bro. They don't have eyes to see it. They're not supposed to. I think there's an argument that you're kind of messing up when you try to force them to see it.
Oh, I'm not forcing.
I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I already believe. I mean, I don't have a disbelief he existed. I believe he's probably a real person.
That's cool. I'm just dropping all the historical documents outside the Bible to correct your misinformation.
Like 50 years after he was alive. I'm saying there's Greek people who wrote themselves while they were alive, and other people who wrote about them when they wrote about each other, and one of them being Alexander the Great and Greek philosophers. So to say that,
do you have the original copies of what they wrote?
People who wrote for Aristotle, yeah.
Okay, cite it. And cite all these other people that you're talking about. You have all this validity for. Cite the original writings. Your argument's now that these are writings afterwards. So write the original.
You haven't cited anything. You just typed a bunch of names and didn't explain anything about it.
Each one of these people wrote about Jesus. None of these people are in the Bible. The claim that the only evidence for the Bible or for Jesus is in the Bible is intellectually incompetent and objectively incorrect.
Yeah, but this is 50, 75 years.
Oh, the original writings.
Yeah.
This is my point was that these are all people outside the Bible, starting as early as like 20 AD, writing about him. And then the argument was, oh, well, they weren't with him and all this stuff. Yeah, writings that are thousands of years old are very hard to maintain. If you're going to apply that same standard to the Greeks, which you guys like worship the Greeks, then you would have to throw out all of their existence as well. I'm elucidating the hypocrisy.
Not worshipping anything. Show the text you're referring to.
Yeah, that's your little hero. They gave you the ball Earth.
Stop flapping your lips and show the text you're referring to.
Only on the internet are you tough, my guy. And I think everyone here knows that. Do you think that no one here knows that, though?
That's a cool story. Just show the text, please.
You can look them up.
Okay, so you don't have anything. Next.
I'll drop
Willfully
the text.
ignorant. Good job, Ed. Next
See, when I
comes the
drop the text,
scoffing,
he's just
right?
Well,
gonna
he
not
didn't show
respond to
anything.
him.
I asked him for the
Yeah.
text, and he refuses to show any of them. He just
And you're not going to
flashes his
even
lips.
respond to them when I drop them.
You're poisoning the well. Just show the text.
No, I'm calling you out for the person that you objectively have proven
that's
yourself to
literally
be for like
poisoning
2
the
years.
well. Just show the text.
And then you're going to admit you're wrong?
You didn't show anything yet, so
When I do, you're going to admit you're wrong?
You didn't show anything yet.
But if I did, would you admit you're wrong?
If it actually supports your claim, which is highly doubtable. So let's see the text.
Doubtable.
Yeah, so far all your texts that you've shown and the live streams you posted were all distractions and actually showed you were incorrect. So let's see how you do this time.
Is space weight as vital as space weather? I just want to know for a friend.
Is it against the rules of the server to call this guy Schmecker?
Go ahead,
everyone
call me
knows-
whatever
everyone
you
knows what
like.
kind of
I
person he
don't
is.
care.
He's a gamma male.
Please don't mute anyone for name calling me because it's hilarious. It shows their true character.
Don't project onto us. You came in here just immediately trying to talk shit to everyone.
No, I just asked you for evidence, like I'm doing now, and you're still not providing.
I just did. I just provided it.
Really? Where is it?
Here, I'll just give you a whole entire article.
Well, I asked for the text, not some.
There, the texts are cited in the article. Try to keep up.
I see.
Yeah, so now you can go on mute and shut up, and then 100% you will come off mute and admit you were wrong, because we all know who you are.
Right, poisoning the well again.
Feel free to go on mute, because we know you won't come out and admit you were wrong.
Am I wrong, though?
Yeah, objectively, you're wrong. If you think there's no evidence for like
Stop using the word
Tacitus, there's all kinds of
objective.
people.
You don't know
Have
what
you
it
actually
means.
researched this before?
Just stop using the word objective.
Have you researched this before?
I'm curious, what does
Research
objectively
what
mean?
specifically?
If there were extra biblical resources talking about Jesus.
Sure. What about it?
Have you researched it before?
Yeah. What about it?
Have you had so you researched it and found out that there were no extra biblical sources for Jesus?
Do you have some argument to make? Or...
You see, you're a sophist. You can't answer direct questions. You can't have a conversation with you because you're not interested in intellectual honesty. So you were pointing out that I'm wrong about saying there were extra biblical sources for Jesus. I said, have you researched it? You said,
No,
sure. What about it?
When
I said,
did I
so are
say
you
you
claiming
were
that
wrong, though?
now you're fundy muting
When
me.
did I say you were wrong? You're
You just said that
misrepresenting what I said.
it's actually the word you used was doubtable, whatever that means.
Yeah, it's
It's highly
that you're
doubtable.
correct about anything, and that anything you post actually backs what you're saying because it rarely
Who's
does.
poisoning the well now?
Yeah, here's Tacitus right here talking about the guy that was followed around by the people that ended up calling themselves Christians. Christus is the person that they followed, and that he was killed. Tacitus. What's up now?
Okay, there's some guy named Jesus in Romania. I think he's killed too. By the way,
This is talking about the Hebrew people following around the guy that was murdered by the Romans.
right? And nobody else got murdered by the Romans.
Not named Yeshua, that was followed around by the Hebrew people.
Really, nobody had that name.
See, was there someone named Yeshua that was called the Christ and followed around and then by the Hebrew people and then murdered by the Romans?
Where does it say that?
Right there in his writing. The distinguishment is this is a different article right here.
Yeah, but
this
where,
is
though?
this is Tacitus in AD 64 explaining that
Excuse
the
me,
Hebrew,
where does it say it specifically? In which text?
this one specifically, I'm trying to see if it's cited. Tacitus Annals 15.44. Strobel, the case for Christ, is the one that cites the writings by Tacitus, Annals 1544. 15.44. Now you got the citation. Now what you gonna say?
Well, you didn't post anything, so
This guy's the worst.
no, you're just laughing and rambling on a bunch of numbers. Just post a link you're looking at. How about that?
He did.
I already posted one link. Here's the
there.
second link.
What do you think
You
it's
might
his
be in the
job
wrong.
to educate you?
So which of those two links you posted for me is the one you were talking about just now?
The second one, and it's the first paragraph.
The first paragraph. Okay.
Yeah.
You moving your lips? Are you?
Are you telling me this dude never heard of Christ? He doesn't know.
Dude,
You
what
went
I
on a
did.
rock for the past 2,000 years.
What's funny is what I did a few years ago, because I was not like a Christian or anything, right? Like I was agnostic or whatever. I used to always say like, "Oh yeah, we get it. There's 4,200 religions and yours is right." I was like real arrogant, you know. But anyway, what I did was I binge watched a bunch of debates between atheist historians and like theologians, and I was like blown away because I had watched what's that show? That movie? I don't know. It covers 9/11 and then it covers Jesus. I forgot what it's called. Super famous movie, but anyway, and it was what?
Zeitgeist,
exactly. And
the
I was like,
spirit
yeah,
of
this
the
dude
age.
didn't exist, you know? I fell for it. And I'm like, they covered 9/11 so well. So anyway, then I went and researched it, and I'm like, wow, these atheist historians point blank say, like, dude, some of these authors that are in the Bible, like, no one in my field denies their credibility. They accurately described a lot of historical events, like with
Hi,
insane
Elizabeth.
detail. What?
How'd you get on my
That's
phone?
why. That's why I actually talk about Paul more than like most of the time, because most people accept Paul's writings as historical.
Mom's phone got picked up by the car.
You're a hot
Yeah,
mic.
but you're hot mic.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, R2R, exactly, bro. Paul's the one that they all like acknowledge as valid.
And Paul's writings can be dated. I think one of the creeds that Paul writes can be dated within 3 years of the events of Jesus' resurrection.
Y'all know what my favorite naysayers say? It's the Roman Jesus, right? That the Romans created this book, right? They compiled it, wrote it, everything, right? And that's the reason why, they had the witch hunt against anybody who was translating the Roman book into their modern language so that they could read it. It's like, really? So let me get this straight. So the Romans invented Jesus to defeat the Jews, and then whenever they followed Jesus, they killed him. And it's only the witches' Sabbath, right? That's what they're hard up about. Anybody practicing church on Saturday, fuck those guys.
Yeah.
And don't you think
the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
Don't you think Constantine would know that it was invented by the Romans? Wasn't he a Roman?
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's all so illogical. Like, because what they really did was change tons of stuff, like the day of Shabbat to their day of sun festival worship and stuff like that. But here's Tacitus right here. This is what he said: neither human effort nor the emperor's generosity nor the placating of the gods ended the scandalous belief that the fire had been ordered by Nero. This is a huge moment when Nero wanted to avoid basically being blamed for the fire, because back then, if you were in charge of somewhere, you were responsible for any like major disaster. So he wanted a group of people to blame it on. So he blamed it on the Christians, took them out, but they kept coming back. They couldn't get rid of the Christians. The belief kept on surviving. So then eventually they absorbed it, changed it, and then made it their religion. But anyway, therefore, to put down the rumor, Nero substituted as culprits and punished in the most unusual ways those hated for their shameful acts, whom the crowd called Christians. The founder of this name, Christus in Latin, had been executed in the reign of Tiberius by the procurator Pontius Pilate. Suppressed for a time, the deadly superstition erupted again, not only in Judea, the origin of this evil, but also in the city of Rome, where all things horrible and shameful from everywhere came together and became popular. So this is a historical writer who doesn't believe that he's the
Christians,
Messiah.
not about Jesus.
Well, wait a minute, though. It actually does. Hold on. I'm sorry.
It literally says that they were called Christians because they followed the dude named Christus, that was called Christus in Latin, who had been executed in the reign of Tiberius by the procurator Pontius Pilate. So how's that not talking about Jesus?
And also, it corroborating what the Gospels record. Gospels talk about Pontius Pilate, Tiberius. It's all in the Gospels. Wait a minute. What's the problem here?
There's actually a letter that's from Pontius Pilate writing about it.
It's really about Nero and the fact that you're reading into all this Christian stuff. You're just reading into it too much. It's really about Nero, and that's all I heard. Right?
It literally says that so what happened was there was a fire, and then he looked for a group of people to blame the fire on because people were getting mad at him for letting the fire happen. So he picked out this group of people called Christians. And he demonized them, said that they started the fire. And just for historical context, the author explains who this group of people called Christians were. It was the people that followed the person that they called Christ. It was this guy that was murdered that was assassinated or put to death, executed.
So past tense.
Yes, it's past tense. That's right. It happened a few years before this.
Well, at least this corroborates that Jesus existed and then he died. But if he was crucified and died, why did they start following and start claiming that he rose from the dead? Please explain.
Yeah.
It corroborates a story.
Wow. Even no, it's so you see now there was no extra biblical corroboration. Now it's just a story. All of history is a story.
Said,
you know,
though.
the word story is
I
in the word
that.
history.
I never said that.
Did you know the word story is in the word history?
And irrelevant.
So this is the point that's funny, man. It's like you don't have to deny. I tried to throw the bridge out there early. You don't have to deny he existed to deny that he's like Messiah or something. But what really blew me away was when the atheist historians were talking about like what R2R is talking about, like Paul being so credible, and no one in their field that's really done research would ever deny his his credibility as a historian, author, and stuff like that. And then they talked about all these corroborating claims that he rose from the dead, and one of the main ones that they excuses they use for this is that they were all hallucinating because it was a bunch of different people seeing the same thing. And then another thing is when someone's writing a fake fake history, they want to make it as credible as possible or look as credible as possible so people will believe it. But the first people that see Jesus were women, and back then the testimony of women were nothing. Like it wasn't valuable at all. So if you were going to write a fake story and then say that it happened when it did it, you would never have women be your initial witnesses. That would be the opposite of what you would do. So as the atheist historians, they're just honest. They're not trying to have this crazy like bias.
Group
like
hallucinations are objectively a thing. See, that's how you use the word objective.
Okay, but that's my point though. So the point is that either they really saw it happen or a whole entire group of people hallucinated at different times.
Group hallucinations are a thing.
Yeah, but there would have been multiple group hallucinations because multiple different times this happened.
Right, or multiple people making stuff up.
Oh, see what I'm saying? You're just so dishonest.
Yeah, they're in the room with us right now.
No, it's just a possibility you're not willing to entertain.
I want to talk about that. I actually have addressed that already. If the disciples made up the story, and all of them followed up a made-up story, do you think they would die for a made-up story?
I don't know.
That they made
maybe
up.
Maybe they were insane. How do you know?
Wow,
okay, so you got 1,500 people that were insane?
Yeah, they all hallucinated together at different times.
All die, though.
Yeah. They all hallucinated together at different times and then decided to die for their lie. These are the points that the atheist.
They all made stuff up, and
this is the points
not that many
the
people
atheist.
Died.
Spaceway, listen, bro. Atheist historians bring these points up, okay, because they're trying to act. This is their job. They look at historical text and they want to find out if it's pseudepigraphical, if it's not accurate, etc. So they have a certain criteria that they apply to all historical documents, and they look at it like, well, if you're faking it, you would never use things that would undermine your credibility. You would never die for a lie. They had hundreds of people die for a lie. They have to say that it's group hallucinations at different times. Like, so you can believe that. I mean, I'm not denying the possibility of group hallucinations. It's either it really happened or people hallucinated together simultaneously on a group, and then that happened multiple times at different locations.
So how do you know all of them died for their beliefs and that's not just part of the story?
Tons of people are documented for being killed for believing in Christ. If you want to just handwave dismiss everything, I don't know what to tell you. Now you're saying you can't trust any history.
Yeah,
you sound like a truther.
Roman history.
No, just for Christ.
That's basically
fine.
all of history, right? You know that, Ed. Basically, all of history is from the Roman perspective. So if you don't think there was a messianic uprising, right, then you're basically throwing out all of history.
Are you saying Nero didn't kill the Christians?
You can't trust any history whatsoever.
You don't think Nero killed people that called themselves Christians? Do you think that wasn't real?
Sure, many people have been killed for their beliefs. That's fine.
So what do we have to just come to you and ask you what your arbitrary determination
you're using
is
a
for
specific
do you have
group
like
of 500 people.
You're muting
that
you're,
could all
you're
be
funny
part of the
muting me a
story.
I'm saying you're being inconsistent with your standard, right? Like you're not like saying here's how we can determine what seems to be most probable. You're just arbitrarily picking and choosing what it is that you want to say.
No, it's
maybe
not arbitrary. It's based specifically on what you present.
No,
you're not being skeptical, right? You're not saying,
yeah,
well, how
actually
do I know?
am. I'm asking you questions about how you know all this stuff, and Yeah.
No. What you're actually doing is you're scoffing. Like every time we say something, you go, "Well, what if they're all hallucinating the same hallucination at the same time at different times at different places?"
Right. So I'm
Like
giving
that
you
doesn't make
other
any sense, bro.
possibilities you're not willing to entertain. That's
Well,
not my
are you
problem.
willing to entertain the other possibility though? Or are you just a hypocrite?
That's the scoffing part.
You mean the supernatural possibility for which we haven't seen any evidence so far that supernatural things even exist? Which one should I
We've seen
pick?
no evidence
hold
that
on, listen.
What is he
supernatural
talking
things
about? There's
exist.
twins
Hold
that
on,
have
just
supernatural events where one dies and the other one knows it. Mothers and their babies
Yeah,
all
no,
the time.
yeah, you're just
What are you
picking one
talking
part
about?
of the story, but
What
there's
do
a
you think?
larger
Their
story that
I'm just
goes
faces
gonna
are
with it.
built
talk
in.
real quick, please. Let me just jump in real quick, please. I'm not doing this because I like Ed at all, but I don't want to hear this arguing anymore. Ed, again, I said this before to Moyak. If you understand that the Bible isn't literal, then none of your bitching and moaning follows, man. Just let it go. Either learn how to argue against the Bible with valid arguments because it's not literal but allegorical, or just shut up and stop this bitching and moaning, man.
No,
But I just
you
want to say,
should tell
Travis, your
them it's not literal, because that's an argument between you two then.
But Travis, your argument is going to have to require all of these Roman texts also just feed into the allegorical claims of a Bible they didn't believe in. Like you're going to have to say that all these Greek authors and these Roman authors and these Jewish historians that didn't like Jesus, like vehemently hated him, like you're going to have to say that they also were writing it as if historical and literal when in fact it was allegorical, but they didn't believe in the allegory. That seems like a stretch to me. I don't.
Yeah, allegorical doesn't eliminate. It's like you can tell a story about an historical event. It's like writing an historical fiction, right? You have an event, you have the characters, but you write a story about that true story, but you write it in a fiction. Okay, that's part of the allegory as well. You can't just throw out the baby with the bathwater. And like I've said before, I know it's a hard pill to swallow. It's not going to make sense right away. I don't expect you to swallow the pill right away. It's just a place where I'm comfortable having these discussions. But
I'm asking you specifically, did Jesus exist literally?
He doesn't think so.
I don't believe so. No.
So then that means you have to say that all these Greek and Roman authors and even the Jewish historians, these extra-biblical sources that wrote about him as if a literal historical character, are also just being allegorical for a story they don't actually apply or believe. You're saying that...
Right. Okay, hold on. I hear what you're saying, Austin. I absolutely do. The basis for my argument is based on the Bible's text itself, nothing external to the text. It's all internal.
So you're going to ignore my question? That's very baller-esque, though. Like, regardless of what your interpretation of the Bible is, we have stuff outside the Bible that writes about him as a historical, literal figure. So I'm asking, how does that fit into the claim that he didn't exist?
That corroborates a story.
They write about a group of people. Just like Pontius Pilate himself has a letter that says he gave the order to kill him. So I guess he lied also.
It doesn't.
And also,
okay, go ahead.
Well, what motivation do the Romans have within their culture, within their thinking, within their philosophy, within their politics to carry on the allegory of the Jews that the Jews are perpetrating or writing about? What is their goal?
It would be the same thing that we talk about with the powers that be. It's control.
Well, Nero hated them because he couldn't get them to listen. Like he was trying to get them to believe in their pagan beliefs, and he was taking them out and killing them. But then they just kept coming back. That's what the story says. That's what he said.
I get that. I get that. So just real quick. What was I gonna say? Hold on. Yeah. So it doesn't mean that after the events of the first century, like, look, I'm going to say that there were events in the first century that happened within the context of the Bible's story. Simply because I'm saying that story is over with doesn't mean that people afterwards weren't continuing to live out their understanding of what they believe. So they still can have conflict as a people who are different from the Old Testament Jews, right? They're New Testament Jesus following, Yahuwah, Yahweh following Christians, right? They can still have a conflict with Nero or anybody else.
All right. Well, all I know is I've read the letters from Herod to Pilate and Pilate to his wife, expressing remorse because he had a dream after he gave the order. So he claims he literally gave the order to literally kill someone, and then he had a dream about how he messed up and regretted it. Wrote it to his wife. There's Herod telling him, giving him the command, telling him to make the decision. There are 2 historical letters. The actual copies still exist of them writing about killing a dude that was named Yeshua, and that people called the Christ or the Anointed One, the Messiah, and that people for many years. So you said, have you ever read those, Spaceway? Have you ever read the letters?
Do governments ever create fake enemies and make themselves look merciful?
Okay, well,
What?
here's the problem. Hold on a second. With it. The only thing is, as soon as you go down that road, then there is, like Larry said, you're done with ancient history. You're done with it. Nothing can be known about ancient history. So this discussion ceases at that point. It's done.
That's not my position. That's not my position. So
I'm talking to Ed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because the principle that's used for the historical reliability of the Gospels, of Jesus, and everything that's said is the same standard they use to evaluate all ancient historical documents across the board.
Hey, just by way.
It's not the same amount of evidence, though.
Hold on, just real quick.
Right,
Paul,
we have 5,000 copies of the Greek New Testament alone. You got like 15 copies of the Iliad.
Just
You're
because
exactly right,
multiple
Ed.
people
For
wrote
once,
down the same
you're
story
right, bro.
doesn't mean anything.
You guys are just going to go back
Anyone
and forth
can
to
copy
the bitch fest
anything.
again. Okay, look, just real quick. I did a 2-minute audio recording since my connection was so bad. I tagged everyone. I tagged Paul. It was probably about 15 or 20 minutes ago. If you're interested in what I was going to say before, it's a quick 2-minute explanation.
All right, here's the summary of the situation, right? Like, I can just say from my perspective, I was raised Baptist. I was told all this doctrine, this mainstream doctrine about the Bible. And I was asking questions about the Bible. I was finding contradictions and stuff. No one answered my questions. I'm like, oh, this is just some weird little like cultish religion. You guys don't believe in your story. So then I was like agnostic. I was never so retarded that I thought that all this order could come from nothing. Like I was never atheist. But anyway, my point is I then just did diligent research to just look into it. And I found out that like the historical credibility and documentation, even extra biblical sources of the fact that the person named Yeshua existed is overwhelming. And when you compare it to like Alexander the Great or Greek authors or other historical figures that are never questioned, it's overwhelmingly in the side of Yeshua. Like it's not even close. So then I got to the point where like I'm like, oh, okay, well this whole misinformation about he didn't exist, well that seems weird. And me being a truther, I was like, well, if he actually wasn't the Messiah, why lie about how he didn't exist, right? You would just acknowledge he existed because there's nothing to lie about. It's just like how the Globers lie. If there's the globe, you wouldn't have to lie. You wouldn't have to strawman the flat earth because there's nothing to lie about. So that's what started me. To each their own. I mean, if someone's here listening to this and they don't know much about it, I encourage them to go research it because you may be surprised at exactly how much information is there regarding the fact that this dude did exist. The Hebrew people followed him around. They called him the Anointed One. He was killed. The person that killed him wrote about how they regretted killing him. And then all over the world, even all the way to China, I'm almost done, all over the world, even all the way to China, at the moment that he was crucified, they write about how it got dark. Okay? So there you go.
I'd like to ask a question, if that's okay. Can I ask you a question, Austin?
Yeah.
Do you think the words of Jesus was to a sort of evolution of consciousness? That's what it seems to me, anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure. I can't see that wouldn't fall under what he said. He explained all kinds of things. I think. Yeah. He wanted people to realize the power that they had, and that basically the way I interpret it is we're all like a little piece of the Creator in a way, but he just didn't fall to sin, and we all have. But yeah, he shows like, look, I made that fruit stop growing on that tree. You can do that too. So I think it was predominantly about recognizing that instead of trying to blame something on other people, when you do something wrong, it's you that did it wrong. You have an inner turmoil or decision to make, and it's consciousness. And if you rise above it and pursue righteousness, then that's when you're going to start to actually gain your power. So I do think a lot of it is about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. Although I kind of cherry pick, so I could see me being hated by both sides.
Well, I'll say this, dude. Just be honest and look into it, because when I prayed and fasted, like what I felt was revealed to me was like no one alive knows all the full answers about this. And It's much more about being like genuinely honest and sincere and seeking it out. Like hold steadfast and prove all things to be true. And so therefore applying that, skepticism isn't evil. It isn't bad. I don't think the creator wants you to blind believe what another man tells you about him. He wants you to go figure it out. So I don't think that, you being uncertain about certain aspects of it is a bad thing. I think that's actually a good thing because it shows that you're being honest.
I totally agree. And it's funny, I was reading the parable the other day of the guy sowing the seeds, just reminded me of this whole argument. Just, some fall off it, some fall into the thorns.
The problem that I have.
Good.
Sorry.
The problem that I have in a lot of interesting references is like someone could say, I was reading the story about the sower the other day, and it's like a total prophecy of today with the flat earth. Like we're walking around spreading the seeds and some fall on the good soil and some look, that parable is not free for you to just pick up and say, this belongs to me. This is about my experience right now. The text does not allow you to do that. That's not what the text is for.
Like I said, to each their own. I think everyone's on their own journey. Personally, I find it repulsive when people try to tell me they know exactly what the whole Bible's about because I happen to know that no man alive does. So, and I feel like I got that revelation.
Wait, trying to convince us that you do.
Hold on.
I don't. I'm saying I don't know all the answers.
Right. Well, that's not the attitude you hold. So.
You're denying that someone that is the most historically accurate figure existed, but then you want to pick and choose and believe a bunch of other historical figures. That's all I'm saying. It's just inconsistent. It's just an inconsistent application of how you're deducing what's
you're
true.
Actually
That's all.
contradicting yourself.
Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore because you're just talking through.
You were
me.
applauding skepticism, but when I did it, you had a problem.
I applied skepticism. I don't apply hypocrisy. So if you apply the same standard of skepticism to all things, including if you apply the same standard of skepticism to all these characters and all these stories, I'm all for it. If you pick and choose and act like you know for sure certain people existed, but then another
I never
person
said I know for sure. That's another straw man of yours. Stop saying people know things for sure and stop saying things like the perfect model. Nobody says those things except you.
Okay, so you agree that all these figures could have just not existed at all?
Irrelevant. Stop using those words.
You see, you never answer questions, so I don't want to talk to you.
No, I
dishonest.
want you to adjust your question to an honest
I'd like
question.
for you to get a girlfriend and stop lying so much.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we don't always
that's
get what we
very
want.
rich. Right. Top moderator. Absolutely.
Right.
So to get back to your question, can you just stop with a perfect globe model and a straw manning? Nobody says the things you claim we say.
But then I gave you an opportunity to clarify, and I said, so then what you're saying is, if you critiqued me for saying you didn't claim you know for sure, then you're by deduction saying, oh, well, all these people could have not existed.
No, I'm saying nobody knows for sure, because that's the straw man you implied.
So they may not have existed at all then if we don't know for sure.
Nobody knows for sure, and that's the only answer you're going to get, because that's what you were focused on.
Okay, I'm just going to say this one last time, then I'm going to let other people talk. All I'm saying is, and I encourage everyone on all sides to do this, because I was raised in one direction, right? And so I understand why people are frustrated with it.
You already said this.
Dude, please stop. Okay, this is all I'm saying, is if you're going to have a standard that you're like, this is what makes something valid or this is what makes something invalid, apply it equally to all things. This goes for flat earth, globe earth, Jesus, no Jesus, right? Just apply the same standard, remain consistent, because you need that consistency and that logical order to ever get anything productive out of life. And that's just my 2 cents.
Agreed. That's why I said there's 3 criteria that the scholars use to hold these ancient manuscripts as valid, right? The 3 criteria are the time between the dates of the events and the time it was written down, the number of copies, because you can't change all the copies. You could change the original, but not the copies, and then the accuracy amongst the copies, right? And this is less than 100 years, 5,000 Greek New Testaments alone, not including the 10,000 Latin manuscripts and the other ones, and then 99.6% accuracy. If you could find anything in history that meets, that, embarrassment of riches, I would love to see it. Thanks.
And I want to say something about what Travis said though, too, about the sower. I mean, we all know that if you plant seeds, if the ground is fertile, I mean, broken up, no weeds, that's the best place to grow. So at one level, you can apply that principle to just about any scenario, to whether it be the flat Earth, globe Earth, anything that you're trying to reach out. If you're trying to get a word out at whatever level, that principle applies. And also, even within Jewish thinking of that time period, I forget what they call it, they had at least 4 levels of reading the text, and I can't regurgitate them all. I was trying to think about it. There's the plain reading of the text, there's the meaning of the text, and then there's 2 other layers that I can't think about that even the Jewish rabbis analyzed the text through when they looked at the text itself. So if I think God inspired the scripture, then I would think he could work on multiple levels when he's trying to teach something. He could speak at one level of plain reading. He can speak at a level that's maybe directed at one particular group, like Jesus was talking to the Jews at that time when he spoke that parable. But the principle can also be applied across the board in multiple ways. So
Right.
you can't.
That's why I brought it up. That's why I mentioned it, because
I think that's really well
because
said,
some
bro.
people see it and some people won't.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd like a chance to just respond to Paul if I'm coming through.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
That's okay. Yeah, I don't mind if someone wants to generally pick up a Bible verse and say, I like the way this sounds. This is, this touches me or whatever. As long as you understand that the primary meaning takes precedence, the primary context, which has nothing to do with you. It has a very specific application to a very specific audience.
Okay, well, let me use the scripture to kind of prove my point, but also say that I get you, but that may be wrong. When the virgin shall conceive and bear forth the son, Matthew applies that to Jesus, right? But that original text was applied to a king that lived during that time period. So even the biblical authors didn't always agree with what you just said.
Well, okay, so I heard you alluding to the passage in Matthew and then the passage back in Isaiah 7. But I heard you make a general application or interpretation, but I didn't hear a very strong argument for it. If you want to do that right now, can you unpack how or what you actually mean?
Matthew specifically alludes to that passage representing Jesus, right? Yeah. In the passage. Okay, so Matthew, the writer of Matthew, whoever it is, whether it was Matthew or not, that's another question. He alludes to that passage in Isaiah was also speaking about Jesus, even though in the context of the passage, it doesn't seem to say that.
Okay, so
Matthew understood that principle.
Yeah, that's a biblical principle that's put under the category of typology. So you have an Old Testament type that has a New Testament antitype, right? Or almost. So it happened. The same thing happened when Joseph took Mary and Jesus down into Egypt. Matthew did the same thing. He referred to the passage in Micah when it harkened back to when God took Israel out of Egypt. He says, out of Egypt I called my son. So that's a very familiar use of typology in biblical interpretation. So I agree that that's a hermeneutic that the Bible employs.
Okay, good. So at least we agree there. So we don't have to really argue anymore. So the Bible can have multiple meanings and multiple contexts and apply different ways. Yes.
No, that's not what that means.
Implies.
I didn't say that it has. I didn't say that it has multiple meanings. That's not what I said.
Well, okay, meanings. Okay, you're right. I meant maybe meanings was a slip of the tongue. I mean, different applicable abilities. Like it can apply in different scenarios. That's maybe a better way to say it.
Hey, can I read this real fast? So this is the epistle of Pontius Pilate. This is when he was writing to Tiberius Caesar, the emperor. He said, about Jesus Christ, whom I fully made known to you in my last letter, a bitter punishment has at length been inflicted by the will of the people, although I was unwilling and apprehensive. In good truth, no age ever had or will have a man so good and upright, But the people made an amazing effort, and all their scribes, chiefs, and elders agreed to crucify this ambassador of truth, although their own prophets, like the Sibyls with us, advised to the contrary. And when he was hanged, supernatural signs appeared, and in the moment of philosophers' minutes, the whole world with ruin. His disciples flourish, and by their behavior and continence of life do not repudiate their master. On the contrary, in his name they are most beneficent. Had I not feared a sedition might arise among the people who were almost furious, perhaps this man would have yet been living with us. Although being rather compelled by fidelity to your dignity than led by my own inclination, I did not strive with all my might to prevent the sale and suffering of righteous blood, guiltless of every accusation, unjustly indeed, through the maliciousness of men, and yet, as the scriptures interpret, to their own destruction. Farewell to the 5th of the calendar of April. So, I mean, that's just one of them. I dropped the link. It's got like seven different things he wrote.
Right. He's talking about chicken. Right.
Pretty crazy. Like when I found this, I was like, because this stuff is hidden. It's kind of like how when you start figuring stuff out about the earth and you're like, you start finding out that like Michelson Morley was basically hidden and lied about. It's just, it doesn't prove anything, right? But just like utilizing pattern recognition, if this was a master plan to deceive people as a religion to control them, you'd pump it out everywhere in its original version. You wouldn't have to lie and change everything and hide all the evidence for it. And it just seems weird to me, right? So I think that's what kind of woke me up to where maybe I'm not a special boy and I know as much as I think, right? Maybe it's a little deeper than I thought.
So I seen this thing on the Electric Universe. Guy was giving a speech, and he basically said the truth is out there. Like, it gets published in the journals, the scientific journals, but it's never the whole truth in one place. Like, they'll tell you that they can see the ankles of the emperor. One guy will say he can see his knees. The other guy will say, you know, he can see his butt and his back, right? But if anybody tries to publish the emperor has no clothes, that automatically doesn't get published. So, you know, when you searching for truth, there's little golden nuggets everywhere, and you have to kind of really weed through the weeds in order to find these, you know, so-called proverbial needles in a haystack, right? And I think it's really interesting that the truth is out there. You just got to be willing to do the research. Did that come through, or did I robot, or what?
No, I came through.
No, you're fine.
Dude, he even ends up writing about how he regretted the decision and tried to send 2,000 men to prevent the crucifixions, but they arrived too late. It's pretty crazy, huh?
Here's another thing I was just thinking about with what Ed said. I mean, we want miracles today. It's usually most atheists that I've talked to, they want God to come down, work a miracle in front of them, so they believe. But if he already has worked miracles, and there's testimony evidence for those miracles, and you reject those, why should he give you one today?
The way I see it, you know, I think what's wrong is that there is a point to the Bible. The whole thing is a story that can be seen from a Unitarian point of view quite easily. You know, look at John 3:16. It pretty much sums it up. That God loved the world so much that he sent his son for reconciliation, right? And his son paid the price for the reconciliation to God, who has divorced man, but through birth and through death and rebirth, man has gained a new life, right? And now is capable of, you know, reconciliation because we were purchased.
For clarity, what exact specifically is it that you're disagreeing with me on?
Oh, you said that you don't trust anybody who says that they understand like the meaning of the whole Bible.
Yeah, I don't think anyone alive knows exactly what every single aspect of the scriptures are saying, because when I started to relook into Genesis and looked into the actual Hebrew, Genesis can be interpreted significantly different than has been proposed. So not the overarching idea of it as much as like there are people that talk about the Bible like they know everything about it definitively, and I just don't consider that to be true. I mean, that's just my opinion, I guess. But
okay, if that's what you meant, then I agree.
Somebody's got an open mic with
Sorry.
obnoxious noises.
I may have misunderstood what you meant. So
Oh, that's all good. That's why I was
apologize.
asking for clarity. Yeah, like I think that people can get to a point where they have like a spiritual understanding of the overarching principles and stuff like that. But yeah, like that's why I don't like real rigid doctrine and stuff. I think we're encouraged to debate about this stuff, but we're not encouraged to debate people that hate the creator, right? Or like don't have eyes to see. I think it can be argued that if you're debating them just for other people to hear, then yes, right? Like if you were in the Times Square back in the day and someone was ridiculing the Messiah, and then one of the apostles was like defending him, well, then the whole Times Square, like the public square, heard it. So I think that there's an argument for that, but like certainly not in private and stuff. And I think that that's kind of what's beautiful about life, is if some people in here choose to turn their head to it and be willfully ignorant, like they are able to do that. Like they're able to do whatever they want. And I think that's what makes life like have purpose. Personally, I just learned that you get way more people over here with sincerity and being honest about what you don't know, as opposed to like I got it all figured out type of vibe. Like no one really wants to. It kind of turns people away, I think.
Right, so I've got back on it.
I was going to say I was drawn to a more Eastern flavor of spirituality. I don't know why that is exactly, but really enjoyed looking into it. But I sort of inherited some really old Bibles, and I'd love to go through them again. It's a bit intimidating. When I were putting them in, we built these shelves specifically, and we put them all away, sort of thing. And I was just flicking through them and having a look, and yeah, quite intimidating because they're massive, massive books. And I opened it thinking, oh, brilliant, writing's probably massive too. Nope. Writing's about the same size as a novel book with all these references at the bottom, at the bottom of the page.
Well, like for me, what really did it for me, bro, like the historical research was very interesting, because what it showed me was that the mainstream depiction, you can find a history.com article right now claiming there's no historical or archaeological or anthropological evidence for Jesus, right? So like that was the story pushed, and then I found out that wasn't true. So for me, just as a truther, I'm like, oh man, when they do this, they're normally hiding something that is true, right? I mean, but what really did it for me was when I prayed, like when I would pray and fast, and I wanted certain answers, and then I would have revelations about the very thing I wanted to know the answer to. Or like when I said a prayer and asked for confirmation that we were approaching some type of season of the end, because I kept feeling that way. And this wasn't, I wasn't a strong believer at all at this point. And then I said the prayer for confirmation, just show me an undeniable sign. And then I opened the Bible up the next day, first time in like 3 years or something, and I opened it straight to Ezekiel 38. Which is like the end time war of all end time wars, and I'm like, that's kind of crazy, man. It's a coincidence. So then I started kind of like trying.
Wait, it's Ezekiel 38 is what?
It's about the final war.
Right, that happened in the first century. Yeah.
If that's what you want to think, man.
So, I'm just voicing my opinion as well. I just want other people who hear this to know that there are other flat earthers and a former Christian who have different opinions about the Bible.
Yeah, it says it's post-millennial reign, and then Satan is loosed and rounds everyone up for a fight.
Yeah, but those chapter subtitles, Austin, aren't original, man. That's the editors of the book putting that
subtitles.
Dude, Copernicus is a heretic, and you are not a Christian. You don't speak for the people of the book, bro. Sorry.
I think you may be going out, Travis. I don't know. I can't. But look, so I'll wrap this up. I think this is powerful, though, if anyone's honest. So I started thinking like, wow, that is crazy that I was pointed to what seemed to be like an end time prophecy after asking for it. So I'm like, just in case it's real, I don't want to mess with this. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to like stop doing stuff. I was like sleeping around.
Yeah, who said post? What did you say? Post what? Yeah, come at me, bro.
You're breaking up, dude.
Yeah, Copernicus, let Whitford finish his testimony, bro. Come on.
So I thought, okay, just in case it's Israel, right? Like, I don't want to. I don't want to mess with this. So I was like kind of sleeping around, and I was drinking like liquor. Like I would drink Jameson. And dude, you're breaking up, Travis. No one can hear you.
I
Man.
didn't say I was a first subtitle.
Okay, so just to finish this, I'll try to keep it concise. So I was like doing a bunch of stuff that I kind of knew intuitively maybe I shouldn't be doing, but I considered smoking weed and drinking and like sleeping with women. Like I did consider those petty at the time, but I started trying to cut them out because I started feeling guilty about them. And that right there for me was proof that something was going on, because all of a sudden I started feeling guilty about things I thought was super petty. But so I started trying to stop, and then after like 5 days, it was getting really difficult for me to not do it. And I was like, dang, I'm going to cave, So I woke up at like sunrise. I went to the park and I prayed. I said, Lord, at the time, I said, dear Lord, please help me apply discipline to my convictions, because I felt like I couldn't do it. And then I opened up the Bible directly to like, he who disregards discipline despises himself. It's like a 2,000-page book. I opened it straight to the verse that said that. There were more details with it, like the page was stuck, my thumb was in between it, so I read halfway through the verse, and then I pulled it apart to where the thumb was actually on the book, and went to the bottom right to read the first part. And if the pages weren't stuck like that with my thumb there, I wouldn't have done it like that. It's a whole bunch of stuff, but it blew me away, because 2 times in a row I prayed and opened the Bible and then got like answers directly to my questions, and that was really crazy. And then I've had that happen a few times since then. I've prayed and I fasted, and then like some of you may have heard, I went out when I was on tour. I went out into the woods and I was like praying, and then I prayed for a wife for like the first time in my whole life. And I gave specifics. I want a wife that's younger than me, with no children, wants to have a bunch of children, is open to the truth of what you made for us, the place that we live, and the truth of you and stuff like this. And then I opened up the Bible and I went directly to, my eyes go directly to, this is again like this book's like 1,800 pages. I go directly to a line that says, and the Lord said unto Hosea, take a wife and children. Right after I prayed for a wife and children for the first time in my entire life, I opened up a book with 1,700 pages, and the first line I read says that. So, and for me, I knew immediately, like I was just excited. I was like, wow, the Creator's telling me I'm going to get to have a wife and children. And then I end up meeting Kai on the tour. I feel like I've known her my whole life when we hang out, and then we get married, and she's pregnant like immediately. So, just that's what really does it for me, where it's like, I know there's something to it. I know for a fact that I'm talking to like the Creator of this world,
Austin.
Hallelujah.
Hold on.
That's great with you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm happy for where you are in your life. But do you know what kind of a woman Hosea was supposed to take for a wife?
Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah. So the reason I think that it was, and the reason I think it was Hosea specifically was one of the things I prayed for was a virgin. And I think that kind of answered the question. Like, actually, no, she's not a virgin. So.
No. That's the context of the verse that you're. Yeah, but Hosea is lying to yourself. Hosea was supposed to take a prostitute for a wife.
I know, Travis. Okay, so you should maybe pump the brakes. I'm hoping you're not about to cross lines here that you should not. But again, the way that I interpreted it was I asked for a virgin, and basically I got the answer like, it's not a virgin. But it said, take a wife and children. And also it says in the context, because the land is whored away, meaning like where we live now, you're not getting a virgin. And you don't even deserve one. You're not a virgin, basically. And the point is that I read the line that says, the Lord said unto Hosea, take a wife and children, or after I prayed for it, and then that happened. So that's the point. I mean, if you want to try to, the Creator knows how I was understanding it and what I read. And, you could argue, well, where else could I opened it and it say that exact phrase that says, go take a wife and children? There's only a few of them. And that out of the context of, okay, you're being a little ridiculous thinking you're going to get a virgin. So, whatever. That's my testimony.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, man. I have a lot of respect for the amount of study and the time that you put into all of the topics. I have absolutely nothing against you personally, but that's just not the way to apply the Bible. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Oh, so I should have ignored the fact that I prayed for a wife and children and opened the book to say, go take a wife and children, I should have just ignored it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, look, the only counter I can say to you is, I appreciate again the spiritual discipline that you put yourself through, right? Nothing wrong with that. Fasting, praying, all of that stuff, good. But for someone else who is praying and seeking the Lord and seeking the Father for them and asking for guidance their way, if they come to a different conclusion than you on certain things that the Bible teaches, but you both are looking honestly and sincerely, how do you then evaluate which one is true? Or are they both just, yeah, if you guys think differently, it's okay. It's just whatever is meaningful for you. You know what I mean?
I think there is an objective truth, but I don't think it's my position to judge anyone's like spiritual walk. All I can try to do is show them the beautiful aspect of the fact that I have a direct line to the Creator, and it's been proven to me many times. And I want other people to have that reassurance, where only for the last few years of my life was the first time ever in my life where when I pray, I know I'm talking to the Creator and He hears me, right? And like, it's a very beautiful thing. It's a very reassuring thing. And I just want other people to experience that. That's my aim. I don't know everything about the Bible. My opinion changes about parts of the Bible all the time. I don't adhere to any specific doctrine, and I know that no one really knows all the answers, and when they claim they do, I don't believe them. So that's not my aim. I'm not trying to be a preacher. I'm not trying to tell people what the doctrines they should believe in or anything like that. I'm just showing them that there is truth there, and the Creator will communicate to you through it, and it's a beautiful thing, and it's changed my life only for the better.
Yeah,
I want to say I have a similar. Sorry, Travis. I want to say I have a similar experience. So I got out of my mom's house like as soon as possible when I got old enough, and I was living with my grandparents for a little while. And I would buy groceries, and they would just let me live there. And like after a while, I kind of got lonely. Just like night after night, going to work, going home, playing the bass, doing the garage band, and kind of desired a woman. And like I started fasting, and I prayed and described my wife like down to a T. And I didn't know that I was describing her, but yeah, like I like perfectly described her. And leap year 2024, we'd be together 20 years.
Nice. Yeah, like there's a dude there. It's such a deception that like there's no way to talk to the Creator, and that's the big part that's what I feel led to show people is like, yo, I'm not saying I do everything right or the way I do. I'm not saying you're going to open the book up and get direct answers like I did or anything like that, but I'm just saying like, it doesn't just fall on deaf ears. Like there is someone that loves you that, you're using the words limited. Of course, it's not someone, it's not a human, but yeah, it's a beautiful thing, bro. And there's no reason to live in fear or to think that there's nothing, or you don't have to feel like you have to randomly make up all these questions or none of them can be answered. I think that you can start to learn these things. And I think that it's cool that you can talk to the Creator. And that's a crazy thing where the world doesn't want you to know that. They want you to live in fear and think that there's no purpose or meaning to life and that you're just a rat that evolved and that none of that's real. And the Creator wants you to be happy. He wants you to prosper. He wants you to have what your heart desires as long as it's righteous. And yeah, I think that I think it's cool if people can kind of see what I've been through and maybe that encourages them. So that's why I say it. That's I get more hatred from people disagreeing with my opinions about the Bible than just about anything else. Like it's right up there with how the anti-flat earthers come at me. So,
No,
can't make everyone
Austin, I really appreciate it when you talk about on this level. Personally, I think it's great. And when I went through my sort of baptism of fire with alcoholism, I sort of surrendered to God in a big bad way. I had no choice, And I thought, well, maybe I'm a Muslim because that's what I'd heard. I'd heard that a Muslim is just someone who's surrendered to God. So I listened to the Quran. It didn't really capture my imagination, although there's all the hadiths and bits. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But there's caveats to that as well. You've got to believe in Prophet Muhammad and this, that, and the other. And so, yeah, I never really thought about Christianity, to be honest. I knew that was what I was born into. And I just thought, okay. And I don't know, I don't hate I don't resent any of the fact that I was christened as a child and all the rest of it. I just never really give it thought, you know. It's just what I was born into. So I'm definitely going to go through the Bibles again. But I love it when people talk about little bits and bobs, like Larry said a prayer in here. I enjoyed that. I love the Lord's Prayer. I think it's got a really good vibration to it, you know. So yeah, I like it. I enjoy it when you talk about that sort of thing. While understanding it's not everyone's cup of tea.
Yeah. I'm trying to. You know, I try to find a way where it doesn't trigger people, but it's pretty much impossible. You know, so
Maybe
what
it's
can you
meant to
do?
trigger.
Like, I found out that Islam has been drastically misrepresented by the West as well, and it
You could
actually
say that.
says.
You could say that, but do you live around Muslims with it? Because I
don't
do.
live around them, no, but I'm saying that it's similar. It seems similar to what mainstream Christianity has done to the Bible, where if you actually look at the Quran, it says Yeshua is the Messiah and that he'll come back and fight the Antichrist, and it describes things he does in there that, you know, Muhammad never did. He did supernatural things that, like, he turned mud into a bird. And it says revere the people of the good book, and so it just seems like it's been misrepresented.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I agree with you to a certain respect, right? But then there is a class of people that are Muslims, unfortunately, that and I actually, living in a Western country, I believe that England tries to represent them as peaceful. It may have been represented to you guys over there in America that, you know, that's the opposite. Over here, they represent them as peaceful, but they're nothing but peaceful, right? That's just where I live. Okay, like that's what the English government has put forward to us, that these people are misunderstood, that they revere the people of the good book, yada yada yada. But that ain't necessarily the experience that I've lived. I'm telling you that right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's kind of like if someone judged the Bible based on a bunch of Christians that they've, you know.
Mm. It is true, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's one of those things about culture, right? And proximity equals conflict, right? If you have a certain culture and you do things a certain way, right? It'd be like an Irishman in Saudi Arabia. Like, the fuck you mean we can't drink? No alcohol? What the fuck are you here for? We're here to drink and fight. You know, that's the Irish, right? It's like, it's going to create conflict, right? Because the Irishman's going to sneak a drink and get arrested, right? So what happens when a Saudi Arabian goes to live in the UK? Like, what do you mean we can't just, like, snatch people up?
Exactly. My issue is with that Witsit is that, yeah, they're waiting for the Messiah, right? In their book, they effectively state that he did do miraculous things, way more miraculous than that of Muhammad, right? But they won't ascribe anything other. How do I put it? The way that I read the Quran and the way that I've read the Quran is that these people are going to directly fall for the Antichrist that's spoken about in the Bible. And the Bible literally speaks about how there will be a big group of people that will fall for the Antichrist. The Jews, the Islamic religion, and even the Catholics to some regard are all set up to fall for the Antichrist, in my opinion. They're all waiting for Jesus Christ, right? And we know that Jesus Christ is a representation that's been given to us by the West, right? So are they really waiting for the Hebrew version of Jesus? No, they're not. They're waiting for Jesus Christ, right? They're going to be fooled by that name. That wasn't the name of Jesus at all. There was no J in the Hebrew. How would that be his name? So, I don't know. I reckon they're going to fall for the Antichrist. They're going to worship the Antichrist. And they're going to be part of the army that intrudes with the Antichrist toward us to cut our necks. That's what I believe.
Well, just like the word computer is transliterated in every language, and nobody has like a you know, a Russian word for computer, they just say computer, or a Spanish word for computer, they just say computer. So just like the word antichristos is transliterated, not translated, right, into English. So when you see the word antichristos and you look it up, the second definition says in place of Christ. So when I see like a picture of Cesar Borgia, right, as Jesus Christ, I see him as the guy who's in place of Christ, who is, you know, God the Son, who's coming back any second to save us from, you know, the New World Order, when the Bible doesn't say that. It actually says that we're going to go through the tribulation, and, you know, there's certain prerequisites that have to happen first. And as we go through the tribulation, it's going to be hard for some people and a lot harder for others, because God's wrath is not for us. It's not meant for us. But we will go through the tribulation, and it tells us exactly when the so-called rapture is going to happen. Matthew 24, verses 29 through 31. Immediately after the tribulation, and then the Son of Man and will gather his angels from one end of heaven to the other. So when is it going to happen? Immediately after the tribulation, there's a gathering? Okay.
But like the idea of a rapture is like scripturally false anyway, right? It's more of a catching away, to be quite honest with you.
Right.
Like it's not like a rapture, you know, you remember the kingdom of heaven comes down here on earth. It ain't like, oh, you know, everyone's gonna be taken from earth and then placed into heaven. Like that isn't scripturally supported whatsoever. Like I don't know where this whole pre-trib, post-trib rapture thing comes from. It ain't.
Oh, I know where it comes from.
You do?
The Schofield Bible, right? It was real popular in the United States. The Schofield Study Bible was created by a lawyer who basically, you know, was a you know, an adulterer, and he created the Schofield Study Bible. But obviously, it's a Jesuit creation, and it kind of makes, you know, Jesus God, and, you know, it basically turns him into the in place of Christ guy instead of, you know, Yeshua, the priest of the Most High God, because Yeshua is a priest Messiah, or a priest king. And in this Bible, it kind of makes him out to be God himself, who's coming back to it. Well, he's coming back to rapture us. That's the first time he comes back. And then we're going to be chilling out in heaven for 7 years. And then at the end, we come back again, and there's the Battle of Armageddon, right? And yes, the Schofield scripture that people get confused on. And I've even seen it so blatantly bad that John Hagee, you know, if you ever watch John Hagee in Defense of Israel video, that should have you pissed off. But if you look in his Bible, right there in between verses 29 and 31, there's this big, huge diagram about the rapture and the pre-trib rapture, right in between those two verses. You know, and it's like, immediately after the tribulation, like 2 pages of diagram, and then the Son of Man. Like, you forgot about what you were reading because you had like 2 pages of diagram to go through. John Hagee in Defense of Israel. Jesus never claimed to be the Messiah. What? What the fuck did you say? Did you say that? He never claimed to be the Messiah?
But I'll just say this, Witsit. Don't let anyone tell you that Muslims have any reverence for Yahusha, that they care one iota of him being a messenger, of him being a prophet whatsoever. If you get off a bus in London, you get off a bus in Birmingham, you get off on a bus in anywhere that's a Muslim country, Muslim land, Muslim area, I'm telling you, the words you're gonna hear is, "Who's your fucking prophet, brother?" That's what you're gonna hear. And if you don't say Muhammad, they'll fuck you up. I'll tell you that right now.
Wow, I didn't know that. Is that real? Holy shit, I've heard some pretty horrific stories, but I didn't know it was that bad.
When was the last time you went to like Shepherd's Bush or
Oh,
anywhere like that?
are you just talking about like Birmingham or something like that?
Yeah, man, I'm talking about any area where they're the majority, bro. Yeah. Like a certain street in Birmingham, or a certain area in London, or, you know.
Birmingham. How about me?
Oh, I'm here.
But I would say that they're not really practicing Muslims, then, are they? I mean, they pretend they're clowns, clearly.
Why are they not? Why
Yeah,
are they not?
no, that's
Why are they not?
actually what Islam wants them to do.
Yeah, like if
Really?
you've ever read the Quran, it says, of course,
Yes,
if
really.
you've ever read the
I
Quran,
thought
it
you were
commands
always
them to do
self-defense and that, no?
No, drive fear into the heart of the disbeliever. Salute anyone who's not monotheistic. You know, like if you read the Quran, this is what they're directly told to do by Muhammad. Like he was a warring prophet at the end of the day. Like that was his whole point.
Yeah, and he wanted to conquer, and not just by war, but through deception. Deception is a huge part of Islam. And if you bring it up, you get labeled racist or anything by people who have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, it literally says they have to infiltrate all countries of the world and take it over from the inside by feeding a lot, by breeding a lot of kids. And if you see what happens in Europe right now, if you're just doing the math, like if they are breeding like 5 times faster than let's just say the Danes, like I mean, it will only take 30 to 50 years before they're actually a majority at that point, you know. Like it's just a few generations they have to do it. If they have 5 to 10% of the population right now, and they're breeding in the rate they're breeding, like I mean, it doesn't take many generations before they're actually like even with the rest.
Right? Isn't that what I did in Indonesia?
The thing is I know people from my childhood that have become Muslims, right? That know Muslim families, and I've seen how these people are changed. Their attitude towards anyone that isn't Islamic is diabolical. I'm telling you right now, they don't respect human life at all.
Hey, maybe.
Because,
hi, can I just say something? Kraken, hi.
Yep.
How you doing? Maybe
Yo,
that's
sister.
in your area, and I'm sorry to hear about that, but that's not a worldwide.
It's not just in his area.
Well, but it's not.
Please don't try to downplay this because you won't get away
It's
with
at least
it.
it's at least Europe wide. It's at least Europe wide.
Let me comment on that, Blaze. So when they're a low percentage, like they are in America, they just kind of quietly protest here and there. But as the percentages get higher and higher, they get more bold. This goes with any population. So think about the Europeans first came over here, and while their population were low, you know, they were like playing friendly and shit. And then as their population began to get higher and higher, like proximity equals conflict. And the higher the population, the more bold you're going to get, and the more, I don't want to use the word savage.
And I'll call them people what they are. They're Satanists at the end of the day. People that will do that, they're Satanists. I'll call it what it is, all right? Like, for real. That's what I'm saying. These people follow the same cue as every other person. They're not set apart. They don't act in a set apart way.
Well, I mean, I think that there's a invisible force that we're not really, that's pulling the strings, so to speak, because you know, there's extremists in every religion. And let's face it, there was a reason they were migrated into Europe, right? Like, who's pulling the strings? I would feel more comfortable saying the Zionists are pulling the strings in the world, and the Jesuits, like you brought up a good point, Hank, you know? So
what does this have to do with Islam exactly?
What do you mean? Zionism? And
no, you were trying to say every religion has extremists, and then you talked about the Zionists.
I mean,
what does this have to do with Islamic terrorism and
well,
Islamic
I mean,
extremism,
so I'm not
which
sure
is basically
if you know,
just Islam.
I'm sure if you just you don't know about Al Qaeda, CIA.
Yeah, that's Islamic. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know who hired them.
More CIA than Islamic, dude.
I don't care. It's Islamic.
Well, I mean,
did the news?
It doesn't really matter what they were hired for in the past. It matters what they're doing now. In the
Does it matter who
past, how
trained
many
them,
decades?
who weaponized them, who gave them
No,
money,
it
who
doesn't.
funded them?
It doesn't really matter
exactly.
if it doesn't matter if their goal is to advance Islam by any means necessary. No.
Their goal was given to them by the CIA.
The reason that they're predisposed to being, let's say, plighted with money in order to fight for other people's causes. They don't even stick to their own cause. This is my point, right? fair enough. If you're a violent people that read a violent book, I don't care what anyone tells me. I've read the Quran. I know Muslims, right? I know exactly who these people are. Okay, they are violent. They will become violent as soon as they can. Right? This is just a fact. It's written in their book that they are literally called to do so. I'm telling you, if my book that I believe in called me to do something similar, I would do it too. Right? This is the point that no one can get around. My problem is that they are willing to be hired by a different government. They are willing to arm themselves, and they are willing to fight a different cause. Like, this is what I'm saying. They don't have no faculties when it comes to that. Like,
well, it's more that they then can gain the weapons and fight for their own cause, because they deceived the other governments into thinking they were actually fighting for the other government's cause, because deception is a huge part of Islam.
So according to classical Islam, right, Islam itself means submission, right, complete submission to the will of Allah, right? And according to classical Islam, the world is actually divided into two parts. It's the Dar al-Islam, which means the house of Islam, and the Dar al-Harb, which is the house of war, which is essentially those who have not been subjugated to Islam yet. So this is like the basic sort of structure of classical Islam. It is the world, according to their eyes, is those who have submitted to Islam and those who have not, which they are at war with. So this is very much understood. It's very basic principles of Islam.
Well, so what are we talking about here? We have a mod that's beloved, and is he a bad guy? I mean, because I have a Quran, a friend of mine sent it to me, and I didn't see anything in there. I thought they weren't allowed to talk badly about other religions. So if you're talking about hadiths or something, okay, all right. But
yeah,
I
the
don't...
hadiths are part of Islam. You can't ignore.
No, we're talking about the very Quran.
Because the hadiths are the
Do you have
interpretation.
some verses?
The hadiths are the interpretation by the Prophet Muhammad,
Yes,
he's the highest degree of
like the Talmud.
that stuff. Yeah, except for their God. So his interpretation is the one they should follow, because he's the freaking prophet of their whole religion. So don't sit here and ignore the hadiths like they're not part of the Quran. They're used to interpret the Quran.
Why don't you settle down? Not everybody believes in the hadiths. There are some people that
then they're not Muslims.
Stop
because
interrupting
they're not
her.
following their
Stop
prophets.
interrupting her. I'm going to mute you.
I just don't feel comfortable generalizing a people. I have a couple of clients. They are the most... Now they were born in Pakistan but grew up in England long time ago, and they're very honorable. They're very trusting with me. Now I'm not saying everybody is, but like to generalize it and to talk badly about people on YouTube for everybody to hear about it is like that shouldn't be representing everybody.
But that's not what I did. See, this is what I mean. As soon as you bring up the bad things about Islam, people like her who know nothing about it really start talking about you're labeling all people and basically you're racist and all the same horseshit. There's nothing to do with anything.
I'm not saying you're racist. I'm saying you're
but
blinded
it comes down to it. You're saying I'm discriminating and labeling them all the same, which is practically the same argument. So
I said I don't feel comfortable. I said I don't feel comfortable.
Well, that's fine, but his last point was correct, actually. So according to classical Islam, like if you don't follow the hadiths, you're actually not Muslim. Like this has been debated. Like you can go watch debates and stuff. Like you're not like.
But
I once seen a load of Muslim lads, right, beat up another so-called Muslim lad because he said he didn't read the hadith. They beat him up with hammers, just to let you know.
Well, yeah, and that's a huge thing also with apostasy. Like that's a real thing. Like if you're an apostate, like you're technically to be killed. This is like all in their hadiths and all in their religion. It's not like this is not conspiracy. It's not like you just have to look. You just have to do the looking yourself.
Okay,
I agree with what Blaze is saying, that there are individual people, right, that are Muslims that are great people, right? And a lot where I live, it's mainly Pakistani people that are the great people. But you got to remember they've had a massive, massive rich history with the English, right? Where And I'm just being honest, the same thing that was done to the Native Americans, that's what the English did to the Pakistani community. Of course they've been subverted. They're subverted. They're not even considered Islamic by half of the Islamic world. You do know that, right, Blaze? And that's because they are that way with people like me and you, right? And my main point is the reason why I don't have a problem with labeling the people is because I've read what the people read. If you read the Quran, and I mean read every page of it,
Yeah,
it isn't just a hadith. It's not just a hadith, right? In the Quran, it does establish that this is the way that they are to be to the disbelievers. That this is the way they are to be, and the only time when they're ever okay with other religions, people of the good book, Jews and Christians, which historically being shown out has never happened. Where the only time that ever happened was in Yasharel, right? Was when there was a pact that was made, and then obviously the Jews and the Christians that lived there lived subservient to them, and they had to pay a tax, they had to pay the jizya. But the point is that applied to anywhere else. It's rarely ever happened, right? Like normally what will happen is the main authoritative body at the time, the one that is put out the Sharia, they will turn around and just justify straight away and say that these people that call themselves Christians were once meant to be Muslims based on the land that they live in. Because you got to remember, like under Islam, it's not just a religious statute; it's also a full encompassing political system, right? Like the country that I live in, they've got over 115 Sharia courts that are already set up, right? Like the point is that I know these people, and not only do I know these people, I've read their book. That's why I have no problem with saying what I'm saying, right? They're very proud about what it is what they are willing to do in the future. Like the people that I live around, they say as soon as we're the majority, like you're all dead. You're all dead.
Do you have some verses?
And these are people that are my friends.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, of course, I can.
Well, you said you read the Quran, so you should know this already.
Well, hold on a second. So, are we going to deny that all of this controversy didn't show up at a particular time, like maybe around 9/11? And I'm not saying what you're saying is 100% wrong. I'm saying people are leading people. I've only read a couple chapters.
I see. Go read the whole thing, please, and the hadiths. You'll understand. I promise you'll understand. Read everything.
Also, just a quick note. Like these controversies we are talking about right now, they did not get introduced just because 9/11. It was a talking point in Denmark when we started to take up a great deal of Muslim workforce because we needed them. It was a great talking point. What was written in the book and the hadiths and stuff like that they were a warfaring religion.
Okay, well, it's probably part of the system, and they're being used because didn't the Catholic Church create that? Well, allegedly,
Well, that's what I already said from the beginning, that these people are the monolithic sword of the Catholic and I believe the Jesuit order. Like I agree to that, Blaze, without a doubt. But we can't ignore that their nature is set before them, and that they have bought into the lies of those people, and that they are following it wholeheartedly. That's my point.
Well, but I know people that aren't like that.
Yeah, so do I. And when
And
you
I know
go
a few
to
Pakistanis who aren't like that
Islamic-ruled
too.
countries, you'll see that they are not deemed Muslim and are probably going to be executed for their beliefs, according to Sharia law, I might add.
Well,
yeah, all these modern Muslims, they will probably.
Talmud. I mean, like the Zionists. Are you guys really trying to say that the Zionists aren't running the world, and
that has nothing to do with Islam, please?
Oh, right. Okay. Sure.
It's got everything to do with it.
Nothing to do with it. Got it.
Irregardless, whether you just heard what I stated anyway, Blaze. I believe it has got something to do with it, but yeah.
In what way do you think Zionism has anything to do with Islam, except
Oh my
for the
gosh,
part that where they
Zionism
hate each other?
is a virus on the earth. How could you not know that?
Islam hates Zionism. They hate the Jews. So what does it have to do with
Of course,
anything?
that's part of part of the original enemy that Islam had instilled within their sights, obviously, and that's why they'll continue to fight. So that's the part that it really does have to do with it. That these
they
are like
really
two
hated him.
opposing forces. They do have hatred between the two of them, and I'm telling you, like the local community drives for wealth, right? In terms of money that they're raising to send to groups that are fighting against so-called Zionists, right? Prove it. Like the local people where I live are fully against Zionism. Like they are. The Muslims are against it.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, what does it have to do with Zionism supposedly ruling the world? I mean,
really? Like
yeah,
seriously?
instead of presenting this
system,
laugh,
like,
just explain it, please.
If the Islamic people hated Israel so bad, why aren't they standing up and helping the people in Palestine? And have you ever seen a map of Israel and all the countries around them?
They tried.
They did try. They like you can't say that Syria and Egypt didn't attack in the Yom Kippur War. You can't say that didn't happen. Like,
They attack every day, every hour.
Who attacks who? You mean
Jews
Israel
are
attacks?
getting attacked. Israel is getting
Oh
attacked.
my gosh! See, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's all I have
there
to
we go.
say.
What
You have
you
no idea
you just
what's
laughed
going
at me
on.
and said, "Why are they not attacking?" But
Yeah,
they're attacking
because-
every single day. So what are you talking
No,
about?
you're not.
You
Why
mean
are
them
you
kids?
presenting this dumb
Them little
laugh?
kids are attacking. You know, average age in Palestine is about like 18, literally. Them kids are attacking.
No. Oh, with rocks. With rocks.
Ball rockets. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, or with guns and bombs. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they have so many guns and bombs. I mean,
Or
seriously,
the
dude.
adults are sending in children who have bombs strapped in them and blow them up.
Turn off the
Yeah,
TV.
that's like
that happens
so
a lot.
incredibly
Turn off the
rare and
news.
blown out of proportion, dude, by the Zionist-owned media. So I think we should maybe inform
So you're
ourselves
saying
before
that
we
doesn't
talk.
happen in the Islamic world, what's it?
I just said it's rare and
But
blown out of
it's
proportion.
not rare at all.
And blown out of proportion by the Zionist-owned media.
Was that a pun? Blown out of proportion?
Oh, I noticed that I made the pun, but it was unintended.
It's a good one.
So, anyway, I know one thing. They actually adhere to a lot of the principles of morality that the West has just completely ignored as they sunk into depravity. At least they don't just like shove pork down their throat and just run around like having gay parades. Like the biggest gay parade in the world is in Israel and Tel Aviv. Right. And then like, all I'm saying is, they have a little bit of more morality, it seems. At least they have something. At least they claim to believe in something and they actually follow it.
Yep.
All this is generalization. Anytime we're talking about ideology as a generalization, there's all kinds of sects within all ideologies.
Yeah, it's so
In
funny.
Islam,
I've
there's
thought
only
about
two,
that
though,
quite
right?
a lot. I was just going to say that I've thought about this way more than any man should, and as much as I always tell people that ideology is extremely dangerous of any flavor, I'd rather them have it than not, because I'm witnessing around me what it looks like with people that haven't got it, and they're just crumbling. So anyway.
Yeah, I get that. I get
What
that.
do you mean? No, I don't get it at all. What do you mean?
Well, what he's
who
saying
don't
is
have
that
it?
people without any faculties, morals, or any form of established, way of being, right? That these people are able to be persuaded into any type of belief at any time because they hold no real concrete moral high ground in any direction, right? So we have what we have today with these like drag shows and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, we know that wouldn't be happening under an Islamic leadership. Like I understand that, right? But at the same time, right? How do I put it? And like I said, I can only really speak from like what I know myself, right? Is that I know that if the Muslims where I live take over, like I know that I'll be killed, like for real.
Yeah, but so you got a bunch of people. You got like the bottom of the barrel because they flooded over there for free stuff. So
no, these are older families, bro.
No, they incentivized the demographic shift in Europe.
I understand that. But you have different days, different. Listen, Witz, there are different waves of that, right? You have the people that come over with a good amount of money, and they came over and as individual family members, and then they helped bring over individual family. That wave that you were talking about didn't really happen until like, I don't know, maybe like the last 15, 20 years, right?
Well, that's when it really popped off. I gotta say this: I don't take any atheist serious that makes any argument founded upon any type of moral contention, because your worldview doesn't allow you to invoke objective morals. So you don't have any objective moral standard. It's contradictory to your worldview. So I can't really take any moral contention or presupposed high ground very seriously. Sorry.
Yeah, so to respond to the thing you said about the bottom of the barrel, so to speak, that they all come here for money incentive, you have to understand that one of the tactics of taking over a country is to slowly deplete it of resources. And that's one of their goals too.
Well, look, I don't support any major demographic shift over a short period of time for any society, because history has shown very clearly that it never works. And, you know, it's an attack on Europe. That's what it is. It's basically war being waged. So I don't dispute any of that. I'm just saying, like, when I talk to some like real deal like Muslims, a lot of them are pretty cool. Like I just, a lot of them aren't. And just like I talk to mainstream Christians, they don't know what their book says.
That's the same for me, Witsit, but the Muslims that I've met that know what their book says, right? They can show you where their book says it. Okay? They can tell you of the rich culture and history that they had within living inside of those parameters too, and that they're not willing to step aside from it. And we're talking about family members that have got lineage traced back all the way to the Umayyad Caliphate, right? We're talking these people, and I'm saying, if you go to a mosque, right, and with a group of young Muslim men, and even with elder Muslim men, they are happy to admit that, yeah, the West will tell you that we're extremists, that this is a select group. No, we are all this way. Every single one of us are this way. They will tell you that themselves with their mouths proudly.
Yeah, but it's not true.
Well, it's not true that they're that way. When they're telling me that way, that when I see estates in my neighborhood where they'll move in, right, 15 people into one house, and then they'll abuse people that live to the left and right of them until they move out, and then they'll lower.
Oh yeah, I will agree that
area, and they'll take over the fucking whole area. Okay,
dude, they do that in America too. They did in Michigan. All right, so I don't. Yeah, they did that in that city in Michigan. Like I don't. Yeah, they're very. They have extreme in-group preference. They ironically, they're not too generalizations here, but generally speaking, they're not too different than their ideological enemies of Zionism, because their in-group preference is off the charts, where I don't have a problem with it, but extremism. Sorry, guys, vacuuming.
It happens in every major city in Europe. Not sure about the United States, but Europe at least, yeah, definitely.
I'm just telling you, when you talk to these people and you say, why is it that you're acting this way? Why are you hostile to the local people? And they point to their book. They don't point to some obscure hate preacher. They point to the very book. And the book, the wording, it equals their action. It's justified by the
okay.
book.
I'm saying I disagree, because when you ask all of them about Muhammad and Jesus, they'll say Jesus was just a prophet, and I'm like, oh, well, if he lies, can he be a prophet? No. Well, he said he was the Messiah, so he said that he was the Messiah, so he can't be a prophet if he's lying. So the mainstream,
They just claim that we made that up about him. They in the Quran, Jesus doesn't claim he's the Messiah in the Quran. You know that, right?
The Quran says he is the Messiah. Who comes and fights the Antichrist?
The future Messiah.
Yeah.
Not the previous one, the future one.
Well, the scriptures claim that when he comes back, right, he reigns as Messiah in his final form. That's what the scriptures say.
I agree.
So there's like this bridge here where I'm saying it's misrepresented. It's just like a lot of people do all kinds of crazy stuff in the name of the Bible for a long time, but the Bible doesn't say that. And people do that with Islam. And a lot of it, for a good example, is like the heliocentrism, right? It's like they don't really believe it's the truth. It's usually utilized for control. So, is the Quran says that the earth is stretched out like a carpet. It says it's flat. It says it's a plane. The Bible says the earth is flat 100 times. It describes there's levels. There's below the earth, above the earth. It's levels. It's right. Hinduism, same thing. It says that the earth is flat with their ancient text. If you look at like what Buddha said the earth was flat. And they claimed that Buddha knew all things. He knew everything. He had like an enlightenment that can't be competed with. But then they flipped over and they say, the earth's a ball. So it's just their ideology shifts with cultural difference and growth. So it's not really that it's held to be true. I would say that the amount of people that truly, sincerely believe the religion that they purport to believe as like wholeheartedly true is incredibly small. It's incredibly small. And so I don't judge any ideology based on that. And there's a lot more correlation between the Quran and the scriptures than, people may know.
Do you know why that is?
Do I know why people claim to believe stuff that they don't?
No. Why is there so much stuff about Christianity in the Quran?
It says revere the people of the good book. So it's the same Abrahamic foundation. So.
But why though? What's the reason behind that?
It has the same Abrahamic foundation.
Okay, so not to be rude, but that tells me you don't know why Islam took so much from Christianity.
It has the same Abrahamic foundation. How is that not the answer?
Yeah, why? Why is that the case specifically?
Oh, because the Torah was just accepted like far and wide.
Would you say it's the same? Yeah, though. Would you say that because in the Quran it says that Allah is the best of deceivers, right? The best of deceivers. It talks about Satan, and then it talks about how Allah is a bigger deceiver than Satan. Even like, it isn't the same God. Like people can try and say.
Okay, you think Yah could trick you, bro? Like say he wants you to do something, but you're so short-sighted and prideful that you won't do it.
Does Yah profess that he is trying to trick me ever? No. He says he is not an Elohim of confusion, okay? He tells and gives us the answer every single time, Witsy. You can't say he doesn't. In the Garden of Eden. Okay, just don't go doing that over there. Don't touch that thing over there. You'll be all right. We did it. Every time.
Oh, yeah, I disagree with a lot of the Quran, bro. Like, don't get it twisted. I'm saying it's misrepresented. It's like I've talked to a Muslim guy. He now believes in Yeshua and Yah, okay? And it was because of the Quran. Because he went back and reread it, and he was like, he's the Messiah, not Muhammad. He's the one that turned a thing of mud into a living bird, right? It's like, Muhammad doesn't do anything like that. He doesn't have any supernatural feats. He came 600 years after the fact.
Whoa. He didn't have any supernatural feats. Are you sure about that?
What did he do?
Some.
Like what?
Oh my god. Okay. Like cutting the moon in half?
Yeah, like
they say Muhammad cut the moon in half? I've never heard that.
Yeah. On a flying horse, I believe.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, there's a bunch of crazy stuff. So I think you should read more on it instead of defending
the moon in the back.
I just told you what someone told me. That's what I'm not defending the Quran. I'm not defending what people do in the name of the Quran. I'm saying, and I consider this to just be objective, it's been misrepresented. Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Like
everything
just
has
like
been misrepresented.
Just like Christianity, like the mainstream Christianity doesn't say what the Hebrew says. They don't. So, that's all I'm saying. And there's more of a middle ground than maybe people would think. And I say this because I don't like to judge people like so viciously that you push them away. It's like kind of like what FED does, right? It's like they're not in this to wake people up. They're in this to be the ones that know all the answers and are never wrong. You're going to do nothing but deter people away from it. And that's the same thing with people that claim they know everything about the Bible. they do nothing but deter people away from looking into it because just like a repulsive way to act is a deterrent. So that's all I'm saying is like I would rather meet people halfway, acknowledge some of the good. Like at least they know that marriage is man and woman, and at least they know that pork is unclean, and so we shouldn't eat it because the creator doesn't want us to eat it, so we don't find some loophole to eat it. And just stuff like that where they still hold to some moral, objective moral standard, and like the West does not at all. Like it just doesn't. So they're better than a lot of the West in that sense, right? Like I don't agree with the extremism or the sensual, selfish desires being the motivation for anything that they do and stuff like that. But I just think it's a mixed bag. Sometimes nothing's so black and white. Certainly in 2022, there's a lot of confusion going on. And like I said, I've talked to a lot of them that said they now believe in Yeshua and the scriptures because of what they found in the Quran. And I just find that interesting. I find it that he was raised Muslim until the age of 30. He didn't even know what the Quran was really saying in many of the places because of their religion telling him one thing. It's the same thing with me. I was told the same thing I was told things about the Bible my whole life. And then I found out, oh my gosh, this book doesn't say what they're saying. It says something completely different. So, it says revere the people with a good book. And then basically the mainstream talking point is like, well, the Quran hasn't been changed, but the Bible had. Because they have to say that, because if not, then they have to give like the prerequisite to the Quran is the Torah. Right? So, I don't know. I just find it interesting.
Yeah, I'm only going off my own understanding on the reading that I've done, and then talking to the brothers, the Akis of that religion,
Like if you think about this though, say you read, you talk to some mainstream Christians of today, and
no,
they
I
say,
agree with you on that,
right,
bro.
And then they point it to the Bible, and you read it, and you're like, it does seem to say that. If I think about it the way you're saying, that does make sense, right? Like that happens all the time. Like the doctrines of Christianity, they
speak in parables. So wait, so you do know that, right? It doesn't speak in proverbs. It doesn't speak in parables, bro. Like it's pretty straightforward with its information, right? And like I'm saying, like it's pretty clear cut what they're trying to get across to you. They can show you their behavior, then they can give you the dispensation as to why they're behaving that way from the book, and you read it, and it's very, very clear.
Okay. Well, yeah, I agree with your assessment that I think it's laying the foundation for the Antichrist, right? So I just know that if you have any hopes, like, would you rather them figure out the truth about Yah, or?
Of course, I would like them to.
Right, so that should always be the
objective. That's why I've evangelized to them so many times, bro.
Right. Well, that should always be the objective, right? Just like with flat Earth, it's like if you approach the conversation the way FED does, you're not trying to wake anyone up. That's not why you're doing this, right? It's like as opposed to meeting them halfway, or like, oh yeah, that argument does kind of make sense, right? Like that could make sense if the Earth's a ball, and like meeting them halfway and hearing them out, hearing what they think, and trying to have a conversation with them.
And I agree with you, bro. Like I think my actions show that. I did two episodes on their panel, and then I was like, I ain't coming again because I didn't agree with it. Because I don't think it helps. I don't think it's helpful. I agree.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the opposite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Like.
You scream and cuss and ask you how my balls taste. Who wants to listen to that? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that ballers are guilty of this too. I think that I get tons of emails that say, what woke me up to True Earth, we'll call it, was one of your debates. Not so much what you were saying, though.
But what the way the other team was saying shit. Yeah.
Exactly. How they were acting and how you would make yourself very clear, but then they would respond with an intentional straw man. And when you boiled it down to the point that was actually being discussed, then they would refuse to answer it. They would change the subject. They would respond with insults. It was their behavior, right, that deterred them away from just blindly believing it's a ball and encouraged them to relook into it. And yeah, I just think that that's wisdom. That's when wisdom comes in, where you have to be able to kind of, realize what you're doing, I guess.
But that's the thing as well, right? Like, you're pretty well spoken, so am I, right? And so when I look at like the way the Muslim brothers would be with someone like me or you, it kind of feels like we are evangelizing to them, right? And it will feel like you are. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I've done this before, bro, right? And it seems like they're taking what you're saying in. They may even like make some concessions on like scripture and what it says and how that relates to their scripture if they're part of the Abrahamic religion. But like, before long, you'll realize that like they are literally just lying to you, like, because all they're waiting for is that they could give you shahada. That's all they're waiting for, like, because they're like, okay, if we make these concessions, then maybe they will join our religion, like, because they're like, you'll be a good mouthpiece for us, right? Like, you can speak well, so they're taught actively to go after people like that are very good at speaking, that are good at conveying a point, that are relatable, and
like the Masons.
Exactly. And you realize it is a little secret, man's club. It's a little secret societal club. And you start realizing how much of that ruach is behind it. That it's the same ruach as people in the Masons. It's the same fucking thing. And you're like, wait, like, how many times do I have to meet Islamic people in my head believing that they could be different for them to then turn around and be like, oh, I can't even turn around and say some of the shit that's been said to me because I just don't even want that attention, like, legit.
Yeah, I will say that if you look at the mainstream modern representation of both the religions, one is much more extreme. Both of them are inaccurate. It seems that doesn't fully depict it from top to bottom what the book says, but one is much more intolerable, I would say. But yeah, I don't know. Like I'll say this: I have respect for a truther that is reading the Quran and trying to figure it out and thinks, oh, maybe I shouldn't eat pork. Maybe I should do this and this and this. And I have more respect for that person diligently researching the Quran than I do for someone that just believes the religion of Christianity they were given without actually researching it. So, that's my only point, is that just because someone says that they're Muslim, that doesn't automatically mean they're worse than someone that says that they're Christian, because it actually depends on the sincerity and how genuine they are when they look into things. It's a process, you know what I'm saying? I'll stop.
The Muslims I know around here are cool. Well, the ones I've talked to are very cool. Well, I mean, I'm sure Crackville's hating hearing this with the obviously horrific experiences he's had. Yeah, I'm kind of, slightly worried about going to Birmingham now.
Well, no, but what I'm telling you, how old are you?
Early 40s.
Right, I'm 28. So the reaction that I see 40-year-old men getting is completely different to the reaction of people my age, right?
Well, it's so funny you should say that, because when you first started talking about it, I thought, they're just young men.
Yeah. But at the same time,
that's young men the world over, isn't it?
It is to a certain extent, but how do I put it? I don't know, man. Like, I just know what's going on inside of our jail system, the forced conversions that are going on. Like, yeah, man. Like, I just know a lot of horror stories. Like, overall,
yeah, I'm sure you do.
I know a lot of people that have been. I know a lot of families that have lost their children, their daughters, to forced prostitution from Muslim gangs. I know a lot of people that are in a lot of pain.
But I got a bit of a bias, I guess. I mean, I'm the only one that has a bit of a bias in the sense
I've got the bias, bro. I used to have the bias of like, look, the West have used these people.
Well, Zionism.
So they can do what they, but exactly. But I'm saying, bro, like, these people have been used as a ideological stepping stone. And I'm like, okay, so let me find out that stuff for myself. Like, you understand that, like, me and you, both of us are just as diligent in what we look into, and I completely sympathize with almost every opinion that you hold, because I've done the research. But then when you're like hearing of, like, huge gangs of taxi drivers that are picking girls up from school, and you see it yourself, and they're getting them on heroin and they're taking them from one hotel to the next, and their dads are literally like ringing up local hard men, being like, "Bro, is there any way you can get my daughter off this Muslim gang?" And we're talking like even like the toughest people in my area don't want to. They don't want to mess around with these people. These people have a all-encompassing system. Like, it's not like they're a little gang. They're a little gang that can call upon any other little gang from any other area. So, and yeah, like the moment that you challenge these people in any way, you'll see their true nature. Is my point.
I agree with that, actually. I when I was in college, I hung out with tons of Muslims, and yeah, for sure, there's a side where they'll just get infuriated and stuff like that immediately. But they've been used as the theological nuclear bomb, right? They've been used as the fear porn inducing control mechanism. And as it goes to the specific disagreement over there between them and Zionism, I mean, I can empathize, right? Like, the Zionists are
when I
terrible.
speak to them people, bro. When I speak to the Zionist people, I get the same feeling in my chest as when I speak to the Muslims. I'll tell you that right now. They're operating on the exact same ruach, the same spirit. Every one of them is, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
And they both have, and like, it's just this unspoken ethnic supremacy, and well, one's actually specifically spoken, but yeah, and then how the media controls, like the Zionist media controls our narratives, right? It's like, yeah, I just choose to step back a little bit, like
but
the Zionism is like the plague, bro.
But
it's
doesn't it
really, really bad? So I don't want to. It would be ignorant for me to be like, oh, well, they're against Zionism, therefore I support them. Like, I'm not saying that, but like, I do empathize with it because of that. Like, I know that the Zionists have obviously put a spin on it, and maybe even kind of molded them into what they are, right? But that's their main trick.
Doesn't it go back?
Infiltrate.
Doesn't it go back to the age-old debate of between the two is like who had the birthright, who is the chosen people at this point? Because it goes back to the Isaac and Ishmael and how he was tricked and gave up his birthrights, and was it because Haggard had
really tricked,
Ishmael
but
first, or so he should inherit the kingdom? But it's like, no, but Sarah was promised to have a child. They had Isaac, so Isaac is the chosen child, which is Christianity came from that. So, like, isn't it go back to the age-old debate of lineage? Like, who is the chosen people? Is it of Isaac or is it of Ishmael? Because Islam is of Ishmael, and Christianity is of Isaac. But it goes back to the Old Testament or the Torah, where the story is that Ishmael was born first, but he was born of a maiden.
Are you on about Esau and Jacob, Yaakov? Are you talking about Yitzhak?
No, I'm talking about
Jacob's dad. You got to remember, you got Abraham fathered Yitzhak, meaning, and then it went on. Sorry, I keep speaking in Hebrew, but no, go ahead.
The story of Abraham had Ishmael, which is probably something different in Hebrew. You're right, but Ishmael was born first, but because remember Sarah gave Abraham because she was barren and she thought because she was promised. Remember, Abraham was promised to have all these kids, but Sarah can't even have a kid. So then she gave up her maidservant. Right? She gave up and then they had Ishmael. But then remember, she laughed, and then they had Isaac because she
Sarah eventually became able to have children in the future.
Yeah, and she had Isaac. So then there was that debate even when they were brothers, because then remember he tricked his dad to give him the birthright.
No, that's why you're mixing it up. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. The tricked birthright part is from the story of Esau and Yaakov, Jacob. They are the children of Yitzhak, Isaac. Okay.
Yeah.
And and the story goes that they were fighting in the womb. One had held the other brother's heel.
Oh yeah. He held his furry hand or whatever, furry arm.
Right, and the tricking of the birthright was that Yitzhak, Isaac's eyes were dim. Right, they were dim apparently, and there are different reasons that are given. Some people say they were dim because of his old age. Some people say it was because the Bible states that it's because of the burning of incense and it was going into his eye from the sisters that follow the different religion. And the point is that but Esau went out and he was supposed to go and get you know, I believe deer. He was going to go and hunt deer. But the problem with that whole story is what people forget is that Yah already loved Jacob. He already loved Yaakov, right?
Yeah.
And people talk about it like it's a birthright issue. So, like, if you're conflating there, like, two different lineages, well, that lineage where that battle happened with the birthright, that was from the same mother and father to the same parent. So it's not a split.
Yeah. That birthright was battled out between the brothers. But I'm sorry, it's because the Islam believes, well, Ishmael is the firstborn, so he should have been the ruler of the kingdom or whatever, because he, you know, and that was Abraham's first son. But there's an argument between them, and then you're right, later on they do the children of Isaac battled with that trading of the selling their later on. I believe he even sells his birthrights again. I believe there's another story in there where first he's tricked, but then he willingly gives them up later. But that right, quote unquote, right, the to God's favorite, I guess, is what still till this day is battled about, I think, from Muslim to Christians, because they're like, no, we're the chosen people. No, we're the chosen. Our father is of Isaac and Jacob, right? And then or whatever. And then the others are like, well, we're of Ishmael, and we are the chosen people because we were born first. But then the other argument is like, no, but we were of Sarah, who was the. Anyways,
was the
I
intended
just heard you guys talk about it.
I don't know if there's any more. If there's any more notion in all religion that grinds my gears more than chosen people. It's so ridiculous.
Well, like some people conflate it, right? And I'm like, is it the chosen people, or is it like the people that were chosen to receive the message at the time?
Yeah,
that's more what it's supposed to be. And then the people that acted accordingly, as we have noticed, right, with Mashiach, is that these people, and then it goes neither Jew nor Gentile. And then when we look at even the DNA profile of people, it's kind of like we all have these two ancestors that are similar somewhere down the line. This is most everyone that have been tested. And it's like neither Jew nor Gentile. Like, that's not just in like spirit, that's also probably in DNA now, right? Like the like nations being fathered from these tribes, it kind of seems like most nations were actually.
Yeah, like the house of Judah and the house of Benjamin, and those are the two houses that they need to come back together again. Like he says, like, I'll come back to join the two houses because they separated.
It just reminds me of that saying that goes something like, all people are created equal, but some are more equal than others. Just
without
a
doubt.
I don't know.
No, yeah, I agree to that without a doubt. I'm just saying that, like, the way that it's been taken under Mashiach, right? Like, I don't know if any of you know what the Melchizedekian line is, right? Like, you have Melchizedek, which was the king and priest of El Elyon. The problem is that the Hebrews, they split up that system, right? They had the Levites, right? Okay, and the Levites then were the priests, right? And then you had the kings.
Took care of the temples.
Yeah, so they took care of the temples, and they would even fight people if they tried to come to the temple, right? Well, they split the two up. The Melchizedekian system, right, which is where the robes and everything came in, the idea of the robe being passed down. This is why Yahushua was baptized by John the Baptist, okay, in that moment, because that was Yahushua. When I say that, I mean Jesus, right? That was him effectively taking on the idea of returning back to every man being a king and priest simultaneously, all in one. That one needs the other. That these two things are not to be split apart, right? The original Melchizedekian line, right? We have Adam.
Yeah,
we have
he was
the
the high
original man.
priest and the king.
There you go, right? And now under Yahusha, that all of us are to be king and priest of our own home, right? That's the way they're supposed to be. We're not meant to separate the two out. Like, one relies on the other to exist properly. And
because John was a Levite, while his father was the one that took care of the temple. So yeah, he was of the Levite tribe.
he's the closest thing that we could get to a descendant that would be part of that. And then there was another man that was brought up at Yahusha's baptism that was there that represented the other part. And they handed over that authority to him at that time. That's what that was about. And it was the rewriting of the Melchizedekian line. But then through Yahusha, all men are to be like him and to walk like him. So every man then is to walk like a king and a priest, that all of us are called to do the same, that all of us are equal in that we all meet at eye level through that.
So then why do they look at it? Why do they look at even the Quran as a whole? They even turn an eye to it, saying it's just more like an apocrypha. Like they don't even accept it really, because they in the writings it's as if God changed, but yet we learn in the Torah that God never changes. But in what Muhammad was saying, it almost like almost as if he hates Jesus at this point, because there's a lot of stuff that goes against what Yeshua, was about, and what he did. And so, this being written in the 600s, and then as if a prophet from Gabriel comes and gives him this, enlightenment, then he writes it, and then boom, it gives birth to a whole new religion, whole new understanding. They have this new view, and then all of a sudden, Yeshua, everything he did was like, no, don't worry about that. Like, that's not the Messiah. So I don't know. It's interesting because I understand what you're saying, but in religion in itself, it's split, and that's why there is Islam versus Christianity, and there's the wars that have raged because of it, because there is this huge debate about, well, everyone that's Muslim says no, Muhammad's the prophet, he's the one. But that would instill, like, God changed his mind all of a sudden, like he sent Yeshua. And
this is kind of my point about how the Jews and Judaism and even, I believe, Catholicism could all be united together under the banner of the Antichrist. That there could be some form of revelation that comes to the.
Well, they actually have been. Last month they have been. Did you see them sign that decree?
Yeah, and I've been saying this for years, bro, right? And I'm telling you, right, at one point we had the Pact of Omar in Yasharel, and those people lived together at that point too. And I'm telling you that, like, when we look into the end times and who the Antichrist will have as their people, these people have to be involved in that portion. Why? Because we know it's 1/4 of the earth. We know that that's the size of the army that's to be under it. But not only that, like, I feel like these people are very poised to have revelation that actually, don't worry about it, all of you were the chosen people, that you all came from the same background. We look at the way that the Jewish people are looking at the Bible. They're not following the words of Yahusha. The Muslims aren't either, and probably the Catholic Church aren't either.
Yeah.
And all of them are waiting for the Antichrist, or should I say, they all admit that Jesus, okay, would be the future Messiah. Well, yeah, okay, but is Jesus really representative of what the Bible speaks about on the man called Yahusha? No, it isn't. It's completely different. We have once saved, always saved doctrine. We have you don't have to follow any of the Levitical law. That you don't have to. How do I put it? There's a misrepresentation of who Jesus is through the name of Jesus. That isn't really the man. And my point is everyone seems poised to be tricked by the Antichrist and be united with one another under the banner of Jesus, when actually people should be looking at Yeshua or Yahusha. And that was kind of, I don't know how to put it. We were talking about Islam and how people in here are arguing and basically effectively saying that the Islamic people are peaceful potentially, and it's just misrepresented by the West. But if you read the Quran, what they're doing is justified under the words in the book. The best Muslims I've ever met are the Muslims. ISIS were the best Muslims. If you've read the Quran, they were the best Muslims that have ever existed in our day and age.
Because they actually followed it.
Because they actually followed it. That's kind of my problem, is that, like, people can try and tell me all they want that they're misrepresented, it's led and controlled by Zionism. Okay, cool. Then the monolithic sword of the Catholic Church and the Zionistic, of a Zionistic origin. Okay, cool. What does that change? That doesn't change nothing. They're still operating on the same ruach as the Zionists. They're still operating under the same spirit as the Zionists, should I say. And that's what their game is. And for people to try and say that, like, just because the West misrepresented Islam at one time or another as being violent people, yada yada. Well, where I live, they misrepresented them as people of peace, when the very book, the very people that follow the book will tell you the complete opposite. They will tell you to their face the moment that they have control that they will cut your neck. I've met these people. I've dealt with these people. They
Yeah.
might say it tongue in cheek, laughing as they say so, but they mean it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's nothing new under the sun. That reminds me of, Spain when they conquered Spain, right? It's pretty much the same thing.
When they named the South Andalusia.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
and
I
they did
mean, bro.
everything. They did these crusades under the guise of, for God, and they slaughtered a lot of people for God. So I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, I guess people at one point, I mean, I'm sure Native Americans probably hated the God that the white man or the men from that were coming on their shores. They probably hated their God. Like, whoever your God is, he's a jerk because you guys are slaughtering our people. So I mean, I get it. Religion has deep roots in terrorist attacks, and I mean, even all the way back to the colonization going on, the colonizing that happened many years ago here in the West. But I don't know, religion's always been under that guise, like, we're doing this in the name of God. But that's what's evil. That's what me personally, I find that so evil. And then it becomes this doctrine of demons, because they are misrepresenting what the true book is even saying and what it's trying to get across. But you have greedy men that power, like lusting for power, and they'll use like religion as the reason why they're doing it. It's sick. It's really demonic, I think, from all
Definitely.
sides, from all religions that are doing it. They're all just like, I could just imagine, like, that would be like the greatest, like the best way for Hasatan to just make his way into the people's lives is through their church, through their religion, convince them that they need to go, take control of something and kill your fellow neighbor. I mean, that's how evil is that, to use the church for that? And that just seems like something Satan would definitely be all about and behind and all part of completely.
Definitely. Well, that's kind of my point, is that, the God that they apparently follow in the Quran is described as being the best of deceivers. And like, I get Witz's point that like, couldn't Yah deceive you quite easily? I'm not talking about the aptitude and ability to be able to do something. We all know that Yahweh could do whatever he wanted, that he ultimately has that power, he has that authority, but he did tell us he is not an Elohim of confusion. He gives us the answer as he gives out the actual ordinance. Don't touch that tree, you'll be okay. People do it anyway, right? Like, but when I read the Quran, they're not talking about the Abrahamic Yahweh that I know of, right? Like,
Yeah.
that ain't what they're talking about. And people talk about like, well, what about when Moshe and those people, like, they started worshiping, they started sacrificing animals to Yahweh. Well, Yahweh never actually asked for these animals to be sacrificed, not directly. That was a misequivocation. They were all sacrificing animals to fake gods, as it were. And it was just that's what they had chosen to do. And then after they, built the golden statue of the calf, and by the time he'd come down from the rock and spoken to Yahweh, it's kind of like, okay, well, you want to worship a cow, then, you're going to sacrifice cows for the rest of your days. That's going to be how you're going to make atonement for the fact that you wanted to worship that very thing. You can kill what you profess to love at one point, to understand that there are no elves above me, that there are no gods above me, that you will not worship my creation, but you will worship the Creator. And you were already sacrificing to false gods. So, okay, if you're going to do that and you can't stop yourself from doing it, then at least do it toward my name. That doesn't mean that Yahweh ever said that you people should be doing this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does say that he says that it was the atonement because like it took blood to atone for the sin. So he did tell the Levites, and he instructed them how to do it.
At one point, yeah, because they were
But
already
then
doing
remember though, it gets to a point where he says, your sacrifice is like a foul stench to my nose, right? Like he doesn't even require that. That's why he says it's obedience, not sacrifice. That's why he stopped Isaac from killing his son, or Abraham from killing Isaac,
because he, and then he gave him a ram, right? Like he gave him an animal to sacrifice. But it was the obedience that he was willing to kill his kid. It was all the foreshadowing, though, right? Of
Have you ever read Jasher?
yeah,
I
the
don't know
book
if
of
it's
Jasher.
Jasher or Jubilees, but
Yeah.
it says that Yitzhak, Isaac, right? It says that he actually put himself. So in that book, it kind of says it in a different way, right? So he has his other like friends and his cousins and that and the stuff that they've done to like gain the favor of Yahweh, right?
Yeah.
And like he turns around and says it like he offered himself up for it in that book. Like he turns around and says, he's like, nah, you take me to the stone and you sacrifice me. Like he says, he's like, I want to be like, I want to have my whole faith towards Yahweh. Like I don't care. Like I'll let you try and kill me, and I bet you I'll still live. Type deal. I bet Yahweh will save me.
Yeah.
Like he may have even been the one to initiate that, which I don't know which way around makes more sense. I think maybe both can be true. That he maybe said that, and then his dad was like, "Well, you're gonna say it. You're gonna follow through with it now because now you just made a decree." Like
Yeah.
It's interesting, but I guess go ahead.
Have you heard of Wilson and Blackett, Craig?
Say that again.
Have you heard of Wilson and Blackett?
Wilson and Blackett. Why does that ring a bell? It rings a bell.
They're making some really outlandish claims. I'm enjoying looking into it, actually. The more I listen to Alan Wilson, the more I like him, actually. But they are making some outlandish claims, like JC's buried in the UK.
I've heard this, yep.
Yeah.
Are they saying that that's in Ireland or?
I think it's in Wales and the
Wales,
Ark of the Covenant as well.
Okay.
So I'm enjoying looking through it. Actually, the two King Arthur's thing that they come out with, that is, to me, that's legit. In fact, in their narrative of there's no Dark Ages, there's no 400 years missing. It lines up perfectly.
Yeah, it does.
And actually, if you look through history, and they read it themselves rather than someone else's interpretation, it's amazing how much correlation there is there. And there's a lot, and it's written in stone.
Yep.
So it's fascinating stuff. I don't know enough of it to make a good argument yet, but I keep looking into it.
Send me it.
I could post them now if you like.
Yeah, can you DM it to me?
Yeah, I can post it live stream as well.
Yeah. If you could, bro, that would be brilliant.
I like this guy because he's really enthusiastic about it. But yeah, I don't know, there's some weird shit going on.
I'm wondering if it's the dude I was listening to not that long ago. Does he keep going through like historical maps and
There's this language for the early Britons called Colburn.
Mm-hmm.
And it's found everywhere. It's found in America. It's found
absolutely.
Yeah,
of course.
But the internet says it's fake.
That's so, like I reckon they would have turned around and said that Ogham was fake if previous historical characters that they need to be true hadn't like referred to it, I don't know if you know what Ogham is like. That's found everywhere.
Oh, is it? All right.
It's one of the first languages. It's like dashes and dots and lines, right? And it was used apparently by the Britons. It was used by the Vikings. Like not the Vikings that we think of, like pre sort of the sacking of York, like way before then. It's like a runic language.
I mean, honestly, I think it's ridiculous arguing about what may or may not have happened 1,000 years ago, but I do enjoy trying to piece it together, just for my own funsies.
Definitely. I feel like soon people are going to start to realize how much of our history has been lied to us. How much of it is a lie, right? And sure. I urge people, because legitimately I had a friend that was involved in this, and like my interest, right? lined up to this very topic. Sorry, I'm like struggling to talk very well. Like I'm very swollen at the minute, like my mouth and everything. I had an operation not too long ago, and I'm still recovering. But anyway,
what kind of operation?
Like basically, I had like an infection that ended up going all the way up my jawbone, and yeah. I just had
You're
to-
alright. So it wasn't cancer.
No, it wasn't cancer. No.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'm all good. Don't worry. But yeah, so effectively, my own interests that are lined up to the very project that my friend ends up being involved in, and I didn't know it was going to happen. It just so happened that it overlaid with the chronology of my own involvement into this type of research, and I started to look into like Columbus and effectively how people would have ended up in the Americas way before Columbus, right? And then all of a sudden, my friend is on a real Phoenician ship that's been preserved all the way back going a couple of thousand years, right? Like legit a long time ago. So this whole project that he was involved in, right, was they took an original Phoenician ship, used original methodology of preserving food that would have been around back then, pickling, etc., right? Then they proved the different places that these people had involvement with. We found multiple ledgers and archaeological finds as well toward them dealing sheets of tin with the people of Cornwall, which would be the Cornish people in the south of England. And then there are like all these other points that they were given, like 20 different points that they would need to prove that these people went to America, right? And like they've hit like 14 of these points, right? And in my opinion, they've without a doubt proven it. Because if you take a bunch of students, right, and a captain who's only captained a couple of other boats for like 5 years, and they managed to make it all the way from Lebanon to Florida in America with no navigational tools, only using celestial navigation, only using information that those people back then would have been privy to. And they did it on one of these old Phoenician ships, and I watched it like happen, and it was unbelievable. You type in Phoenicians before Columbus, type that in, and you'll find the project that I'm talking about, the whole journey that they charted and went on, the voyage, all of that. And you start to realize that like it's more than evident that a lot of people would have been back and forth from America. Like we've had fast travel now for a long time, and they can try and pretend that the people that are in these boats would have been too dumb or too dense to have navigated from one part of the world to the other. Like that's a load of bollocks. Like I feel like people in this sort of field of, you know, questioning what the true narrative is would understand that is most likely the truth. But it's very interesting. Like you think if they could lie to us about who went to America first and all of that, and then there's a lot that they're lying about. But yeah, Andy, you would probably enjoy listening to that.
Yeah, I do enjoy listening to, especially if it's to do with Britain. I want to see where, because we do appear to be a species with amnesia, and I'd like to, and with the experience that I had a few years back, I do feel in a strange way that I was sort of emptied out of all the shit that's been spoon-fed to me my entire life. And so I wouldn't mind putting something that actually happened back in there. But it's difficult. But I do enjoy